Carsai family started out as a black mage. Their style of doing things was also like a black mage, which was unpredictable. Therefore, the people of the Rosen Empire now had a sense of awe and respect for the Carsai family. Only a crazy person like Grand Duke Ryan would embrace this seemingly harmless hornet's nest. After listening to Wanhao's words, Smith could not help but nod his head. He could tell from the arrangement of the Sheila family that they would definitely fight Duke Ryan to the death. Otherwise, they would not have paid such a huge price. Smith immediately understood why the Sheila family had done this. After all, the Sheila family was a business family. They had the most money, but the interests in their hands had always been coveted by others. If Ryan succeeded this time, it would be difficult for the Sheila family to survive on the mainland. They had no ability to resist such a fat piece of cake, so of course, everyone wanted a piece. Therefore, this time the Sheila family would rather pay such a huge price to kill Ryan. They wanted to help those people and let them know that they had money. If they dared to offend them, they could buy their lives with money. Not only would they buy their lives, but they would also buy the lives of their entire family. After Smith heard Wanhao's words, he nodded and said, "All right, we will cooperate. I think we should gather our forces. As soon as we have enough people, we will immediately come out and blame Ryan family. Then we will take action. Remember, you must kill Ryan. Otherwise, he will definitely counterattack. It will be very troublesome and it will bring a lot of losses to us. After all, Ryan has been the finance minister for so many years. He has some wealth under his control." Wanhao nodded his head and said, "Okay, after I return, I will immediately send a letter to my family and ask them to immediately mobilize their manpower. Please rest assured, City Lord. However, I think it's best for us to allocate the process of mobilizing our manpower and the location of the attack to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings. What do you think?" Smith didn't object. He just nodded and said, "Quat, that's what I should do, but it's better for us to report these thoughts to the family and then distribute them. After all, this kind of thing still depends on the family's will. Quat." Wanhao nodded his head and left with Waylay. After the two of them left, Smith immediately prepared to write a letter to his family to tell them everything that had happened here. He wanted to see what their attitude would be. Smith believed that his family members would agree. Although the Carsai family wasn't a business family, it was what any normal person would like to do to eliminate the enemy under the condition of reducing the loss. Moreover, through this matter, they could also establish a relationship with the Sheila family. Although the Sheila family was only a business family, their family's hotels were spread all over the continent. This was simply an invisible intelligence network. As long as they had a relationship with them, they could obtain information from them. It would be of great use to the Carsai family and the entire Black Magician Alliance. It was for this reason that Smith did not stop Xiao Hai from working with the Sheila family. To him, this was a good opportunity to get in touch with the Sheila family. Xiao Hai sat in the medium and turned off the screen. He had not expected the Sheila family to pay such a huge price to deal with the Ryan family. At the same time, he had not expected that the great nobles of the Rossen Empire would give up an archduke for the sake of profit. An archduke was someone who had his own duchy. They had given up on him just like that. The world was too cruel. But at the same time, Xiao Hai saw a glimmer of hope to revive the Buta family, a hope that could allow the Buta family to return to the continent and live under the sun. In the end, there were only two words to describe the situation: profit. The nobles had previously dealt with the Buta family for their own benefit. They did not want the old king to use the Buta family as a sword to weaken their interests. However, the Buta family was no longer that sword. If the Buta family could bring them benefits, then what reason would they have to hate the Buta family? In fact, the nobles did not hate the Buta family. They hated the old king for trying to weaken their beliefs, and the Buta family was just a sacrifice. Xiao Hai had been reflecting on himself. He was reflecting on whether what he was doing was right or wrong. In the end, he came to the conclusion that everything he was doing was right. Right now, the Buta family was still too weak and could not bring any benefits to the nobles. Without those benefits, the nobles would not give in to the Buta family. Furthermore, Xiao Hai understood something from Wanhao and Smith's words. In this world, profit was everything. If he didn't have the ability to help the Black Magician Alliance, if he didn't bring huge benefits to the Sheila family, would Smith and Wanhao still be so polite to him? No, definitely not. This was especially true for the big families like the Carsai family and the Sheila family. They would do everything for the benefit of their families. If one day Xiao Hai could no longer bring them such a great benefit, they might give up on Xiao Hai without any hesitation. This was the rule of survival for the great aristocrats, and it was also the rule that Xiao Hai hated the most. If the entire world became a naked exchange of benefits, then what was the point of living? By then, people would no longer be humans, but beasts in human form. Just as Xiao Hai was thinking about all this, Kai suddenly told him that Laura and the others had returned from their trip outside. Moreover, Grand Duke Smith had also sent someone to invite him to dinner. Xiao Hai came out of the space in a flash. He opened his door and walked out. As expected, Shani was outside his room, about to call him. Seeing him come out, Shani immediately bowed to him and said, "Quat young master, Duke Smith would like to invite you to dinner." Quat. Xiao Hai nodded, then turned to look at Shani. "Shani, how have you been these past few days? How was every meal? They didn't neglect you, right?" Shani immediately bowed and said, "No, young master. We all ate very well. Because of you, they also value us very much. They didn't treat us with any disrespect. Even the people of the Carsai family are very polite to us." Quat. Xiao Hai nodded. "Quat, that's good. Remember, if there's anything, you must tell me. We don't have to live here. Don't let yourself be bullied. If I can't even take care of you, then I won't be able to revive the family. Everything will just be empty talk." Quat. Shani was touched. When he first became Xiao Hai's slave, he was very reluctant, but after becoming Xiao Hai's slave, he found that his life had become much better than before. Now he didn't have to worry about his family's affairs, and he didn't have to do too dangerous tasks anymore. Compared to his previous life, his current life was like heaven. Xiao Hai didn't say anything else. He patted his shoulder and walked out. When Xiao Hai arrived at the restaurant, Smith was already waiting for him. When he saw Xiao Hai, Smith invited Xiao Hai to take a seat. After Xiao Hai sat down, he immediately ordered the servants to place the tableware on the table. Smith said to Xiao Hai, "Quat, now that the matter has been settled, we just need to wait for our preparations to be complete. We can immediately make our move on Lian." Quat. "That's good. Is there anything I can do for you?" Xiao Hai nodded. Smith smiled. "Quat, there's no need for that. As long as we're prepared, Duke Ryan won't be able to escape. The Sheila family has already made contact with the royal family. As long as the royal family doesn't object, everything will be fine." Quat. "That's good," Xiao Hai nodded, "but will the royal family of the Rossen Empire agree? After all, he is an archduke." Smith smiled and said, "So what if he's the Grand Duke? Can't he be dealt with? As long as they have money, the Rossen Empire would be willing to sell out even 10 dukes, let alone one. Moreover, Ryan has gone too far recently. The Rossen Empire's royal family has long disliked him. Even if the Sheila family didn't do anything, the Rossen Empire's royal family would have done something to Ryan. Now that someone is offering money, all they want is a word from them. Of course, they would agree." Xiao Hai had actually asked this question on purpose. He had heard the conversation between Smith and Wanhao, but he didn't want Smith and the others to know that he had heard it. However, Xiao Hai still frowned and said, "Quat, Duke Ryan is a duke after all. He has his own duchy. If he runs back to his own duchy and organizes an army, it will be very troublesome." Quat. Smith smiled. "Quat, the money of the Sheila family is not wasted. If someone were to appear and accuse Grand Duke Ryan, the king and the parliament will strip him of all his titles. He will no longer be a duke. It will naturally be much easier to deal with him." Quat. Xiao Hai immediately understood Smith's plan. It was indeed ruthless. They had asked the Rossen Empire to remove Grand Duke Ryan from his title. This way, Grand Duke Ryan would not be able to mobilize the soldiers in his territory. By then, they could do whatever they wanted to him. Xiao Hai nodded and said, "However, Duke Ryan's family is also a big family. They are not weak. Even if the empire does not allow them to mobilize the soldiers of the duchy, their family has private soldiers. Those private soldiers are not weak." Quat. "Little Hai, have you forgotten what we do?" Smith smiled. "We're black mages. Aren't you looking down on us if you have more people than us?" Xiao Hai smiled. "Quat, I really forgot, but this is better. If there's anything you need me to do, you must let me know." Quat. Smith nodded. This time, he really didn't plan to let Xiao Hai take action. He just wanted Xiao Hai to see the power of the Carsai family. In the next few days, the Rossen Empire was very peaceful. However, they heard that Duke Ryan had returned to his own duchy to handle some matters. This was also within Xiao Hai's expectations. Duke Ryan was not an idiot. When he realized that he had failed to deal with Meljin, he guessed that the Carsai family would definitely find out that he was the one who did it. Now, just as Xiao Hai had said, he was ready to run back to his own territory and make his last stubborn resistance. What Xiao Hai did not know was that Ryan had no other choice. After he found out that Meljin's kidnapping failed, he immediately went to the king of the Rosen Empire. He wanted the king to come forward and talk to the Carsai family. He was willing to pay the price to let this matter go. However, Leon did not expect that the king of the Rossen Empire would not agree to it. Instead, his attitude towards him was very cold. This made Leon realize that something was wrong. He knew that the king might have given up on him. Thus, he immediately dressed lightly and ran back to his fief from Carson City. His reaction was not slow. If he was a little slower, he would not even have the chance to run, because at this time, the Carsai family and the Sheila family had already mobilized their forces to deal with him. Almost everyone in the entire Rossen Empire knew about this matter, but they had also received benefits from the Sheila family, so no one spoke out. They just quietly watched Ryan make a fool of himself. They wanted to get some benefits from Ryan after he fell. If Ryan fell, then his fief would become ownerless. At that time, it would be divided by the big nobles. Now that they had received benefits from the Sheila family, and Ryan had offended the Carsai family this time, the big nobles would naturally not care about Ryan. Xiao Hai had been watching all this from the side. He knew that he could not participate in this operation. The great nobles were all waiting for their share of the benefits with red eyes. If he were to participate now, he might not even get a share of the benefits. In any case, he would not have a good ending. However, Xiao Hai didn't shut himself up. 3 days after meeting Wanhao and the others, he sent over 100,000 caddies of vegetables to them. These vegetables were all sent to Sheila Hotel. How Sheila Hotel would split them was up to them. But this time, Xiao Hai did not bring any hunchbacked fish for Wanhao and the others. Hunchbacked fish were very troublesome. Xiao Hai planned to wait until the storm was over, and he had gotten himself a boat before sending them the hunchbacked fish. This way, it would not be too strange. One had to know that the spatial equipment on the mainland could not store living things. If Wanhao and the others saw Xiao Hai take out a living hunchbacked fish from his spatial equipment, they would definitely be shocked. The action of the Sheila family and the Carsai family was very fast. They were fully prepared after only 7 days of preparation. Then the Carsai family came forward to accuse Grand Duke Ryan of using assassination means against the Carsai family, which violated the laws of the empire. Almost all the nobles laughed when they heard the Carsai family's accusation. It was not that the Rossen Empire did not have such a law. On the contrary, the Rossen Empire did have such a law, but no one had ever respected it. What could they do if there was enmity between two nobles and they did not want to resolve it openly? Assassination was the most commonly used method, so almost no one would abide by this law. Now that the Carsai family brought up this law to talk about it, it was clearly an excuse. However, the nobles also knew what was going on. This meant that the Carsai family was going to make a move on Duke Ryan. Everyone was watching the show from the side without saying a word. The king also accepted the Carsai family's accusation against Grand Duke Ryan at the first moment. Then he immediately convened a meeting and pronounced the Grand Duke Ryan guilty in the shortest time possible. He was stripped of all his duties and titles. From the day of the sentence, he could no longer consider himself a noble, and it was impossible for him to mobilize a single soldier in his duchy. At the same time as the judgment was made, the Sheila family and the Carsai family took action. In just 3 days, all the forces of Grand Duke Ryan outside were wiped out. What was strange was that the Sheila family and the Carsai family did not encounter any decent resistance. This made the Sheila family and the Carsai family feel very strange. They did not know what Duke Ryan was doing. Could it be that he had given up on resisting? No way. According to Grand Duke Ryan's personality, he was definitely a crazy family. It was impossible for him to give up resistance. However, the two families did not think too much about it. They immediately rushed into Duke Ryan's territory and surrounded his original duke's mansion. Just as they were about to take action, the mansion suddenly burst into flames. It did not go out for a long time. When the mages of the two families put out the fire and rushed into the mansion, they found that the entire mansion had been burned down. They could not even find the secret passage of the mansion. The Duke's family had mysteriously disappeared. The disappearance of Duke Ryan caused an uproar in the entire Rossen Empire. They did not expect that Duke Ryan would play such a beautiful trick. He had played the Sheila family and the Carsai family. Most importantly, no one on the continent knew where they had gone. No one knew except for Xiao Hai. He had sent an eagle to keep an eye on Duke Ryan's territory the moment he returned. Although Xiao Hai didn't want to get involved in this matter, he knew that he had a huge grudge against Duke Ryan. If Duke Ryan escaped, he would be in trouble in the future. Therefore, he looked at Duke Ryan and said, "I can't let him escape." While he was monitoring Grand Duke Ryan, he discovered that Grand Duke Ryan was in contact with the Church of Light. Moreover, the Church of Light was the one who had assisted him in his escape. Although the Church of Light was weak in the Rossen Empire, it was not to be forgotten that they had almost become the largest organization on the continent. The most important thing was that the Rossen Empire had never allowed the Church of Light to enter. Therefore, they thought that the Church of Light was weak in the Rossen Empire and could not do anything. They did not expect that the Church of Light would do such a big thing right under their noses. This time, the Church of Light had sent a total of 6 grade 8 mages to receive Grand Duke Ryan. At the same time, they had also dispatched many of their secret agents in the Rossen Empire to participate in the operation. It was with the help of these secret agents that Grand Duke Ryan was able to leave his territory without anyone noticing. Xiao Hai had been watching them all this time. However, he did not stop Ryan when he contacted the Church of Light. He did not stop Duke Ryan when he was rescued either. This was because he wanted to use the Church of Light's actions, this time to figure out the strength of the Church in the Rossen Empire. The Church of Light was really powerful in the Rossen Empire. There were at least tens of thousands of people in the dark, and these people were from all walks of life. Some of them were even small nobles, making it difficult for people to discover their identities. However, Xiao Hai did not understand why the Church of Light would spend so much effort to help Leon. Was it only because of his wealth? It was undeniable that Duke Ryan's assets were not small. Xiao Hai calculated that the total value of his assets was probably in the tens of millions of gold coins. However, it did not seem to be worth the Church of Light sending so many people to receive him. After all, if the people who received Duke Ryan were discovered, the operations of the Church of Light in the Rossen Empire would be destroyed. However, on second thought, Xiao Hai understood why the Church of Light had done that. They were trying to win over the hearts of the people. In the Knights of the Round Table of the Church of Light, many knights were politicians of various countries. Although these people were of high status, there were few who had a higher status than Duke Ryan. Now that Grand Duke Ryan was in trouble, if the Church of Light did not save him, what would the other Knights of the Round Table do? Would they still wholeheartedly help the Church of Light? In order to win the hearts of those people, Duke Ryan had to be saved. It was precisely because of this consideration that the Church of Light had mobilized almost all of their manpower in the Rossen Empire to rescue Grand Duke Ryan. They had even sent 6 level 8 mages. Such a lineup could not be described as not luxurious. If they were not afraid of being discovered by the level 9 powerhouses of the Rossen Empire, they would have even sent their level 9 powerhouses to rescue Grand Duke Ryan. Xiao Hai was not in a hurry to deal with the people from the Church of Light. He knew that the Church of Light wanted to get Duke Ryan's family out of the Rossen Empire. The best way was by water. The land route was too far. Moreover, the Rossen Empire and the other 2 countries were in canyons where the land route intersected. It would be too easy to be discovered. The Rossen Empire's coastline was very long, and there were many places that were uninhabited. As long as they calculated the patrol date of the Rossen Empire's navy, it was as if they were entering an uninhabited place. It was extremely safe, so Xiao Hai just followed them and figured out the identity of all the people who came to pick up Duke Ryan. He was ready to make a list of those people and give it to Carsai after dealing with Duke Ryan. Xiao Hai also knew that the reason why Carsai didn't want him to participate in this matter was to let him see the strength of the Carsai family. Then Xiao Hai certainly had to show his strength. He wanted to let Carsai know that his strength was not just for show. However, other than following Duke Ryan and the others, Xiao Hai also did something else. He took away all the good things that Duke Ryan could not take away. In fact, the fire in Duke Ryan's mansion was set by him. They had left a long time ago, leaving an empty mansion for the Carsai family and the Sheila family. However, due to the suddenness of the incident, there were many good things in the mansion that could not be taken away, such as the furniture. They just left an empty mansion for the Carsai family to laugh at them. They never thought of setting the mansion on fire. When Xiao Hai saw that there were so many good things in the house, he would not let them go. So he put all the old things into the medium and set the house on fire when Carsai and the others arrived. There was a space ring in his hand. He put all the valuable things in the house into the space ring and left with it. The person who received them was a small noble. There were many small nobles like this in the Rosen Empire. They went around doing business every day in order to continue their families. In the Rosen Empire, they were the group of people who were the least noticed. Therefore, Duke Ryan and the others escaped from his territory very smoothly. They were received all the way to a small noble's territory by the sea. That small noble's territory was not suitable for building a port. Although a small port was built by force, it could not accommodate large ships. Therefore, the small noble could only send some salt to sell himself. He was also forgotten in the Rossen Empire. Along the way, Duke Ryan and the others were very careful. They moved at the normal speed of a merchant, stayed in a hotel, and hurried along. In short, there was nothing unusual. However, Xiao Hai had also discovered that the shops they were staying in were all opened by the secret forces of the Church of Light. This was to cover up their identities and not let anyone discover their identities. Of course, Xiao Hai had also noted down all these places. The more Leo and the others moved forward, the more surprised Xiao Hai became. The Church of Light had been well prepared along the way. They were not troubled or questioned at all. They had passed through just like that. When Ryan and the others finally arrived at the small noble's territory, they were all relieved. They were going to board the small boat here. There was a big boat waiting for them on the sea. As long as they got on the big boat, they would be free. This small noble was called the Eugene family, and they had a wave flower family emblem. In the Rosen Empire, their family was as inconspicuous as their family emblem. Xiao Hai looked at the Eugene family quietly. He wasn't planning on making a move on their territory because no one knew that Lai En was here. If he made a move here and caused a huge commotion, it would alert even more people. He might even be caught as a bad person. Xiao Hai waited quietly. At this time, Smith and the others were having a headache. All the aristocrats in the Rossen Empire had agreed to deal with Duke Ryan. They thought that everything would go smoothly, but who would have thought that Duke Ryan would come out of his shell and play them all? They were still looking for Duke Ryan, but there were no clues. Of course, the Carsai family and the Sheila family were the most enthusiastic about fighting Duke Ryan. The other major nobles were not so enthusiastic. In their opinion, whether Ryan was dead or alive had nothing to do with them. Now that Ryan had run away and his territory was empty, the next step was naturally to seize the territory. It was because of this that the work of finding Ryan's whereabouts had not been smooth, and it could be said that there was no progress. Xiao Hai had been following Duke Ryan and the others for the past few days, so he didn't go out much. He didn't go to see Smith either. He just stayed in the plum courtyard to monitor the movements of Duke Ryan and the others. Laura and the others naturally knew what Xiao Hai was going to do. They did not stay to accompany Xiao Hai, but followed Meljin around Tianshui City. Now they had become good friends with Meljin. Meljin was also very curious when she saw that Xiao Hai did not go out every day. She also asked Laura what Xiao Hai was doing. Laura only smiled and said that Xiao Hai had been busy, but she did not tell her what Xiao Hai was busy with. Meljin saw that Laura did not want to talk about it, so she did not ask. She only became more curious about Xiao Hai. She realized that Xiao Hai was really boring. He could stay in the house for a few days in a row. This was hard for her to imagine. Xiao Hai didn't care much. Now that Duke Ryan and the others were about to go out to sea, it meant that the battle was about to begin. Duke Ryan and the others did not stay in the Eugene family's territory for long. They were very clear that the longer they stayed in the Rossen Empire, the more dangerous it would be. They had already seen the influence of the Carsai family in the Rossen Empire. Of course, they were more careful and wanted to leave the Rossen Empire as soon as possible. Duke Ryan and the others rested for a day in the Eugene family. The next day, they took a small boat out to sea. There were a total of 32 people in the Ryan family. Fortunately, there were not many people. Otherwise, it would have been inconvenient for them to travel. Soon, the small boat slowly sailed into the sea. Xiao Hai could see a 5-masted ship on the sea. This ship was extremely large, much larger than the swordfish that Xiao Hai had taken in. The most important thing was that this ship was actually covered with iron armor, and looking at the appearance of this ship, it was definitely an ocean-armed cargo ship. In addition to being able to load onto the ship, its combat power was not weak. Xiao Hai took a closer look. The flag of the Greenwave dynasty was painted on the ship. On the ship's hull were 3 large words, "See God." The armory of the ship was more than 10 meters thick. There were magic cannons and bed armors on it. Some crew members were busy working on it. There were more than 1,000 crew members on the ship alone. It was obvious that the ship had been loaded before. Xiao Hai made a rough plan. This ship could definitely be considered a 1,000-mile cargo ship, a good ship. Xiao Hai was in need of a ship. This time, the Church of Light had sent him one. Xiao Hai could not help but sigh. The people of the Church of Light were really good people. They were indeed the servants of the God of Light. They gave him whatever he wanted. At this time, Duke Ryan and the others had also boarded the ship. The ship was about to set off. Xiao Hai knew it was time. He immediately appeared on the ship. Of course, he didn't appear on the ship without a sound. He first used a black mist spell, and then the black mist slowly spread out. He appeared on the ship with the evil spirit staff in his hand. At this time, his evil spirit staff hadn't changed its appearance. It looked like the skeleton, a staff with a skull on top and a black magician's robe. If those people still didn't know that Xiao Hai was a black magician when he appeared on Sea God in such attire, they would be idiots. Obviously, they were not idiots. They immediately noticed Xiao Hai, especially Duke Ryan. When he saw Xiao Hai's clothes, his face changed. This was not to say that Ryan was afraid of the black magician, but because Ryan thought of another person, the Carsai family from Xiao Hai. The Carsai family was a family of black magicians, and he was forced to this point by the Carsai family once. Now a black magician suddenly appeared on the ship. What did this mean? No matter what other people thought, the first thought in Ryan's mind was that the people from the Karch family had caught up. However, the few mages from the Church of Light had a different thought from Ryan. They were not light mages. In fact, light mages were not popular in the Rossen Empire. If they sent light mages to pick up Grand Duke Ryan, they would only cause public harm to Ryan. Light mages were too conspicuous in the Rossen Empire. Out of the 6 grade 8 mages, 3 were water type, 2 were wind type, and 1 was earth type, and they were also hiding their true power. The reason why the mages from the Church of Light had a different thought from Ryan was that they recognized Xiao Hai's outfit. Who was the enemy of the Church of Light? Of course, it was the Black Magician. The person who had the greatest enmity with the Church of Light recently was the Black Magician. Without a doubt, it was Xiao Hai. Xiao Hai had ruined many of their plans and killed many of their people. Hence, he was a well-known figure in the Church of Light. His attire and appearance were recorded in the Church of Light. Even the weapons and spells he used were recorded. Therefore, the mages immediately knew Xiao Hai's identity when they saw his attire. The Earth Element Magician had the highest status among them. He glanced at Xiao Hai and said coldly, "Xiao Hai, you actually appeared here, so you've been following us." Xiao Hai looked at them and smiled. "Quat, that's right. I've been following you. Not only have I been following you, but I've also recorded the names of the people who have received them along the way. Then I'll find time to settle the score with them one by one." Quat. The Earth Magician's eyes flashed coldly. He knew very well what those people meant to the Church of Light. Those people were their eyes and ears in the Rossen Empire, and they were also their seeds in the Rossen Empire. Once these people were discovered, the power of the Church of Light in the Rosin Empire would be wiped out, and their plan for many years would be in vain. The other magicians also looked at Xiao Hai coldly. Of course, they knew what Xiao Hai's words meant. On the other hand, Leo was in a daze. He really did not know who Xiao Hai was. Xiao Hai's feud with the Church of Light had started in Versailles Duchy. Previously, Leon was the finance minister of the Rosin Empire, which was much higher than Ivan. How could he pay attention to what was happening in a small place like that? Hence, he really did not know who Xiao Hai was. However, he also found that Xiao Hai didn't seem to be from the Carsai family. If he was from the Carsai family, he would have found them long ago and come to deal with them. He definitely wouldn't wait for them to board the ship before taking action. The Earth Element magician didn't say anything else. He only growled, "Do it, take him down." Xiao Hai could not help but laugh when he heard what the Earth magician said. "You guys still want to take me down? Quite ridiculous. You guys better think of a way to deal with them." Quite after saying that, a large number of undead creatures appeared on the ship. This time, most of the undead creatures that Xiao Hai released were magicians. These magicians were highly offensive. The most infuriating thing was that Xiao Hai also released the light magicians and had them attack the light magicians with light magic. Although the undead creatures that Xiao Hai released were only equivalent to level 7 mages, they were too numerous. Xiao Hai had more than 20 mages under his command, which was enough to deal with 6 level 8 mages. Xiao Hai wouldn't just release these magicians. There were also a large number of warriors and orcs. In an instant, the sea god was filled with undead creatures, leaving no place for the people on the ship to escape. After that, Xiao Hai's figure disappeared from the ship, leaving the magicians with no chance of finding trouble with him. The Earth magician immediately took out a few magic scrolls, tore them open, and threw them out. These few scrolls were light magic scrolls. It was for them to use when they encountered a black magician. It should be known that this time they came to pick up Ryan. The enemy they were going to face was the Carsai family, and the Carsai family was a black magician family. In order to be prepared, they brought a few light magic scrolls, but they didn't expect that these magic scrolls would be used on the ship. However, to their surprise, their magic scrolls were completely useless against the undead creatures. The undead creatures seemed to be unaffected and continued to attack them. Fortunately, although this ship was a cargo ship, it could still transform into pirates when necessary in the seas where the Blue Wave Dynasty sailed. Therefore, the combat power of the crew was not low, and they could still hold on for a while. However, they also knew that they wouldn't be able to hold on for long. They didn't know where Xiao Hai had gotten these undead creatures from, but their combat power was too high. Each of them was equivalent to a grade 7 warrior. With so many grade 7 warriors fearlessly attacking you, even a grade 9 powerhouse would have a hard time dealing with them, let alone a few grade 8 mages. The battle didn't last long. After an hour, there were no more survivors on the ship. Even Duke Ryan was killed. Xiao Hai didn't turn Duke Ryan into an undead creature. Instead, he cut off the heads of Ryan and his son. Duke Ryan's son was well known in the Rosin Empire and was known as a martial arts genius of his generation. He was only in his 20s, but he already had the strength of a grade 7 warrior. He was indeed very powerful. Unfortunately, he was now dead. Xiao Hai would never be polite to his enemies. After killing everyone on the ship, he immediately turned them into undead creatures and kept the ship. Of course, he didn't let go of Duke Ryan's space ring either. The space ring contained all of Duke Ryan's assets. In total, there were tens of millions of gold coins. Together with other things, his total assets might exceed 100 million gold coins. Xiao Hai was surprised by the amount of money, but he was also very happy. With this money, the development of the Black Soil Wasteland would not be a problem. After dealing with the matters here, Xiao Hai immediately returned to the origin space. He wrote down the names of the people who came to pick up Lai En and the others. It was not easy to write a list of over 10,000 people. Fortunately, Xiao Hai had already written down quite a number of names in the past few days. Now there was no need to write too much. After dark, Xiao Hai finally finished writing the list. He let out a sigh of relief. It was finally time to end this show. Smith was really annoyed these days. Until now, Ryan had not been caught. If Ryan was not caught, their operation would be considered a failure. He didn't care about Ryan's property. The main thing was that Ryan had offended the Carsai family. If they couldn't kill Ryan, then the face of the Carsai family would be lost. Even if they didn't achieve the result of the power building competition this time, it was likely that they would become a laughingstock of those big aristocrats. At this moment, Phil's voice was heard. "Quat my lord, Mr. Xiao Hai requests an audience." Smith was taken aback by Phil's words because Xiao Hai rarely showed his face these days. He was hiding in Maxian courtyard every day, and no one knew what he was doing. But Smith still said, "Quickly invite him in." As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Hai pushed the door open and walked in. The moment he entered, he bowed to Smith and said, "Brother Smith, how are you? What are you busy with?" Smith smiled bitterly. "Quat, brother, why are you being so polite with me? What else can I be busy with? It's Duke Ryan's business. If I don't catch that guy, I can't eat or sleep." Quat. I'm here today to give you some sleeping pills. I believe you'll be able to eat and sleep after you've seen what I've given you." Xiao Hai smiled. With a wave of his hand, a bag made of leather appeared on the ground. A strong smell of blood came from the bag. Then Xiao Hai took out a book and placed it on the table. When Smith saw the shape of the bag, he could guess that it might contain a human head. He turned and nodded at Phil, who was standing to the side. Phil immediately went forward and opened the bag. There were 2 heads in the bag. Phil recognized them. They were Len and his son. Smith looked at the heads in the bag and turned to look at Xiao Hai. Xiao Hai said calmly, "This time, Duke Ryan ran away when someone was waiting for him. However, I found out that they were all dead. The people who were waiting for them were all dead. This book records the names of the people who were waiting for him. I'll leave them to you. However, I'll take the money from Ryan. My territory is in need of money now, so I won't be polite. Quat." Xiao Hai smiled. "Quat, that's your business. It's none of my business. You guys can deal with the aftermath. I'm going back. Quat." "Quat, all right," Smith nodded. "Quat, go back and rest. Leave the rest to me. Quat." Xiao Hai nodded, turned around, and walked away slowly. Xiao Hai didn't leave the house, but Phil said to Smith, "Master, why do you think Mr. Xiao Hai killed Lian? He hasn't been out of the courtyard these days, has he?" Smith smiled. "Quat, don't worry about it. Anyway, this matter has been resolved. Phil, you must know that you can't pry into the secrets of someone like Xiao Hai. Otherwise, you won't even be friends with him. Deal with that head and send it to the family. Also, let Sheila's family know." Quat. Phil responded, took the bag, and turned to leave. Smith picked up the book that Xiao Hai had left behind and flipped through it. At first, he was a little nonchalant, but as he read on, he became more and more surprised. This book contained the names of all the people who had come to pick up Ryan. Their names, ages, where they worked, and their families were all written clearly. The most important thing was their identity as the secret agent of the Church of Light. When Smith saw the words, he felt his scalp go numb and his head explode. He had never thought that the Church of Light was involved in this matter. It was too surprising. After looking at 2 sides, Smith couldn't sit still anymore. He immediately shouted, someone come quickly." Phil immediately walked in from outside. He didn't have to do the killing himself. Otherwise, he wouldn't have failed as the head chief. He would have handed those things over to others and followed Smith. Hearing Smith's voice, Phil immediately walked in and bowed to him. "My lord, do you have any orders?" "Hurry up and invite Little Hai," Smith said loudly. Although Phil didn't know why Smith was doing this, he immediately responded and turned around. The moment Xiao Hai returned to the Mexian courtyard, he found that Laura and the other women were holding a small party in the Mexian courtyard. There were a lot of snacks in the parlor. Each of them was holding a glass of red wine and taking a sip from time to time. Most of the time, they were eating snacks and chatting. Of course, Xiao Hai wouldn't disturb them. Just as he was about to return to his room, Phil arrived. He immediately called out to Xiao Hai, "Mr. Xiao Hai, the city lord would like to see you." Xiao Hai was taken aback, but he immediately understood why Smith wanted him to go. He nodded. "All right, let's go." After that, he followed Phil back to the living room. As soon as Xiao Hai entered the living room, he saw Smith walking around in circles. The moment he saw Xiao Hai, Smith rushed over and grabbed Xiao Hai. "Brother, is the thing you showed me real?" Xiao Hai was stunned for a moment before nodding his head. Quat, of course it's true. Would I lie to you about this? Don't worry, it's true. After I changed my clothes, those guys immediately recognized me and wanted to capture me, but none of them escaped." Quat. With a wave of his hand, a magician appeared beside Xiao Hai. It was the Earth Magician. Xiao Hai asked him to introduce himself. The Earth Magician was also a product of the ultimate weapon, but it was a failure that failed to become the ultimate weapon. However, Smith noticed Xiao Hai's words. After Xiao Hai put the magician away, Smith looked at Xiao Hai and said, "Brother, you're going to kill Lion yourself." Xiao Hai nodded and smiled. "Actually, I'm not just a black magician. I can also use light, water, fire, earth, wind, and some spatial magic. Didn't I tell Ibble? I can't be considered a black mage. I'm actually a special warlock. There's a spatial special technique in my special techniques, but my spatial special technique can't be used to attack people. It can only store some things. Moreover, I have a kind of flying beast in my hand. It is very powerful and can carry light people to fly. I rode this kind of magical beast to chase and kill Ryan." Smith believed Xiao Hai's words. Compared to black magicians, sorcerers were more mysterious and unfathomable. Hence, when Xiao Hai said that he was a sorcerer, Smith believed him. As for the phantom beast, Eber had already told Smith in the letter, so Smith wasn't surprised. Smith had heard from Eber that Xiao Hai was an arcane warlock, so he was not too surprised when Xiao Hai mentioned it. He nodded and said, "Brother, you don't have to worry. No matter what your identity is, as long as you enter the Black Magician Alliance, you are a member of the Alliance. Not all black magicians are in the Alliance. As long as you have a grudge against the Church of Light, you are one of us. Don't worry, brother. The information you have brought back this time is really important to us." It is not only important to the Black Magician Alliance, but also important to the Rossan Empire. Xiao Hai looked at Smith in confusion. Even though the Rossan Empire did not have a strong opinion of the Church of Light, they had never dealt with the Church of Light openly. Why was this information so important to the Rossen Empire? Smith knew what Xiao Hai was thinking just by looking at him. He invited Xiao Hai to sit down and smiled bitterly. What the most powerful thing about the Church of Light is their religious power. They can use their religious power to brainwash people and make them fully believe in the God of Light. They can sacrifice everything for the God of Light. This is the most terrifying thing. Think about it. If the people of an entire country believe in the God of Light and think that the Church of Light is the spokesperson of God, how much influence will it have on the rule of the country? Xiao Hai nodded. He had heard of this when he was on Earth. Some religions and cults used this method to brainwash people. Religions were the most difficult to guard against. The most terrifying thing was that they were very difficult to eradicate and could rise again at any time. Smith saw Xiao Hai nod and continued, That's why the Church of Light is the king's most disliked organization. Although the Rossen Empire doesn't seem to have openly attacked the Church of Light, all the people sent by the Church of Light into the Empire are controlled. Therefore, almost all the spies sent in the dark are secretly killed by the king's death squad. We originally thought that the Church of Light didn't have much power in the Empire, but we didn't expect them to be hiding so many people, even though there are more than 10,000 people on the surface. However, if these people spread their religion in secret, they could develop tens of thousands of believers at any time. If this believer continues to develop believers, then the Church of Light will slowly become a major problem for the country. Xiao Hai understood what Smith meant, but he didn't think too much about it. He smiled at Smith and said, I didn't think that much. I only know that the Church of Light is the enemy of the Black Magician Alliance. If we can defeat such an enemy, there's no need for us to be polite. This list is definitely real. Ryan and the others were received by these people on the way to the Eugene family's territory. Then they took a small boat from the Eugene family to the big ship on the sea. The big ship on the sea belongs to the Greenwave dynasty. It's called Sea God and is a 5-masted ship. Heh, I was just in need of a boat to transport the Hingyu to Tianshui City, so of course I'll take it. But I've said it before, I'm not giving you this boat. Smith laughed out loud. Brother, with this information, don't tell me that I don't want that ship. It's nothing for me to give you 2 more ships. As long as we can destroy those guys from the Church of Light, I'm willing to pay the price. Xiao Hai smiled. You don't have to give me more ships, but I do need your help. I got Sea God this time, and I also got the swordfish that Duke Ryan sent to attack me. Although these 2 ships are good, their symbols are too obvious. You have to help me change them. Otherwise, I'll be discovered immediately if I use them. How about it? Smith waved his hand and said to Phil, Uncle Phil, go and arrange this matter. Let our best shipyard help change the little sea. It must be changed well. Phil responded, but he didn't move. There was no hurry for this matter. He just had to remember it. Xiao Hai smiled and said, that's fine. As long as you help me modify the ship, my food, vegetables, milk, wine, and war provisions can be transported here in the shortest time possible. The matter of dealing with those people on the list has nothing to do with me. I'll say it again, you can ask me for help if you need anything. Smith laughed out loud. All right, let's go and have a drink. I'm so happy today. Xiao Hai didn't even have time to resist before he walked into the restaurant. While Xiao Hai and the others were drinking, Phil was busy with his own matters. First, he had to get the head of Duke Ryan, then the list of names, and finally, Xiao Hai's ship. All of these needed to be arranged by him. For a great noble, the power of a butler was very great. It was almost equivalent to that person's assistant. In many cases, a good butler could even make a family flourish. Phil was a butler trained by the Carsai family. There was no problem with his loyalty, and his ability to do things was also very strong. Therefore, Smith trusted him very much and even always called him Uncle Phil. That night, Xiao Hai drank a lot and went back to the plum courtyard to sleep early. Smith had drunk too much. He was really happy, not only because the matter with Duke Ryan was resolved, but also because of the list and Xiao Hai. Xiao Hai's display of ability made Smith very happy. Having such a talent join the Black Magician Alliance would be of great help to the Black Magician Alliance. This was definitely good news. The next day, the people of the Rossen Empire knew that Grand Duke Ryan had been killed by the Carsai family, and even his head was confirmed for public display. For a while, the Rossen Empire was in an uproar. The great nobles of the Rossen Empire were shocked. Although they were not too concerned about the pursuit of Ryan, it did not mean that they had not taken any action. They had also sent people to track the whereabouts of Grand Duke Ryan, but they had never found it. Although they gave up later, they still felt very curious. It should be known that the strength of these great aristocrats was not weak. In this case, they could not find the whereabouts of Grand Duke Ryan. Now that Ryan was suddenly killed by the Carsai family, didn't this mean that the Carsai family was more powerful than them? At the thought of this, those nobles couldn't help but be surprised. The Carsai family had been very low-key all these years. Although no one dared to underestimate them, no one imagined how powerful their strength was. They only regarded them as an old noble family that they should not provoke if possible. Everyone on the continent knew that sometimes you should provoke the royal family rather than the old noble families, because some of the old noble families had existed longer than the royal family. Therefore, even if those people treated the Carsai family as an ordinary old noble family, nobody would like to provoke them, because they all knew that the old noble family valued their dignity the most. As long as their dignity was challenged, they would fight back without any hesitation until it was a life or death struggle. This time the nobles didn't find Duke Ryan, and neither did the Carsai family and the Sheila family. This made the nobles ready to watch a good show. They wanted to see the old aristocratic family, the Carsai family, make a fool of themselves. But they didn't expect that at this time, the Carsai family would suddenly take out the head of Grand Duke Ryan. Without a doubt, the whole family of Grand Duke Ryan was probably dead. Ryan's death was a surprise to the nobles, but they were not completely surprised. In their opinion, Ryan's death was only a matter of time. What really surprised the nobles was where the Carsai family found Grand Duke Ryan and killed him there. When Grand Duke Ryan disappeared this time, those nobles had already guessed that someone was waiting for him. This was not surprising. If there was no one to meet him, it was impossible for the forces under Ryan to escape from the joint pursuit of the Carsai family and the Sheila family. However, under the circumstances of someone meeting him, the Carsai family could still kill Grand Duke Ryan, which was surprising. Compared to the nobles, the king of the Rossan Empire, Louis Rossan, was even more shocked. He wasn't shocked that Ryan had been killed. From the moment he had given up on Ryan, whether Ryan lived or died had nothing to do with him. In fact, he was the one who wanted Ryan dead the most. Louis knew very well that from the moment he had given up on Ryan, he had become enemies with Ryan. If Ryan did not die, he would do everything he could to get revenge. By then, Ryan would become a venomous snake hiding in the dark, while Louis would be an elephant walking in the sun. The entire Rossan Empire was his. It would be too easy for Leon to seek revenge and cause trouble for him. Even if he could not shake the foundation of the Rossan Empire, it would be quite an annoying thing. Now that Cleon was dead, he was naturally happy. However, he couldn't be happy when the Carsai family took out such a thing. Not only that, but he also felt a chill on his back because this thing was really terrifying. In recent years, the Church of Light had developed very quickly and ordinary people liked them very much. This was because the white magicians of the Church of Light often treated them and were gentle to people. Ordinary people naturally liked such people. However, to the rulers, the Church of Light was the most terrifying thing. They could use religion to control ordinary people. One could imagine what would happen if the people of a country were brainwashed by the Church of Light and then incited the ordinary people to rebel. Even the powerful empire could not withstand the internal division. Therefore, although the Rossan Empire had not completely fallen out with the Church of Light, they had always been paying close attention to the Church of Light. All the members of the Church of Light who had come to the Rossan Empire had been controlled, and those secret agents of the Church of Light that they knew had been killed by them. Louis had always thought that he had done a good job and had successfully defended against the Church of Light. However, when the Carsai family handed him the list, Louis was shocked. Louis had never suspected that the list was fake. He knew very well that the people who hated the Church of Light the most on the continent were not the rulers, but the Carsai family. The Carsai family was a family of black mages. The family produced black mages, and the Church of Light specialized in killing black mages on the continent. If the Church of Light really became powerful, then the first unlucky ones would be the Carsai family. Louis also didn't think that the Carsai family might take this opportunity to snatch their territory, because there were no well-known nobles on the list. At most, there were some small forces. Even if they were all killed, the Carsai family wouldn't get any benefits, so Louis believed that the list was real. The more Louis believed that the list was real, the more shocked he was. Louis knew the Church of Light very well, and he was well aware of how powerful the Church of Light was at brainwashing people. Although there were only about 10,000 people on the list, it was hard to tell how many faithful followers of the Church of Light had been distributed to these 10,000 people. After seeing this list, Louis immediately gave the order for his men of sacrifice to go all out and monitor all these people, but not to make a move now. Louis knew very well that these people had been hiding in the Rossan Empire for a long time, and he had no idea how many believers they had. He wanted to find those believers, and even if he didn't kill them all, he had to control them and stop them from preaching. At the same time, the spies of the Church of Light realized that they might have been exposed, and they were about to leave the Rossan Empire. Fortunately, Louis had reacted quickly and blocked them all. This way, he could not carry out his plan of tracking them down. Louis had no choice but to change his plans and immediately arrest them all, pinning a crime on them. Then he would conduct a thorough investigation of those who had come into contact with them to see if they were believers of the Church of Light. The investigation did not matter much, but in the end, they found out that through these secret chambers, the Church of Light had already gained hundreds of thousands of believers in the Rossan Empire. Some of them had just joined, while others had already been hardcore believers of the Church of Light for many years. These people had even conspired to rescue those who had been captured. In the end, they were discovered and all captured. Louis's actions had also alerted the other nobles. The Church of Light was very polite to them, but they were afraid of being taken over by the Church of Light, so they were very responsive to the Church of Light. Thus, the entire Rossen Empire began to investigate the secret dealings of the Church of Light, and all the nobles began to investigate the people under their rule to see if there were any believers of the Church of Light. This investigation was good. They had really found out that there were more or less believers of the Church of Light in their territory. The only family territory without any believers of the Church of Light was the Carsai family territory. The Church of Light was obviously very afraid of this black magician family and did not send people to their family territory. In the end, the nobles calculated that there were no less than 2 million believers in the Church of Light in the entire Rossen Empire. This number was beyond everyone's expectations. The entire Rossen Empire became nervous. The captured believers of the Church of Light were strictly investigated again. Those loyal to the iron plants were found and killed directly. Those who had just joined were spared. Those who were light were also punished before these people were released. Of course, this time, when they investigated the believers of the Church of Light, they did not use the excuse of investigating believers. Instead, they found an excuse, such as investigating spies and so on. After this incident, the nobles of the Rossen Empire were even more afraid of the Church of Light. They had never offended the Church of Light before. They did not expect that the Church of Light would come to their territory and preach without telling them. This made the nobles very angry. For a while, the Rossen Empire began to resist the Church of Light. Of course, this was done in secret. This time, the Carsai family seemed to be particularly important, because when those people saw that only the Carsai family had no people from the Church of Light, they all came to the Carsai family to ask for advice. These people were not afraid that the Carsai family would not help, because they all knew that the Carsai family was the vanguard of the anti-Church of Light on the continent. It would be right to ask the Carsai family about this matter. The Carsai family was also happy to see this situation. With so many nobles opposing the Church of Light, the Church of Light would not be able to survive in the Rossen Empire. This was really important to them. However, they really didn't have a good way to help the nobles deal with the Church of Light. Ming Ping's family territory attached great importance to the Church of Light, so they were particularly attentive. In addition, the black mages were also very familiar with the light mages, so they would regularly let the black mages in the family walk around the territory to sense if there were any light mages. This way, they could ensure that there were no light mages in their territory. However, this method was not suitable for those nobles. Those nobles did not have that many black mages in their families. This put the Carsai family in a difficult position for a while. When Smith received the letter from his family, he didn't have any good ideas either. In the end, he called Xiao Hai over for a discussion. He felt that Xiao Hai had a lot of ideas and tricks up his sleeve. He should be able to come up with a good idea. When Xiao Hai heard Smith's words, he smiled and said, "Quat, this is an opportunity. We can make the people on the continent completely change their opinion of black mages. In fact, it is not too difficult to prevent the Church of Light from having the opportunity to preach. The first thing we have to do is to publicize. Quat." Smith looked at Xiao Hai in confusion. Of course, he wouldn't understand the publicity war on Earth. Xiao Hai smiled when he saw Smith's expression. Quat, publicity is very important. The reason why the Church of Light is so popular is that they look bright on the outside, usually wear white clothes, always have a gentle smile on their faces, are polite to people, and can cure people's illnesses. This is actually a kind of publicity method. What we need to do is also publicity. We can let the nobles in their territories tell the residents of the bad things that the Church of Light has done, and what bad things they have done in those years and months. This kind of publicity must be done more often, so that the ordinary people will subconsciously have a rebellious mentality against the Church of Light. This way, they will naturally not believe in the Church of Light anymore. Smith's eyes brightened. The Church of Light had done a lot of bad things in order to develop over the years. They were not that clean. They had a large number of dramas like what Xiao Hai had mentioned. They could be used as a bad example. Xiao Hai continued, and then there are the schools. Now, almost all the schools in the Rossen Empire are controlled by the nobles in order to gather talents. Why don't we organize classes in the schools to talk about the bad things about the Church of Light? Children were insensible. Most of the things they learned were in school. Sometimes the words of the school teachers were more effective than what their parents said. As long as the school held lessons, children would believe that the Church of Light was not a good thing from an early age. When they grew up, would they still believe in the Church of Light? Moreover, these children may also affect their parents. Slowly, everyone will regard the Church of Light as bad guys, and naturally no one will believe in them. Smith's eyes brightened even more. He kept nodding. Xiao Hai's idea was not bad. It sounded very feasible, and he could give it a try. Xiao Hai continued, We can also use this opportunity to raise the status of black mages in the hearts of the people on the continent. Brother Smith, you also know that there are many spells in black magic that can cure illnesses. Moreover, the understanding of the human body of a black mage is far superior to that of a light mage. Therefore, black mages can cure some very strange diseases most of the time. It can be said that in terms of treatment, black mages are no worse than light mages. It's just that the impression that black mages give people is very strange and difficult to get along with. That way, ordinary people don't understand black mages. In addition to the low destruction of the Church of Light, they naturally don't have any good impression of black mages. Smith nodded. Xiao Hai was right. He was a black magician and naturally knew why black magicians had reached their current state. Xiao Hai continued, the ordinary people on the continent do not have a high income. When they are sick, unless they meet a kind light magician, they can only find pharmacists to buy medicine. The medicine is very expensive. The Church of Light often helps people for free, which is why they are slowly regarded as good people. Why can't we do the same? We can also contact some black mages, and then regularly treat some poor people who can't afford to see a doctor, but help some ordinary small things. This will slowly reverse the image of black mages in the people's hearts of the continent. In the future, it will not be so easy for the Church of Light to want to destroy black mages. Xiao Hai felt that these methods were very common. On Earth, there was an explosion of information. People's belief in religion was very rational. Even so, religion still had a soil to survive. From this, one could see the power of religion. These methods of propaganda were even more overused on Earth. However, you had to admit it, which was very useful. However, these methods were very new to the Arc continent. The Arc continent was not as advanced as the mainland. They did not even have a newspaper. Pollen had said that a newspaper was equivalent to 100,000 soldiers. One could imagine how much of a blow it would be to the Church of Light if Xiao Hai brought out the propaganda war. The Church of Light would probably be regarded as a cult in the Black Mage Alliance. Smith stood up and slowly stomped his feet in the room. He knew very well that if Xiao Hai succeeded, the Church of Light would have no place in the Rossan Empire, and the status of black mages in the Rossan Empire would rise greatly. The rise of the status of the black mages was very important for the development of the black mages profession. The reason why the black mages had a feeling that there was no one to succeed them was because the status of the black mages on the mainland had declined. People regarded the black mages as evil people, so naturally no one wanted to learn black magic. However, it was a bit difficult to implement this. The nobles might not let them do it, but they could try. If it was successful, it would definitely be a great blessing for the black mage profession. It's a bit difficult to do, Xiao Hai said with a smile. I can only give you some ideas, but there's one thing I hope Brother Smith can do. Smith looked at Xiao Hai in confusion. Brother, what's the matter? Xiao Hai nodded. I hope you can persuade the Alliance. If our previous propaganda plan is successful, we must set up a law enforcement group to punish the evil black mages. Only then can the image of the black mages on the continent be completely changed. Smith was stunned for a moment and then went into deep thought. He had never thought that a black mage would become a law enforcement team. There were many evil black mages. In order to provide power, many black mages would kill ordinary people and turn them into undead creatures. This was common among black mages. However, if a law enforcement team was formed according to Xiao Hai's words, these black mages would be punished if they were not allowed to do so. The power of the black mages would be greatly reduced. It could be said that setting up a law enforcement group would not benefit the black mages at all. Xiao Hai looked at Smith and knew what he was like. Xiao Hai had been on the Arc continent for a long time. He now knew what the black magicians were like and why the people on the continent hated them so much. It could be said that the black mages became what they were today, half because of the Church of Light, and the other half because of the black mages themselves. Black mages' magic attacks weren't inferior to any other type of magic, and the speed of their cultivation wasn't slow either. But now, the black mages on the continent had embarked on the demonic path. In order to improve their combat power as soon as possible, they would kill ordinary people and turn them into undead creatures. This way, their combat power would improve in a short time. On the contrary, black mages didn't learn much of the black magic used for attack. In Xiao Hai's eyes, this was a path of no return. Black magicians could indeed obtain great power in a short period of time by doing this. Their combat power would become very strong, but their foundation would be unstable. It would be difficult for them to reach a higher realm in their lifetime. A mage's essence was magic. Only when their magic power reached a high level would their battle abilities become stronger, and they would be able to reach higher levels. However, the current black mages only paid attention to the summoning of some undead creatures and put the attention to the mages at the back. This was wrong. Not only would they not be able to reach a higher level, but they would also kill many innocent people. Naturally, the ordinary people would not have a good impression of black mages. Therefore, it was necessary to set up a law enforcement team. Xiao Hai looked at Smith and said in a deep voice, "Quat brother Smith, if our plan really succeeds, then the law enforcement team must be established. Otherwise, if we do things here to change people's opinion of black mages, while other black mages kill ordinary people, it will make the ordinary people hate black magic even more. This is not good for us at all. Quat." Smith took a deep breath. "Quat, okay, I promise you. If our plan really succeeds, we'll definitely set up a law enforcement group. However, I have a condition. You must join the law enforcement group. Quat." Xiao Hai was stunned. He didn't expect Smith to turn the tables on him. He smiled. "Quat, all right, but you have to know that our plan can't be completed in a short time. We'll have to wait for a while before we can set up a law enforcement group. Quat." Smith nodded. "Quat, I'll tell my family what you've said right now. It's hard to say if they'll use it or not." Quat, speaking of this, Smith couldn't help but sigh. After all, he was only the castellan of Tianshui City, the heir of the Carsai family, not the patriarch of the Carsai family. Although he felt that what Xiao Hai said was very good, it was hard to say whether the family would agree and do as Xiao Hai said. Xiao Hai smiled. "Quat, I'm just giving them an idea. It's up to them whether they want to use it or not. Anyway, it's good for us to use it. There's no harm in not using it. All right, I'm going back. By the way, is my ship done?" Smith nodded. "Quat, it's been modified. You can have the ship set off tomorrow. How long will it take for the Hindra to be delivered? It won't take more than a few days. I'll be fine as long as you give me the boat," Xiao Hai replied with a smile. After saying that, Smith stood up and left. He walked Xiao Hai to the door. After sending Xiao Hai off, Smith immediately wrote down everything Xiao Hai said and sent it to his family. He was afraid that if he wrote slowly, he would miss one or two places which would not be perfect. When the people of the Carsai family received Smith's letter and read the contents of the letter, they were all stunned. Even they, who were well informed, had never heard of such means. However, when these means were in front of them, even if they had not used it, they could already feel that these means must be very useful. Then, the people from the Carsai family began to talk to the nobles about how to prevent the people of the Church of Light from entering their territory. Of course, they also knew that this plan had to be carried out step by step. If they were to send black mages to the territories of the nobles to treat the ordinary people, the nobles would definitely think that they were plotting something. Even if they didn't think that they were plotting something, they would think that they were idiots. Therefore, what they had to do now was to publicize the negative things of the Church of Light and show them to ordinary people as much as possible. They had to hold anti-church classes in schools so that they would not have to worry about the Church of Light infiltrating their territory. The nobles were in full agreement with the Carsai family's statement. The nobles were not stupid. Of course, they could see that these methods were very useful to them. Within their territory, the Carsai family immediately carried out the propaganda method that Xiao Hai had mentioned. Moreover, because they were a family of black mages could often be seen in their family's territory. Therefore, the people in their family's territory were not that disgusted with black mages. Therefore, the Carsai family was prepared to carry out the method that Xiao Hai had mentioned, which was to let black mages treat ordinary people. Most importantly, they even drew inferences from one instance. They changed Xiao Hai's idea of letting the black mages treat ordinary people occasionally into that the black mages would come out on a fixed date to treat their patients voluntarily. In the school, not only did they teach classes against the Church of Light, but they also began lessons on the history of the black mages. When Xiao Hai heard the news, he could only smile wryly. He felt that he had underestimated the people of the Arc continent. They were not stupid at all. As long as he started the conversation, they would immediately think of their own future. However, this didn't affect Xiao Hai at all. He was currently on Sea God with Laura and the others. Sea God had already changed its appearance. The Sea God's logo had been removed and the name of the ship had changed to Paradise. This name was changed by Lao La. Xiao Hai didn't object to it. He had made the most money ever. He had earned tens of millions of gold coins and many good things. Most importantly, he had obtained 2 ships. Previously, Peach Origin had been carrying some supplies, which naturally became his spoils of war. Xiao Hai took a look. The supplies were mainly for the orcs' daily use. There were not many good things, but Xiao Hai did not care too much about them. He planned to take these things to the orc grassland next year and sell them. Now he needed to use the 2 ships. The ship was now filled with undead creatures. They didn't need to sleep, so the originally crowded cabin was modified by Xiao Hai. He changed it into a warehouse, a few bedrooms, and a living room according to his own ideas. Now his ship was practically the most luxurious ship on the entire arc this time. Xiao Hai brought Laura and the others with him. Apart from bringing back some hunchback anchovy, there was another important thing. They wanted to go deep into the sea and bring the seawater into the realm to see if they could upgrade it again. There was a chair on the deck. Xiao Hai and the others were drinking coke and looking at the sea. Paradise was a 5-masted ship, so it was very stable on the sea. In addition, they were not in a hurry to leave, so their journey was smooth. They were going to explore the deep sea and find a small island without any signs of human habitation. They would build a base there and leave some undead creatures on the island to watch over it. This way they would have a base on the sea, which would be very convenient for their future operations. To other forces, it wasn't easy to build a base on an island. You had to consider whether there would be frequent storms, the resources there, and whether there was fresh water. But to Xiao Hai, all these weren't problems. The people he placed on the island were undead creatures. They needed to eat and not drink, so it didn't matter even if the conditions on the island were poor. Even if they wanted to rest on the island, there was nothing to worry about. With the space, they didn't have to worry about food and drink even if they were to float on the sea all year round. However, Xiao Hai felt that the distance between the island and the Arc continent would be a problem. They had to choose an island that was not easily discovered by others. It had to be far away from the continent, and it would be best if there were no powerful magical beasts on the island. Otherwise, the magical beasts would easily attack the undead creatures on the island. To be honest, it was really a pleasure to sit on this kind of ocean ship and look at the boundless sea. Laura and the other girls had never had such an experience before, so they were very curious. Meljin had wanted to follow them out this time, but Smith did not agree in the end. Meljin had been angry with him for a few days because of that. Xiao Hai did not want to bring Meljin out either. His biggest secret was his interspace. If he brought Meljin out, and if something really happened, they could only hide in the interspace. Then should he bring Meljin or not? If he brought along Meljin, she would discover the secret of the space. If he did not bring Meljin along, he was afraid that something would happen to her. Hence, Meljin did not follow him, which was what Xiao Hai wanted. NBSP. Laura put down the cup and sighed. Quad, it's not bad. The sea is beautiful, but it's scary when there's a storm. Fortunately, we have space. Otherwise, it would have been really dangerous 2 days ago. Quad. They had been out at sea for 7 days. Just 2 days ago, they encountered a huge storm. Even a 5-masted ironclad ship like Paradise couldn't withstand it. The power of nature was too strong. However, Xiao Hai had a realm. When he saw the storm, he immediately put Paradise back into the realm and they entered the realm themselves. Then they watched the storm outside through the screen. When the storm stopped, they released Peach Garden and sailed on the sea again. Although they didn't experience the storm on the ship, they still felt the power of nature when they saw the huge waves on the screen. Laura believed that if Peach Garden was still on the sea at that time, it would have been torn to pieces by the storm. Xiao Hai smiled. Quote, the sea is like a god whose emotions are unpredictable. When it's gentle, you can swim in its arms to your heart's content. But when it's angry, it can tear you to pieces. This is the charm of the sea. Quote. Laura and the others all nodded. They had to admit that even when the storm occurred a few days ago, they really felt that the storm could tear them apart. However, the sea at that time had another kind of beauty, the brutal beauty. Laura looked at Xiao Hai and asked, Big Brother Hai, when are we going to bring the seawater into the space? I wanted to see if I could create another pool in the space. Xiao Hai smiled. Quat, there's no hurry. I want to try it out in the deep sea. There are many species in the deep sea, and the realm can level up a few more times. Quat. Lola did not object. The most important thing now was to level up the farm. Only then could Xiao Hai's poison be cured as soon as possible. At this time, Meg turned to Xiao Hai and said, Brother Hai, what do you think is the situation in Tianshui City? I see that the nobles of the Rasen Empire are quite ruthless this time. Do you think they can do what you've said? Xiao Hai shook his head and said, It's hard to say. If they can really do it, then it will be impossible for the Church of Light to enter the Rasen Empire in the future. However, I think the nobles and the royal family of the Rasen Empire will cooperate with them fully because the Church of Light is a great threat to their rule. The Carsai family will definitely do what I said because it will benefit them greatly. Quat. Lola nodded and said, Quat, now that the black mages are weak on the continent, the most anxious one must be the Carsai family. The Carsai family started with the black mages. Among the black mages on the continent, their status is very high. They have the role of the leader of the black mages. The black mages are strong, so the Carsai family's status is naturally high. The black mage's weak status will naturally be reduced, so they will definitely do as Brother Hai says because in this way, it can change people's impression of black mages and is very important for the development of black mages. Then she turned to Xiao Hai and said, Quad, I really didn't expect Brother Hai to come up with such a plan. In fact, this is also a way of brainwashing. This should be the best way to deal with the Church of Light. This is simply shaking the foundation of the Church of Light. Quad. Xiao Hai smiled. Quad, a propaganda war is a war without any weapons. Sometimes this kind of war is harder to defend against than open weapons. It is also more useful. Lola nodded and continued then in the future, will our school also have a class like this? It's fine now that there are fewer people there, but when there are more people in the future, we must have such classes. Xiao Hai smiled and said, this kind of class is necessary, but we have to change the content of our education. We can't just talk bad about the Church of Light. We have to educate them about loyalty. We have to let them understand who gave them the life they have today and who they should be loyal to. If those people have been on our side since they were young and always think that they should be loyal to us, then we will not be afraid of any enemy we face in the future. Quat. Laura's eyes lit up. In fact, this method was used by some of the major aristocrats. However, they only used it on the slaves. On the other hand, the method that Xiao Hai mentioned was also used on the slaves. However, Laura knew that if Xiao Hai wanted to turn the slaves back to civilians, it would mean that he was using this method on the civilians. This was something that Laura couldn't understand. Laura didn't understand, but Xiao Hai did. This method was very useful. What any force needed the most was cohesion. As long as this cohesion reached a certain level, the force would be almost invincible. Xiao Hai's territory had few people and was easy to manage. However, when spring came, he would have 100,000 slaves. Once there were more people, management problems would arise. It was impossible for the slaves to unite. Therefore, Xiao Hai prepared to restore the status of civilians to these slaves bit by bit. He showed them kindness and started schools to carry out some enslaving education. He brainwashed them and finally cooperated with the law. In this way, the slaves would gradually become civilians, both in status and awareness. In this way, they could gradually cultivate the cohesiveness of those slaves. Of course, the best way to cultivate cohesion was to let this group of people have a sense of collective honor and make them proud of being part of this group. Only in this way could they cultivate the greatest cohesion. However, this kind of collective sense of honor was not so easy to cultivate, not to mention the slaves. They did not even have dignity in the past, let alone honor. Therefore, the only method Xiao Hai could use now was to enslave them. Of course, he would not completely enslave them. He just wanted them to know who gave them the power they had today. If they left his territory, they would only be slaves. They were only human in the Black Earth territory. Of course, this was just Xiao Hai's idea. He could only put it into practice when he had people. However, he was not worried about the slaves rebelling. With the power he had now, not to mention 100,000 slaves, even 1 million slaves would not be his match. As Xiao Hai was thinking about these things, he naturally didn't notice the eyes of Laura and the others. They were all looking at Xiao Hai with a trace of admiration. They had never heard of what Xiao Hai had done. However, he always did things in an orderly manner. He didn't panic at all, which made them feel very safe. After a long while, Xiao Hai came back to his senses. He looked at Laura and the others and said with a smile, "This time, we have to find a better island and use it as our base. The environment of the island is secondary. The most important thing is that it must be safe." Unfortunately, the sea map Brother Smith gave us was only a coastal sea map. It's not very useful. Laura smiled and said, "It's not just Brother Smith and the others who don't have a map of the far sea. Everyone on the continent doesn't have a map of the far sea. The coastal waters can be said to be the territory of the human race, but the far sea is the territory of the sea race. The sea race is very mysterious, and very few people can see them, but they do exist. They are made up of a large number of underwater magic beasts and sea race people, and their combat power in the sea is extremely strong. Once the human race goes to the far sea, it is equivalent to invading the territory of the sea race. They'll spare no effort in killing that person. Even a combatant of the 9th rank won't be able to escape." Xiao Hai was stunned. He looked at Laura and said, "I see. No wonder Brother Smith didn't want us to go far." "Oh, right. Why did you agree to let us go so far?" Lola smiled. "Quat with the space, what danger can we be in? Even if we're in the territory of the sea race, we can just run. What can they do to us?" Xiao Hai was stunned for a moment before he laughed out loud. "No wonder you didn't remind me, so it was because of this. That's right, even if we can't beat them, we can still run. What are you afraid of? Ha ha ha, but it's better if we don't go to the territory of the sea race." "No matter what, I don't want to be enemies with the sea race." Lola nodded and said, "We really can't be enemies with the sea tribe at sea. I don't know what they did, but almost all the magical beasts in the sea are their spies. If we really offend them, then our ships can forget about going into the sea. Even if we are near the sea, they can make our ships sink to the bottom of the sea. So we should just find an island near the sea." Quat. Xiao Hai frowned. "Quat, it's good to find an island near the sea, but it's easy to be discovered. It won't be good for us to build a base." Quat. Lola shook her head and said, "Quat, don't worry about that. There are many islands near the sea. Even if people who sail at sea choose an island as a supply point, they will choose one with a good location. There is fresh water on it to replenish their supplies. There are no powerful magic islands. We don't have to choose an island like that. Anything will do as long as the terrain is a little dangerous. By the way, Brother Hai, the original captain of this ship, is a man who travels at sea all year round. He should know about such places. Why don't you just ask him?" They were now on Peach Source, the original sea god. The people on Sea God had all become undead creatures. However, for the convenience of sailing, Xiao Hai had turned them into high-level undead creatures. He was afraid that if they were turned into ordinary undead creatures, they wouldn't be able to pilot the ship. That would be troublesome. That was why Laura asked Xiao Hai to ask the ship. The captain remembered everything about him when he was alive and should be able to help. Xiao Hai nodded and immediately called the ship over. The ship looked very ordinary and wasn't very tall. Perhaps it was because it had been walking on the sea all year round, so its skin was very rough. Although it had become an undead creature, its skin didn't change much. This person was called Jin, and when Jin saw Xiao Hai, he immediately said, "Greetings, young master." Xiao Hai nodded and said, "Jinin, I want to find an island on the sea to be our base. The island doesn't need a good environment, but it must be safe. It's best if the terrain is a little dangerous. Ordinary ships can't get close to it. Do you know a place like this?" Jinin immediately said, "Quite yes, there are many places like this that young master mentioned at sea. The most famous one is Ape Head Island. The shape of the island is like the head of a giant ape. It is very terrifying. There are huge rocks and submerged reefs outside the island, and ships can't get close to them at all. However, there is a sea route on the island. Some people went there by boat. At that time, they brought a water magician with them. However, after entering, they found that there was a very powerful magic beast on the island. These magic beasts were very powerful. They are at least 6th to 7th tier, and their leader is 8th tier, but they retreated in the end. However, when they were far away, they were attacked by a large number of sea magic beasts, and the ship almost sank. Although the environment of the island is not bad, with forests everywhere and fresh water, the magic beasts there are very powerful. In addition, if there is no water mage on the sea route, it is impossible to enter, so no one has been to the island for so many years. Xiao Hai nodded. He wasn't afraid of the demonic beasts on the island. After hearing Jin's words, the island was really a good place. There was only one sea route that led to the island. As long as he sealed the sea route, the island would be his. This island would meet his conditions. "We're going to Ape Head Island. Do you know the way?" Xiao Hai turned to Jinin. Jinin nodded and said, "Quite yes, young master, don't worry. However, young master, the magical beasts on the island are extremely difficult to deal with. I heard that they are ape-shaped magical beasts. They are tall and have extremely strong defenses. They are extremely strong and move very quickly. Because they live on the island all year round and can swim, they are extremely difficult to deal with. Although they are only 6th or 7th grade, their combat power is not inferior to that of an 8th grade powerhouse. As for their leader, although he is an 8th grade magical beast, his combat power is not inferior to that of a 9th grade powerhouse. I just can't fly. Young master, why don't we change to another island?" Xiao Hai smiled. "Quite no need. Let's go to this Ape Head Island. It's better to have so many demonic beasts on the island. I need demonic beasts right now." "How many days will it take to get to Ape Head Island from here?" Jinin said, "In about 5 days. Ape Head Island is close to the deep sea. In about a day, we will reach the territory of the sea race. So few ships will go there. Quat." Xiao Hai nodded. "Quat, that's even better. That's just what we want. Let's go." Quat Jinin responded and turned to adjust the course. Laura turned to Xiao Hai and asked, "Big brother Hai, why did you choose that place? That place is too close to the sea race. If the sea race attacks, we will be the first to be attacked." Xiao Hai smiled. "Quat, it's nothing. Ape Head Island is just a foothold. It's close to the deep sea, so some deep sea creatures may come there. It's very beneficial for the realm's upgrade. In addition, few people go there, and the terrain is dangerous. As long as we guard the only sea route, that place is our territory. Don't worry about the sea race. After we collect some sea magic beasts, we can try to contact the sea race. Also, didn't you say it? We can run if we can't win." Lola laughed and said, "That's good. If we can't win, we can just run. But brother Hai, from what I see, you seem to have your eyes on the magical beasts on the island, right?" Xiao Hai smiled and said, "You know me best. I really have my eyes on the magical beasts on the island. Although there are many magical beasts in our space, their combat power is not very strong. The magical beast that Jinin mentioned is very strong. It is suitable for us, Quat." Lola nodded and said, "That's good. With these monsters, I hope the realm can level up as soon as possible. As long as the poison in your body is cured, everything will be fine, Quat." Xiao Hai nodded. "Quat, that's right. As long as the poison in my body is cured, my last worry will be gone. Now that the two of you are here, I don't want to die so early, Quat." Laura and Meg both blushed, but they were happy in their hearts. They knew that Xiao Hai was speaking the truth, and that was why they were happy. Xiao Hai looked at the two of them and smiled. "The heavens are really looking after me, sending the two of you to my side. Hee, it seems that I must have done a lot of good things in the heavens. That's why the heavens treat me like this." Meg chuckled and said, "Quat, forget it, young master. You're still doing good deeds. Back when you were in the capital, every time you went out, the people on the streets would run away when they saw you. You can still do good deeds, Quat." Laura also laughed. She had heard about the things that Adam had done in the Arcas Empire's capital. Now that she heard Meg making fun of Xiao Hai, she naturally felt that it was fun. The three of them laughed and joked around. When it was time to eat, they naturally had to eat fish. Although Xiao Hai had everything in his space, it would be weird if he didn't eat fish out at sea. So Xiao Hai released a few swordfish and caught some for them to eat. This way, not only would he be able to eat fish, but he would also be able to add a few more magical beasts to the space. At first, Xiao Hai didn't know that swordfish could go to the sea. After asking Jinin, he found out that swordfish were magic beasts in the sea. They only went to the sea every year when they gave birth. They usually lived in the sea. As such, Xiao Hai was naturally at ease to let the swordfish out. Although Xiao Hai had added more sea monsters to his interspace, they were all low-level fish. Therefore, his farm had not been upgraded yet. Xiao Hai also realized that his farm was at a much higher level than before. After level 10, it would be as difficult to level up his farm as it was after level 20. Xiao Hai had been trying to collect some seawater into his space, but it didn't work. Obviously, collecting seawater alone wasn't enough. It was better to collect seawater with a large number of living creatures. Xiao Hai felt that it was worth it to keep this undead creature. With Jinin around, he didn't have to worry about anything when he traveled on the sea. Although the swordfish was a warship, Paradise was the most practical. Paradise was not only an armored ship, but it also had magic cannons and a bed. Most importantly, it was a merchant ship that was used at sea all year round. Although the swordfish was a warship, its main purpose was to defend the coastline of the Rosen Empire. It would not sail far out into the sea. Therefore, when it came to sailing experience, Paradise was not as experienced as the boatmen on the Peach. Just 3 days after Xiao Hai and the others changed their route, they could hardly see any ships. Just as Jinin had said, very few ships would come here. This place was close to the outside world. Under normal circumstances, ships would not be able to come here. Only some ships that were transporting prohibited items would appear here, but only some pirate ships would. However, those pirate ships didn't dare to touch Paradise. Paradise was an armed merchant ship. To put it bluntly, even if they were part-time pirates, they wouldn't touch such an armored merchant ship because they were tough to deal with. Their current position was almost in the deep sea, and they might be attacked by the sea race. The General Navy would not come here, so this place had become a no-man's land. Naturally, it had become a pirate's paradise. The sea route that Jinin and the others were taking was one that even pirates rarely came. Pirates also needed to rest. They would usually choose islands near the outer seas with good environments, fresh water, and some weak magical beasts as their bases. Ape Head Island obviously didn't meet these conditions. In addition, there were often some high-level sea magic beasts in the sea near Ape Head Island, which often attacked passing ships, so few people would come to this sea area. Xiao Hai didn't care about that. If he encountered any magical beast, he would release the arrow turtle to attack. If the arrow turtle couldn't beat the magical beast, he would find a way to capture it and bring it into his space. Just as he was thinking about this, Paradise trembled violently. Xiao Hai was stunned. He immediately turned on the surveillance camera and saw a whale-like demonic beast attacking their ship from below. This magic beast was extremely large, about the size of the swordfish. Its body was covered in scales, and it had a mouth full of huge sharp teeth. One look and one could tell that it was a magic beast with extremely powerful attack power. Now that the fish-shaped demonic beast was attacking the peach source, Xiao Hai immediately called Jin and over. Jinin glanced at the fish-shaped demonic beast and said, "Quite young master, this is a blade scale whale. It's one of the most troublesome magic beasts in the sea. It's aquatic and it's around level 6. It's very powerful, and if it were to use its full strength, it could knock over a 3-masted ship like the swordfish. It also has water magic attacks. Most importantly, it's not afraid even if it's against an armored ship like us. It can raise its scales. Those scales are like saws, and they can easily tear through the armor on a ship. Those who destroy the deck of the ship are called iron-armored killers. Can the arrow turtle deal with him?" Xiao Hai nodded. Jin shook his head. "Quad, I don't know. We don't know much about the magical beasts in the water. We don't even know the weakness of the blade scale whale." Quat. Xiao Hai nodded and didn't say anything else. He released a large group of arrow turtles and ordered them to attack. Although the blade scale whale was strong and had scales on its body, it was too big for it to turn around. In comparison, the arrow turtle was much smaller, but its defense was not weak. Most importantly, the arrow turtle's attack was not weak either. This time, Xiao Hai released 200 arrow turtles. Once they were back in the water, they swarmed toward the blade scale whale like a swarm of bees, using the bone spikes on their shells to attack the blade scale whale. The blade scale whale was obviously afraid of the arrow turtles, so it didn't attack the peach immediately. Instead, it swam deeper into the sea. However, the arrow turtles didn't want to let it go, so they surrounded it and attacked it. Xiao Hai could tell that the arrow turtles seemed to know the knife scale whale's weakness. Their bone spikes were aimed at the joints of the whale's scales, and they were all accurate. Blood was pouring out of the sea, and the whale was screaming in pain, but it couldn't fight back. Xiao Hai looked at the scene in a daze. He never thought that the ordinary-looking arrow turtle could be so powerful. It was able to defeat the powerful blade scale whale. Laura and the others also looked at this scene in shock. After a while, under the attack of the arrow turtle, the blade scale whale had lost its ability to resist, and its body sank to the bottom of the sea. Seeing this, Xiao Hai immediately opened his space and put the arrow turtle, blade scale whale, and the water into his space. As soon as the seawater entered the medium, a system announcement came, discovered a heavily injured mutated whale-type magical beast, unable to determine its level. Host, please treat the magical beast as soon as possible. Xiao Hai immediately decided to have the realm treat the blade scale whale. He didn't expect to spend 200,000 gold coins just to treat the whale. Xiao Hai was heartbroken. Fortunately, he had gotten tens of millions of gold coins from robbing Duke Ryan a while ago. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to bear to part with it. Just as he healed the blade scale whale, a notification from the space was heard. Quat discovered mutated whale-type magic beast. It has strong attack power and is level 30. It cannot be reared in the space. The animal is digitized and can be purchased from the space store. Quat. One of the biggest changes in the system notifications was that all the animals had become magical beasts. Even the system notifications were now calling them magical beasts instead of animals. However, he couldn't keep blade scale whales in the boundless space yet. It might be because there wasn't a pool in the boundless space. Xiao Hai didn't understand why there wasn't a pool in the boundless space. He had already collected a lot of seawater. Xiao Hai didn't think too much about it now. Since he couldn't keep the blade scale whale in the dimension, there was no point in keeping it in the dimension. He let it out and let it be an underwater frigate for paradise. Thinking of this, Xiao Hai waved his hand and released the blade scale whale into the water again. However, this time the blade scale whale didn't attack the peach garden. Instead, it guarded the peach garden like a submarine. Xiao Hai finally let out a sigh of relief. He had Jin and continued to head in the direction of Ape Head Island. Although the blade scale whale had not defeated the arrow turtle, he had to admit that he was also a tyrant of the sea. It was just that the arrow turtle was his nemesis, so he had not won. The other magical beasts in the sea generally did not dare to provoke him. The blade scale whale was his guard, and they had not been attacked by other magical beasts. 2 days later, Xiao Hai and the others could already see Ape Head Island from afar. The island's appearance was really similar to a huge ape's head. The ape's mouth was wide open, and it was covered in green fur, making it look very lifelike. Xiao Hai had the blade scale whale and arrow turtle scout around the island to see which route would lead them to the island. Although they were still some distance away from Ape Head Island, they were very careful because there were already a large number of submerged reefs at the bottom of the sea and some strange rocks sticking out of the water. If they didn't choose a good route, their ship might hit the reefs and sink. After 2 days of reconnaissance, Xiao Hai and the others finally found the route to Ape Head Island. However, the information Jin En and the others had received was wrong. There was not one route to Ape Head Island, but 3. However, one route was relatively wide, while the other 2 were relatively narrow. The wider route allowed for a 5-masted ship like Paradise, while the narrower route allowed for a 3-masted ship like the Swordfish and the smaller ships. Moreover, these 3 sea routes were not straight. They were all winding. Now Xiao Hai knew why Jinan had previously said that only water mages could take this sea route, because in the sharp turns of the sea route, sometimes water mages were needed to help turn the bow of the ship. Otherwise, the ship would hit the reef. Xiao Hai did not care about this. After scouting the route, he immediately let Jinan drive the ship into the largest route. At the same time, he was carefully watching the surveillance cameras to see when he needed to use water magic. Xiao Hai had also asked the blade scale whale to follow them. If anything happened, he could also escort them. This way they would be safe. Although the sea route was not long, it took Xiao Hai and the others a full day to reach the shore of Ape Head Island. What Xiao Hai and the others did not expect was that there was a natural dock on the shore of Ape Head Island where ships could park. Moreover, the dock was not small. It was large enough to park 10 5-masted ships. After crossing the dock, there were no hidden reefs in the waters of Ape Head Island. The hidden reefs outside Ape Head Island were like a meteorite belt around the planet, protecting the island. However, once you passed through the meteorite belt, you could safely sail around the island. There were no hidden reefs there, which was very novel to Xiao Hai. After Paradise was docked, Xiao Hai and the others got off the ship and went to the dock. Xiao Hai looked at the dock carefully. Dock was indeed naturally formed without any traces of man-made excavation. However, it was precisely because of this that it was surprising. Such a natural dock was probably only found on Ape Head Island. There was a forest 100 meters behind the dock. There was a very tall tree in the forest. This tree was not only tall but also very thick. It looked like a breadfruit tree in the territory. There were watermelon-sized fruits hanging on the tree. The green leaves made it a fruitful scene. Laura fell in love with the scenery as soon as she saw it. She turned to Xiao Hai and said, "Big brother Hai, this place is so beautiful. I like it here. Let's build a base here. We'll also build a house here. I want to live here." Xiao Hai smiled. "Quite all right, we'll stay here. Let's go to the island and take a look. Didn't they say that there's an extremely powerful ape-shaped magical beast on the island?" Lola nodded. Xiao Hai led the way and walked into the island. When they reached the breadfruit-like tree, Xiao Hai used his wind blade to cut off a fruit and put it in his origin space. Along the way, he kept picking all the plants on the island and putting them in his origin space. He wanted to level up his origin space faster. As soon as these things entered the space, the system beeped. Although some of the plants were discovered, most of the plants were already in the space, so the space didn't log out. As a result, the space couldn't level up. However, this was within Xiao Hai's expectations. He wasn't too disappointed. He continued to collect as he walked. He wasn't the only one collecting. Everyone was. At this moment, Laura suddenly saw a small golden figure on the tree in front of her. She took a closer look and realized that it was a small monkey. The monkey was not tall, and it was probably less than a meter tall when it stood up. It had long golden fur and looked as cute as a golden monkey. Laura immediately fell in love with it. She quickly stopped Xiao Hai, who was collecting plants, and said, "Big brother Hai, look, that little monkey is so cute." The little monkey had also seen Laura and the others. It was looking at them curiously, but it didn't look afraid at all. Instead, it was clever and coquettish, which instantly killed Laura. Xiao Hai looked at the little monkey. For some reason, he had a feeling that the little monkey was not simple. However, he did not care because the little monkey did not seem to be hostile. However, it was because of that feeling that Xiao Hai didn't grab the little monkey. Instead, he flipped his hand and took out a fruit from the origin space, throwing it at the little monkey. Su Weiniang wanted to stop him, but it was too late. He quickly stood in front of Xiao Hai to protect him. At the same time, he turned to Xiao Hai and said, "Quite young master, be careful. If you throw things at him like this, he'll think that you're attacking him and might even fight back." Quat Xiao Hai was stunned. He had not expected this. However, the little monkey's reaction was exactly what Xiao Hai wanted. The little monkey seemed to sense no hostility from Xiao Hai. When it saw the fruit that Xiao Hai threw over, it grabbed it and took a bite. The fruits were a batch of apples that Xiao Hai had planted in his interspace. Furthermore, the taste was extremely good. Sure enough, after the little monkey took a bite of the apple, it immediately screamed twice in excitement and quickly finished the apple in its hand. Then it looked at Xiao Hai with a hopeful expression. It was unspeakably cute. Xiao Hai couldn't stand the little monkey's gaze. He immediately took out a few more apples and threw them to the little monkey. The little monkey caught one apple, placed the apple on the branch, and caught another. Xiao Hai had a new understanding of the little monkey's intelligence. Laura was even happier when she saw that the little monkey was so smart. She took the apples from Xiao Hai's hand and kept throwing them into the little monkey's hand. Soon, there were more than 20 apples around the little monkey. Xiao Hai immediately stopped and looked at the little monkey. He wanted to see what the little monkey would do next. When the little monkey saw that Xiao Hai and the others had stopped throwing apples at the tree, it barked twice and quickly ate the apple. Xiao Hai and the others looked at it and couldn't help but laugh. Such a small monkey, how much could it eat? Xiao Hai and the others didn't care. But what happened next left Xiao Hai and the others dumbfounded. More than 20 big apples went into the little monkey's stomach in the blink of an eye, but the little monkey was completely fine. It even squeaked at them from the tree, as if it wanted them to throw more fruits at it. Xiao Hai looked at the petite figure of the little monkey and thought about the height of the 20 apples piled together. He couldn't help but be stunned. Not only Xiao Hai, but even Laura was stunned. They had never thought that the little monkey could eat so much. After a long while, Laura finally regained her senses. She turned to look at Xiao Hai and said, "Big brother Hai, I'm not seeing things right. Did you really let him eat all those apples?" Xiao Hai nodded in a daze. "Quat, you didn't see wrong. He did eat it. But this is strange. Where did he eat it all? Isn't he a little too much of a glutton?" When the little monkey saw that Xiao Hai and the others did not respond and just stood there talking, it became anxious. It screamed and jumped on the tree. Xiao Hai had no choice but to take out a few more apples. This time, he did not throw them on the tree. Instead, he held them in his hand and said to the little monkey, "Do you want to eat? Come down and take it." The little monkey clearly understood what Xiao Hai meant, but it clearly did not want to leave the tree. However, it was also a little reluctant to leave the fruit. It scratched its ears and cheeks on the tree, looking very anxious. Xiao Hai laughed out loud, but he still wanted to see if he really dared to jump down and take the apple. Just as he was laughing, a golden figure suddenly pounced down from the tree. Before Xiao Hai could react, the figure had already grabbed the apple in his hand. Xiao Hai felt the weight in his hand disappear and the apple disappeared. The whole process took less than the blink of an eye. This time, everyone was stunned. Shunya's eyes flashed with a cold light. He was a death warrior and was known for his fast movements, but he discovered that his speed seemed to be even slower than this little monkey. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel a sense of fear. If the little monkey had come to attack Xiao Hai instead of taking the apple, Xiao Hai would have been in danger. Xiao Hai looked at his hand in a daze, then looked up at the little monkey who was gnawing on the apple. He muttered, "This guy is really good at stealing." However, the little monkey also caught Xiao Hai's interest. He immediately took out another apple and held it in his hand to lure the little monkey. Perhaps it was because it was the first time it had succeeded, but the little monkey was much bolder. After it finished the apple in 2 or 3 bites, it stared at the apple in Xiao Hai's hand without moving. It seemed that it was going to snatch it again. Laura and the others held their breath as they stared at the little monkey. At that moment, a golden light flashed. The apple in Xiao Hai's hand disappeared, and the little monkey returned to the tree. It was so fast that Xiao Hai and the others didn't even see what the little monkey did. The little monkey on the tree squeaked proudly and ate the apple. Then it squeaked at Xiao Hai. Apparently it still wanted the apple, and it seemed to like the game. Xiao Hai looked at him and couldn't help but smile. He took out another apple and held it in his hand. Like a little monkey, he ate the apple and continued to cry. Xiao Hai took out another apple and held it up with a cunning look in his eyes. As expected, the little monkey became more and more daring. As soon as Xiao Hai took out the apple, he jumped down to grab it. At that moment, a spatial crack suddenly appeared and trapped Xiao Hai and the little monkey inside. Then Xiao Hai and the little monkey disappeared. As soon as Xiao Hai and the little monkey entered the space, a notification came. Quat discovered a mutated monkey-shaped magical beast. Level 40, can be raised in the space. It eats 2 pills every hour and matures in 20 hours. It can give birth 10 times. Each time it gives birth, it will give birth to 5 cubs. The interval between cubs is 8 hours. The animal has been digitized and can be purchased from the space store. Quat the space farm has reached the level up requirement. The farm has been upgraded to level 16. Host, please work hard. Surprise, this was definitely a surprise for Xiao Hai. He didn't expect that the space would level up after he brought the little monkey into it. The level of the little monkey was much higher than the blade scale whale. It seemed that this monkey was not simple. The little monkey was not very suitable to come to such a strange place. However, the powerful ability of space allowed him to recognize Xiao Hai as his master in an instant. He squeaked and jumped on Xiao Hai's shoulder, and even handed the apple in his hand to Xiao Hai. Xiao Hai fell in love with the clever little guy. He never thought that the little guy would be so cute that he would even give him food. This was too unexpected. This little guy really understood people's feelings. Xiao Hai laughed and hugged the little guy. He took out a big apple and put it in the little guy's hand. The little fellow understood what Xiao Hai meant. It nestled in Xiao Hai's arms and meowed excitedly like a child. Then it picked up the apple and bit into it. At this moment, Xiao Hai called in Laura and the others. Seeing Xiao Hai holding the little monkey like a child, they all became very excited and surrounded him. Xiao Hai handed the little monkey to Laura with a smile. Laura hugged it excitedly. The little monkey might have discovered the relationship between Laura and Xiao Hai, so it didn't show any hostility. It just lay in Laura's arms and nibbled on the apple. At this time, Kai-Er flew over to the little monkey and looked at him curiously. The little monkey also looked at Kai-Er. Suddenly, Kai-Er stretched out her hand, and a small vine snatched an apple from the little monkey's hand. The little monkey was stunned for a moment, and then became furious. It jumped out of Laura's arms while squeaking and chased after Kai-Er. However, Kai-Er ran away with a smile. Now the inner space became lively. The monkeys cried out, Kai laughed, and Zhao Wen joined in the fun. The inner space suddenly became livelier, and Xiao Hai was not quite used to it. After a while, Xiao Hai stopped them and led them out of the space. Of course, there was a big apple in the little monkey's hand. Xiao Hai had given him a name, Xiao Jin. Once they were out of the origin space, Little Gold looked around and squeaked excitedly. Then it jumped onto Xiao Hai's body and caught him with one hand. The other hand, which was still holding the apple, stopped and pointed forward. Xiao Hai and the others didn't know what it was going to do. Seeing that they didn't move, Xiao Jin screamed even louder and pointed in front of them. Xiao Hai and the others could only follow his finger. Only then did Xiao Jin calm down and munched on the apple in Xiao Hai's arms. At that moment, they heard a loud ow in front of them. Xiao Hai and the others were stunned. Then they stopped and looked ahead. They remembered that Jinan had said that there was a very powerful magical beast on this island. Judging from the sound, it should have come from that magical beast. When they stopped, Little Gold was annoyed and started to scream again. Xiao Hai had no choice but to continue forward. The way Xiao Hai couldn't be bothered to collect more plants because whenever he stopped, Xiao Jin would scream. This made Xiao Hai feel very helpless. However, Xiao Hai could tell that Little Jin was going to take him somewhere, which was why he was in such a hurry. He was also interested to see what Little Jin was going to take him to. After walking for about 3 miles, they did not encounter any magical beasts. What made Xiao Hai feel strange was that they did not see any other paths along the way. The breadfruit tree seemed to be the only tree on the entire island. This was too strange. At that moment, a rustling sound came from the front. Xiao Hai and the others had to stop. At that moment, a few huge black shadows emerged from the forest. When the shadows came out, Xiao Hai could see clearly that they were huge apes. They crawled on all 4 limbs, just like ordinary monkeys. Their hind legs were shorter, and their forelimbs were slightly higher. This made them look like they were walking with their bodies bent. Even so, they were still 7 to 8 meters tall. If they stood up straight, they would be over 10 meters tall. Xiao Hai and the others stood still. They knew that they must have encountered the magical beast Jinan had mentioned. One look at the magical beast, and Xiao Hai knew that it must be very powerful. This magical beast was too similar to the giant ape in King Kong, which Xiao Hai had seen on Earth. They were exactly the same. Looking at the big bodies and the muscles on their bodies, Xiao Hai did not doubt their strength at all. The gorillas on Earth were far smaller than these gorillas, but they were famous for their strength. How strong were these guys? Seeing these big guys, Xiao Hai immediately became alert. He held Xiao Jin in one hand and took out the evil spirit staff in the other. Su Weining and Shunny stood beside Xiao Hai, while Laura and the others stood behind him. When the gorillas saw Xiao Hai, they were stunned for a moment. They looked at Xiao Hai in a daze and then screamed one after another. Some of the gorillas even stood up and hit their chests with their hands. This was a sign of anger. Xiao Hai and the others became nervous. At that moment, Xiao Hai felt the weight in his hand disappear. Then a golden light jumped onto the head of one of the gorillas. Xiao Hai was shocked because he knew that it was Xiao Jin who jumped. Sure enough, Xiao Jin was squatting on the shoulder of a gorilla. His entire body was not even as big as the gorilla's head. Xiao Hai was stunned. Then his expression changed and he said, "Xiao Jin, quickly come back." Little Gold ignored him. It reached out its paw and patted the gorilla's head. Xiao Hai looked at it and saw that it was the same gorilla that had hammered their chests. But what happened next shocked Xiao Hai. When Xiao Jin's claws landed on the gorilla's head, the gorilla looked like a child being taught a lesson by an adult. It lowered its head and looked like it was wronged. Xiao Hai and the others looked at all of this in a daze. They couldn't understand. Little Gold looked like a golden monkey, but those were obviously gorillas. Why was the gorilla so obedient when a golden monkey patted the gorilla's head? This is too fake, right? At this moment, Xiao Hai and the others also realized that it wasn't just the gorilla. All the gorillas they could see had quieted down and were lying on the ground, looking at Xiao Jin. Xiao Hai and the others stood there in a daze. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. They couldn't wrap their heads around it. At that moment, more gorillas came out of the forest. They were very strange. There were several types of gorillas. One was the one that Xiao Hai and the others saw. It looked like a King Kong. The other type had silver fur, but they were much shorter. They were only 5 or 6 meters tall. The gorillas behind them were silver-white, but they were even shorter, about 3 meters in height. They were about 4 meters tall, and the last kind had a mix of gold and silver fur. They were even shorter, about 2 meters tall. But the strange thing was that it seemed that the shorter the gorilla, the higher the status. When these gorillas saw Xiao Jin, they all put on a very docile look. It seemed that Xiao Jin's status was the highest among these gorillas. This shocked Xiao Hai and the others. They couldn't understand what was going on. Why did the gorillas become like this? Wasn't it true that only the strongest member of a magical beast clan like this would become the leader? What was going on? Little Gold jumped onto Xiao Hai's shoulder and pointed forward. The gorillas made way for them. Bu Jin stood on Xiao Hai's shoulder and looked around arrogantly. Xiao Hai and the others were stunned for a moment. Then they looked at each other. Although they didn't understand what was going on, they were sure that Xiao Jin wouldn't hurt them. The gorillas listened to Xiao Jin, so they naturally didn't need to hurt them. Thus, the few of them continued walking in the direction Xiao Jin pointed. As the terrain gradually became higher, it became harder and harder for Xiao Hai and the others to walk. At this moment, Xiao Jin called out a few times. A few gorillas walked over. Xiao Jin pulled on Xiao Hai's clothes and pointed at the gorillas. Xiao Hai didn't quite understand what Xiao Jin meant. Seeing that Xiao Hai didn't respond, Xiao Jin jumped onto the back of the gorilla. He pointed at Xiao Hai and barked at the gorilla. The gorilla seemed to have understood Xiao Jin's meaning. It reached out its claws and grabbed Xiao Hai. Xiao Hai didn't resist, knowing that the gorillas wouldn't hurt him. Sure enough, the gorilla grabbed Xiao Hai and placed him on its wide back. The gorilla's back was very wide, more than 2 meters wide and 4 meters long, which was 8 square meters. Xiao Hai would have no problem standing or sitting on it. Although these gorillas were crawling, their backs were very stable. They had hair on them, as if they were covered with a layer of blanket, which was very comfortable. At this time, the gorilla put Lola on his back again, but Shunny and Su Weining were placed on the back of another gorilla. Although there were 4 people on the back of a gorilla, it didn't feel crowded at all. The gorilla didn't seem to feel the people on its back and continued to walk forward steadily at a fast speed. This gave Xiao Hai a new understanding of the strength of these gorillas. They were currently climbing a mountain, and their combined weight was more than 300 pounds. Even a third-grade horse-shaped magical beast couldn't carry this weight up the mountain, but these gorillas didn't seem to feel anything at all. It was clear how strong they were. The terrain was getting higher and higher. Soon, Xiao Hai and the others reached the top of the mountain. To Xiao Hai's surprise, there was only one tree growing on the top of the mountain. It was a huge breadfruit tree. Xiao Hai couldn't see how tall the bread tree was, but it was really too thick. Xiao Hai felt that the diameter of the bread tree was at least 100 meters. Xiao Hai had only seen such a tree once. On Earth, he had seen such a huge tree in the movie Avatar. However, that tree wasn't as big as the one he saw, and it was of a different species. At the root of the tree, there was a huge hole. The hole was about 30 meters tall and 10 meters wide. The gorilla carried Xiao Hai and the others into the hole. Once they entered the tree hole, Xiao Hai was stunned. He did not expect to see such a scene inside. There were piles of hay in the tree hole, but it was obvious that the hay was not randomly placed. The first pile of hay was a gorilla's bedroom, and there was no strange smell in the tree hole. It was also very clean. The tree hole didn't look very big, only about 20 square meters, but there were small holes on both sides of it. Those small holes were also the bedrooms of the gorillas. There were also some small black gorillas and some female gorillas in the tree hole. This place was like an enlarged ant nest. However, it was not ants that lived here. Instead, it was a group of powerful gorillas. Xiao Hai did a rough calculation. There were nearly 1,000 gorillas in this tree hole alone. It was clear how powerful this group was. Xiao Hai looked up and realized that the tree hole was probably a few hundred meters high. The walls on both sides were filled with the gorillas' bedrooms. It was a spectacular sight. Seeing this, Laura couldn't help but sigh. What, my God, this place is so spectacular. Big Brother Hai, do you see it? This place is just like a small city. Of course, the truth wasn't as exaggerated as Laura had said. However, this place was indeed very spectacular. It could be said that this tree was the capital and residence of Little Gold's strange race's kingdom, and this island might be their territory. Xiaojin called out a few times, and a few gorillas immediately came over and took away the dry grass on the ground. The ground was very clean, and Xiao Hai could see the faint wood patterns on it. Xiaojin jumped down from Xiao Hai's back and squeaked a few times. The gorillas placed Xiao Hai and the others in the tree hole and then walked out. Only a few baby gorillas remained in the tree hole, crawling around. To be honest, these little gorillas didn't look as cute as Xiaojin, but their charmingly V look still made Laura and the others' eyes light up. Women were always immune to cute things. Xiaojin didn't care about the baby gorillas and allowed them to crawl around. Xiao Hai didn't understand what Xiaojin wanted to do. At that moment, more silver gorillas walked in with breadfruits in their hands. They placed them in front of Xiao Hai and the rest. There were also a few gorillas holding large shells. The shells were filled with some liquid. What Xiao Hai found strange was that the liquid was filled with the smell of alcohol. Little Jin called out a few more times and brought a breadfruit to Xiao Hai. Xiao Hai understood what Little Jin meant. Little Jin wanted to treat him to some breadfruit. Xiao Hai took the breadfruit, which was as big as a basketball, and found that the skin of the breadfruit was very hard. He knocked the fruit to the ground and opened the skin, revealing the white flesh inside. In BSB, what Xiao Hai found strange was that when the fruit came into contact with the air, it quickly expanded and even gave off a bread-like fragrance. Xiao Hai was stunned for a moment. He put the fruit in his mouth and took a bite. The fruit had become very soft and tasted like bread. This surprised Xiao Hai. Xiao Hai had heard of the bread ball on Earth. Breadfruit trees were a type of grain tree with a high yield. However, their fruits seemed to only taste good after being roasted. However, the fruit did not need to be roasted. Once it was opened, it would expand and become like bread. Such a huge fruit would probably last him a day. Laura and the others stared at Xiao Hai's actions in a daze. This was the first time they had heard of such a fruit. At that moment, Xiaojin barked a few times and pointed at the shell on the ground. Xiao Hai picked up the shells curiously and took a sip of the liquid. It was slightly sour, but what made Xiao Hai feel strange was that the wine had the taste of beer. It was too strange. Xiao Hai didn't know how to brew beer, and no one on the continent knew how to brew it. Originally, Xiao Hai thought that he would have to do a lot of experiments in the future before he could make beer. Who would have thought that a group of gorillas on this island would take out a liquid that looked like beer for him to drink? This really surprised Xiao Hai. Xiao Hai took another sip out of curiosity. It really did taste like beer. Although the taste wasn't very pure, it still tasted like beer. Xiao Hai couldn't help but take 2 more sips. Seeing Xiao Hai's reaction, Laura and the others became curious. They opened their breadfruit and took a bite. Then they drank the beer. They felt that it was really good. Xiao Hai put down the shell and turned around to look at Xiaojin. He couldn't help but laugh. Xiaojin, you're really my lucky star. Haha, this is great. This is great. Seeing that Xiao Hai liked it, Xiaojin also squeaked excitedly. However, Laura and the others were obviously only interested in the bread and not the beer. Xiao Hai and the others weren't hungry yet, so they were full after a bite of bread. Then Xiao Hai took out many apples and gave them to Xiaojin. Xiaojin shouted excitedly and gave the apples to the gorillas. However, it was clear that although Xiao Hai's apple was huge, it was not something that the gorillas could eat quickly. The gorillas opened their mouths and threw the apple into their mouths. After chewing a few times, the apple disappeared. Xiao Hai shook his head impatiently and threw another pile of apples to Xiaojin. This time he took out even more, probably around 5,000 kilograms. Xiaojin was even more excited, and he still gave the apples to the gorillas. The gorillas finished the 10,000-pound apple in no time. They looked at Xiao Hai with excitement, as if they hadn't had enough. Xiao Hai shook his head and smiled bitterly. He turned to Xiaojin and said, Xiaojin, eat later. I want to take a good look at this island. Xiaojin seemed to have understood Xiao Hai's words. It squeaked at the gorillas, and the gorillas slowly dispersed, leaving only a few behind. Xiao Hai and the others climbed onto the back of the gorillas. Little Gold pointed at the gorillas and led them around the island. They first came down from the mountain, but they were unlucky. Little Gold pointed at a few breadfruit trees and shouted. The gorillas climbed up to the breadfruit trees. At that moment, Xiao Hai smelled the beer from the trees again. He couldn't believe that it was the beer that was in the breadfruit trees. The gorillas brought Xiao Hai and the others up the tree. There was a hole in the tree, but it was blocked by wood. The gorilla carrying Xiao Hai opened the wood and found the beer inside. Seeing this, Xiao Hai nodded and continued walking. When they were halfway up the mountain, they saw a small pool. At the bottom of the pool was a small spring. Obviously, this was where the gorillas drank water. Xiao Hai and the others went to other places. The island wasn't very big, only about 10,000 mu at most. The most abundant plants on it were breadfruit trees. There were very few other plants. Just when Xiao Hai and the others thought that there was nothing to see here, Xiao Jin suddenly brought them to the base of a cave. The cave was blocked by a breadfruit tree. If it wasn't for Xiao Jin leading the way, it would have been difficult for them to find it. As soon as they entered the cave, they were stunned for a moment because this cave was not as humid and dry as he had imagined. It was also very large, as big as a football field, and about 20 meters high. There was a passage further in, which was about 6 meters wide and nearly 20 meters high, and it seemed to be getting higher. Out of curiosity, Xiao Hai let Xiao Jin lead the gorillas into the cave. After passing through the passage, they found an even bigger cave. The cave was very big, but it was also very dark. There was no light in it, but it was not cold at all. On the contrary, it felt very warm. Most importantly, there was a tree in the middle of the cave, and the tree was emitting a faint golden light. It could be said that the cave was only dark, but not without light. It was because of this tree. It was like a breadfruit tree, but it was very short and not very thick. There were some breadfruit-like fruits on it, but these fruits were smaller, golden, and seemed to be glowing. Xiao Hai looked at the tree curiously. At this moment, Xiao Jin jumped down from Xiao Hai's body and went straight to the tree. He looked at the fruits carefully and picked one from the middle. He then jumped back into Xiao Hai's arms and gave the fruit to Xiao Hai. Xiao Hai took the fruit curiously and looked at it carefully. It was like a mini breadfruit, nothing special. The fruit was only the size of Xiao Hai's fist. It had a hard shell. Xiao Hai was about to bite it open when Little Gold screamed and grabbed his hand. Xiao Hai couldn't break free. Xiao Hai didn't understand. He didn't know why Xiao Jin gave him a fruit but didn't let him eat it. When Little Gold saw Xiao Hai looking at him, he quickly made some gestures that looked like flowers were blooming. After a while, Xiao Hai finally understood that Little Jin's gesture was not for flowers to bloom, but for explosions. Xiao Hai held the fruit and said, "You mean this fruit will explode?" Little Jin shook his head and pointed at the fruit, then at his mouth. He then made a gesture of exploding. Xiao Hai was stunned and said, "You mean the person who eats this fruit will explode?" Xiao Jin nodded excitedly this time. Then he pointed at himself, scratched his fur, and pointed at the gorillas that were carrying them. He pointed at the fruit and then pointed at himself. This stunned Xiao Hai. When Little Jin saw that Xiao Hai didn't understand, he gestured a few more times. Finally, Xiao Hai seemed to understand. He looked at Little Jin and said, "You're saying that if they eat this fruit, they'll become like you after eating it." As he spoke, he pointed at the gorilla and then at Xiao Jin. Xiao Jin nodded and then shook his head. He pointed at the gorilla, then pointed outside, and then pointed at himself. Xiao Hai's train of thought had been opened up. He looked at Little Jin and said, "You're saying that these gorillas are slowly turning silver, then half golden, and then eating this fruit before they become like you. Otherwise, it will explode, right?" This time, Xiao Jin nodded excitedly. Xiao Hai's eyes lit up. With a thought, he, Laura, and the others all returned to the medium. Even the gorillas entered the medium. At this moment, a notification sound came from the space. Quat mutant plant fruit food found. The fruit food contains gold energy. After eating it, you can obtain gold power. Each seed requires 10 mu of land. It is a level 8 cooking material. It can produce 10 fruits at a time. The ripening time is 36 hours, and the interval between each season is 12 hours. Quat the realm has met the requirements for all levels. The realm has now been upgraded to level 25. I hope that the host will work hard. Xiao Hai was stunned for a moment, then looked at the small fruit in his hand with a face of surprise. He really didn't expect that the small fruit in his hand would have such an ability. Not only could it give people special abilities, but what made Nehai even happier was that he could actually raise the realm to level 25. This was definitely a huge surprise for Xiao Hai. It took a while for Xiao Hai to come back to his senses. He laughed and hugged Xiao Jin. He felt that Xiao Jin was really his lucky star. Not only did he get to see the beer, but he also got the fruit. The fruit allowed the realm to level up by 3 levels. 3 levels. It had been a long time since he had seen the realm level up so happily. It was too hidden. Laura and the others were also quite excited. They hadn't thought that the realm would suddenly level up by 3 levels. They were now one step closer to level 30. Although Xiao Jin didn't know what Xiao Hai was laughing about, he was happy as well. He kept squeaking in Xiao Hai's arms. It took a while for Xiao Hai to come out of the boundless space. He took another look at the tree. It didn't have a name and no one on the continent knew about it. Xiao Hai never thought of touching the tree. Now that he already had its fruits in the boundless space, there was no need to touch it anymore. Therefore, Xiao Hai just gave the tree a name, King Kong Tree, and the fruits were King Kong fruit. After leaving the cave, Xiao Jin led Xiao Hai around the island. Soon they arrived at a cave on the other side of the island. The cave was huge and was blocked by some bread trees at the back of the island. However, the entrance of the cave could not be blocked by an ordinary bread tree. Xiao Hai and the others were stunned as soon as they entered the cave. This cave was actually a natural port. Unlike the ports outside, the entire port was inside the cave, and only a 3-masted warship could enter at most. 5-masted ships were not allowed in. Rather than calling it a port, it was more like a dock. Xiao Hai looked around. There was nothing good about having some ships here. This island was a natural base. The group left the cave and went to Xiao Jin's house where the huge breadfruit tree was. Xiao Hai took out a bunch of apples to give to Xiao Jin and the others. Xiao Hai was thanking them. They had gained a lot on the island. Not only did their farm level up 2 levels, but their farm also leveled up 3 levels. They had also found the breadfruit tree. In the future, they might even learn how to brew beer. These gains were really important to Xiao Hai. After leaving Xiao Jin's hideout, Xiao Hai and the others went to the seaside. Of course, Xiao Jin was still with Xiao Hai. Xiao Hai had already decided to use this place as his base. Originally, he wanted to carry out some construction here. However, after seeing Xiao Jin and the others' state, he didn't want to do so anymore. Xiao Hai knew very well that the breadfruit on the island was Xiao Jin's food. If he were to build anything on the island, he would destroy the breadfruit there. Therefore, Xiao Hai did not plan to build anything on the island. Instead, he set up a teleportation point on the island. This was the 5th teleportation point he had set up. The next thing he had to do was to load the 2 ships with Hingyu, vegetables, and food. First was the Hingyu. He wanted to modify the 3-masted military ship to store Hingyu. Hinkies were delicate creatures, and the temperature of the water had to be guaranteed. To show that he was transporting Hinkies on a ship, Xiao Hai had to modify the swordfish. First, he had to separate his cabin and fill it with fresh water. The cabin was divided into 2 freshwater pools. He then used fire magic to increase the water in one of the pools to a certain temperature before placing the Hinkies in it. He then used fire magic to heat up the water in the other pool, but the temperature had to be higher. This way, when the temperature of the water in the first pool dropped to a point where it was not suitable for the survival of the hingfish, they could put the hingfish in the second pool and heat up the first pool. After repeated use, they could raise the hingfish. Of course, this was all just for show. Xiao Haijin would not put the hingfish in the cabin at this time. That would only be a lie. He would only do that when they were almost at Tianshui City. For now, it was better to keep the hingfish in the medium. The fire mast ships were much more relaxed. They only needed to put the vegetables on the ship. Of course, it was food and fruit oil. A 5-masted ship could carry a lot of things, but Xiao Hai did not carry too much. 100,000 caddies of vegetables, 50,000 caddies of food, and other things were enough. After putting down his things, Xiao Hai was ready to leave Ape Head Island. He originally wanted to leave Xiao Jin behind. After all, his clansmen lived here, and Xiao Hai was afraid that Xiao Jin wouldn't go with him. However, Xiao Jin didn't think the same. He had decided to stick with Xiao Hai and wouldn't stay. Xiao Hai didn't object to it. When he set up the teleportation point on the island, he had set it in Xiao Jin's nest, so Xiao Jin could go back to the island whenever he wanted. He could also watch over his family members on the island in the origin space. If anything happened, Xiao Hai would send Xiao Jin back immediately, so nothing would happen. Just like that, Xiao Hai and the others left again after a day. This time, Xiao Hai left the blade-scale whale at Ape Head Island to watch over the largest sea route. He also left some arrow turtles to watch over the 2 smaller sea routes. After the arrangements were made, Xiao Hai and the others left Ape Head Island by boat. Xiao Hai was afraid that little Jin was not suitable for boats, but he didn't expect that he would run around wildly on the boat without any signs of being used to it. Xiao Hai didn't care about him anymore. He just gave him some food every day and told him to go back to the clan to take a look. 2 days later, they were already very far from Ape Head Island and were officially on the way back to Tianshui City. One day, Xiao Hai and Laura were having lunch on the deck. Suddenly, an observation post standing on the mast shouted, "Quad, a pirate ship is coming towards us at an angle of 45 degrees to the right, 20 nautical miles away. Its intentions are unknown. Be on guard. Quad." As soon as he shouted, the undead creatures on the ship moved. The artillery soldiers ran to the magic cannons, and the soldiers got into position. Xiao Hai kept the food and looked in the direction the sentry had pointed out. Only Xiao Jin was a little dissatisfied. He was not full yet. Xiao Hai finally understood why Xiao Jin could eat so much. Thinking about the size of the gorillas, it would be strange if they couldn't eat. This time the sentry said, 20 nautical miles to the right, 45 degrees. A pirate ship has been discovered. It's coming towards us. The 2 pirate ships may be in cahoots, and we may be their target. Quat. At this moment, Xiao Hai and the others also saw the 2 3-masted warships. They looked a little old, but they were probably well maintained. They were sailing fast towards them and seemed to be ready to rob them. Xiao Hai didn't have much to worry about. They had 2 battleships, and so did the other party. Moreover, they were all surrounded by undead creatures. At that moment, the sentry reported that there were 2 more ships coming from behind. It seemed that the 4 ships were in cahoots. Xiao Hai and the others were also ready to attack at any time. Sure enough, the four ships immediately launched their attacks when they were within the range of the magic cannons. The undead creatures on Xiao Hai's ships also retaliated. In an instant, the sound of cannons rumbled on the surface of the sea, and pillars of fire soared into the sky. It was a scene of war. Xiao Hai stood quietly on the ship and looked at the pirate ships. At the same time, he wanted to see the power of the magic cannon. Be honest, the power of the magic cannon was beyond Xiao Hai's expectations. It did not mean that they were very powerful. On the contrary, the power of the magic cannon was not very strong. Even a grade 6 warrior would be fine if they were shot by the magic cannon within a certain distance. Xiao Hai turned to look at Laura and said, "Laura, do you think these pirates are crazy? What's in it for them to attack us? We have a 5-masted ironclad." Laura smiled and said, "Isn't that the biggest benefit?" A 5-masted ironclad is very powerful. Even if they lose all 4 of their 3-masted ships today, it'll all be worth it as long as they can get the peach. Look, they've realized that the magic cannons and the bed armor are useless against the ironclad. They're preparing for a boarding battle. Just as Laura had said, the pirates had already approached the ship. It seemed that they were really going to engage in a close quarters battle. Soon, Paradise and Swordfish were surrounded by the other 2 ships. The pirates also set up hooked boards on the side of the ship and began to board the ship with all their might. The undead creatures on Paradise and Swordfish immediately picked up their weapons and counterattacked. No one attacked Xiao Hai. Su Weining and Shunny stood beside him to catch him. Laura and the others stood behind Xiao Hai, but they didn't attack either. Xiao Hai carried Xiao Jin and looked at the pirates calmly. They were similar to the pirates Xiao Hai had seen on TV. They were all dirty and had rough skin. Their beards were unkempt and their hair was messy. They looked ferocious. One look and you could tell they were not good people. However, Xiao Hai was not afraid of them. He realized that these pirates were not very strong. At most, they were around level 5. There were only a few who had reached level 6. It was obviously impossible to defeat them with such strength. This moment, Little Gold, who had been sitting quietly in Xiao Hai's arms, suddenly struggled and jumped out. Xiao Hai was stunned and his expression changed. Xiao Jin, come back. He wasn't afraid that Xiao Jin would get hurt. Xiao Jin's animal speed was very fast, so it would be difficult for the pirates to hurt him. However, Xiao Jin was too small. Xiao Hai was afraid that it would be troublesome if Xiao Jin fell into the sea. At that moment, something happened that left everyone dumbfounded. They saw Xiao Jin jump out of Xiao Hai's arms. He first squeaked twice, then his body swelled up like a blade. After a while, Xiao Jin actually grew into a huge golden gorilla that was nearly 20 meters tall. Then he stretched out his large claws and swiped at the pirates. As long as he touched a pirate, their bones and tendons would break. Then Xiao Jin stood up and let out a long cry towards the sky. With a whoosh, he jumped onto a pirate ship and hugged the main mast. With a wild cry, he actually broke the mast. Then he hugged the mast that was as thick as his body and messed around on the pirate ship. First, he broke the 2 secondary masts of the pirate ship, and no one on the ship could escape. Almost all of them were killed by him. In the end, Xiao Jin actually picked up the mast and smashed it against the ship with all his might. It didn't take long for the 3-mast ship to be smashed into 2 halves from the middle. At this moment, Xiao Jin threw the mast in his hand into the sea and jumped onto another ship. At this moment, Xiao Hai also reacted. He quickly shouted, "Xiao Jin, come back quickly." Xiao Jin seemed to have heard Xiao Hai's words. He was stunned for a moment, but he still jumped back onto the peach source. He stood in front of Xiao Hai and pointed at the pirate ships like a complaining child. "Quad, all right, it's fine. Don't worry. I'll take care of them right away. You can't go." "I still want those ships," Xiao Hai said quickly. With a wave of his hand, a large number of undead creatures rushed out and drowned the 3 ships in a short while. None of the pirates on the ships escaped and were killed immediately. Then Xiao Hai turned them into undead creatures and the battle ended. When Little Gold saw this, it roared excitedly. Then its body shrank rapidly, turning back into a little monkey. It jumped into Xiao Hai's arms. Xiao Hai looked at Xiao Jin, who was sitting in his arms and staring at him with his big eyes. He didn't know what to say. Xiao Jin looked really cute at this moment. It was completely different from the huge and ferocious look he had just now. Laura and the others also looked at Xiao Jin in a daze. They really didn't expect that this little fellow, who usually looked obedient and submissive, would be so terrifying when he was angry. Although Xiao Jin's rage had caused Xiao Hai to lose a 3-masted warship, it was nothing to him. After all, he had got all these things for nothing. The most important thing was that he finally understood Xiao Jin's strength. Now Xiao Hai finally understood why the gorillas were so obedient to Xiao Jin. He was indeed the strongest among the gorillas. Xiao Hai hugged Xiao Jin and suddenly laughed. "Good job, Xiao Jin. But next time remember not to get angry for no reason. It's too scary." Xiao Jin looked at Xiao Hai in confusion and squeaked twice. It seemed to be asking Xiao Hai why he couldn't get angry. Xiao Hai laughed out loud when he saw his cute expression. He really liked Xiao Jin's expression. Laura and the others also came back to their senses. They couldn't help but feel amused when they saw Xiao Jin's appearance. Xiao Jin's appearance was really funny. His big innocent eyes were completely different from the berserk King Kong's. The three ships were now under Xiao Hai's complete control. They became his again. He immediately ordered them to take off their pirate flags and put them into his origin space. He didn't want people to know that he had so many ships yet. Otherwise, it would attract the attention of people with ill intentions, which would be very detrimental to his future development. Don't look at how Xiao Hai's development was very smooth now. His cooperation with the Carsai family was also very good. That was because he had no strength to threaten the Carsai family. If the Carsai family found out that he had the strength to threaten them, would they still cooperate with Xiao Hai like now? Xiao Hai expressed his doubts. There was a good saying in China, it's impossible to have the intention to harm others, but you must be vigilant against others. Especially in the face of a big family like the Carsai family, he must be vigilant, otherwise it would be a disaster for him. Quat. Therefore, Xiao Hai would not reveal all his cards. If he did not want Smith and the others to know that he had a space, he would not have to spend so much effort to find a small island in the deep sea to be his base. He could have just released the live Huoqius, but Xiao Hai didn't do that. He just wanted to spend some effort so that others wouldn't be able to figure out his trump card. Only then could he ensure his own safety. The pirate incident had subsided. Xiao Hai had also turned the pirates into high-level undead creatures, so he knew the ins and outs of the matter. These pirates all belonged to the same pirate group, the Black Fish Pirates. They were made up of 4 three-masted ships. The reason they had attacked Xiao Hai was because he had gone to Ape Head Island. Although no one was willing to go to Ape Head Island, it was still a very attractive place. When the pirates found out that Xiao Hai and the others had gone in the direction of Ape Head Island and came out intact, they naturally wanted to see what they had obtained from Ape Head Island. On the continent, the most valuable thing wasn't necessarily a treasure. Sometimes, a very strange magical beast phantom child was also very valuable, and it was worth the risk. The most important point was that, just as Laura had said, they had their eyes on the Peach Source, a 5-masted ironclad ship which was very important to a pirate force. However, they never thought that they would provoke a magical beast this time. The moment Xiao Jin exploded, the pirates knew that they were done for. They wanted to surrender, but Xiao Hai didn't give them the chance. After killing the pirates, they continued to sail. This time, they didn't encounter any attacks. When ordinary pirates saw a 3-masted warship or a 5-masted ironclad ship, they would have already avoided it. They wouldn't take this risk. After a few days of sailing, Xiao Hai and the rest finally returned to Tianshui City. Once they arrived, Xiao Hai immediately sent a letter to Smith and Wanhao, asking them to come and collect the items. Among these items, the most valuable were, of course, the hingfish and milk wine. Smith and Wanhao had been waiting for this for a long time. They immediately sent people to retrieve the things. In order to ensure that the hinkies were on fire, the car they used to transport the hinkies was filled with warm water. They had even designed a magic furnace under the car to ensure that the water temperature was high. This was the only way to ensure that the hinkies would not freeze to death. When Smith and the others got on the boat and saw the active hinkies, they felt like they were piles of gold coins. To the people on the mainland, these hinkies were gold coins. The production of hinkies on the mainland had always been low because there were too few places suitable for them to grow. Moreover, they had high requirements for food. Smith and the others had no idea what Xiao Hai had fed the hinkies. After unloading the cargo, Xiao Hai and the others returned to the city lord's mansion. Smith received Xiao Hai with a warm welcome. This time he didn't send anyone to follow them because it was useless. The sea was vast, but the sea was flat. If someone followed Xiao Hai, they would be discovered from far away and be alerted. It would only cause unhappiness between both parties. That was why Smith didn't send anyone to follow Xiao Hai. He gave Xiao Hai a lot of freedom, which was why he had a good relationship with Xiao Hai. This time, Xiao Hai had brought 50,000 jin of milk wine, 50,000 fish, 100,000 jin of various vegetables, 50,000 jin of grain, and some war grain. The moment these items arrived at the harbor, they would directly enter the warehouse of the Carsai clan. If Wanhao and the other guys needed anything in the future, they would take it from the warehouse of the Carsai clan. The main point was that the others didn't know what Xiao Hai carried here this time. These things were unloaded at the special wharf of the Carsai clan. Commoners didn't even see them, not to mention knowing about them. Of course, there was no such thing as an absolute secret in this world. The people from the other forces soon knew what Xiao Hai had brought over. The other things were fine, but the hingfish was too attractive and immediately attracted the attention of the other major forces. The hinkies were too tempting. The entire mainland produced less than 100,000 hinkies a year, and Xiao Hai had transported 50,000 of them in one go. This caused a huge commotion on the mainland. However, they didn't move even if they were to coax them. They didn't have a share. The Carsai family and the Sheila family had already swallowed these hinkies. Those big families still wanted to find Xiao Hai to see if they could get some more hueding fish. However, they found that Xiao Hai was really difficult to find. First of all, Xiao Hai lived in Tianshui City, which was the territory of the Carsai family. Second, Xiao Hai lived in the city lord's mansion. It was not easy to find him. Finally, Xiao Hai was very low-key and rarely went out. It was not easy for those people to find Xiao Hai. In addition, those people who wanted to find Xiao Hai were also very careful. They could not let the Carsai family find out. If the Carsai family found out that they were in contact with Xiao Hai, it would be equivalent to going against the Carsai family. The Carsai family would not let them go. During this period, the Carsai family was in the limelight, mainly because they dealt with Grand Duke Ryan, which made those ordinary people know the power of the Carsai family. Then, those nobles knew another power of the Carsai family. They had used all the propaganda means that the Carsai family had told them. They were really useful. Although they didn't see any difference at the beginning, they gradually found the difference. Previously, whenever commoners talked about the Church of Light, they would think that they were good people and praise them as sunny, handsome, and good people. However, it was different now. Whenever commoners talked about the Church of Light, they would say their tone had already changed. The nobles were very sensitive to this. They realized that such a propaganda war was very effective. At the thought of this, they immediately increased the intensity of the propaganda war and opened anti-light church guests in their schools. In a short time, the entire Rossen Empire was set off against the Church of Light. At this time, the Carsai family suddenly used black magicians to treat people's illnesses. The school also opened lessons on the history of black magicians, so that all the students could understand black magicians in more detail. However, the other aristocrats would not necessarily buy into the Carsai family's account. They would not promote the black mages for the Carsai family for free. However, they learned this method from the Carsai family, so they immediately began to promote it and also held classes in school. However, they did not want to talk about black mages, but mages of other elements such as wind, fire, water, and earth. Anyway, these mages had their own beliefs, so it was just right to use them at this time, to go against the Church of Light. After the Carsai family knew about this situation, not only was they not angry, but they were also very happy. Those nobles had inadvertently pushed these mages to the opposite side of the Church of Light. If the Church of Light began to oppose them, it was equivalent to going against all the mages on the entire continent. This would be a huge pressure for the Church of Light. In fact, the Church of Light had been giving mages a lot of pressure these past few years. Light mages were the most famous in the continent. When children went to school, they would want to learn light magic the most. However, the Rossen Empire had broken this tradition this time. More children in their schools had begun to learn other magic. This was a good thing for mages of other elements. The Church of Light was obviously not prepared for the Rossen Empire's actions. They did not know how to deal with the Rossen Empire's counterattack this time. They had been used to the smooth sailing all these years and did not expect the Rossen Empire to do this at this time. In the beginning, they did not realize how terrifying this move was. By the time they realized it, it was already too late. Moreover, their relationship with the Rossen Empire had never been too good, so it was too late for them to retaliate. However, the Church of Light still retaliated. They retaliated in all the empires and duchies that were under their control. Of course, they were not stupid enough to retaliate against all mages. They only targeted the black mages. However, they were destined to be disappointed this time. The Carsai family had long expected that the Church of Light would counterattack, so when they carried out their plan, they had already issued a warning to the Black Magician Alliance, asking all the black magicians to move immediately because the Church of Light might carry out a crazy round of capture of the black magicians. Although the Church of Light had tried to capture the black mages, the results were not ideal at all. They had already found traces of the black mages in the past, but they had not dealt with them. Now they had all escaped. By the time they wanted to deal with them, it was already too late. Of course, these things had nothing to do with Xiao Hai. This time, the items he had brought to Tensui City were worth about 200,000 gold coins. This was not a small number. Even if he traded with the orcs, the final goods of an ordinary 5-masted ship would not be worth this much. No one knew how much Xiao Hai's items were worth, but the nobles had noticed something. Just the 50,000 taels of hooting fur alone was worth around 100,000 gold coins. This was a violent move. Of course, the price that Xiao Hai sold to the Carsai family and the Sheila family was not that high. However, this did not prevent those people from guessing. In their opinion, not to mention 100,000 gold coins, even 50,000 gold coins was definitely not a small amount. One should know that an ordinary family's annual income was at most 100,000 gold coins. This was only possible for a big noble family. If it was a small noble family, it was impossible for them to have such an income. And these hooting fish were almost equivalent to their family's annual income. It would be strange if they weren't surprised. Not only those big aristocrats were surprised, but even the people of the Carsai family were a little surprised. It should be known that the management of the Carsai family had always been very independent. Just like what happened here in Tianshui City, it was generally decided by Smith himself. Unless it was something important, it would be reported to the family for decision. This time, although Smith had also reported the matter of the hinderfish to the family, the Carsai family didn't believe it. 40,000 hinderfish a month was almost impossible in their opinion. There was no hot spring on the continent that could raise so many hinderfish. If they didn't use the hot spring but used artificial heated fire to raise these hinderfish, it was even more impossible. The cost was too high. In ordinary hot springs, the hunchbacked fish would take a long time to mature. It would take at least 2 days or 3 years for it to truly mature. If it wasn't mature, the taste would be much worse. It was because of these reasons that the production of the hyukyus had been stagnant. Now someone suddenly said that he could produce 50,000 hyukyus in a month. This was really hard to believe. However, this kind of thing wasn't bad for them. The money would only be paid for when the hinkies arrived, and the equipment for storing hinkies could also be used to store other fish, so they didn't stop it. However, when Xiao Hai really transported the Hingyu to Tianshui City, the people of the Carsai family could no longer sit still. They really could not understand where Xiao Hai got so many Hingyu. It was too strange. Of course, Smith wouldn't ask Xiao Hai this question. He knew that Xiao Hai wouldn't tell him, but his family had already pressured him to find out where Xiao Hai was raising the hindfish. Smith was very disgusted with the family's way of doing things. He felt that the family did not have any integrity at all. To put it bluntly, Xiao Hai was still cooperating with them, and the cultivation of the hooting fish was Xiao Hai's most confidential business secret. Under such circumstances, if the family wanted to ask Xiao Hai this question, wasn't it equivalent to digging for the local business secrets? This was a method used to deal with enemies, not friends, so Smith firmly rejected the family's proposal. Smith had been in contact with Xiao Hai for the longest time in the Carsai family. He knew very well that Xiao Hai's character was the kind of person who would rather break than bend. If he really wanted to trick him, he would have to force him to tell him how he raised the fiery cuttlefish. If he raised the fiery cuttlefish there, he would only be forced to become an enemy. Smith knew Xiao Hai's power. If they really forced Xiao Hai to become their enemy, it would definitely not be a joke. The current strength of the Carsai family could not be compared with the Church of Light. However, Xiao Hai could still be free for such a long time after offending the Church of Light. This was enough to prove Xiao Hai's strength. Smith felt that his family members were really short-sighted at times. People like Xiao Hai were only suitable for pulling people in, not forcing them. If he was really forced into a corner, everyone might just go their separate ways. This matter also made Smith feel a little strange. Although the family had been somewhat short-sighted before, they were still very tolerant of the black mages. The family would not usually encroach on the interests of the black mages. What was going on this time? Xiao Hai was a member of the Black Magician Alliance. Although he wasn't an elder, his help to the Black Magician Alliance was ranked among the top in the alliance. If the family let Xiao Hai reveal the hot pot fish, the consequences would be unimaginable. Smith thought of a possibility. His fifth brother might have been behind this in order to get more benefits. The Carsai family also had the problem of other big families, which was the fight for the position of the family master. At present, there were only 4 people who were most qualified to fight for the family position: the eldest brother Peter, the second brother Smith, the fourth brother Mike, and the fifth brother Zhuan. Peter was the first in line to the family's inheritance. He had been helping the family with their business at the headquarters and was also an important member of the Black Mage Alliance. It could be said that he was in charge of almost all the family matters regarding the Black Mage Alliance. The second brother, Smith, was in charge of the family's money bag. Although he didn't contribute to the family's headquarters in Tianshui City, he did a very good job here in Tianshui City. The Carsai family could have countless money and had a very high status in the family. The third son, Mr. Daya, was disabled and was a cultivation maniac. Although he was very strong, he did not have the qualifications to compete for the position of the family head. The family head of a large family did not look at who was stronger. The fifth brother, Zhuan, was a pretty idiot. He was smart but not talented. He cherished his life when he did great things and forgot his loyalty when he saw small profits. However, he was very good at talking. He was very doted on by his father in the family and always wanted to become the head of the family. There were some despicable people who flattered him behind his back. These people also became a force that could not be underestimated. Smith knew that although Peter and the others were also fighting for the position of the head of the family, they would not do anything that would harm the family. They had been in the family for many years and knew what was important. They would not force Xiao Hai. The only one who would do such a thing was fifth brother. Smith had a headache when it came to fifth brother. He was a typical rich playboy. If you could just be a rich playboy, you could do it, but he didn't stop. He always wanted to fight for power and cause trouble. He didn't have the skills to do that. In other words, he was the kind of guy who couldn't do anything but couldn't eat anything. Smith also knew that this matter was not entirely Lao Wang's fault. The people in the family must be jealous. After processing 50,000 hooting fish a month, they could bring in a profit of at least 200,000. This was pure profit stream, and it was still considered less. At least 200,000 yuan a month, which was more than 2 million yuan a year. Such a high profit, no matter who heard it, would be envious. Those old people in the family must have been confused by this profit, and then they were incited by Old Fifth to make this wrong decision. Not only did Smith reject the family's decision, but he also wrote a letter. He was deeply saddened by the pros and cons and advised his family not to take advantage of Xiao Hai's intentions, otherwise it would be a waste. However, he was still not quite at ease. He was very clear that the elders in the family were very stubborn and arrogant. Although they had been suppressed by the Church of Light for years, the pride of the old nobles in their bones had not been erased. In their opinion, everyone should retreat when they heard the name of the Carsai family. To be honest, Smith had the pride of an old noble, but he didn't have the excessive arrogance of those old people. He knew very well that if a big family wanted to develop, it wasn't enough to rely on the reputation of an old noble. The most important thing was strength. Only strength could determine the future of the family. If one wanted to have more power, one couldn't just rely on one's status as an old noble to suppress others. One had to know how to unite people. When it came to those who were truly capable, one had to unite. One shouldn't use one's status to suppress others. Those who were proud and arrogant would only make them rebound if one used one's status to suppress others. Xiao Hai was such a person. Xiao Hai actually knew about these things. Although he had been staying in Mexian courtyard for the past few days, he knew exactly what was happening in the mayor's mansion. One should not forget that he had surveillance cameras. Xiao Hai had been very low-key these days, but he knew everything that happened on the continent because Smith was always on the news. Once Smith knew, he would find someone to discuss it with. As long as he discussed it in the city lord's mansion, no matter where he was hiding, Xiao Hai would be the first to know. Xiao Hai was very satisfied with Smith's performance, but he wasn't satisfied with the Carsai family's performance. He didn't expect the Carsai family to come to him for an idea, which made him very angry. However, from Smith's and Phil's words, he also heard that this incident might be caused by some people in the Carsai family. It was not the intention of everyone in the Carsai family, which made him feel at ease. He was very clear that it was impossible to say that there was no power struggle at all for a large family like the Karch family. And obviously, he was caught in this power struggle. This made Xiao Hai very impatient. He didn't want to get involved in this matter, but it still came to him in the end, which made him very impatient. However, the relationship between Laura and Meljin had been very good for the past few days. They had been traveling around Tianshui City every day. After Xiao Hai knew that people outside were looking for him, he rarely left the city lord's mansion. Laura and the others didn't walk around the city just for fun. They were looking at the situation in Tianshui City and looking for a shop. Xiao Hai wanted to find a shop in Tianshui City. Although Smith could get it done as soon as he told him, Xiao Hai still wanted to do it himself. After all, he couldn't rely on Smith forever. It was fine to work with them, but if they couldn't be on the same level, the cooperation would not be established. The premise of cooperation was that both sides were equal. If both sides were not equal at all, then it could not be called cooperation, it could only be called surrender. Now that Xiao Hai was living in the mayor's mansion, it gave people the feeling that he had sided with the Carsai family, which made Xiao Hai a little uncomfortable. It had to be admitted that Xiao Hai was an arrogant person. The more arrogant a person was, the more he didn't want others to think that he was relying on others to live. After knowing the ins and outs of the matter, Xiao Hai was even more eager to find a house to live alone outside, because if he lived here, the Karch family would think that he had received their favor. Just as he was thinking about this, the door to Smith's study was pushed open on the monitor. It was Phil. When Smith saw Phil, he immediately said, "Uncle Phil, what's the matter?" Phil glanced at Smith and smiled bitterly. "Quat, quat, the fifth young master is here. He'll be here in 2 days. I'm afraid he's here with bad intentions. I think it's best to inform Mr. Xiao Hai about this. Quat." Smith couldn't help frowning at Phil's words. He didn't expect Zhu Wan to come at this time. It seemed like he was here for Xiao Hai. Although Smith wasn't afraid of Zhu Wan, it wouldn't be good if Zhu Wan offended Xiao Hai. At this thought, Smith immediately stood up and said, "Let's go and see Little Hai." After saying that, he led Phil in the direction of the Plum Fragrance Court. When Xiao Hai saw this, he immediately turned off the surveillance camera and personally made a pot of Kia. He held a book in his hand and pretended to be reading. He wasn't just pretending. The book he was reading was about the basics of combat aura. His farm was now level 25, and he was only 5 levels away from level 30. Once he reached level 30, he would be able to learn magic or combat aura. Xiao Hai was more inclined to learn bullfighting because the spatial ring could cast all kinds of magic. He didn't need to learn it at all. However, bullfighting was something he didn't know, so he should learn it properly. As long as he could master battle energy, he could be considered to be a dual cultivator of magic and martial arts. This was very important to him, so he wanted to understand battle energy first. After reading a page, Smith came in. He didn't stand on ceremony and didn't ask anyone to inform him. He barged in and saw Xiao Hai reading in the room. He couldn't help but laugh. I say, "Little Hai, you're really carefree. You're hiding here alone, drinking Coke and reading books. You're really free. It's all right." "Why?" Xiao Hai smiled. "What's the matter, Brother Smith?" Smith nodded and smiled. "Quite, you don't say. I really have something to tell you." "Little Hai, I have something to tell you. Don't be angry." Xiao Hai nodded and Smith said, "Some people in the family were incited by my fifth brother to make you tell them the method of breeding the hewing fish," but I retorted. "But this time my fifth brother came in person. My fifth brother is arrogant and conceited, and sometimes I can't even suppress him. Consider it as me saving you." Xiao Hai was stunned. He didn't expect Smith to say that. He turned to Smith and said, "Brother Smith, what do you mean? Are we not going to work together anymore? If we still work together in the future, what if your fifth brother causes trouble? I can't always hide, can I?" Smith smiled bitterly and shook his head. "Quad, I won't. I'll resolve this matter as soon as possible, but you have to give me some time. Please, I'm begging you." Xiao Hai looked at Smith and nodded calmly. "Okay, I'll leave Tianshui City tomorrow, but I hope Brother Smith can solve this problem as soon as possible. I'll leave Brother Smith a magical beast eagle. Once you're done here, you can send the eagle to send me a letter. Don't worry, as long as you give the letter to the eagle, he knows where I am." Smith nodded, then smiled bitterly. "Quat, Little Hai, I'm really sorry this time. Please don't take it to heart." Xiao Hai smiled. "Quat, it's all right. Everyone has their own problems that they can't solve. Don't worry, Quat." Smith nodded. "Quat, that's good. I'll get someone to prepare the money for you in a while. You can take this money with you when you leave. I can also inform them to prepare the money from Sheila's family for you. Quat." Xiao Hai smiled. "Quat, all right, let them prepare. Oh right, you can tell them that if they have any rare animals or plants, they can use them as payment. I'll pay a high price. Quat." Smith was aware of Xiao Hai's habit, so he wasn't surprised. He just nodded and said, "Okay, don't worry, I'll tell them. Little Hai, you can pack up. I won't be accompanying you. Have a good drink with me tonight. I won't be sending you off tomorrow." Xiao Hai smiled and said, "You're welcome. By the way, Brother Smith, I want to buy some slaves. It's best if they are skilled. I'm not afraid of the price. Please keep an eye on them for me. If you can't prepare them now, you can give them to me the next time I come. No matter what skills they have, I want them as long as they are skilled. Quat." Smith nodded. "Quat, okay, don't worry. I'll prepare it for you the next time you come. How much do you want?" Xiao Hai smiled. "Quat, the more the better. Besides those who are skilled in craftsmanship, I also want those who can read. However, I don't want those who can't read. I only want those who are skilled in both craftsmanship and literacy. Quat." Smith didn't know why Xiao Hai wanted such a slave, but he didn't ask. He just nodded and said, "Quat, all right, the next time you come, I'll let you see those slaves. Don't worry, Quat." Xiao Hai nodded. "Quat, that's good. Big brother, go do your work. Don't worry about me." Quat. Smith stood up and left. Xiao Hai looked at Smith's back and smiled bitterly. "I've only been here for 2 days and now I'm leaving again. That's good. I'll go to the Ape Head Island and learn how to make wine from Xiao Jin. My God, I never thought that I would one day go and learn how to make wine from a monkey. It'll be a joke if this gets out." Xiao Hai laughed at himself and turned his attention back to the book on the introduction to fighting spirit. The book was actually very simple. It taught you how to train your body to a certain level. Once your body reached a certain level, you would be able to sense qi. This sense of qi was called fighting spirit, a mysterious power in the human body. This theory was nothing new to Xiao Hai. In China martial arts, there were a lot of descriptions about qi. Although Xiao Hai used to be an otaku, he had a wuxia dream because he liked to read novels. He even learned a few martial arts moves on TV, but he did not have a good master to guide him. He could not practice it well and eventually gave up. However, he had read many books on martial arts that were similar to this book. Some of them were even better than this book. China martial arts focused on strengthening the body and paid great attention to breathing. Du Qi was more like the external skills in Chinese martial arts. First, it focused on strengthening the body, and then triggering the sense of qi from inside and outside. This way, not only would the body be strong, but the combat power was also very strong. However, at the same time, this kind of cultivation method could easily cause hidden injuries. For a warrior, hidden injuries were very difficult to treat. If your cultivation did not reach a certain degree, the hidden injuries would flare up when you were old. That was why there was a saying in martial arts that one was afraid of the weak. This made Xiao Hai a little conflicted. He didn't know whether he should learn battle energy or pick up the martial arts that he hadn't been good at before and practice them. Before they knew it, it was already afternoon. Laura and the others had returned, and Meljin followed them. When they arrived at the Plum Fragrance Court, Meljin chatted with Laura and the others for a while before leaving. After Meljin left, Laura and the others immediately went to Xiao Hai's room. When Xiao Hai saw that they had returned, he nodded and said with a smile, "How is it? Did you have fun?" Lola sat down, poured herself a cup of cocoa, and said, "Quite, it's okay. There's nothing fun actually." "Why, Big Brother Hai, aren't you bored at home alone?" Xiao Hai shook his head. Quat, we won't have to be alone at home soon. You guys pack up, we went back to Ape Head Island yesterday. Quat. What's wrong, big brother Hai? Laura was stunned. Did something happen? Xiao Hai nodded and told Laura about the Karch family's affairs. After hearing that, Laura said in a low voice, Quat, in that case, it's good to leave for a while. At least we don't have to get involved in the internal struggle of the Carsai family. It seems that Brother Smith is still on our side. Quat. Xiao Hai nodded and said, of course he is on our side. Otherwise, he wouldn't say that. If we stayed and had a conflict with Zhu Wan, we would have no choice but to stand on his side. However, he didn't do so. This is enough to show his sincerity. I think it's good for us to go out and hide. We can also take a good look at Ape Head Island. It would be best if we can learn how to brew that wine from Little Jin. This way it can also increase our income. Quat. Xiao Jin, who was in Mei Ji's arms, couldn't help but squeak a few times when Xiao Hai mentioned him. He even had a smug look on his face. Laura smiled at Xiao Jin and said, what are you so proud of? The stuff we make is sour. It'd be weird if people liked it. But I do like breadfruit. Big brother Hai, what do you think about planting breadfruit instead of bamboo in the space? Xiao Hai smiled, I have the same idea. The breadfruit tree's yield seems to be higher than bamboo rice, but bamboo rice has its own benefits. We can't not plant it. How about this? Let's have Kai split a piece of land to plant breadfruit trees. What do you think? Meg nodded. Quat, it's good. The breadfruit can be eaten directly and it's not bad. One fruit is almost enough for a meal. If we store more of this fruit and give it to Brother Whales in the spring, it'll be very popular, right, Xiao Jin? Little Gold squeaked twice and excitedly moved around in Meg's arms, making Laura and the other girls laugh. With Little Gold as a happy fruit, they laughed a lot more. Xiao Hai nodded and said, Meg's idea is pretty good. The breadfruit should have been preserved for a long time. We also underestimated the wine that Xiao Jin and the others made. The wine is sour because it has been preserved for too long after Xiao Jin and the others made it. Otherwise, the wine should have tasted very good. Didn't you guys notice the fragrance in the wine? Believe me, that wine will definitely sold well on the continent in the future. The reason why Xiao Hai was so confident was because the sales of beer on Earth were always very impressive. At that time, almost everyone, whether male or female, could drink a few glasses of beer. It was considered the world's best-selling alcohol. If he could make that beer, it would definitely sold well on the mainland in the future. The reason why Xiao Hai still wanted to plant bamboo rice was that he wanted to make rice wine. Once he made rice wine, it would definitely become popular. By then, they would be able to make a lot of money just by making wine. Laura and the others didn't like the taste of beer, so they didn't drink much on Ape Head Island. They only took one sip and stopped. Therefore, they didn't believe Xiao Hai's words. Laura frowned and said, really? Big brother Hai, you're so confident. Xiao Hai nodded his head. Little Gold squeaked proudly at the side, drawing laughter. Xiao Hai was on the peach source. They had already left Tianshui City and entered the coastal waters. Although they were still in the waters of the Rosen Empire, it was rare to see warships of the Rosen Empire here. The defense of the Rosen Empire was not very strong on the sea. Most of their warships were in the coastal waters to protect the security of the sea. The Rosen Empire also had its own pillaging fleet, which meant that those people were legal pirates of the Rosen Empire. It sounded ridiculous, but it was the truth. The Rosen Empire really did have a royal pirate team that they did not want. However, they were rarely active in the waters of the Rosen Empire, and the royal family of the Rosen Empire had not acknowledged this matter until now. In fact, this kind of royal plunder group was almost an undisclosed secret on the continent. Almost all countries had this kind of royal plunder group. They moved in different places and had different flags, but in general, these people were controlled by a certain country. However, these pillaging groups didn't have a good ending. If they didn't do a good job, the country they belonged to would punish them. If they did too well, the country they robbed would punish them. The members of such pillaging groups only had the mainframe as the real core. The rest were almost all mercenaries. For example, the Royal Maritime Pillage Group of the Rosen Empire. Their leader was a member of the royal family of the Rosen Empire, while the others were almost all recruited mercenaries who then became pirates. These people's identities were illegal in other countries. They were pirates, but when they came to the Rosen Empire, they might be protected by the Rosen Empire's navy. Xiao Hai and the others were now on the sea route near the sea. Although they were not out of the waters of the Rosen Empire, the control of the Rosen Empire over this area was no longer as strict. This was the route that the merchants loved to take. Although it was safer to go closer to the Rosen Empire's coastline, they still had to pay taxes. Although they might encounter pirates on this route, it was only a possibility. If they didn't encounter pirates, they didn't have to pay taxes. The taxes on sea trade were very high. However, Xiao Hai didn't care about that. Now that his ship was painted with the emblem of the Karch family, with this emblem, he would be free of tax in the waters of the Rosen Empire. That was his privilege. With such a privilege, Xiao Hai naturally had to make use of it. It would be a waste not to make use of it. He did not want to hand all his money over to the Rosen Empire and have it become part of their taxes. NBSB Xiao Hai was sitting on the deck, looking at the ocean. A few islands were flying across the ocean. The scenery was very peaceful. Xiao Hai liked the peace of the sea. He felt that the sea was like a person. Sometimes he was in a good mood, and sometimes he was in a bad mood. Although he was charming in all aspects, Xiao Hai felt that he was the most beautiful when he was calm, just like a sleeping beauty. At this moment, a few ships approached them from afar. Xiao Hai was stunned when he saw the ships. They were not ordinary ships, but warships from the Rosin Empire. They were led by 3 5-masted ironclad ships, followed by 7 3-masted warships. There were 10 ships in total, and they were approaching. Xiao Hai was slightly taken aback. These battleships would not normally appear here. Now that they were here, there was only one reason they were here for them. Xiao Hai frowned and turned on the monitor. The 10 ships were not far from them. He should be able to see them. Xiao Hai knew that the enemy's main forces were concentrated on the 3 ironclads, so he set his eyes on the 3 ironclads and slowly looked for suspicious people. Laura and the others were standing next to Xiao Hai, so they naturally knew what had happened. They were also watching on the monitor, wanting to see who was stopping them again. One should know that their ship now had the Carsai family's badge, so ordinary people would not dare to touch them easily. Suddenly, Xiao Hai's eyes narrowed. He saw a young man who seemed to be less than 30 years old. He was dressed in proper noble clothes, which looked gorgeous and noble on him. He was very handsome, and he held a white magic staff in his hand. However, this made him even more charming. Of course, Xiao Hai's attention on him did not mean that he was outstanding. On the contrary, Xiao Hai did not like men of this type. They looked like they were pretending. However, Xiao Hai was not surprised by that. He was surprised by the man's appearance. The man looked like Smith, but he was younger and more handsome than Smith. Xiao Hai was slightly stunned when he saw this person. Then he immediately thought of someone, Zhu Wan. The 5th brother Smith mentioned must be Zhu Wan. Thinking of this, Xiao Hai couldn't help but frown. He didn't understand why Zhu Wan would appear at this time and stop him. Didn't they say that he would only arrive at Tianshui City tomorrow? Furthermore, they were traveling on the Law River, so why would they suddenly appear on the sea? Just as he was thinking about these things, the 10 ships had surrounded them. The ship that Zhu Wan was on was next to Xiao Hai's ship. Then boards were placed on the decks of the 2 ships. Zhu Wan walked over from the ship. Xiao Hai didn't stop him. He knew that it was useless to stop him now. Since Zhu Wan was already here, he had to face him. He wanted to see what Zhu Wan wanted to do. Was he going to use force or threaten him? At this moment, Zhu Wan had also arrived on the peach source. He first glanced at Xiao Hai and the rest as if he was looking at beggars on the street. However, when he saw Laura and Meg, his eyes flashed, which made Xiao Hai's face turn gloomy. He didn't like this person, even if he was a member of the Carsai family or Smith's brother. However, Xiao Hai did not say anything. He just looked at Zhu Wan, and Zhu Wan looked back at Xiao Hai. He was waiting for Xiao Hai to speak first, but Xiao Hai did not. It was like a silent contest. Xiao Hai looked at Zhu Wan and suddenly smiled. He waved his hand and the undead creatures immediately brought a chair, a tea table, and Kia over. Xiao Hai waved his hand. Laura and the other girls knew what Xiao Hai meant. They immediately sat down and picked up Kia, treating Zhu Wan as heir. Zhu Wan was dumbfounded at first, but then he was furious. He didn't expect Xiao Hai to do this. His face turned green instantly. When he saw Xiao Hai holding an apple and playing with the little monkey in his arms, he couldn't help but roar, "Xiao Hai, stand up. Don't you know who I am? You dare to treat me like this." Xiao Hai looked at Zhu Wan and smiled. "Don't you know who you are? You still want to ask me? What a joke. How am I supposed to treat you? This ship is mine, my personal property. Why did you come to my ship without a source? Are you waiting for me to treat you to a meal?" Zhu Wan pointed at Xiao Hai and was so angry that he couldn't say a word. At this moment, a man beside Zhu Wan roared and pounced on Xiao Hai. Xiao Hai had already noticed these people. There were many people dressed like martial warriors beside Zhu Wan. These people were not very strong. They were the typical kind of underlings. That person pounced on Xiao Hai, obviously wanting to embarrass Xiao Hai and get back at Zhu Wan. However, it was not that Xiao Hai looked down on him. He was only a grade 5 warrior. Any undead creature on the ship could kill him in seconds. Such a person had no right to embarrass him. Xiao Hai didn't even bat an eye. Shunny, who had been sitting at the side, moved and appeared beside the man. At the same time, his sword was already at the man's neck. Just as he was about to stab down, Xiao Hai said calmly, "All right, Shunny, I don't want to see blood." "Quite yes," Shunny replied. Although he did not stab the sword, he did not pull it back either. He only looked coldly at the warrior, who did not even dare to move a finger. He could tell from Shunny's eyes that if he dared to move, Shunny would pierce his throat without hesitation. The people on the ship were also stunned. Zhu Wan did not expect Xiao Hai to really dare to attack. The warriors beside him were in a commotion and protected Zhu Wan in the middle. Xiao Hai also stood up. He glanced at Zhu Wan and said, "You should be Zhu Wan, right? Don't be so nervous. I won't kill you for Smith's sake." "What are you here for? Tell me, will you?" Zhu Wan looked at Xiao Hai and waved his hand. The warrior slowly retreated to his side. Although the warrior did not succeed, Zhu Wan remembered him. No matter what, he was the first one to rush up. Zhu Wan looked at Xiao Hai. His face had already calmed down, at least on the surface. He said in a deep voice, "Don't you know why I'm here? To be honest, I do know a little, but I want to know what you'll do to me if I don't agree to your request." "You want these ships to attack me?" "Maybe," Zhu Wan snorted coldly, "but I advise you to think about it carefully. If you reject me, what will our family think of you? I'll make sure that no one in the family will ever protect you again." Xiao Hai looked at Zhu Wan and smiled. "Quat, that's good, but you have to think about the consequences of this. Have you thought about the consequences?" Zhu Wan looked at Xiao Hai coldly and said, "Don't use those things to scare me. You can't do anything by yourself. No one will stand up for you, Quat." Xiao Hai smiled. "Quat, that's not necessarily the case. I'm not a soft persimmon that you can pinch however you want. To be honest, I will resist, and it will be the most intense resistance. I'm afraid you won't be able to take it, Quat." Zhu Wan did not believe Xiao Hai's words at all. In his opinion, Xiao Hai was a black magician who had offended the Church of Light and was forced into a corner. If he left his home, he would not be able to survive. Hence, he was not afraid of Xiao Hai's threat at all. Instead, he sneered and said, "Quat, don't scare me. It's useless to talk big. You're here to seek our family's protection, but you don't want to pay the price at all. Instead, you're desperately trying to earn our family's money. Don't you feel ashamed?" Xiao Hai was stunned. He did not expect Zhu Wan to think this way. However, he did not mind. He looked at Zhu Wan and said, "Not at all. What's there to be ashamed of? If I wasn't a black mage and I did business in Tianshui City and settled down, wouldn't you protect me? Also, did your family send anyone to protect me when I came to Tianshui City? Do I need your protection in Tianshui City?" "I didn't want to live in the city lord's mansion, but Smith insisted on letting me live there. I didn't want to. You're going to get even with me with this. You don't seem to be able to find it." Zhu Wan was rendered speechless by Xiao Hai's rebuttal. It was indeed as Xiao Hai had said. If he was not a mage and just did business in Tianshui City, the Carsai family would have to protect him. This was the reason why Tianshui City was so prosperous. If Tianshui City did not do so, it would not have reached its current level. Zhu Wan did not speak for a long time because he did not know what he wanted to say. Looking at Xiao Hai's relaxed expression, he could not help but feel angry. He shouted, "Just tell me, are you going to hand it over or not? If you don't hand it over, then don't blame me for being impolite." Xiao Hai looked at Zhu Wan with interest and said, "How can you be so rude to me? Are you going to attack me now? Do you have that kind of strength?" Zhu Wanyi looked at Xiao Hai's eyes and felt a chill in his heart. He just remembered that he had been too arrogant. He had actually run onto Xiao Hai's ship. If Xiao Hai wanted to deal with him, it would be very easy. He had heard that Xiao Hai was not weak. However, when Zhu Wan saw the person standing behind him, his heart slowly calmed down. This person was actually not very welcomed by him. He was the butler sent by his family. He always told him that he could not do this and that, but he was very strong. He was a level 7 black mage. When Zhu Wanyi saw him, he was relieved. He turned to Xiao Hai and said, "If you have the ability, then come and deal with me. I'd like to see how you're going to deal with me." "You'll know," Xiao Hai replied with a smile. He then waved his hand and the undead creatures swarmed the people on the 10 ships. No one expected that Xiao Hai would target the people on the ships instead of Zhu Wan. After a while, there was no one left alive on the ships. Xiao Hai waved his hand and 10 clouds of black smoke surrounded the 10 ships. When the black smoke disappeared, the people on the 10 ships turned into undead creatures. Xiao Hai then turned to look at the dumbfounded Zhu Wan and said, "I'll take these 10 boats. In a while, I'll prepare a small boat for you. In any case, you don't have many people, so you don't need a big boat. There are often boats passing by here, so I think you can take a boat back to Tianshui City soon." Then he waved his hand, and the 10 ships brought by Zhu Wan all left. The undead creatures were the ones who sailed the ships. Zhu Wan and the others were dumbfounded. They never thought that Xiao Hai would do this. It was beyond their expectations. However, the general manager of the Carsai clan, who was always standing behind Zhu Wan, let out a sigh inside. Xiao Hai's move is too beautiful. He slapped Zhu Wan's face and saved the face of the Carsai clan. Additionally, given Xiao Hai's battle strength, they don't have the ability to resist at all. The steward had already noticed that the people on the 10 ships had all become advanced undead creatures. It wasn't a simple feat to turn thousands of people into advanced undead creatures at once, as it would cost too much of his life. However, Xiao Hai had done it, which gave him a new understanding of Xiao Hai. At the same time, he also noticed that the people on Xiao Hai's ship were all undead creatures. The number of high-level undead creatures in his hands was definitely more than what they had seen. Seeing that the 10 ships had left, Zhu Wan was dumbfounded. Then he became furious. He looked at Xiao Hai with a livid face and shouted, "Kill him, kill him." As soon as he finished speaking, he felt a pair of strong hands grab him. Zhu Wan turned around and saw that it was the steward sent by the family. The steward looked at him calmly and said, "Young master, stop it. Let's go. Mr. Xiao Hai, please prepare a ship for us, as well as sufficient water and food," he said to Xiao Hai. Xiao Hai looked at this general manager and smiled. "Quite okay, please rest assured. I will also send a letter to Brother Smith at the same time. They will send someone to pick you up in the shortest time. What I want to say is, sir, you can't blame me for this incident. I will accept how the Karch family will deal with me, but I want you to tell the Karch family that they should think more about things when they do things. Don't blind their own hearts for the benefit of their eyes." Quoth then, he waved his hand, and the undead creatures immediately began to prepare things for Zhu and the others. This time, Xiao Hai let out another long cry. A blood eagle descended from the sky. Xiao Hai took out a paper and wrote a few words on it. He handed it to the blood eagle and let him go. Everything he did was done without avoiding Zhu and the others. After he was done, he turned to Zhu and said, "Quite okay, Zhu, you can go now. The water and food on the boat are enough for you to use for 7 days. I have also prepared some wine for you. Although this escape boat is not big, it is enough to fit you all. Most importantly, it is not a sailboat. They will have to put in some effort to row it. As long as you don't make any trouble, Brother Smith's boat will arrive in less than 3 days. You will not be in any danger. Please go ahead." Quat. Zhu still wanted to say something, but he was pulled into a small boat by his supervisor. He knew that it was useless to say anything to Xiao Hai here. The situation was more powerful than the people. They had overestimated Xiao Hai's strength. Tangjin had already thought of a plan. He wanted his family to adjust their strategy towards Xiao Hai. Xiao Hai was someone they could not afford to offend. He was too powerful. The general manager recalled that the undead creatures that Xiao Hai had sent to kill the people on the ships were all high-level undead creatures. There were tens of thousands of them. What could tens of thousands of high-level undead creatures do? It was almost equivalent to the combat power of 3 normal legions. One person was controlling 3 fearless legions. Was this kind of person someone that anyone could offend? Actually, these general managers were not only general managers, they also served as monitors. The Carsai family only assigned general managers to some heirs of the family. These general managers were also monitoring and evaluating the heirs. Their evaluation would play a key role in determining whether the heirs could ascend to that throne. Of course, Smith and the others did not know about this. They only thought that the family was concerned about them, so they sent them a few capable managers. However, Xiao Hai ignored them. He just wanted to give a warning to the Carsai family through this matter. Don't think that I'm afraid of you. Quad at the same time, he also wanted to see how the Carsai family would deal with this matter. If they handled it well, everything would be fine. If they didn't, Xiao Hai would have to think of other ways. The Carsai family was not worthy of his cooperation. As she watched Zhu and the rest slowly become black dots, Laura said worriedly, "Big Brother Hai, is it really okay for us to do this? Will Smith look bad?" Xiao Hai smiled. "Quat, don't worry, I've already handed the cane to the Blood Eagle. These few days, a few Blood Eagles will be monitoring them from above. As long as something happens to them, we can rush over at once. No matter what, he's Brother Smith's blood brother. We can't let anything happen to him, but we must teach him a lesson. Otherwise, we won't have a high position in the Carsai family. They will only order us around like servants. I don't want that to happen." Lola nodded inside. "Quad, I really didn't expect that there would be such a person in the Carsai family. This is too surprising. I hope Brother Smith can solve this matter quickly." "Quad, it's fine even if he takes a while to solve it," Xiao Hai said with a smile. "Quad, we can stay on the island for a while longer and learn how to make wine from little Jin." Quad Xiao started squeaking excitedly again. Xiao Hai and the others couldn't help but laugh. On the lifeboat, Zhu glared at the main pipeline. "Zack, what are you doing? Why do we have to listen to him? Why didn't you deal with him? Didn't the clan say that you were very strong? I think you're a piece of trash." Zack looked at Zhu and said calmly, "Young master, there's no way we can defeat Xiao Hai. Didn't you notice just now? He had released at least tens of thousands of high-level undead creatures. Tens of thousands. Under those circumstances, if we really fought him, we would only be courting death. Even if he didn't kill us, it would be very easy for him to control us, so I didn't resist." Although Zhu was furious, he wasn't a fool. He recalled the situation and the overwhelming number of undead creatures in Xiao Hai's hands. He couldn't help but feel frightened. He knew that Zack was right, but he couldn't take it lying down. Since he was young, no one had ever dared to treat him like this. Xiao Hai was the first. Zhu gritted his teeth and sat down angrily. At the same time, he swore to himself that when he returned to the family, he would tell his father about this. He would teach Xiao Hai a lesson to avenge the humiliation he suffered today. Smith was in his study, writing a letter to his big brother. He wanted to tell his big brother about Xiao Hai's situation in more detail. They wanted to use their own strength to change the family's attitude towards Xiao Hai. Smith knew very well that Xiao Hai was the most important person to his family. Everything else was secondary. How much profit could the hooting fish bring to the family? That money was nothing compared to Xiao Hai. If he could use all the income of Tianshui City to exchange for Xiao Hai's loyalty, Smith would do it without hesitation. However, it was obvious that that was not possible. Smith knew very well that money alone was not enough to move someone like Xiao Hai. Xiao Hai seemed to like money, but he earned every penny he had. Even when he robbed Duke Ryan, he did it with his own ability. Smith knew that Xiao Hai valued relationships, so he had taken good care of Ryan during this period. Although Ryan's family had not sent anyone to pick her up, she was very safe in Tensui City. She could go shopping and buy things without worrying about any danger. Although Xiao Hai rarely visited Ryan, Smith still took good care of Ryan. He wanted to let Xiao Hai know through this method that they had been helping him silently. This way, Xiao Hai would have a trace of gratitude towards the Carsai family in his heart. Whatever he did in the future, he would also think for the Carsai family. However, all of Smith's good intentions were completely ruined by the family's actions. Smith knew very well that if this matter was not handled well, Xiao Hai might not work with them anymore. If that happened, their losses would be too great. Smith did not believe that Xiao Hai was truly afraid of the Church of Light. Based on his attitude towards the Church of Light, why would he be afraid of the Church? Furthermore, he was the prince of the Herculean Divine Ox tribe. The Church of Light had no way of extending their reach into the Beastmen Plains. Even if his family did not care about Xiao Hai, he could still hide in the plains. At that time, the Church of Light would not be able to do anything to him. At this moment, Phil suddenly walked in. He was the only one who could enter Smith's study without being informed. When Smith saw Phil coming in with a piece of paper in his hand, he couldn't help but ask curiously, "Uncle Phil, what's wrong?" Phil's face darkened as he handed the letter to Smith. Smith could tell from Phil's expression that something must have happened. He immediately took the letter and looked at the contents. His face turned very ugly. Bang, bang. Smith smacked the letter in his hand onto the table, then stood up and walked around the room a few times. "This is outrageous, outrageous. How could he do this? Isn't this ruining my plans?" Phil understood Smith's meaning. Smith wasn't angry at Xiao Hai. He was angry at Zhu Wan. What Zhu Wan did almost pushed Xiao Hai to the opposite side. Fortunately, Xiao Hai was powerful and taught Zhu Wan a lesson. Otherwise, the Carsai family would be in big trouble. Smith wasn't angry at Xiao Hai's treatment of Phil. On the contrary, he felt very relieved. All these years, Zhu Wan had caused a lot of trouble. They didn't say anything because of their father. Who knew that Zhu Wan would go overboard now? It was time to teach him a lesson. "Quat, I've already arranged for someone to pick up the fifth young master," Phil said in a deep voice. "Quat, young master, you have to be prepared here. You must settle this matter as soon as possible. Otherwise, when the fifth young master returns, it may cause more trouble." Quat. Smith nodded. "It's not possible, it's certain." This time, Little Hai taught him a lesson. "I think after he returns to the family, he will definitely instigate the family to deal with Little Hai. This thing can't happen no matter what. Otherwise, it will be a disaster for the Carsai family. I always feel that Little Hai has a lot of secrets. What he showed in front of us is just a part of his secrets. For such a person, we can't push him to the enemy side." Quat. Phil agreed with Smith's point of view. After interacting with Xiao Hai for the past few days, Phil had gained a certain understanding of Xiao Hai. Just like Smith had said, Xiao Hai had too many secrets. It was obviously not wise to fall out with Xiao Hai before knowing his trump card. Phil nodded. "Quat, we're still in a few days, but I'm a little worried about the fifth master's safety. Now that he's been thrown into the sea by Xiao Hai, what if someone really wants to harm them? Don't forget, we have quite a few enemies." Smith shook his head and smiled. "Quat, don't worry, can't you see that Little Hai? He doesn't really want to fall out with us, so he will definitely send people to protect Zhu Wan. Don't worry." Phil nodded and Smith sighed. "Uncle Phil, go and arrange for him to be brought back safely. That useless thing." Xiao Hai was sitting on the peach and paying attention to Zhu Wan's situation. Of course, he couldn't let anything happen to Zhu Wan. If he wasn't there, he wouldn't be able to explain it to Smith. At the same time, he wouldn't be able to cooperate with the Carsai family. Therefore, Zhu Wan's safety still had to be taken care of. He also wanted to see the attitude of the Carsai family from this matter. However, he was really not very worried. No matter what, it was the sea area of Tianshui City. The control of the Carsai family was still very strong. Sure enough, 3 days after he sent the letter, the battleship of the Carsai family came to pick up Zhu Wan and the others. Xiao Hai was relieved as they were about to reach Ape Head Island. Xiao Hai didn't go to see Ryan when he returned to Tianshui City. He knew that Ryan didn't want to see him. He had asked Laura and the others to find out about Ryan's situation. Ryan was very happy now, so Xiao Hai didn't disturb him. Of course, he knew what Smith had done. To be honest, he was very touched by what Smith had done. This proved that Smith really cared about him. This time, Xiao Hai obtained another 10 warships. In addition to the 3 warships he already had, the Swordfish and the Peach, he had a total of 15 warships. 15 warships was not a small number. Most large families might not even have that many warships. Although these warships could not be compared to cargo ships, they were still very useful to Xiao Hai. After another 5 days, they finally arrived at Ape Head Island. In fact, they could have arrived faster, but Xiao Hai didn't want people to be suspicious, so they arrived at the Ape Head Island at a normal speed. This time, Xiao Hai came to Ape Head Island mainly to learn how Xiao Jin and the others made wine. For this operation, he specially called a few orcs to Ape Head Island, because these orcs also knew a little about winemaking and would know more than him. Ape Head Island was still the same. When Xiao Hai and the others disembarked from the ship, Xiao Jin's clansmen were already waiting for them. Xiao Hai and the others didn't stand on ceremony and sat on their backs, heading to their old nest. The beastmen who had followed Xiao Hai to the island for the first time all stared at the tree in a daze. They couldn't believe that such a tall tree existed in the world. Then, Xiao Hai showed them the magical breadfruit. They were already planting breadfruit in the origin space, but they hadn't harvested them yet. After staying in Xiaojin's nest for a while, Xiao Hai and the others took some breadfruits and beer and returned to Iron Mountain Castle. This time they had been out for a long time. However, everything was normal at the Iron Mountain Fortress. Nothing had happened. Wood and Stone had been in seclusion for a while and had begun to cultivate desperately, trying to break through their bottlenecks as soon as possible. In BSB, to be honest, Wood and Stone did not have good aptitudes, but they were willing to work hard. This was something that was hard to come by, and Xiao Hai liked this. The people in the Iron Mountain Fortress were still very busy every day, but they lived a very fulfilling life. They used to be slaves, but now they could live such a life, which was really like heaven. When Xiao Hai, Laura, and the others arrived at the living room of the Iron Mountain Castle, Green and the others were already waiting for them. Seeing Xiao Hai enter, Green smiled and said, "What's wrong? You don't want to go home anymore." Xiao Hai smiled. "Quite, it's true. Tianshui City is really good. I've already ordered a batch of slaves. I think we'll have to increase the population in a while. Oh, Grandpa Green, I'll show you something good." Quite after saying that, he took out a breadfruit and a bottle of beer. Grim and the others looked at the breadfruit curiously. Xiao Hai smiled and opened the breadfruit. When they saw the breadfruit immediately expand, Grim and the others were very surprised. Then they tasted the breadfruit again. They were all shocked. This thing was too magical. After that, Xiao Hai let them try some beer. Although he had sent away a few winemakers, Green and the others had no idea what kind of beer Xiao Hai was brewing. Now that Xiao Hai had brought back the sample, they were very curious and tried it. However, they were a little disappointed when they tried it. It was true. Due to the problem with preservation, beer was sour and not delicious at all. They did not understand why Xiao Hai wanted to brew this. Green put down his glass and turned to Xiao Hai. "Young master, are we really going to brew this? To be honest, this thing is not good at all." Xiao Hai smiled. "What, it's not good now because Xiao Jin and the others won't keep it. If we brew it, the taste will definitely be different. Don't worry. I'm also preparing to start planting breadfruit trees here in large quantities. This thing has a higher production rate than bamboo rice. What do you think?" Green nodded and said, "This thing is indeed not bad. It can almost change the eating habits of the people on the continent. It can be planted. But young master, this thing first appeared on the island. The climate there is very different from ours. How about this, we try to plant some first. If it's okay, then we can plant more. If it's not okay, then forget it. What do you think?" Xiao Hai thought for a while and nodded. He could grow anything in the space. He had almost forgotten about the influence of climate. Just like on Earth, there were some hot fruits in the south that couldn't be grown in the north. This was the influence of climate. However, Xiao Hai had already made up his mind. He had to plant breadfruit trees in the boundless space. The production of breadfruit trees was too high. The boundless space had estimated that the first harvest of breadfruit trees was equivalent to the output of bamboo rice in 3 seasons. This was shocking. Once this bread tree was grown, he could buy it to the orcs. He believed that the orcs would like it. It was easy to carry around and could be eaten as soon as it was opened. It could also be stored for a long time. To the orcs, simple things were the food they wanted the most. Merlin said happily, "It'll be great if we can really grow this thing. It'll save us the trouble of cooking in the future. Young master, I think we can plant it in large quantities in the subspace and sell it on the continent. When you mentioned breadfruit, you only thought of it as a kind of food that can be sold to the orcs. How could you not think that the human race also needs food? Moreover, this kind of food that doesn't have to be cooked and can be eaten directly is very popular even there." Quat. Xiao Hai was taken aback. He then patted his head and said, "Oh, I forgot about that. Oh, right, Grandma Merlin, take these breadfruits and roast them later. Let's see how they taste after roasting." "All right, I'll give it a try later." Merlin nodded. "Quite, young master, it's already winter, and there's nothing much going on at your place. Do you think you can mine some stones from the surrounding mountains? If you don't want to destroy the plants, you can mine from the islands overseas and transport them back here. Otherwise, it'll take a long time to start again in the next spring. What do you think?" Xiao Hai thought for a moment. "Quat, that's a good idea. We can find some worthless islands overseas and mine for stones on them. That way we won't have to destroy the cultivated land in the Black Earth wilderness in the future. That's a good idea." Quat. Seeing that Xiao Hai had agreed, Jelen continued, "What's the situation in Tianshui City?" Xiao Hai told Green and the others about the situation in Tianshui City. He didn't want to hide it from them. This time there were 2 sides to the matter with the Carsai family. One side was good and the other side was bad. The good thing was that they could continue to cooperate with the Carsai family. In that case, they wouldn't have to worry about anything. If it was bad, then they would have to prepare a way out for themselves again. At the same time, they would have to find ways to stand firm on the continent again. Therefore, Xiao Hai hoped that Green and the others would be prepared. After hearing Xiao Hai's words, Kun Zheng sighed. Quat, no matter where we go, there will always be fights. This time, Little Hai did a good job. We should let the Carl family know how powerful we are. Otherwise, we won't be able to talk to them on equal terms in the future. After explaining the matter to Green and the others, Xiao Hai was completely at ease. He believed that Green and the others would be prepared. In fact, there was nothing much to be prepared this time. It mainly depended on the attitude of the Carsai family. As long as the Carsai family made their stance clear, no matter good or bad, Xiao Hai would accept it. Xiao Hai and the others had returned to Ape Head Island. This time, even Green and the others had come. It was the first time they had seen an island like this. The island was really nice, but it would be great if they could build a base on the island. However, Xiao Hai wasn't prepared to destroy anything on the island. This island was the territory of Xiao Jin and the others. They had lived here for generations. If they destroyed the island, Xiao Jin and the others might not be used to it. They had to first learn how Xiao Jin and the others brewed beer on the island. After they returned to Iron Mountain Castle, they would conduct experiments. They believed that in the near future, they would be able to drink delicious beer. Xiao Hai and the others were looking for some small islands with many stones that no one had noticed. They were going to mine all the stones on the islands in preparation for building houses the next spring. Xiao Hai also realized that Little Jin was very smart. No matter what he said, Little Jin would understand immediately. This was great for Xiao Hai. He could save himself a lot of trouble. In fact, the process of making the wine was very simple. They colored the ripe breadfruit, put them in the tree hole, and then poured water into it. After a period of fermentation, the beer-like thing slowly appeared. Of course, there were a few things to take note of. First, the seal must be careful. Second, the breadfruit must be ripe. Third, the breadfruit must be placed inside with the shell. This didn't mean that only the shell of breadfruit was used in the process of making beer. On the contrary, the meat of breadfruit was the main ingredient. However, the shell of breadfruit also played a very important role in this process. Only by letting it explode automatically in the water could the taste of beer be produced. Otherwise, you would only get a bucket of dirty water with green hair. Xiao Hai didn't know why this was happening, but this was the only way he could do it. However, he hoped that the Beastmen could improve this technique and make the beer more delicious. The Beastmen winemakers were now very relaxed. Their main task every day was to make milk wine. They didn't have to herd animals, but they had enough food to eat, money to earn, and milk wine to drink. Everything seemed so wonderful. In fact, orcs also liked peace and quiet. However, in order to survive in the orc prairies, they had to migrate everywhere. Now they could stay in one place and live the life they wanted. Their children could receive education, and they didn't have to worry about food. Most importantly, they had enough vegetables to eat. In the past, for a race like the giant horned barbaric ox tribe, they could only eat vegetables a few times a year because the price of vegetables was too expensive. But now it was different. In the Iron Mountain Fortress, vegetables were very cheap. They could eat as much as they wanted. In addition to the blue-eyed rabbit meat, they did not lack meat now. For them, this kind of life was really wonderful. Therefore, when Xiao Hai asked the orcs to learn how to make wine from the monkeys, they didn't have any objections. On the contrary, they were very careful, afraid that they would smash the wine. However, they soon realized that their worries were unnecessary. The brewing process of this wine was very simple. Not only could they learn it quickly, but some humans could also learn it quickly. Xiao Hai had expected this. To be honest, he did not expect the brewing of this beer to be so simple. After learning how to brew wine on Ape Head Island, Xiao Hai sent Grim and the other orcs back to the Iron Mountain Fortress. He asked them to try brewing beer and other wines, such as using grains. Of course, Xiao Hai had left all of this to Green and the others to manage. He was now on a boat leaving Ape Head Island. He wanted to find some small islands that could be used to mine stones. Xiao Hai had been waiting for Smith's letter for the past few days to tell him how to resolve the matter. However, he was disappointed that he didn't receive the letter. However, Xiao Hai wasn't in a hurry. He knew that Zhuan would definitely think of a way to deal with him after returning to the family. Smith couldn't do much about this. After leaving Ape Head Island, Xiao Hai and the rest advanced carefully near the deep sea. There were countless small islands overseas, and some of them could be used. There was fresh water on them, which could be used as a supply point. It had been designated as a base for some pirates and some big families. No one would even take a look at the islands without fresh water. However, the things on the island were very useful to Xiao Hai. If there was something valuable on the island, Xiao Hai would collect them. It would be best if he could upgrade the realm, but if he couldn't, he could keep them for himself. It would be the same if there were magical beasts, but if there was nothing, they could use them to mine for stones. Xiao Hai was a poor man with nothing, so he would not throw away anything that was of use. Besides, Xiao Hai had something important to do this time. He had to draw a large amount of seawater into the space. Xiao Hai had wanted to do this for a long time, but they had left in a hurry the last time, so he did not do it. This time, Xiao Hai wanted to do it. 3 days after leaving Ape Head Island, Xiao Hai and the others still hadn't found a small island. Xiao Hai observed the situation around him and felt that he could move now. At the thought of this, he immediately asked Jinan to stop the ship and drop the anchor. Then he opened a space crack and began to guide a large amount of seawater into the space. Seeing the seawater entering the space, Xiao Hai suddenly became nervous. He finally understood why he didn't bring the seawater into the space a while ago. It wasn't because he was in a hurry. It was just an excuse. In fact, he was a little worried. He was afraid that if he failed to bring the seawater in, the space wouldn't be able to upgrade, which would disappoint him. Because too much seawater was flowing into the dimension, a vortex appeared on the surface of the sea. Xiao Hai was afraid that there wasn't enough seawater, so he didn't stop. After about half an hour, Xiao Hai closed the dimensional crack and the vortex disappeared. As soon as the vortex disappeared, Xiao Hai and the others entered the realm. As soon as they entered, they heard a voice say, "Quat, the realm has introduced enough seawater and obtained a large number of microorganisms. The realm has evolved. The farm has been upgraded to level 30, and the pasture has been upgraded to level 20. I hope the host will work hard. Quat." Quat, because the ranches have been upgraded to level 20, and the small world function has been unlocked. The ranches will exist in the form of a small world. There is no limit to the number of animals that can be raised, and there is no limit to the type of animals that can be raised. There will be more seawater, more hot spring mountains, more river breeding functions, and more background utilization functions. Quat. Quat, as my farm has reached level 30, the processing plant function and background utilization function have been unlocked. I can plant on an existing background with no limit to the number of plants I can plant. Quat, leveling up vision. If the host's farm reaches level 40 and his farm reaches level 30, the farm and farm will become one, becoming a true mini-world. If the host's farm reaches level 50 and his farm reaches level 40, the background purchase function will be added. The host can buy multiple backgrounds at the same time and plant and breed in multiple backgrounds at the same time. As the host's level is not high enough, the future development will be kept a secret for the time being. I hope the host will work hard and level up as soon as possible. Xiao Hai stood there in a daze, listening to the realm's notification. When the notification ended, he shouted out in joy. Laura and the others also shouted out in excitement. The realm had finally reached level 30, and they could now produce an antidote for Xiao Hai to remove the poison in his body. Xiao Hai didn't expect things to go so smoothly. Most importantly, the farm and ranch had new members. There was no need to feed the ranch anymore, and there was no limit to the number of animals they could raise. This was great. The farm could now be used as a background, and the area of land they could use would increase greatly. Now, they could plant as much land as they wanted, which was a great function. The realm had also created a vision of what the realm would become after it leveled up. It would become a real small world and could use multiple backgrounds at the same time. It was wonderful. At this moment, the space's voice once again sounded. Quat, as the host's body contains a large amount of poisonous substances, the realm has specially rewarded the host with the seeds of medicinal herbs that can detoxify the poison. The host can cultivate the seeds into medicinal herbs and process them into antidotes through the processing plant to remove the poison in the body. The seeds can be placed in the warehouse. Quat. Xiao Hai couldn't help but laugh out loud when he heard the system notification. He had been worried about the antidote, but the realm solved it for him. He immediately opened the storage page and found the seeds rewarded by the realm. As soon as he saw them, Xiao Hai knew why the realm had specially rewarded him. They were all seeds for crops above level 40. With Xiao Hai's current level, he didn't have the information to buy them. Xiao Hai took a deep breath and turned to Kai. When the things in the field have matured, plant those seeds. Oh right, plant a large number of fruit trees in the background of the space. In any case, we have a lot of land here now, so you can plant them as you see fit. Oh right, transform the 1,000 mu of land into red soil. Kai responded and went to work. Everything in the space was under her control, so it would be best to let her deal with these things. At this moment, Laura and the others walked to Xiao Hai's side. Seeing their expressions, Xiao Hai couldn't help but smile. The realm has been upgraded. Our biggest worry has been removed. Hahaha, even if the realm is still here, it won't be upgraded anymore. It's enough for us. Quat, no, Laura said with a smile. Quat, we want to keep upgrading the space, upgrading it until it becomes a big world. Quat. Xiao Hai and the others laughed out loud. Laura's words had hit the nail on the head. Although Xiao Hai had said that it didn't matter if the realm didn't upgrade, he really wanted to see what it would be like after it reached the advanced level. What about rank 70? Would the realm be upgraded to the peak one day? What would the space become then? Suddenly, Xiao Hai remembered something. He immediately opened the main page of the realm. There was indeed a small processing plant on the main page. Xiao Hai immediately tapped on the icon of the processing plant, and a notification sound immediately came. Quat, do you want to build the processing plant? It will cost 100,000 gold coins to build it. One universal processing machine will be given for free. Quat. Xiao Hai immediately chose yes. Not far from their villa, there was a sudden flash of white light. In a short while, a very simple factory was built. It was a very ordinary brick house. Xiao Hai and the others entered the house immediately. Once they entered, Xiao Hai was stunned. He had not expected the house to look like this. The house was more than 200 square meters, but there was only one machine in the whole house. However, the house didn't seem empty at all because the machine was so big that it almost took up the entire room. This machine was very simple. There were only 3 buttons on it. One was to add materials, one was to choose the type of processing, and one was to start. There was nothing else. You couldn't see the input and output. The entire machine was like a big piece of iron. There were many pipes on the machine, and no one knew what they were for. Xiao Hai took a look at the machine and pressed the button to choose the type of processing. He found that a page immediately popped up in front of him. There were several categories on it, including medicine, food, tools, and special items. Xiao Hai opened the medicine category button and saw a bunch of medicine names. He clicked on one and saw the words, Quat Strong Golden Injury Medicine. It's very effective for external injuries and can stop bleeding in the shortest time possible. Materials required, Sanki Keewu. Quat there were a lot of names and quantities of herbs. As soon as he saw this, Xiao Hai understood the general purpose of the machine. However, he still opened the food list and took a look. The page of the food list contained a lot of content, including main and non-staple food, various condiments such as fruit jam, salad dressing, and so on. It could also be used to process various wines. There was also a very detailed recipe on it. Xiao Hai took another look at the tools category. There were not only various tools, but also various weapons. This was out of Xiao Hai's expectations. Finally, there were even more varieties of items in the special items category. One could even process martial arts secret manuals and invisible storage equipment in there. It was truly amazing. At the same time, processing these things also required a lot of special materials. For example, if you wanted to add a blank secret manual, you would need a secret manual and some things like brush and ink. Zhao Customs closed the page and sighed. Quad, it's indeed an all-purpose processing machine. This thing is really useful. Hee, this is good stuff. Quad, at this moment, a piece of information was transmitted into his mind. The information was about the processing plant and the universal processing machine. The processing plant could still be upgraded. If it needed to be upgraded, it would be to increase the number of universal processing machines. With Xiao Hai's current level, he could upgrade the processing plant to level 10 at most, which meant that he could have 10 universal processing machines. The all-purpose processing machine could make almost anything. As long as the materials were provided, it could process anything you wanted. The function of the all-purpose processing machine was very powerful. If it was allowed to work non-stop and provided him with enough materials, it could process 100,000 jin of flour a day. If it was rice, it could reach 500,000 jin. If it was wine, it could process at least 10,000 jin of white wine or fruit wine. If it was beer, it could be more, up to 50,000 jin. If it was to produce weapons, one could make at least 1,000 ordinary swords in a day. Of course, if one wanted to prepare the processing space, it might take a few days. Moreover, a processing machine could only process one thing at a time. If one wanted to process rice, one could not process flour. It was that simple. Xiao Hai didn't think too much about it and immediately upgraded the processing plant to level 10. With a flash of white light, 10 identical factories appeared in the inner space. Only then did Xiao Hai remember that he had spent quite a bit of money recently. He immediately checked the amount of money he had, only to find that the realm had deducted 1 million gold from him. This made Xiao Hai's head buzz. He didn't even know where he had spent his money. After asking Heir, Xiao Hai found out that the 10 million gold coins deducted from him was not a lot at all. These gold coins were not only used to upgrade the processing plant, but also to upgrade the red soil land. After all, upgrading the red soil land was very expensive. Although it was a bit painful, he decided to level it up anyway. It was fine as long as the realm could be leveled up. However, Heir also told Xiao Hai that although the background of the realm could be used, the soil in the background couldn't shorten the time it took for plants to grow like the 1,000 acres of land. In other words, the time it took for plants to grow outside would be the same as the time it took for them to grow in the realm. However, there was an advantage to it. No matter where he was, he could plant them in his space. They wouldn't be affected by the weather. This was good for Xiao Hai. This time, Xiao Hai had not only asked Kai to plant some fruit trees, but also a large number of breadfruit trees, rice bamboos, oil fruit trees, and a large number of fruits and vegetables. After arranging everything in the space, Xiao Hai and the others came out. It was already evening, and the sea seemed to have turned golden. Xiao Hai stood on the deck and looked at the goldens. He suddenly laughed and said, "Quat, from today onwards, I don't have to worry about the void water anymore. I can do whatever I want in this world. Quat." When Laura and the others saw Xiao Hai's expression, they only smiled and did not say anything. They could understand Xiao Hai's feelings. To be honest, they were just as excited as him. After a long while, Xiao Hai finally calmed down. He turned to Laura and smiled. It's no wonder people say that there are endless treasures in the ocean. Who would have thought that just by putting seawater into the realm, it would upgrade successfully? From today on, we don't have to worry about supplies anymore. Quat, that's right, Big Brother Hai, Laura said with a smile. Quat, what do you think will happen if we send a large amount of grain to the orc grasslands and lower the price? Xiao Hai shook his head and said, no, we can't do that. Otherwise, the ones who go bankrupt the most are the ordinary small merchants who have business dealings with the grasslands. It won't affect the large merchant teams too much. Quat. Lola nodded. In fact, the small merchants who did business with the grasslands only earned hard-earned money at most. The big families were the ones who really earned the most. If they really lowered the price of food, the small merchants would be the first to suffer. It would not affect the big families too much. Xiao Hai sighed. Quat, what we can do now isn't to lower the grain price. We have to make sure that the orcs don't have a shortage of food. We have to let a few orcs die of hunger. Quat. At this moment, there was a sudden wave in the sea. Then Xiao Hai felt paradise shake. Xiao Hai was too familiar with this feeling. It was a demonic beast in the sea attacking paradise. Xiao Hai immediately turned on the monitor. He was stunned when he saw that the monitor's coverage had increased once again. It was only 2,000 meters before, but now it had reached 10,000 meters. It had increased by 5 times. However, compared to the leveling up in the origin space, this surprise was nothing. Xiao Hai didn't pay much attention to it and immediately looked down at the situation below the ship. Xiao Hai was stunned when he saw the situation under the ship. He saw someone under the ship. However, he quickly realized that it was not a human, but a humanoid sea monster. Xiao Hai looked at the humanoid sea monster in a daze. It was about 3 meters tall, with 2 long tentacles on its head and 8 slender legs near its ribs, which looked like the legs of a shrimp. Its hands were 2 big clamps, and its lower body was not a human-shaped leg, but a tail like a shrimp. This shrimp-like person was followed by a large group of giant shrimps. These shrimps were all 5 meters long, had a pair of big pincers and a thick shell on their back, looking very powerful. When Xiao Hai saw this, he couldn't help but frown. He remembered a name, the Sea Tribe. Xiao Hai did not understand why the prawns would attack him if they were really pirates. However, he did not have the time to think about it. He could tell that these prawns were very powerful. If they were to attack him like this, the armor of the peach essence would not last long. Xiao Hai waved his hand, causing the seawater to ripple. Then a ball of seawater rose into the air. Within this ball of seawater, there was a person who looked like a huge prawn. After using the spell, Xiao Hai realized that his magic power seemed to have increased. His magic attack was originally equivalent to a grade 7 mage, but now it was equivalent to a grade 8 mage. This was another unexpected surprise. However, what shocked Xiao Hai was that his magic attack had no effect at all. The sea water rose, but the sea tribe member did not appear on the surface. Quat huh, Xiao Hai was stunned. He had never encountered such a situation before. His magic attack had no effect. He looked at the monitor and found that the shrimp tribe seemed to have noticed the situation. He raised his head to look at paradise and attacked even more urgently. Quat HMPH. Quat Xiao Hai coldly snorted. With a wave of his hand, a cloud of white mist appeared in the sea. This cloud of white mist froze the sea water as fast as it could. Of course, it also froze the shrimp tribe member and the few large shrimps. This time, as Xiao Hai moved his hand, the big prawns and the prawn man appeared on the ship. However, they were all frozen in ice. With a flip of his hand, Xiao Hai kept the prawns into his space. A notification rang out. The prawns were a level 20 magic beast. If they were outside, they would be equivalent to a level 4 magic beast. They could use simple water-type magic attacks and could be reared in the sea. They would mature in 14 hours and could give birth 5 times, 8 babies each time. Xiao Hai did not care about that. He knew that even if the prawns were high-level magical beasts, they would not be able to level up the space again. Now that the farm had reached level 20, it would be very difficult to level it up again. NBSB Xiao Hai was only looking at that shrimp. He waved his hand, and the ice that trapped the shrimp immediately shattered, causing the shrimp to fall onto the deck. However, he didn't move. Xiao Hai knew that he was frozen. Xiao Hai wasn't in a hurry and just stood there quietly. After a while, the shrimp could finally move. However, he looked like he was having difficulty breathing and was about to die at any moment. Xiao Hai moved his hand, and a mass of seawater appeared. It turned into a big water ball and contained the shrimp tribe member inside. This time, the shrimp tribe member felt much better. He looked at Xiao Hai coldly and said in a deep voice, "Brat, you better let me go immediately. Otherwise, my clansmen won't let you off." NBSB Xiao Hai was stunned. He didn't expect that the prawn race could speak the human language. Although the human language was the continent's common language, how could the sea race know it? How do you know our language? Xiao Hai asked curiously. You're from the sea tribe. NBSB, the prawn race member, looked at Xiao Hai and said in disdain, "What's so strange about knowing your language? Our sea tribe has long since used this language. Your human race used this language even later than us." Xiao Hai looked at the prawn tribe member and said, "Really? Then why did you attack my ship?" Quat, the entire ocean is our territory, the shrimp said. Quat, this area just so happens to be our territory. Why can't I attack your ship? Xiao Hai frowned and said, "This is the territory of your shrimp tribe. Then why didn't you attack us before? Why are you attacking us now? Ignorant human, don't you know that this is a coastal area? The merfolk have allowed you to move around here." Back then, the experts of your human race and the experts of our sea race reached an agreement and allowed you to move in the coastal waters. But today, I found that there were abnormal waves here, so I came to take a look. I happened to see your ship and wanted to take it back as a toy. Kid, put it down and let me go. I've already sent someone to inform my people, and they will come to save me soon. Xiao Hai frowned. He believed a part of the shrimp's words. He said that the agreement between the sea tribe and the human tribe might exist, just like the agreement between the human tribe and the experts in the rotten corpse swamp. However, he did not believe that the shrimp had sent someone back to inform his tribe. He knew very well that the shrimp and the large shrimps had all been captured by him. How could he send someone back to inform his tribe? At this time, Heir reminded Xiao Hai that another member of the shrimp tribe was coming. Xiao Hai was stunned. He didn't expect that this member of the shrimp tribe wasn't lying. He couldn't help but raise his head to look at this member of the shrimp tribe. However, that member of the shrimp tribe looked at Xiao Hai indifferently. It was obvious that he thought that Xiao Hai wouldn't dare to do anything to him. Xiao Hai didn't pay attention to him. He paid attention to the movement on the screen. They were really from the shrimp tribe. A few other shrimp tribe members who looked similar to this one were rushing toward paradise. There were 7 of them in total. Beside these 7 people was a large group of shrimp like magical beasts, which put Xiao Hai in a difficult position. He didn't want to get into a conflict with the sea tribe in the sea. NBSB Xiao Hai looked at the prawn and said, "Your people are here. I can let you go, but you can't cause me any more trouble." Quat. Hearing Xiao Hai's words, the shrimp tribe member couldn't help but show a proud expression. He then chuckled and said, "Quat kid, don't waste your breath. I've taken a fancy to your ship. Leave it to me as a toy. Otherwise, you'll never be able to go out to sea." Quat. When Xiao Hai heard the words of the shrimp tribe member, he was stunned. He snorted coldly and said, "If you don't want to go out to sea, then don't. What can you do? Don't think that I'm afraid of you just because you have a few clansmen. I don't even put you in my eyes." After saying that, he waved his hand, and a large white mist suddenly appeared where the shrimp tribe members were, freezing them in an instant. Then he waved his hand and caught them on the boat, putting them into a few water balls. However, they were still too cold and couldn't speak. When the first prawn tribesman caught by Xiao Hai saw that Xiao Hai had captured so many of his tribesmen, he panicked. He threatened Xiao Hai with a panicked expression, "Brat, you'd better think it through. If you really dare to kill us, it'll be equivalent to declaring war on the entire sea race. You won't have a good end." "Quat, I don't know if I'll have a good ending," Xiao Hai said in a deep voice. "Quat, but I know that even if I don't go into the sea, I can still live a good life on the continent. I don't believe that a 9th-rank expert of your sea tribe would come to the continent to kill us for the sake of you. Even if he dares to come, I'm not afraid." Quat. Xiao Hai had learned from Jin and that ordinary members of the sea tribe could not leave the water for too long. Only grade 9 experts could survive out of the water for a long time. It was because of this that the sea tribe could live in peace with the human race. Otherwise, the sea tribe would have attacked the human race a long time ago. NBSB, the shrimp man was stunned, and then his expression changed. Xiao Hai had really said it. The oceanic species would not start a war with the human race because of a few of them. Even the shrimp tribe would not do that. They knew that human experts were not to be trifled with. Moreover, this was the territory of the human race according to the agreement. They had come to the human territory. If a level 9 expert came, they would not be in the right. At the thought of this, the shrimp tribe member couldn't help but admit defeat. "Human, I can promise not to attack your ship, but you have to let me and my people go. Otherwise, it will really start a war." Xiao Hai could tell that he had really given in. Xiao Hai didn't want to offend the marine race either, so he nodded and said, "Sure, I don't have any grudges with you. As long as you don't attack my ship, I can let you go immediately. By the way, maybe I can do some business. I can ship some from the human race to sell to you, and you can also use the sea race's special products to exchange with me." The shrimp tribe member was stunned. He didn't expect that Xiao Hai would want to do business with them. While he was in a daze, a shrimp tribe member beside him suddenly said, "Human, is what you said true? You're really willing to do business with us?" Xiao Hai turned his head and saw that it was one of the shrimp tribe members that he had just caught. It was obvious that he had recovered. Xiao Hai immediately nodded and said, "Of course it's true." The prawn tribesman said with a face full of joy, "That's great. What do you want? What do you guys have?" Xiao Hai asked, stunned. "Quat, magical beasts from the sea," the shrimp man said. "Quat, we also have some ores, pearls, and corals. We have all of these." Quat. "I want all of them. What do you guys want?" Xiao Hai nodded. "We want some land magic beasts, some iron tools, and finally some porcelain," the prawn pen man said. Xiao Hai nodded and said, "No problem. I can give you all of these things. I can also give you some food, vegetables, and fruits of the human race. You can exchange them with magical beasts, ores, pearls, corals, and the like. I want all of them." Quat. The prawn tribesman excitedly nodded his head and said, "Quat, okay. Oh right, I'm called Yanhui. If you've prepared those things, you can directly head to the deep sea from here. This generation is the territory of our shrimp tribe. Once we reach the deep sea, we'll naturally know. At that time we can trade." Quat. Quad all right, Xiao Hai nodded. Quad I'll go back and prepare for a few days. We'll trade then. Quad after saying that, he waved his hand and released the shrimp tribe members into the sea. The moment the prawn tribesmen entered the sea, they immediately floated back up. Yan Hui looked at Xiao Hai and said, "You have to bring more things. We'll take as many as you have." Xiao Hai smiled. Quad all right, it's a deal then. Everyone, goodbye. Quad NBSB, the shrimp tribe members waved at Xiao Hai, then slowly disappeared into the sea. Laura, on the other hand, was dumbfounded. Only after the shrimp tribe members had disappeared did she regain her senses. She looked at Xiao Hai as if he was a monster and said, "Big brother Hai, you're too amazing. You actually thought of doing business with the people of the sea. This is the first time I've heard that you've created history." Hearing Laura's words, Xiao Hai couldn't help but laugh. Quat communication. Necessary to communicate. Sometimes, the reason why there are wars between two races is because there is no communication. It can be seen that the sea tribe also needs our things very much. We can also get some pirate products from them. Why don't we cooperate with them? Laura smiled and said, "Yes, we should do it. This way, not only can we get a lot of special products from the sea, such as pearls, which are very popular on the mainland, but we can also get a lot of sea magic beasts. Maybe our space level can rise very quickly." Quat. Quat, that's right, said Xiao Hai with a smile. Quat, there are many good things in the ocean. It's only good for us to go online with them. Hee, it seems like we have to go to the elf forest and the dwarf's iron mountain sometime. I want to do business with all the other races on the continent. Quat. Laura and the others also laughed. If they could really do business with all the other races on the continent, they would definitely become the richest people on the continent in the future. Quat, big brother Hai, today is our lucky day, Meg said with a smile. Quat, not only did we upgrade the realm, but we also got in touch with the people of the sea. Shouldn't we find a place to prepare the things that the people of the sea want? It's going to be the birthday of the continent soon. If we can buy some of the specialties of the sea tribe on the continent, it'll be very popular. Quat. Xiao Hai nodded. He knew about this birthday. The birthday on the Arc continent was like the new year on Earth. It was a festival for the entire continent, representing the change of the new year. A festival like this was very important to the human race. On this day, people would change into new clothes, cook a table of delicious food, send off the old year, and celebrate the arrival of the new year. It was like China New Year. Everyone should know that the Spring Festival was the peak period of consumption. If Xiao Hai and the others were to sell the rare marine race products on the mainland, they would definitely make a fortune. Laura thought for a moment and said, "Now that we can't go to Tianshui City, we can only go to other places. Fortunately, Tianshui City is not the only port in the Rasen Empire. I believe that as long as we don't go to the ports of other countries, the Church of Light will not be able to do anything to us. The Rasen Empire is at the peak of its anti-Church of Light campaign. I believe that the Church of Light will not dare to act rashly at this time." Quat. Do you have any good suggestions? Xiao Hai nodded. I really know nothing about the port cities in the Rasen Empire. Lola shook her head. Quat, I don't know either, but I think Jin En should know. Jin En, you tell him. Quat. Jin En, who was standing at the side, immediately said, other than Tianshui City, there are two other most famous port cities on the eastern coastline of the Rosen Empire. They are Jade Water City and Water Out City. These two cities are controlled by the royal family of the Rosen Empire. They are also very prosperous. However, because their location is a little worse than Tianshui City, they are not as famous on the continent. Quat. Should we get closer to that city? Xiao Hai nodded. Quat, out of Water City, Jinan said. Quat, it's only about a 13-day journey from here to out of Water City. It'll take at least 17 days to go to Jade Water City. Quat. All right, let's go to Water Out City then. Xiao Hai nodded. Those who had never been out to sea would never know how boring it was to sail on the sea, but at the same time, it was also a very tense matter. The seemingly calm sea could encounter various dangers, such as undercurrents and storms at any time, especially when there was no radar. At that time, the possibility of encountering dangers on the continent would be greatly increased. Most importantly, the ships on the Arc continent were not as developed as the other ships. The ships here were so boring. Just sailing on the sea was enough to drive you crazy. Fortunately, Zhao Haxian's ship was equipped with undead creatures, which allowed them to sail on the sea for a long time. Although the undead creatures were high-level undead creatures, they had lost their human emotions and were more like high-level robots. This time, their targets were Water Out City, and Water Jade City. They were famous port cities on the eastern coastline of the Rosen Empire. However, to people from other countries, Water Jade City was the best port city. It had the best location and the best transportation. Therefore, even if the taxes at Water Out City and Water Jade City were less than that of Water Jade City, not many people would go there. Although the Rasen Empire's royal family was very sensitive to this situation, it was useless because Tianshui City was not so prosperous in the beginning. It slowly became like this after it was handed over to the Carsai family. It could be said that this was the result of the efforts of several generations of the Carsai family. As for the Jade Water City and Water Outflowing City, although they had also been vigorously developed by the Rosen Empire, there were times when the royal family did things in a mediocre manner. Compared to a single family, the internal struggle within the royal family would be more intense. It was precisely because of this struggle that the Jade Water City and Water Outflowing City could not compete with the Celestial Water City. Yes, on the surface, the taxes of the Jade Water City and the Water Out City seem to be lower than that of the Celestial Water City. However, when you really arrive at the two cities, you will discover that it is not the case at all. The Jade Water City and the Water Out City also include many other miscellaneous taxes. When added together, the total amount definitely exceeds that of the Celestial Water City. There was a reason for this. Tianshui City was a purse that provided money for the entire Karch clan. It might be the main source of income for the Karch clan. Jadeswater City and Outwater City were places where the royal family of the Rossen Empire would test their princes. The king of the Rossen Empire would hand over these two cities for the first time. The other cities controlled by the royal family would then be handed over to his chosen heirs to manage the cities. It would be best if the heirs' profits were the last. This would be a great bonus in the process of his fight for the throne. This was like two kinds of investment. One was that you wanted to invest in it and turn it into a chicken that could lay golden eggs, while the other was that I just wanted to make a short-term investment. Naturally, it would be different. Although there were so many reasons, Xiao Hai still had to go to the City of Waters. Not only did he have to go there to buy things, but he also planned to set up a shop there. It would be best if he could contact some big business people. This way they would not have to rely on the Carsai family in the future. This time, the reaction of the Carsai family rang the alarm bell in Xiao Hai's heart. The majority of their cooperation was concentrated on the Carsai family, which was not a good thing for them. They should be looking for another partner. Otherwise, the Carsai family might use this method to choke their neck. Although they might not be afraid of the Carsai family, if the Carsai family really choked them, it would also bring them a lot of losses. It was because of this that Xiao Hai decided to go to the outflowing city. He wanted to see what the situation was like there in order to find another way of development. At the same time, he wanted to let the Carsai family know that he could live without them. Although Xiao Hai was a member of the Black Magician Alliance, he didn't have much of a sense of belonging to the alliance because he didn't know magic. Originally, the things that Smith had done had already made him feel a sense of belonging to the Black Magician Alliance, but the recent actions of the Carsai family had completely destroyed this sense of belonging. Xiao Hai sympathized with the Black Magician, but he was no saint. Of course, when he was abandoned by the entire continent, no one had helped him. If not for Grimm and the others who were loyal to him, Adam would have died long ago. Of course, Xiao Hai would not have existed. When Xiao Hai first joined the Black Magician Alliance, he saw his freedom and lack of rules. At the same time, he also had the intention of using the Black Magician Alliance to deal with the Church of Light. However, if the people of the Black Magician Alliance treated him like this, he would not stay in the Black Magician Alliance. The ship slowly sailed on. Today was a very special day for Xiao Hai. Kai had planted the seeds of the herbs rewarded by the system. These seeds were of very high levels, and it would take a few days for them to ripen. Xiao Hai had calculated that if he planted them today, he would have to wait until they reached the water city before he could make the antidote. Although they were planting the seeds in the middle of the day, Xiao Hai and the others still stood by and watched. This was too important to them. Xiao Hai knew very well that the seeds of these herbs represented hope. They represented the hope that he could recover. In fact, Xiao Hai had been investigating the all-purpose processing machine for the past few days. This all-purpose processing machine was really amazing. It would cost money to process things. As long as you paid, it could process things for you. The price would be calculated according to the difficulty of the process. For example, if Xiao Hai wanted to process this antidote, the processing machine would charge 1,000 gold coins. If he wanted to process a spatial equipment, the processing machine would charge 10,000 gold coins. If he wanted to process a high-level spatial equipment, the fee would be higher, up to 1,000,000 gold coins. At that time, the spatial equipment that was processed would also be of very high quality. However, if the unsheathed bamboo rice was processed into edible bamboo rice, it would only cost 1 gold coin a day. The same was true for the white flour. The price of the processed wine would be higher, but not too high, at most 50 gold coins. Overall, it was still very cost-effective. However, the processing fee was only paid if you provided sufficient materials. If you didn't, for example, you didn't have distillers' grains or additives that could change the taste. Of course, you could process it, but you had to buy it like a machine, which would be very expensive and painful. If you didn't want to buy it, you could just process it. Those processing machines could do it for you. Even if you didn't have plants in the realm, the processing machines could do it for you. As long as you took out some plants in the realm and paid some gold coins, you could produce the seeds of the plants you wanted. Of course, the price wouldn't be cheap. After all, the realm wanted you to find seeds from outside to enrich your space. The realm would not give you any experience points if you used the processing machine to process the seeds. However, it was precisely because of this that Xiao Hai had stopped the rice farming business in the Iron Mountain Fortress and asked the people there to do something else. However, Xiao Hai didn't use the processing machine to process milk liquor. Now, the processing machine was mainly used to process grains and fruit oil. As for wool products and liquor, Xiao Hai would let the workshop in Iron Mountain Castle continue to process them. As the processing machine would charge them constantly, it was better to use manpower than the processing machine. There were only a few thousand people in the Iron Mountain Castle, including some elderly and children who couldn't do heavy physical work. It was not enough to rely on the young and strong men and women to work so many fields. A large number of undead creatures were also used in those fields, but now with the processing machine, Xiao Hai had removed all the undead creatures and made them, especially the wool products. Xiao Hai used a processing machine to process a blanket. The process was very good, and one could choose the style and pattern of the blanket. However, the blanket processed by such a machine was different from the blanket made by pure human hands. The processing cost was not low, which was 50 gold coins per blanket. If the orcs were to work outside the realm, the 50 gold coins would be enough for them to make 20 blankets. So Xiao Hai gave up on using the machine to process the blanket. Xiao Hai knew that it wasn't the space's fault. The gold coins in the space were different from the ones outside. There was only one kind of currency in the space, which was gold coins. Gold coins were as worthless as the common copper coins outside the space, but they were very valuable outside the space. The reason why the processing machine could process rice and flour at such a low price was because the prices of the rice, bamboo, and wheat in the realm were not high. If Xiao Hai sold the rice, bamboo, and wheat to the realm, it would not be as worthwhile as selling them to the people on the Ark. The reason why Xiao Hai could become so rich so quickly was because of the different conversion methods between the currency in the realm and the currency outside. Xiao Hai wasn't the kind of person who was desperate for money. If he was, he could hand over some of the jobs to the undead creatures so that he wouldn't have to pay them. However, the slaves' living standards would drop significantly. Xiao Hai didn't want to do that. He wanted to give the slaves a better life. Xiao Hai was busy dealing with both the Dimension and the Iron Mountain Fortress. Of course, the first thing he did was to upgrade the Dimension and tell Green and the others that he would be able to cure the poison soon. Green and the others were so excited that they were almost in tears. To them, there was nothing better than this news. To them, as long as Xiao Hai's body recovered, they would be happy even if the Dimension disappeared. To them, nothing was more important than Xiao Hai's recovery. Time passed day by day. Paradise was also traveling on the sea day by day. It was already the 10th day since they encountered the shrimp tribe. The matters at Iron Mountain Fortress were almost settled, and the medicinal herbs from the realm had been collected. However, the quantity was not enough. He could only process and detoxify the poison after 3 days when the medicinal herbs in the realm were completely collected. At the same time, the fruit trees and breadfruit trees in the space were also planted. However, they took the same time to grow as those in the space, so they didn't notice anything special yet. The processing plant was not idle. It had finished processing the bamboo, rice, and wheat that Xiao Hai and the rest had saved up. Now it was processing fruit oil. This time the inner space could breed a large number of animals. Xiao Hai took out the goats he got from the grassland and raised them outside. He also added a lot of animals to the ranches. There were herbivores and carnivorous animals. Now Xiao Hai finally understood why the ranches said that there was no need to feed them. The carnivorous animals would eat the herbivores, and the herbivores would eat the grass growing in the ranches. Due to the increase in space, all the grass in the pasture could be eaten. Moreover, the animals would also migrate, so Xiao Hai did not have to worry about the pasture being destroyed. In addition, with watching over it, he really did not have to worry about the animals. Xiao Hai also noticed that the grass on the farm was growing much faster than the grass outside. Although it was not as fast as the red soil land, it was not too slow, so he did not have to worry at all. The reason why Xiao Hai kept some carnivores in his origin space was to ensure the number of herbivores. When the farm evolved into a small world, it had to maintain the balance of the small world. If there were herbivores in a world without carnivores, the number of herbivores would increase greatly. Slowly, the pasture would be destroyed and the environment would be destroyed. That was why Xiao Hai created a food chain in the farm. Of course, this food chain would cost Xiao Hai a lot of money. After all, carnivores ate meat. However, Xiao Hai was not worried. Once a full-year food chain was established, as long as it was not destroyed too much, it would be fine. There was plenty of food in the farm. Xiao Hai had released many herbivores, but there were not many carnivores. It could not be considered a complete food chain because there were too many herbivores. The farm would be destroyed sooner or later. However, there was no other way. Xiao Hai was running a farm, not an animal farm. These herbivores would come to eat his meat sooner or later. He had to have more. However, Xiao Hai soon realized that he was overthinking things. The farm had evolved into a small world, but the nature of the place had not changed. The animals here were the same as before. They were produced and grown digitally. The only difference was that the way of breeding had changed. Xiao Hai had to think about it carefully. If this continued, the number of demonic beasts he raised would one day surpass the total number of demonic beasts raised by the entire orc race. That would be too terrifying. By then, it would be impossible to sell the things he produced. There were too many of them. If he sold them all at once, it would have a destructive impact on the economy of the continent. He was afraid that the entire continent would immediately break out into war. However, it was fortunate that the farm was still under his control, and the space was managed by Mu-Er. Therefore, Xiao Hai only needed to give the order. The number of animals in the farm had been controlled to a certain number. It would not increase or decrease too quickly, so everything would be left to Mu-Er. Although ranches had their own shortcomings, they were mainly for Xiao Hai's service. Although the carnivores lived in the ranches and ate the herbivores, their animal instincts were triggered. In other words, their wildness was triggered in the ranches. Their combat power had increased, and they all listened to Xiao Hai's commands. If Xiao Hai needed them in the future, he could let them out to fight. In Xiao Hai's farm, there were mostly wild cattle, crouching sheep, and horses. Next were demonic beasts like the thousand-tentacle worm, blood eagle, and moon lion. The wild cattle and crouching sheep were obviously used to eat meat and produce wool. The horses were used as mounts, and the blood eagle and moon lion were used to increase combat power. Other than the monsters on the ground, there were also a large number of sea monsters in the sea. The food chain of these sea monsters was even more complete than the ones on land. After all, Xiao Hai had stored a lot of seawater in the origin space, so it naturally included a complete food chain. Xiao Hai finally understood why the farm was called a small world. It was because it was an immature world with many flaws. However, in general, Xiao Hai was very satisfied with the small world. It was not bad. As long as the small world could slowly take shape, it would become a complete world sooner or later. Although the things in the origin space weren't bad, there weren't many things that Xiao Hai needed to worry about. He just needed to move his mouth. On the way, Xiao Hai had only been looking around in the space. Seeing the changes in the space every day, he felt very happy. No matter what, it was his territory. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and Outwater City was already in sight. After half a day's journey, Xiao Hai and the others would be able to enter the public port of Outwater City. However, Xiao Hai wasn't paying attention to Water City at the moment. He was in the medium, standing in front of a universal processing machine. A huge pile of medicinal materials was piled up beside him. Laura and the others were standing behind Xiao Hai, nervously looking at the universal processing machine. They were waiting for Xiao Hai to press the button. Xiao Hai did not hold back and gently pressed the button to add materials. As soon as he pressed the button, a white light flashed, and the pile of medicinal materials beside Xiao Hai disappeared. Xiao Hai immediately opened the page to choose the processing type and selected the antidote that he wanted to use. Then he pressed start, and 10,000 gold coins were automatically deducted from Xiao Hai's account. Then a projection appeared on the machine, and the numbers were changing. Xiao Hai took a look and saw that it was 48 hours. Xiao Hai couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. 2 days. In 2 days, he would be able to get rid of the Void Water's poison forever and become a normal person. Laura and the others also looked at the numbers on the screen. They knew what the numbers represented. Laura heaved a sigh of relief and said, "Big Brother Hai, 2 days. In 2 more days, you will be able to get rid of the poison in your body." Xiao Hai nodded and looked at Laura and Meg with excitement. He smiled and said, "Yes, 2 days. With 2 days, I can return to normal." Mei Ji's tears flowed out immediately. She hugged Xiao Hai and started crying. She was really too emotional. Now that the Lauda family had developed, there was always a stone pressing on their hearts, and that was the poison in Xiao Hai's body. As long as the poison was not cured, they would always feel something in their hearts. Now it was all good. In 2 days, they would be able to cure the poison, and the last dark cloud above the Buddha family's head would be gone. Xiao Hai patted her back and smiled. "Quite all right, don't cry. I'm fine now. I'll be fine in 2 days. By then, I'll be able to learn martial arts. I'll definitely be happy and let those people who look down on the Buddha family see it." Megar nodded her head hard as she cried. She believed that Xiao Hai could do it. From the very beginning, she had believed in Xiao Hai unconditionally, because Xiao Hai was her god. Laura's tears also flowed out. She loved Xiao Hai, but the poison in Xiao Hai's body had a huge impact on her. This was because the poison in Xiao Hai's body could be inherited. If they had children in the future, their children would also be poisoned by the water of nothingness and would not be able to learn bullfighting or magic. On the Ark continent, anyone who couldn't learn bullfighting or magic was a good for nothing. Laura was a proud person, so how could she let her child be a good for nothing? However, she really loved Xiao Hai. She still decided to marry him, hoping that one day the poison in Xiao Hai's body would be cured. Now that the day had finally come, of course she would be excited. Xiao Hai looked at Laura's expression and smiled. He opened his other shoulder. When Laura saw Xiao Hai's expression, she burst out laughing. However, she still threw herself onto Xiao Hai's shoulder with tears of excitement. Today, Grim and the others did not come with them. Only Su Weiniang and Shunyi followed Xiao Hai. The two of them were extremely excited. They had already made a blood oath to follow Xiao Hai, so naturally, they wished for the best for Xiao Hai. Ever since they found out about their identities, they also knew that Xiao Hai had been poisoned by the water of nothingness. This was something that they had been worried about. Everything was fine now. They only needed to wait for 2 more days and the poison in Xiao Hai's body would be cured. Xiao Hai's health was a good thing for them. If the Buddha family were to develop, they would also be able to enjoy glory. After a while, they finally calmed down and came out of the medium. After all, Paradise was about to enter the port, so they had to get off the ship. Xiao Hai stood calmly on the ship and looked at the water-out city in the distance. The scale of the water-out city was much smaller than Celestial Water City. However, the ships coming and going on the sea made it very prosperous. Xiao Hai smiled and turned his head. Quat looking at the scale of Water City, it's much worse than Tianshui City. However, it seems that this place is quite prosperous. It would be good if we can open a shop here. By the way, is there a Sheila Hotel here? We might be able to cooperate. Laura smiled and said, there is. How can there not be Sheila Hotel in a city like this? We can ask them for help. I believe they will be very happy. Brother Hai, do you think we should reduce the supply of the stimulations and milk wine to Brother Smith and the others? It can also be considered a warning to them. Quat. Xiao Hai shook his head and said, forget it. This time I won't care about it for Smith's face. But if the Karch family forces me, then I won't be polite. I will break the cooperation with them. I'll see what they can do to me. Quat. Lola nodded and said, that's good. Let's give Brother Smith some face and let him talk to the family. I want to see how the Karch family will react. If they go too far, then they can't blame us. Quat. Xiao Hai looked at Laura's expression and smiled. Quat, that's the Laura from before. She's like a strong woman. Hee hee, not bad. If they really dare to deal with us, don't blame me for being impolite. Quat. As they were talking, they had already slowly approached the water-out city. The water-out city's pier was much worse than Celestial Water City's. The pier also looked very chaotic, and many ships could not find a berth at all. Xiao Hai also knew that this was a public pier. It didn't cost money to park ships here, so there were many ships. However, this was also the smallest and most chaotic pier in the city. There were a few large docks nearby, and the security there was very good. There were also people who specialized in unloading cargo, but it cost money to stop the ships there. This was the method of the Rosen Empire's royal family. They lowered taxes to attract people. When they arrived, you would find that there were many places to spend money in addition to taxes. In the end, it was guaranteed that it would be more expensive than the full tax you paid. Xiao Hai glanced at the public pier and knew that they couldn't squeeze through. He turned around and asked Jinan to drive the boat to the toll pier. The toll pier was indeed much better. The water surface was wide and the pier was very clean. There were also people who were dedicated to maintaining law and order. Everything seemed to be in order. Xiao Hai could not help but smile wryly when he saw the situation. He remembered that back on Earth, the big companies also used the brand of lowering prices, and in the end, the money was still counted on other things. He did not expect that someone on the Arc continent would use it. Xiao Hai's boat stopped at the toll pier and paid the manager of the pier. They then got into the carriage and rushed to the city. As soon as they entered the water-out city, Xiao Hai and the others were stunned. It wasn't that the water-out city was good. On the contrary, the streets of the water-out city looked dilapidated and were far from being as good as the Celestial Water City. However, there were many shops on both sides of the street, and it was as prosperous as the Celestial Water City. It was the same in port cities, where the business was very developed. Xiao Hai was already used to it. He looked at the shops on both sides, then turned to Shunyi and said, Quat Shunyi, go to the shops here and see what they have and what the prices are like. Thousand Shadows, let's go to Sheila's hotel to rest. Quat. The two of them nodded in acknowledgement. Su Weiniang drove the car in the direction of Sheila's hotel and went to ask for information on the way. At the dock, Xiao Hai and the others had already asked where Sheila's hotel was, so they did not have to worry about not finding it. Soon, Xiao Hai and the others arrived at Sheila's hotel. Although the other shops in Watertown were not very good, Sheila's hotel was different. It was clean on the outside, and the front door was very clean. There were also a few people who were responsible for maintaining public security outside, fully demonstrating the class of this place. As soon as Xiao Hai's ox cart stopped at the hotel, a man in silk clothes walked out of the hotel. He looked to be in his 50s and was skinny, but he had a smile on his face, giving people a very friendly feeling. Xiao Hai had just alighted from the car when the man came up to him. He bowed to Xiao Hai and said, I'm Luo Tong, the manager of the Zili Hotel in Water City. I'm here to welcome Mr. Xiao Hai. Xiao Hai was stunned. He looked at Luo Tong and said, Teacher, do you know me? Luo Tong smiled and said, Yes, I do. Of all the branch managers of the Sheila Hotel in the entire continent, who wouldn't know you? Please come in, sir. You're our hotel's VIP. Quat. You're too kind, sir. Please, Xiao Hai laughed heartily. The two of them walked into the hotel as they spoke. This caused quite a commotion. It should be known that those who stayed in Sheila Hotel were all rich and powerful. Due to the recent incident with Duke Ryan, Sheila Hotel was in the limelight on the mainland. The manager of their hotel was also considered a big shot. They would not personally welcome ordinary people. When those people saw that Luo Tong had personally come to welcome Xiao Hai, they felt very strange. They really did not know Xiao Hai's identity. At this time, a man dressed like a noble who had just come out of Sheila Hotel overheard the conversation between Luo Tong and Xiao Hai. His eyes lit up as soon as he heard their conversation. He quickly got into his carriage and rushed in the direction of the city lord's mansion. After Xiao Hai and Luo Tong entered the hotel's reception room, someone immediately brought the coke to them. Luo Tong and Xiao Hai took a sip of the coke and said, "Quad, I've just received the news that you're here. I was going to welcome you at the dock, but I didn't expect you to arrive at the hotel so soon. I'm really sorry, Quat." Xiao Hai smiled. "Quat, you're too kind, Manager Luo. I'm not some big shot. It would be too much to trouble you to welcome me personally. I'm flattered, Quat." Luo Tong smiled and said, "You're the one who's being polite. You've done a great favor for our Sheila family. It's only right for me to go and welcome you. May I know what you're doing in the Water City this time? Is there anything we can do to help?" Xiao Hai smiled. "Quad, I do have something to do. I'm thinking of opening a shop in the city of flowing water. The shop must be big and the location must be good. I was just looking for the shop manager to help, Quat." Luo Tong smiled and said, "You're too kind, sir. Just leave this matter to me. I'll send someone to inquire later. May I know what price you're interested in?" Xiao Hai smiled and said, "The price is not a problem. I just want to find a shop and open it as soon as possible. It deals with miscellaneous items, both wholesale and retail. I also get goods, so this shop must be in a good location. Transportation is the most important, Quat." Luo Tong nodded and said, "All right. With sir's words, it'll be easy. Please rest assured, sir. I'll definitely find a suitable place for you as soon as possible. By the way, there are some procedures you need to go through to open a shop here. I wonder if you've prepared them. If you need it, we can help you." Luo Tong was stunned for a moment before he said with a surprised expression, "Sir, you're really too polite. In fact, even if you don't give it to me, I'll definitely do it for you. These hunchbacked fish won't take away the share of the Carsai family, right? I won't make things difficult for teacher, right?" Xiao Hai smiled slightly. "It's not difficult. I think you've heard some things about me and the Carsai family. Now I want to see what the attitude of the Carsai family is. If their attitude is too tough, then I can only find other people to cooperate. Quat." Luo Tong's eyes glinted. He really let Xiao Hai tell him the story. He knew a little bit about the relationship between Xiao Hai and the Carsai family. That was why he was so enthusiastic about Xiao Hai. If Xiao Hai really fell out with the Carsai family, he would have extra hinchfish in his hands. If he could give all the hinchfish to the Sheila family would make a fortune. The Sheila family was not afraid of the Carsai family. No matter how powerful the Carsai family was, it was impossible for them to uproot the entire Sheila family. Besides, outside of the Rosen Empire, the Sheila family was more useful than the Carsai family. They were not afraid of the Carsai family at all. However, businessmen all paid attention to amiability to make money, so it was better not to fall out with the Carsai family if possible. After all, compared to the entire Sheila family, the Hulkfish business was still a small business. Of course, businessmen also valued profits. If they didn't make use of such an opportunity to fight for more benefits for themselves, it wouldn't be their character. That was why Luo Tong was so enthusiastic about Xiao Hai. Xiao Hai also understood this, so he offered Luo Shen a share of 5,000 spicy hodgepodge, which was quite a lot. However, Luo Tong also understood that Xiao Hai was using his words to point him out. Luo Tong also believed Wan Hao's words. This Xiao Hai was truly not an ordinary person. At the thought of this, Luo Tong could not help but stand up and bow to Xiao Hai. If that's the case, Luo Tong will remember this. "Sir, I have already prepared a room for you and also prepared a meal. Please go and rest first. I will immediately go and settle the matter that sir has instructed me to do." Luo Tong had arranged the best rooms in the hotel for Xiao Hai and his friends. He had also told the waiters to receive Xiao Hai well. He would not be polite no matter who was in trouble. Not long after Xiao Hai and the others entered the house, they heard a knock on the door. Su Weiniang went over to open the door and found that it was the hotel's delivery. The meal was very sumptuous. It seemed that Luo Tong had made the arrangements long ago. He was really a thoughtful person. Xiao Hai and the others didn't stand on ceremony. After tipping the waiter, they were ready to eat. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Su Weiniang opened the door and saw Shunyi. As soon as Shunyi entered, he bowed to Xiao Hai and said, "Quite young master, I've asked around. The goods here are also very complete. However, compared to Tianshui City, there are more low-end products. Moreover, the goods here are also cheaper than Tianshui City. Quat." Xiao Hai nodded and said, "Okay, let's eat first. After eating, we'll go and take a look." After we find a shop, you guys can go out and buy the things that the Sea Tribe wants. Then we'll go out to sea as soon as possible and trade with the Sea Tribe. Quat. Shani and the others all answered, and they all went to the table to eat. Laura sat there and frowned. Big Brother Hai, have you thought about it? If we open a shop, then who's going to look after it? The slaves in the Iron Mountain Castle are not suitable. No one cares about what they do there, but not here. I think we need to find some trustworthy people. Hearing Laura's words, Xiao Hai was slightly stunned. He then smiled and said, "What's wrong? Are you trying to get your men to join us? We don't have anyone in our hands right now, and what we lack the most is someone we can trust and be able to take charge of things on our own. It's not good for your subordinates to stay in the Versailles Duchy all the time. It's time to call them over." Quat, that's great. If we don't look for them for a long time, I'm afraid that they'll have some ideas. We can't go back to the Versailles Duchy now. Since we're going to open a shop here, it's good to call them over. Quat, Laura replied happily. Xiao Hai smiled and said, "After dinner you will write a letter. Then send Blood Eagle out through Rocky Mountain. Give them the letter and tell them to gather outside of Cass City. I will send Blood Eagle to pick them up." Quat. Quat, Brother Hai, Lola nodded. Quat, you'd better write to Uncle Ivan too. Tell him about this so he can be prepared. Quat. Xiao Hai smiled. Quat, don't worry, I will make the necessary arrangements. I think Uncle Ivan can't do anything to your men now. Hurry up and leave. This way, the Red Spider Lily shop will be completely under his control. Lola sighed. She had built the Red Spider Lily shop by herself, and now that she had to give it away, she always felt that it was a pity. Xiao Hai looked at her and laughed. Quat, all right, don't be sad. The other shops that you've built over the years don't have much in total assets. The biggest fortune is the people under you. They're people and money. We have to make good use of them and give them a better stage to show off their talents. Oh, don't forget to tell them to bring their families. Quat. Laura smiled and said, don't worry, I'll tell them. We'll definitely open more than one store. If the matter in Tianshui City is resolved in a good way, we'll need people to look after the store there. Besides, Brother Hai, don't you think that Iron Mountain Fortress also lacks management staff? Wouldn't it be better if they joined? Xiao Hai nodded. At that moment, there was another knock on the door. Xiao Hai was stunned when he heard the knock on the door. He had already told the hotel staff not to look for him unless it was something important. He believed that the hotel staff would not disturb him. Xiao Hai had already expected it to be Shani the first time he knocked on the door, and it really was Shani. But who would it be this time? Xiao waved his hand, and the projection of the surveillance camera appeared in front of them. They quickly saw the person standing outside. He was dressed in gorgeous clothes, but what was strange was that the gorgeous clothes were actually a servant's robe. A servant's clothes were more gorgeous than an average noble's. Xiao Hai and the others felt a little dizzy when they saw the servant's attire. However, Xiao Hai also knew that a servant who could wear such clothes was definitely not a simple person. Xiao Hai waved his hand at Shani, and Shani understood and immediately went to open the door. As expected, the servant was standing outside the door. Although his clothes were very gorgeous, it was still a servant's uniform, and his attitude was also very humble. When he saw Shani open the door, he immediately bowed to him and said, "Hello, I'm here to see Mr. Xiao Hai." Seeing his attitude, Shani didn't say anything bad, but he didn't let down his guard. Instead, he looked at the man and said, "May I ask who you are? Is there something you need, young master?" The servant smiled and said, "I am also a servant. I am here to pass on a message from my master. However, my master's family status is a little special. Therefore, I can only tell you my master's name after I meet Mr. Xiao Hai. Please forgive me." Quat. Just as Shani was caught in a dilemma, Xiao Hai's voice came. "Shani, let him in." Upon hearing Xiao Hai's identity, Shani immediately acknowledged, then turned around and made a gesture of invitation. The servant then bowed to Shani and entered the room. Xiao Hai was already sitting in the living room. It was obvious that the servants knew Xiao Hai. They immediately walked up to him and bowed. "Quat, greetings, Mr. Xiao Hai. My master has set up a banquet at home and has invited you to join us." Quat. Although the words were very polite, the tone revealed a pressure that could not be refused. This made Xiao Hai feel very strange. He did not know what the background of this servant was. However, Xiao Hai didn't care that much. He just looked at the servant and said, "Can you tell me the identity of your master? I won't hide it from you, but I have a lot of enemies on the continent, so I won't go if I'm invited by ordinary people." Li Rui was stunned for a moment, but he still smiled at Shani and the others. "Quat, Mr. Xiao Hai, my master's identity can't be revealed so easily. However, my master came with sincerity this time. Please do give us the honor." Quat. Xiao Hai frowned and looked at the servant. "Quat, everyone in this room is someone I can trust completely. If you really don't want to tell me, then I'm sorry. I won't meet people who are hiding." Quat. Li Rui's face darkened when he heard Xiao Hai's words. He looked at Xiao Hai and said, "Sir, if that's the case, then I'll tell you. The person who wants to see you is none other than the third prince of the Rosan Empire." Xiao Hai was stunned. He looked at Li Rui in confusion. "The third prince wants to see me. Why are you being so mysterious? Is there something wrong?" Li Rui looked at Xiao Hai and saw that he really didn't understand. He sighed and said, "It turns out that you really don't know. I've misunderstood. This Outwater City is the territory of the second prince of a neighboring country, while the third prince's territory is the Jade Water City. This time His Highness came to Outwater City in secret. He doesn't want the second prince to know, so he can only meet you in secret. Do you understand now, sir?" He understood. Of course, Xiao Hai understood. However, he was no longer worried. He nodded and said, "All right, please lead the way." After saying that, he stood up. Li Rui heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that Xiao Hai was going with him. He was afraid that Xiao Hai wouldn't go with him, so he quickly led the way. Only then did Xiao Hai realize that he had entered through the back door of the hotel. There was already a horse carriage waiting for him in the courtyard behind the hotel. Xiao Hai did not stand on ceremony and sat in the carriage. The carriage was very ordinary. There was nothing special about it from the outside, but it was quite big and could fit 5 to 6 people. Xiao Hai, Su Weiniang, Shunyi, and Li Rui all sat in the carriage. The coachman was an ordinary-looking coachman. Xiao Hai felt that Li Rui was making a mountain out of a molehill. What was so serious about it? However, on second thought, he noticed something else from all of Li Rui's actions. He was afraid that the battle between the princes of the Rosin Empire had already reached the point of white heat. Otherwise, the third prince would not be so careful. However, Xiao Hai was puzzled by this. The old king of the Rosin Empire was still in good health. Why were the princes fighting over him? The car left Sheila Hotel and went around the streets. It took a while before they arrived in front of a house. This was the back door of the house. However, just from the back door, one could tell that this house was not simple. The construction of the back door was simply too beautiful, even more beautiful than the front door of ordinary people. The car didn't stop but drove straight into the back of the car and stopped at a parking lot. Li Rui invited Xiao Hai out of the car. Xiao Hai wasn't angry. He really wanted to know why the third prince was looking for him. Under Li Rui's lead, they passed through a few courtyards and arrived at a relatively elegant courtyard. It was not very big, similar to the plum-fragrant courtyard Xiao Hai lived in Smith's mayor's mansion. However, the courtyard was not filled with plum blossoms, but some ornamental trees. Xiao Hai could not name them, but they made the courtyard stand out from the masses. As soon as they entered the yard, they saw 2 people standing in front of the door. One was a fat man in his 50s who was dressed in a gorgeous business suit. This guy was so heavy that he looked like a mountain of meat. What made Xiao Hai feel strange was that this mountain of meat didn't look heavy at all. Instead, he seemed to be very strong. The other person was dressed in a very ordinary noble's clothes. He didn't look very gorgeous. He was about 30 years old, looked very gentle, and his hair was combed very neatly. Although he was simply standing there, you naturally felt that he was superior to others, a natural-born superior. Li Jai walked up to the man in his 30s and bowed to him. "Quite your highness, Mr. Xiao Hai has arrived." The man nodded and smiled at Xiao Hai. "Sir, please don't blame Charlie for his rudeness. I really couldn't help it." Xiao Hai smiled and dodged Charlie. "Quat greetings, Prince Charlie. It's an honor to be summoned by your highness." Charlie smiled. "Quat you're too kind, sir. Please introduce him to us. This is a famous sea merchant in the city of waters, Onas." Quat. "Greetings, Mr. Onas." Xiao Hai bowed to him. Onas's chubby face was full of smiles as he said, "Sir is too polite. Your highness, sir, please." After that, he led the 2 of them into the living room. After they sat down in the living room, Li Rui immediately gave Xiao Hai and the others a cup of tea. After they took a sip of the tea, Charlie said, "Quat, I just happened to come to Water City to deal with some matters. I heard about you, sir, so I took the liberty to invite you here." "I'm really sorry for my rudeness, Quat." Xiao Hai smiled. "Quat your highness, you don't have to say that. You're too polite. There's no such thing as being impolite. May I know why your highness has called me here?" Charlie was stunned. He did not expect Xiao Hai to be so direct. Then he smiled and said, "Quat, sir, you're really a straightforward person. I won't beat around the bush then. I invited you here this time because I have something to discuss with you. I wonder if I can have the honor of working with you, Quat." Xiao Hai had already guessed this. Other than the things in his hands, he had not shown anything worth thinking about. Hence, he was not surprised to hear Charlie say this. He looked at Charlie and said, "May I know what business your highness wants to cooperate with me on?" Charlie looked at Xiao Hai and smiled. "Quat, I know that you've been working on some business with Sheila Hotel and the Carsai family recently. I'm also very excited about the milk wine and hot pot business. I wonder if you can cooperate with me, sir." Xiao Hai looked at Charlie and said, "Your highness, to be honest, it's not impossible to work with you. Now I can provide 55,000 Chinese bellfish and 50,000 caddies of milk wine to Sheila Hotel and the Carrick family every month. This is not my limit. I can also provide 45,000 Chinese bellfish and 50,000 caddies of milk wine for your highness every month. This is already my maximum output. I wonder if your highness is satisfied with it." Xiao Hai's words were actually a test. If Charlie wanted to cooperate with him in the business of the Huting fish and milk wine, then he must grab the share of the Karch family that had Sheila Hotel. Perhaps Charlie was already prepared to offend those 2 families. However, Xiao Hai said this because he wanted to see if Charlie would still offend those two families if he could avoid offending them. If Charlie wanted to grab the share of those two families, Xiao Hai might have to think about it. This was because it would mean that Charlie did not know the immensity of heaven and earth, and there was a high possibility that he would have a grudge against the two families. Hearing Xiao Hai's words, Charlie was stunned for a moment, but then he said with a happy expression, "Is what teacher said true? I wouldn't dare lie to your highness, of course it's true." Xiao Hai nodded. Seeing Charlie's expression, Xiao Hai could more or less guess the answer. Sure enough, Charlie said with a smile, "Good, that's the best. Please rest assured, sir. I'll pay the same price to the Carsai family and the Sheila family for all your goods. I'll definitely not let you suffer a loss." Quat. "I'm not worried about that. It's settled then, but your highness, where are you going to deliver the goods?" Xiao Hai smiled. "If I don't take it, I'll go to Tianshui City, right?" Charlie smiled. "Quat, of course not Tianshui City. I would like to ask you to deliver the goods to Jade Water City. That's my territory. I wonder if that's possible." "Quat, of course," Xiao Hai said with a smile. "Quat will deliver the goods once a month from now on, and every defective product will be delivered next month." "I wonder if your highness agrees." Xiao Hai smiled. "Quat, it's just as your highness said. I have a good relationship with the Tauran tribe. I still have a lot of wool products in my hands. Are you interested in this business, your highness?" Hearing Xiao Hai's words, Charlie couldn't help but secretly nod his head, praising Xiao Hai for his tactfulness. With just a little hint, Xiao Hai immediately understood what he meant. Charlie immediately said, "Quat, I'm interested. How many blankets do you have, sir?" Xiao Hai smiled. "Quat, including the carpets and rugs, there should be at least 10,000 of them. Although this number is not much, it will slowly increase when spring comes." Quat. Charlie nodded. "Quat, okay, sir. I'll take these blankets. Can you sell them at market price?" "Quat, that's great," Xiao Hai said with a smile. "Quat, next month when I deliver the hunchback to your highness, I'll also bring the blanket and carpet with me. What do you think, your highness?" Charlie smiled and said, "Good, very good. It's a deal, sir. May I ask why you've come to Izumo City this time? If there's anything, Onas can be of some help." "Quat, that's right, sir," Onas quickly said. "Quat, if there's anything in Waterscape City, I can help." Quat. "Actually, it's nothing much. I just want to buy some things in the city and open a small shop," Xiao Hai said with a smile. Hearing Xiao Hai's words, Charlie's eyes lit up. "Why don't we invite you to open a shop in the Jade Water City? The goods in Jade Water City are similar to those in Water Exit City, and that's my territory. Once you get there, I can exempt you from all taxes. What do you think, sir?" Xiao Hai was taken aback. He didn't expect Charlie to be so enthusiastic. He knew that if he didn't agree, it would be equivalent to offending Charlie. He didn't know what kind of person Charlie was, but if he was a narrow-minded person, he might take revenge on him in the future. However, if he agreed to open his shop in Jade Water City and Charlie fell out with him in the future, everyone he left in Jade Water City would be in danger. This put Xiao Hai in a difficult position. Charlie saw that Xiao Hai did not say anything and knew that he would not want to do it in the future, so he quickly said, "Sir, please don't misunderstand. I don't mean to force you. If you want to go, then go. If you don't want to, then forget it. This won't affect our cooperation." Xiao Hai looked at Charlie and smiled. "Quat, your highness, you've misunderstood. Your highness has given me such good conditions. Of course, I'm going to Jade Water City. This time I only came here to take a look because it's close to Water Out City. How about this? I'll go to Jade Water City tomorrow. When will your highness return?" Charlie looked at Xiao Hai and smiled. "Quat, I'm going back to Jade Water City as well. Why don't we hitch a ride on your boat tomorrow? Would you be willing to?" Xiao Hai was slightly taken aback. He then smiled and said, "Quat, I can't even invite a guest like you, your highness. Let's do it this way. I'll wait for you on the boat tomorrow. Your highness can go directly to the toll dock of the Water City. My boat is the paradise." Quat. Charlie smiled and said, "All right, it's settled then. I won't disturb you today. Have a good rest after you go back. We'll have a chat on the ship tomorrow." Quat. Xiao Hai smiled and stood up. "Quat, it's settled then. Your highness, I'll take my leave." Quat. He bowed to Charlie and left the living room under the lead of Li Rui. Charlie walked Xiao Hai all the way to the door before saying goodbye to him. Only after Xiao Hai's figure disappeared from his sight did Charlie return to the living room. Onas looked at Charlie and said, "Your highness, aren't you being too polite to him? Why did he have to be exempted from tax? Is it just because of the hunchback and the milk wine?" Charlie smiled and shook his head. "Quat, no, Onas, you don't understand. When I first met Xiao Hai, I didn't think about this. However, after seeing him, I suddenly wanted to pull him to my side because this person is very scary. His scariness doesn't lie in his schemes. He didn't use any schemes. All his probes and everything he did were obvious. You could see it at a glance. However, this is the reason why I value him. He doesn't use schemes. This shows that he is confident in his own strength and disdains using schemes. Most importantly, I see something rare in him, sincerity." Onas was stunned and looked at Charlie in confusion. Charlie looked at Onas and smiled bitterly. There are too many conspiracies in this world. It's rare to see a sincere person, so why should I cooperate with him? For someone like Xiao Hai, as long as you treat him well and don't betray him, he won't betray you for the sake of benefits. Onas looked at Charlie in confusion and said, "Your Highness, how did you know? Why can't I see it?" Charlie smiled and said, "Do you still remember that I said I wanted to work with him? If it was an ordinary person, he would have agreed to it happily. No matter what, my status as the third prince is higher than that of the Sheila family. However, when he cooperated with me, he directly removed the share of the Sheila family and the Carsai family. He told me directly how much he could provide me besides the share of those two families. This was actually a test. He wanted to see my attitude on this matter. If I even wanted the share of those two families at that time, he definitely won't work with me. Onas, you should know about the recent events with the Carsai family, right? The fifth son of the Calchai family seems to have set his eyes on him, and he seemed to have suffered a loss in Xiao Hai's hands some time ago. In this case, Xiao Hai still didn't give me the share of the Calchai family. It can be seen that he is a person who values relationships. If such a person can really be used by me, it would be my blessing." When Onas heard Charlie's words, he finally understood. He nodded and said, "But when your Highness invited him to Jade Water City, he seemed to be a little hesitant. That's the second reason I like him," Charlie said with a smile. "Think about it, if he were to open a shop in Jade Water City, would he stay there for years? Quite definitely not. He'll send his subordinates to look after the shop. I'll give him tax exemption, which is a high-class condition. Most people would have agreed long ago. The reason why he hesitated is because of his subordinates. He sent his subordinates to open a shop in Jade Water City. If one day he fell out with me, how could his shop in Jade Water City still be good? He's afraid that one day I'll make a move on the people he left in Jade Water City. A person who is so considerate of his subordinates, I naturally have my eyes on him." Onas looked at Charlie in admiration and said, "Your Highness, you have such a sharp eye. But if Xiao Hai is really a sentimental person, why didn't he give all the shares to the Carsai family? The Carsai family had helped him a lot before." Charlie smiled and said, "Quite because he's afraid. He wants to leave a way out for himself. I think there must be a lot of people under Xiao Hai, and those people are counting on him to make a living. If he puts all his treasures on the Karch family, he will suffer a great loss in case the Karch family no longer cooperates with him. This is human nature and understandable. Additionally, I think the total of 100,000 spicy diced fish and 100,000 gin of milk wine he said is not necessarily his total. He will always leave a way out for himself." Onas nodded. He could understand this. It was human nature to have a backup plan. Even he had prepared a backup plan for himself. There was nothing strange about that. Charlie looked at Onas and smiled. "Quite, this Xiao Hai is not simple. The incident with Duke Ryan had a lot to do with him, but he was unscathed. I heard that when he was in the Arcas Empire, he had offended King Boric of the South and the Church of Light. Under the pursuit of Boric and the Church of Light, he was able to escape to the Orc grasslands unscathed. Then he used a fake identity to escape from the Arcas Empire to our Rossan Empire. After that, he led the entire empire to go against the Church of Light. Most importantly, the ideas he gave to the Carsai family directly hit the vital part of the Church of Light, making it difficult for the Church of Light to move an inch in our Rossan Empire. This is what I like about him." Onas frowned and said, "Your Highness, wasn't that idea from the Carsai family? Why did you say it was Xiao Hai?" Onas really didn't expect Charlie to have such a high evaluation of Smith and the others. However, he wasn't angry. He knew his own abilities. He was still passable as a merchant, but when it came to helping Charlie seize the throne, his two skills were really not enough. Charlie looked at Onas. Onas was very important to him. First, he was talking about how strong Onas was, and second, how loyal Onas was to him. This was something that no one else could compare to. At the thought of this, Charlie could not help but smile. "Quat Onas, go and prepare for me. I'll take Xiao Hai's ship back to Jade Water City tomorrow. I'll leave the matters here to you. Remember, you're a merchant now. Don't contact me unless it's something very important. You just have to do your part as a merchant." Quat Onas replied. After Xiao Hai returned to the hotel and sent Li Rui away, he immediately looked for Luo Tong and told him that he would have to wait a while before opening a shop here. Luo Tong also knew that Xiao Hai had gone out, but he didn't know where he had gone, so it was not appropriate for him to ask Xiao Hai. Since he had already received the benefit of 5,000 spicy diced fish every month, he didn't ask any more questions and just agreed. Luo Tong had received an order from his family that he must not be too greedy when working with Xiao Hai, otherwise he would get nothing in return. That was why Luo Tong did not ask for anything from Xiao Hai. He believed that Xiao Hai would definitely give him some benefits. Sure enough, he got some benefits. 5,000 yuan a month. Although it was not much, it was still a considerable amount of income for Zai Li's family. Now that Xiao Hai was about to leave, he didn't force him to stay. He also didn't ask too much about Xiao Hai, because he knew that if he asked too much, it would cause others to dislike him. When Xiao Hai returned to his room, he told Laura and the others about meeting Charlie. Laura didn't object to it, mainly because she had too much confidence in Xiao Hai's space. She believed that with Xiao Hai's space, even if they fell out with Charlie in the future, they would be able to get their subordinates out as soon as possible. Xiao Hai heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that Laura didn't object. To be honest, he trusted Laura's opinion when it came to business. No matter what, Laura was a pure businessman in the past. Her reputation as the favored daughter of the heavens had been heard even in the Rosen Empire. It was no joke. Xiao Hai turned to Laura and said, "Why do you think Charlie agreed to go to Jade Water City with us? Could it be that you want to pull me into your trap?" "I don't seem to have anything that's worth his attention, right?" Quat, who said he didn't. Laura laughed. "Quat, you're so outstanding, Brother Hai. It's normal for him to pull you in." Quat. Xiao Hai smiled and said, "All right, get ready. We'll set off for Jade Water City tomorrow. It should be easier with Charlie's protection there. However, I really don't want to get involved in their affairs. From Charlie's behavior today, I can tell that the princes of the Rossen Empire are going crazy fighting for the throne. It's not good for us to get involved at this time." Quat. Lola smiled bitterly. "Quat, we're already involved in this, unless we don't meet with Charlie today. But now that we've met, it's too late to say anything. I think it's better to help Charlie. Brother Hai, if we can really help Charlie get to the top, then the Buta family might be even more glorious than before." Quat. Xiao Hai smiled bitterly. "Quat, I'm just afraid that even if we're doing well, we'll encounter the same situation as before. I'm also afraid that if we do well in the Rossen Empire, the Arcas Empire will take back the Black Earth Wasteland. That's our route." Quat. Laura laughed and said, "Come on, Big Brother Hai, you're thinking too much. Who would want the black soil wilderness other than us? Even if you improve the land there and use Kai-Er's poisonous gas, no one would dare to take it. Don't worry, it's still our route. No one would think that we've gone to that island in the sea." Quat. Xiao Hai smiled bitterly. He had to agree with Laura's words. No one else would want the Black Earth Wilderness. "I think it's better for us to discuss this with Grandpa Green and the others," Xiao Hai said after some thought. Lola nodded. "Quat, that's good. I'll discuss it with Grandpa Green, but I'm afraid Grandpa Green won't agree." Quat. Xiao Hai shook his head. "Quat, I don't think so. Grandpa Green would agree. He wants the Buta family to rise up more than I do." Quat. "I agree, young master. What are you afraid of? As long as we have the Black Soul Wasteland, it is equivalent to having a big backing. Even if something happens outside with the Black Soul Wasteland, our Buta family will continue to exist." When Xiao Hai and the others told Green about this, he immediately agreed. He said calmly, "Young master, all the big families are built up from small families. This is our chance. The reason why our Buta family fell to this state in the past was because we didn't have space. We couldn't retreat at any time. But young master, you have space now. What are you afraid of? Just take this chance." Xiao Hai did not expect Green to say that. However, since Green had agreed, Xiao Hai had nothing more to say. He nodded his head and said, "Quat, that's good. After we board the ship tomorrow, I'll test out Charlie's attitude. If possible, I'll help him." Quat. Clint nodded his head and looked at Xiao Hai with his eyes shining. "Quat, young master, you'll be able to cure the poison in your body in a day's time. But will anything happen on the ship?" Xiao Hai smiled. "Quat, it's okay. I'll come back to the origin space when the poison is cured tomorrow. I'll be fine." Quat. "Quat, you must be careful," Gring nodded. "Quat, this detoxification is too important to us. It's also very important to the entire Buta family." Quat. "Quat, don't worry, Grandpa Green," Xiao Hai said with a smile. "Quat, it'll be fine. The realm has never disappointed me before. It won't let me down this time either." Quat Grim nodded. The next morning, Xiao Hai and the others left Cheryl's hotel early in the morning and went directly to the peach garden at the dock. The Paradise was parked there steadily and nothing happened. No one approached it either. It seemed like it was a good idea to spend money to park the ship. Xiao Hai and the others paid the fee to stop the boat and then got on the boat, waiting for Charlie and the others. This dock was really something. When you stopped the boat here, you had to pay a portion of the money. When the boat was about to leave, you had to pay another portion. It was really black. However, Xiao Hai did not mind. It was only a small amount of money to stop the ship. He only wanted to know when Charlie would come. While he was thinking, an ordinary-looking carriage arrived at the dock and went directly under the peach source. Then, Li Rui came out of it. As soon as Xiao Hai saw Li Rui, he immediately asked his men to put the carriage on the deck. Li Rui and the others immediately drove the carriage onto the boat. As soon as they got on the boat, Xiao Hai immediately ordered the boat to set sail. It was not until they had left the pier and officially entered the sea that Charlie got out of the car. The moment he got out, he smiled at Xiao Hai and said, "I had no choice. Please don't take offense, sir. I wouldn't dare." "Please, your highness," Xiao Hai replied with a smile. After saying that, he let Charlie into the cabin. Paradise had been modified, so this cabin was no different from an ordinary house. It also had a living room and a dining room. Charlie was taken aback when he saw the situation on the ship. He had never thought that there would be such a place in the city. After he sat down, Meg immediately brought him a cup of cocoa. Charlie took a sip of it and smiled. "Sir's boat is really not bad. I've been on a boat so many times, but it's the most comfortable to sit on." Xiao Hai laughed. "Quat, your highness, you're too kind. My ship was modified later on. The undead creatures are the ones steering the ship. They don't need to rest, so there's no cabin for the crew. That's why there's so much space. Quat. Charlie was taken aback. He didn't notice that the ship was full of undead creatures. After hearing Xiao Hai's words, he couldn't help but ask, Quat, I see. It seems that Sir's level of black magic is very high. I thought that the people on the ship were ordinary people. Quat. Xiao Hai smiled. Quat, the undead creatures on this ship are all boatmen. I only got it not long ago. It was because of Duke Ryan's incident that this ship finally belonged to me. Quat. Charlie was stunned for a moment and said, because of Grand Duke Ryan. I think the style of this ship is similar to the style of the Jade Wave Dynasty. The incident with Grand Duke Leon is related to the Green Wave Dynasty. Xiao Hai smiled. Quat, it does have something to do with this. After Duke Ryan escaped from his fief, he wanted to escape on this ship. In the end, I caught him and he couldn't escape. He died, so this ship naturally belongs to me. Quat. Charlie's eyes flashed. You kidnapped Grand Duke Ryan? He asked. If the Carsai family had already discovered Cleon, they would have already executed Cleon. They wouldn't have waited for such a long time before taking action. It turns out that it was you who did it. I wonder what's your current rank. Xiao Hai smiled. Quat, 8th tier, I'm a 8th tier magician. Hee, I'm sorry to have embarrassed myself. Quat. Charlie laughed out loud. Quat, you're too kind, sir. I've never heard of anyone on the continent who could reach the 8th rank at your age. You're truly a genius. Quat. Quat, that doesn't count, Xiao Hai said. Quat, at the very least, I know that there are some people in the Church of Light who are not weaker than me. In fact, they might even be stronger than me. Quat. Charlie was stunned. This was the first time he had heard of this. He could not help but put on a serious face and said, can you please tell me in detail? Sir should also know that because of what happened a while ago, our Rossen Empire is currently at odds with the Church of Light. I'm afraid that something might happen. Xiao Hai smiled and said, Quat, your highness should have heard that I offended the Church of Light when I was in the Arcas Empire and had no choice but to escape to the Orc Prairies. However, I didn't expect that the Church of Light would send people to the Orc Prairies to kill me. They even sent a level 9 expert. Unfortunately, they committed a great taboo and were killed by the Orc Masters. I turned that level 9 expert into a high-level undead creature and learned something from him. The Church of Light once carried out an ultimate weapon project. Charlie quietly listened to Xiao Hai's words. When he heard Xiao Hai mention the ultimate weapon project, his expression changed. He looked at Xiao Hai and said, Quat, the ultimate weapon project. Xiao Hai nodded. Quat, yes, the ultimate weapon project. The project is to select some talented children on the continent and specially train them from a young age. Pharmacists and alchemists will also produce a large number of cultivation-enhancing drugs for them to eat. The goal is to train these children to become level 9 powerhouses. These powerhouses are young, but they are at least level 7 or 8. A small number of them have become level 9 powerhouses, and some have already died because they couldn't bear the hardships of the training. The majority of them died. Charlie's expression changed. He looked at Xiao Hai and said, Sir, are you talking about the Church of Light? Didn't they always say that they were the servants of the Church of Light and that their main goal was to save people? Would they do such a thing? Xiao Hai laughed bitterly. Quat, that was just a pretense they made up. What servants of the God of Light? Saving lives is their main goal. It's all nonsense. The bad things they did were no less than the Black Mages. I won't hide it from your highness. In fact, there are many famous Black Mages on the continent who are famous for their evil deeds. In fact, they were trained by the Church of Light. They trained these Black Mages and let them do evil things on the continent to ruin the reputation of the Black Mages. Then, they came out to deal with these Black Mages. This way, not only will they gain reputation, but they will also achieve their goal of corrupting the Black Magicians. Charlie's eyes could not help but narrow as he said in a deep voice, Is Mr.'s words true? I'm not lying, your highness. Do you know why I came straight to the Rossen Empire after leaving the grasslands? Xiao Hai said with a smile. Not because of the Carsai family, Charlie asked, stunned. Xiao Hai laughed bitterly. Quat, that's only one reason. The other reason is that in the entire continent, the Church of Light in the Rossen Empire is the weakest. As the strongest country on the continent, the nobles in the Rossen Empire have their own pride, so very few of them join the Church of Light. On the other hand, in other countries, many nobles join the Church of Light. Some kings of duchies are actually part of the Church of Light. The southern king of the Arcas Empire is one of the members of the Church of Light's guardian knights. He has a high status in the Church of Light, and it's the same in other countries. It's because of this that I came to the Rossen Empire. Charlie stood up with a whoosh and stomped his feet in the living room. How could this be? How did this happen? If this continued, wouldn't the entire continent belong to the Church of Light? The Church of Light, what a good move. Previously, Charlie had not taken the wave of anti-Church of Light in the Rossen Empire seriously. In his opinion, there were only 2 people in the Church of Light in the Rossen Empire, so what kind of storm could they cause? Now, it seemed like that was not the case at all. Fortunately, they had been suppressing the Church of Light. Otherwise, what would the Rossen Empire be like now? At the thought of this, Charlie broke out in a cold sweat. Although the Rasen Empire had been suppressing the Church of Light all these years, they had not specifically investigated them. They had only suppressed the Church of Light because they were certain that the Church of Light would pose a threat to their rule. Charlie had never expected the Church of Light to be so powerful now. After a few rounds, Charlie turned to Xiao Hai and said, "Sir, who else knows this information?" Xiao Hai smiled and said, "Your Highness, think about it. Which family in the Rasen Empire hates and fears the Church of Light the most? Of course, it's the Carsai family. They all know about these situations. It's just that some of them already knew about it, and some of them just found out about it." Charlie looked at Xiao Hai. He knew that Xiao Hai had just received the news, which meant that it had been quite some time. He stared at Xiao Hai and said in a deep voice, "Why are you telling me this?" Xiao Hai smiled. "Quad, I have a grudge against the Church of Light. They want to kill me. In order to save my life, I have to send more people to deal with the Church of Light. I'm telling you this so that you can help me deal with the Church of Light." Quad. Hearing Xiao Hai's words, Charlie was slightly stunned. Then he suddenly burst out laughing. "Quite good, straightforward. I'm relieved to hear that, sir. If the Church of Light really has the power that you said, I'll definitely deal with him. But you also know that I'm only a prince and my power is limited." Quad. Xiao Hai looked at Charlie and Charlie looked back at Xiao Hai. Xiao Hai smiled and said, "If there's anything your Highness needs my help with, I'll definitely do my best to help." Xiao Hai laughed out loud. "Quite, Your Highness, you're really not polite at all. However, I like your personality. You're direct and don't fake anything. Good, there's indeed business. I wonder if Your Highness has any connections. I want to do some sea specialty business, such as some sea magic beasts, pearls, corals, and so on. Would Your Highness be interested?" Charlie was stunned for a moment before his eyes flashed with a golden light. His eyeballs were about to turn into gold coins. He could not be blamed for this. After all, these sea products on the continent were simply too valuable. The continent was huge, and the coastline was long. However, he had forgotten that there was a group of people on the continent called mages. They could use magic to quickly obtain the special marine products on the coastline and then buy them. Therefore, there was a period of time when the special marine products on the continent were cheap. However, it was all over after a period of time. The good things in the coastal waters were almost all taken away. The human race did not dare to go to the deep sea. Even if they went, they would never return. Slowly, the things in the sea became more and more precious. Now there was almost no market for them. Those who had those things were not willing to sell them. Hearing Xiao Hai say that he had these marine specialties, Charlie realized that this was a good opportunity to make a fortune. However, he immediately sobered up and looked at Xiao Hai, saying, "Sir, it's not easy to get things from the sea now. Where did you get them from? Could it be that he was fished up from the deep sea? Sir, that won't do. The things there can't be touched. It'll be troublesome if the people of the sea tribe find out." Xiao Hai smiled. "Quad, it's okay, don't worry. My things are absolutely safe. You know, I'm a black mage, and the people on this ship are undead creatures, so if I put some food and drinks on the ship, it'll be enough for me to live on the sea for a year and a half. Then I can sail the sea a little further and let the undead creatures go into the sea to fish for things. Ordinary salvaging ships can't go there, but there are many good things there." Quad. Hearing Xiao Hai's words, Charlie didn't say anything else. It was just as Xiao Hai had said. In the past, the ones who fished the most out of the sea were those junior magicians. Their levels didn't make much money, but their magic could be enhanced to a certain extent in the sea. That was why they went to the sea to fish for money. As for the real great mages, no one would do that. The real mages had long been invited to the houses of the great nobles and raised like they were their masters. Later, the young mages realized that the sea creatures they fished up were not worth much, so they did not go deep into the sea. Ordinary salvaging ships could not go there, so they could still get some sea creatures from the sea near the deep sea. "All right, sir," Charlie said, "we can work together on this. How do you think we should work together? Do you want to sell it to me for a price, or do you want us to work together? You give me the thing you fished up, and I'll sell it, then we'll split it." "What do you think?" Xiao Hai smiled. "Quad, all right, let's go with the second option then. I'll give you the item that I fished up and you sell it. We'll split it 50-50. How about that?" Charlie was taken aback. "Quad, that's not good. You fished the thing out and put in the effort. We'll still split the money we get from selling it half. Isn't that too inappropriate?" Xiao Hai smiled and said, "It's okay, it's decided. Hee, Your Highness, I can't give you that much for the Hindra business. If you manage the entire Hindra business, then you're too ambitious. Also, too much Hindra would be worthless. I suggest you focus on daily necessities in the future. I can help you in this area." Quad. "You can help me with this?" Charlie was stunned. "How can I help?" Xiao Hai smiled. "Quad, I have a lot of vegetables and grains that I can sell. If you're in this convenient business, I can give you these things. Of course, the price will be the market price, but my things are definitely better than others." Quad. Charlie smiled bitterly. "Quad, sir, most of my business is wholesale. No matter how good the quality of your things are, it's useless to give it to me. If I increase the price, those merchants will not buy it." Quad. Xiao Hai was taken aback and patted his head. He had really forgotten about this. Although the quality of his products was really good, that was only for the people of Versailles Duchy. For the people of other countries, most of them had no idea what Paradise products were. As for the people of the Rosin Empire, they might not even have heard of it. It was obviously not possible for him to use this as a brand. Xiao Hai couldn't help but smile bitterly. "Quat, Your Highness, I still have to discuss with you. All my products will be marked with the Taoyuan logo so that everyone will know the name of the Taoyuan products. What do you think?" "Quat sure," Charlie said with a smile. "Quat, I heard that you used the Paradise logo back in the Versailles Duchy. If you can really make this brand famous, it'll be good for both of us." Quat. Xiao Hai nodded and continued, "Then I won't have much business here. After a while, I can sell a large amount of war food. However, those are low-end products. They aren't worth much." Quat. Charlie smiled and said, "That's fine too. I heard that those war provisions are very popular with mercenaries. What do you think? Can I have it?" Xiao Hai looked at Charlie, whose eyes were shining with a golden light, and laughed bitterly. "My prince, are you joking? It's very simple to make war provisions. Before long, there will be a lot of war provisions on the continent. By then, they won't be worth much, so it's useless for you to have them. Don't worry, I won't lose out on you. I'm now researching a new wine. As long as it's successfully developed, it will definitely become the most popular hotel on the continent. It's not expensive and suitable for almost everyone to drink. At that time, I'll let you be the sole owner of this business. What do you think?" Charlie looked at him and said, "Really? Is there really such a wine?" Xiao Hai smiled and said, "Of course it's true. This wine is definitely different from milk wine. However, this wine is produced in a high quantity. At the same time, it's also very cheap. As long as it's produced, it will definitely be popular. Laura, get a glass of beer for His Highness to try." Quat. Laura replied with a bitter expression. She took out a glass of beer and passed it to Charlie. Charlie looked at the glass of beer in front of him. The mixed colors suddenly made him lose the desire to drink it. However, in order to show his trust in Xiao Hai, he still picked up the glass and took a sip with his eyes closed. As soon as the wine entered his mouth, he felt a strange sour taste. He almost didn't swallow it, but out of courtesy, he still swallowed it. However, after swallowing the mouthful, Charlie felt a strange taste. It was a very strange taste. It was not delicious, but it made one unable to resist taking a second sip. Charlie unconsciously took another sip. It was still the same taste. This time, Charlie held back. He put down the cup and said, "The taste is very special, but I'm afraid that ordinary people won't be able to accept it." Xiao Hai smiled. "Quat, this is not a successful research, so it has a sour taste. If it's successful, it won't have this taste anymore." Quat. Charlie's eyes lit up when he heard Xiao Hai's words. "Quat, if that's the case, then this business is really good. However, I don't think this wine is easy to preserve." Quat. Xiao Hai smiled and said, "Your Highness, you are wrong. It's not hard to preserve this wine, but it's not easy either. This wine needs to be sealed. If it's not sealed well, it will still have the same taste. If it's sealed well, it can be preserved for a long time without changing its taste." Quat. Charlie smiled. "Quat, I see. That's good. It's not difficult to seal it. All right, I'll wait for your good news then." Quat. "Sure, I'll send it over to you once the research is done," Xiao Hai said with a smile. "It's nothing," Xiao Hai laughed. "I have to sell the things I make, right? Hee hee. Quat, I'll be able to work with your Highness on a large-scale business in the near future," Xiao Hai said with a smile. "Quat, but that will have to wait until spring." Quat. Charlie smiled. "Quat, that's good. Although the barbaric bulls and the coiled sheep are not in high demand on the continent, their sales are good. As long as we have them, we don't have to worry about them selling." Quat. Xiao Hai smiled. "Quat, just this business alone is enough to make people jealous. Your Highness, you should be careful. Be careful of other people allying against you. You'll be in trouble then." Quat. Charlie furrowed his brows. He agreed with Xiao Hai's statement. This kind of situation could happen very easily. Just like what Xiao Hai had said, the businesses that he had taken over were enough to make people jealous. Now, his brothers' starting points were almost the same, and their strengths were similar. None of them were particularly strong or weak. However, if he started to do these businesses, his strength would slowly surpass his brothers. At that time, if his brothers joined forces to deal with him, he would be in big trouble. However, the businesses that Xiao Hai mentioned were all very profitable. He really couldn't bear to give them up, which was why he was in a difficult position. Xiao Hai looked at Charlie and smiled. "Quat, Your Highness, you don't have to think too much. At the end of the day, the final decision doesn't lie with you. You just have to do your own thing." Quat. Charlie nodded and let out a sigh. He understood what Xiao Hai meant. The final decision for the battle for the throne was not in their hands. His father was in good health and was not very old. He would probably be fine even if he were to be emperor for another 10 or 20 years. Who knew what would happen 20 years later? Xiao Hai smiled. "Quat, Your Highness, I'm planning to open a shop in the Jade Water City. I'll have to trouble Your Highness when the time comes." Quat. "Quat, don't worry, sir," Charlie said with a smile. "Quat, everything's fine in my territory." Quat. As they were talking, an alarm suddenly rang out from outside. Xiao Hai was taken aback and turned to look at Shunyi, who immediately ran out. Charlie, on the other hand, had a calm expression on his face. He still had this level of self-control. After a while, Shunny walked out and bowed to Xiao Hai. "Quite young master, there are a few ships that have been following us since we left the port. They have caught up with us and have surrounded us. Quat. They're coming for us, let's go and see who they are." Xiao Hai nodded. After saying that, he stood up. Charlie also stood up, but Xiao Hai said, "Your Highness, you should wait in the cabin for a while. This matter might not be directed at you. If it isn't, you will be exposed if you go out." Charlie nodded and sat down again. Xiao Hai led Laura and the others out, leaving only Charlie and Li Rui in the living room. "Your Highness, do you think it'll be dangerous?" asked Li Rui with a frown. Charlie shook his head and said, "It's really hard to say. Forget it, let's not think too much. We'll know in a while. I believe that Sir's strength should be able to guarantee our safety." Although Li Rui was still worried, he didn't say anything and just nodded. He didn't know that Zhao Xiandong's realm was already at level 8. With Zhao Wen, Kai and the undead creatures, there weren't many people in the world who could touch Xiao Hai. Xiao Hai walked out of the living room and calmly looked at the few ships surrounding him. These ships were not real warships, but they were all 5-masted armed iron-armored merchant ships, the same as the Paradise that Xiao Hai was on. Xiao Hai was really surprised that a few of these ships could be deployed at once. However, Xiao Hai wasn't afraid of this. No matter how powerful the armed merchant ships were, it was useless. The undead creatures in his hands had reached level 8 due to the realm's upgrade. It wouldn't be a problem for them to destroy a small country. Why would he be afraid of these few ships? However, Xiao Hai didn't make a move. He wanted to see why the other party was here. Thus he stood there calmly and even had the Peach Origin lower its sail to wait for the other party. Not long after, they were surrounded by a few boats. One of the boats was the closest to them. Xiao Hai took a look at the boat and saw a group of people standing on it. The most eye-catching one was a man in his 30s. This man's dress was very similar to Charlie's. It seemed to be a very low-key dress, but it gave off a very different feeling when worn by them. Most importantly, this man had the aura of a superior that Charlie did not have. With one look at this person, Xiao Hai could more or less tell that these people were not here for him, but for Charlie. This person was most likely Charlie's second brother, the second prince of the Rossen Empire. Xiao Hai took a deep breath and bowed to the person who seemed to be the second prince. "May I know who you are? Why are you blocking our way? Don't you know that this is the waters of the Rossen Empire?" The man who seemed to be the second prince looked at Xiao Hai curiously when he heard what he said. After a while he said, "You must be Xiao Hai. You're quite bold, coming to the Rossen Empire and not even asking about the people you shouldn't offend before you dare to get involved. But don't worry, I'm not here to find you today." Xiao Hai was sure of his identity when he heard that. He smiled and said, "Quad, I really don't know who in the Rossen Empire I can't afford to offend. I'm just an ordinary merchant doing business properly. I haven't paid a single cent less in taxes. I didn't become a spy, nor did I commit murder or arson. I just don't know what's so important that I'm worried." The second prince looked at Xiao Hai with a sharp gaze and said in a deep voice, "Quat kid, I'm not here for you today. Go and ask Little Sand to come out. You've arrived at Waterout City, but you didn't come to see me. Isn't that a little too much?" Xiao Hai was about to say something, but Charlie had already walked out of the ship. He smiled and bowed to the second prince. "Quat, greetings, second brother. I'm only going to the Waterout City for a short stay. I didn't want to trouble you. Quat." The second prince looked at Charlie with a half smile and said, "Is it really just a few days, nothing else? Then why did Mr. Xiao Hai suddenly leave out Water City and go to Jade Water City?" Charlie smiled. "Quad, I met Mr. Xiao Hai by accident. I heard that you were going to Jade Water City to do business, so I came to take a ride. What's wrong with that? Is it worth second brother's effort?" The second prince snorted. "Quatmo, don't talk to me about such useless things. Although I don't care about what Xiao Hai has, you're obviously trying to poach him. That doesn't seem right, does it?" Xiao Hai smiled and said, "This should be the second prince, right? I'm a businessman. It's my freedom to do business there, right? Why do I have to do business in the Waterout City? Would it be wrong to go to other places? Then, since I first came to Tianshui City, does that mean I can only do business in Tianshui City for the rest of my life?" I wonder where the second prince's poaching came from. The second prince looked at Xiao Hai and said, "Xiao Hai, you have no right to speak here. You'd better stay there and not say a word. Otherwise, do you believe that I can make it so that you can't do business in the Rossen Empire anymore?" "I don't believe you." Xiao Hai smiled. It was a simple word, but it almost made the second prince's lungs explode. He looked at Xiao Hai with an ashen face. Charlie had not expected Xiao Hai to directly go against the second prince. This made him feel both touched and shocked. This was because Charlie had already understood Xiao Hai's intention to join him. He did not want anything to happen to Xiao Hai at this time. "Second brother, just say it. What do you want today?" Charlie immediately asked. "This matter has nothing to do with Mr. Xiao Hai, so if you have anything to say, just tell me." Charlie coldly snorted. "Quatmo, don't be too smug. I won't touch you, otherwise, if father finds out, I'll be finished. But this Xiao Hai must return to Waterout City with me. Quat." "Quat, impossible," Charlie said firmly. "Quat, I'm not that close to Xiao Hai. He can go wherever he wants. I don't have the authority to order him around. Quat. The second prince snorted. Quat, stop pretending. If you have nothing to do with Xiao Hai, why did you take his ship back to Jade Water City? Who doesn't know that he had a falling out with the Carsai family? He must have come to Waterout City to do business here, but you poached him to Water Jade City. It seems to be your fault, right? There are many people doing business between Waterout City and Jade Water City. Second brother, you can't say that to every one of them, can you? Charlie smiled. Then it must be second brother's fault, right? I really don't know why Mr. Xiao Hai left Waterout City, but second brother shouldn't be stopping him like this. The second prince looked at Xiao Hai and said in a deep voice, Xiao Hai, could it be that you're really going to rely on little San? Xiao Hai looked at the second prince and smiled. Quat, your highness, I'm just a businessman. It's my duty to pursue profits. I've taken a look at the environment here in the Waterout City. It's not suitable for my business, so I want to take a look at the Waterout City. What's wrong with that? The third prince is only taking my ship back to Jade Water City. Is that not okay? When the second prince heard Xiao Hai's words, he could not help but clench his teeth and say, Xiao Hai, which part of my water city is not suitable for you to do business with? Or did Mo give you some conditions? I can give you whatever conditions he has. Xiao Hai could not help but sigh inwardly. This second prince was still slightly inferior to Charlie. He must have only noticed Charlie when he boarded the ship, so he immediately chased after him. With just this method, he was no match for Charlie. A person like this would never be able to defeat Charlie. Xiao Hai bowed to the second prince and said, Your Highness, I really want to go to the Jade Water City to have a look. As you said, I have some conflicts with the Carsai family now, so I want to choose a place to do business. However, I didn't go to the Jade Water City and the Jade Water City before. This time, I came to the Jade Water City because it is closer to me. I didn't decide to do business there. Your Highness, you don't have to mobilize so many people. Quat. The second prince looked at Xiao Hai's expression and said with an ashen face, Quat, good, Xiao Hai. I'll let you off today if you have the guts. However, you have to be careful in the future. You have to know which family the Rosin Empire belongs to. Quat, after saying that, he waved his hand and the boat he was on slowly left. Xiao Hai sighed as he watched the second prince's ship leave. He was very disappointed in the second prince. Xiao Hai and Charlie returned to the living room on the ship. Charlie looked at Xiao Hai with a bitter smile. Quat, sir, what you've done today is putting yourself on the opposite side of my second brother. My second brother is not a very broad-minded person. He will definitely find trouble with you in the future. Quat. Xiao Hai smiled. Quat, that's how humans are. If you become friends with some people, you'll naturally become enemies with others. Smooth and slick relationships only exist in legends. Quat. Hearing Xiao Hai's words, Charlie immediately understood. Xiao Hai was expressing his loyalty to him. Charlie could tell that although Xiao Hai had agreed to help him, he would not follow his lead completely like his other subordinates. What Xiao Hai wanted was a certain degree of autonomy, a certain degree of speaking rights, and a certain degree of equal speaking rights. Charlie understood that Xiao Hai was a capable person. Capable people had their own pride. They would not become a slave that others could order around. It was because of this that Xiao Hai told him all this. Charlie nodded and said, Don't worry, sir. I will ensure your safety. My second brother has underestimated my strength. You don't have to worry, sir. Quat. Xiao Hai smiled. Quat, I'm not worried at all. To be honest, I don't really care about the second prince's strength. With his current strength, he can't do anything to me. Your Highness, you don't have to do anything for me. Quat. Hearing Xiao Hai's words, Charlie could not help but frown. Sir, it's better to be careful. Don't underestimate my second brother. He's not weak at all. I'm afraid he's not weaker than Duke Ryan. Xiao Hai smiled. Quat, it'll be fine. As long as he doesn't send a 9th grade powerhouse to deal with me, I'll be fine. Don't worry, Your Highness. Quat. Charlie could not help but nod when he heard Xiao Hai's words. To be honest, it was not easy to hire a rank 9 powerhouse. When Duke Ryan's family was destroyed, the Carsai family and the Sheila family had sent out a total of 4 rank 9 powerhouses to kill 2 of the Duke's family members. Of course, they had also paid a huge price. Now that Xiao Hai was so confident, he didn't say anything more. From this, one could see Xiao Hai's strength. In fact, Charlie could tell some of Xiao Hai's strength from the undead creatures on the ship. However, they didn't attack, so Charlie couldn't figure out their true strength. However, looking at their expressions, Charlie didn't dare to underestimate Xiao Hai anymore. Looking at the sky, it was time for lunch. Xiao Hai invited Charlie to a restaurant for lunch. Of course, the food they ate was not bad. There was beef, mutton, hot pot, and all kinds of vegetables. Charlie looked at the food on the table. There were some that he had never eaten before, which really made him very curious. As the strongest country on the continent, he had eaten the food of all the countries. However, there were a few things on the table that he had not eaten before. This was really beyond his expectations. Of course, the wine was still milk wine, but the main course was breadfruit. Xiao Hai wanted Charlie to taste something he had never tried before. Charlie also looked at the breadfruit with great curiosity. When he actually ate it, he was also very surprised. These things were actually very delicious. This was especially true for breadfruit. Charlie could tell at a glance that it was a type of fruit that grew on trees. This made him feel very strange as he had never seen such breadfruit before. After taking a bite of the breadfruit, Charlie put it down and turned to look at Xiao Hai. "Sir, what kind of fruit is this? Why would there be such a change?" Xiao Hai smiled and said, "This thing is called breadfruit. I named it hee. Currently, I'm the only one on the mainland who has it. However, the output can't be increased, so I can't sell it on a large scale. Most importantly, this breadfruit is the main ingredient for brewing beer. That's why I'm not planning to promote it to the mainland." When Charlie heard Xiao Hai say that breadfruit was the main ingredient for brewing beer, he could not help but be stunned. He then nodded and said, "That's not for sale indeed. It's better to make it into beer." Xiao Hai smiled and said, "Your Highness, have a taste. Actually, the yield of this plant is very high. It's not worse than bamboo rice. But the main thing is that this kind of tree has very high requirements for the environment, so it can't be grown in ordinary places. This way, the yield will naturally not increase." Quat. Charlie nodded, then frowned and said, "Sir, this won't affect the production of beer, right?" Xiao Hai shook his head. "Quat, I don't think so. I'm currently researching if I can use other things to replace breadfruit to make beer. Breadfruit is a rare item. Even if it's not made into beer, it's still very good to sell." Quat. Charlie nodded and said, "It's indeed a pity. If this thing could be used as military food, that would be great. Not only would it greatly increase the speed of the army, but it could also let the soldiers eat delicious food. It's really good stuff." Quat. Xiao Hai smiled but did not reply. As expected, people from different heights would think of different things. Xiao Hai had never thought about the benefits that breadfruit would bring to the army. Charlie, on the other hand, had thought of it immediately. After lunch, Xiao Hai returned to his room. Of course, he had also arranged the best rooms for Charlie and the others. Once he returned to his room, Xiao Hai immediately entered his interspace and went to the processing plant. It was a good place. The antidote would be ready in about 10 hours. Xiao Hai was sitting in the living room of the origin space, while Laura and the others were sitting beside him. Xiao Hai was holding a cup of Kia and taking a sip, but Laura looked at him and said, "Big Brother Hai, we're considered to have joined Charlie's side now. Will he be angry with your attitude towards him today?" Xiao Hai smiled. "Quad, I did it in the past to see if he would be angry. If he is angry, it means that he is not that broad-minded. Even if I help him, there is a limit. But if he is not angry, I will do my best to help him and help him ascend to that position." Quad. Xiao Hai put down the cup inside. "Quad, it's impossible for a superior to be without a broad mind. It's also impossible to be too controlling, so I have to do this." Quad. Lola nodded and did not say anything else. What Xiao Hai said made sense. As a person in power, if Charlie did not have this kind of magnanimity, he might become the second prince. Helping him would also be very dangerous. At this time, Meg looked at the processing plant and sighed. "Quat, why is time passing so slowly? There are still more than 10 hours. Seriously, every minute that passes now feels like 10 years. Quat." Xiao Hai looked at her and smiled. "Quat, all right, it's not that exaggerated. It'll be fine. In the afternoon, after dinner, take a nap. When you wake up, the antidote will be ready." Quat. "Quat, it's not that easy, young master," Meg pouted. "Quat, look at what the third prince is doing. See what he says about you." Quat. Xiao Hai smiled and turned on the screen. Soon, the third prince's room appeared on the screen. Charlie was sitting in the room drinking Coke and Lurui was standing beside him. Charlie was really thirsty. At the same time, he was also relaxing. He did not expect that he would be discovered by the second prince when he came to Izumo City. This was not good news for him. Looking at Charlie's expression, Li Rui knew what he was thinking. He could not help but whisper, "Your Highness, if the second prince finds us, will he find Ona's as well? If he finds Ona's, he will be in danger. Should we inform Ona's?" Charlie put down his cup and shook his head. "There's no need. This time we've done 10 secret things. Second brother shouldn't be able to find out that it's Ona's." Lori nodded and said to Charlie, "Your Highness, is Mr. Xiao Hai being too unreasonable today? It's obvious that he wants to join you, but he still talks to you like he's negotiating. He doesn't put himself in the position of your subordinate at all, but rather he's like your partner. Isn't that good?" Charlie smiled. "All capable people have their pride. Mr. Xiao Hai has his pride. Besides, he really doesn't need me to do anything. Don't be fooled by the fact that the Carsai family is on bad terms with him now. I think they won't do anything to Xiao Hai in the end because Xiao Hai can bring them great benefits. For the sake of benefits, they won't really fall out with Xiao Hai. With the Carsai family as their backing, they also have a good relationship with the Sheila family. Do you think Xiao Hai really cares about my status as a prince?" After some thought, he had no choice but to agree with Charlie. The Sheila family was a large family that spanned across the entire continent. Their family was extremely powerful, and Xiao Hai had maintained a good relationship with them. Even if he no longer stayed in the Rasen Empire and went to other countries, he would be fine as long as he had the help of the Sheila family. No matter how powerful the Church of Light was, it was impossible for them to kill all the black mages. They were fine with the black mages who had fame and sex, but they were still a little lacking in dealing with the mysterious Xiao Hai. Charlie let out a long breath and leaned back in his chair. He said slowly, "Getting Xiao Hai to help me is the best decision I've ever made. You've seen how second brother is. He wasn't this arrogant in the past. It seems like he's received help from someone again. My poor second brother, why can't you understand that father is still alive? If you keep forming cliques and factions, father will only feel that you're a threat to him. You'll only be further and further away from that position." After saying that, he slowly closed his eyes. After a while, there was a soft sound. Charlie had fallen asleep. Lurui immediately took out a blanket from the ship and gently covered Charlie with it. When Xiao Hai saw this, he turned off the screen and let out a long breath. He turned to Laura and said, "I really didn't expect Charlie to have such a high opinion of me. However, Laura, do you think that the old king of the Rossen Empire would really feel threatened if the second prince were to really join a gang?" "They are father and son." Lola smiled bitterly. "Quat, so what if they're biological father and son? In the Empire, is there a lot of cases of fathers killing their sons and sons killing their fathers? This kind of thing happens even in noble families, let alone in empires. Many people will go crazy for that position. The king of the Rossen Empire is first a king, then a father. Anyone who can pose a threat to his throne is his enemy. It doesn't matter if that person is his brother or his son. It doesn't matter who he is." Xiao Hai sighed and nodded. "It's lonely at the top. Is it really that easy to be a king? I believe that there are many kings who have never left the palace in their entire lives. Everything they know is from books and what their subordinates tell them. How much of the truth can they know? If you ask me, the most pitiful person in a country is the king." Laura laughed and said, "If other people were to hear this, they would definitely laugh to death. A king can't leave the palace often, but don't forget, the entire king belongs to him. He can make people live and die as he wishes. That kind of supreme authority can make anyone drunk. Otherwise, why do you think everyone likes to be a king?" Xiao Hai chuckled. "Quat, who knows? In any case, I don't want to be one. It's so much better now. We can go out and have a walk. If we don't want to go, we can have a few drinks at home and sit here and chat. Isn't that better?" Laura smiled and said, "Only you want to live this kind of life. There are many people on the continent who don't want to live this kind of life. However, this is also good. I used to be busy with business every day. Now I don't have to worry about so many things. Quat." Xiao Hai laughed bitterly. "That might not be the case. We're not talking about others. We're about to have our own kingdom soon. When that time comes, we'll be busy. Oh my God, just thinking about that kind of life gives me a headache. Oh right, Laura, when will you be able to gather all your subordinates?" Laura thought for a moment and said, "I gave them 10 days. This time, almost all of my men are here. Some of them are far away and some are close, so they need more time." Did Uncle Ivan say anything? Xiao Hai shook his head and said, "Nothing much. He only told me that he didn't want to let your men go, but he had no choice. He is the Grand Duke of the Versailles Duchy and the patriarch of the Versailles family. He had to think for the family, so he called for an elder meeting to discuss this matter. In the end, the elders unanimously agreed to let your men go. That's why they could leave. I feel that Uncle Ivan is not very happy right now." Quat. Laura smiled and said, "Of course he's not happy. Uncle Ivan's temper is still that of a warrior. He's always loyal, but now his loyalty has been firmly locked by the family's interests. This is the same as locking Uncle Ivan's nature. It would be strange if he's happy. Oh right, when is he going to take Ryan away?" Xiao Hai smiled bitterly. "Quat, I'm afraid that Ruyan is already on the ship. I realized that I'm really on Ruyan's side. When I was called Adam, she tried her best to break off the engagement. When I was called Xiao Hai, she tried her best to avoid me. Interesting. Quat." Hearing Xiao Hai's words, Laura and the others all laughed. They knew that Xiao Hai was just saying it casually. He didn't have any feelings for Ryan. Just as Xiao Hai and the others had said, Ryan was no longer worthy of Xiao Hai. However, Laura still asked, "Who did Uncle Ivan send to pick her up? Shouldn't we keep an eye on her? No matter what, she was perfectly fine when she came out with us. It wouldn't be good if something happened to her when she got home." Xiao Hai nodded. "Quat, that's good. I'll send the Blood Hawk faction out to follow them. If anything happens, we can help immediately." Quat. Laura laughed and said, "That won't be necessary, Little Hai. I think we can just send the swordfish over. With the swordfish's protection, they should be fine. Besides, with the swordfish there, we can also resolve the situation there at any time. If we send Blood Eagle over, we'll have to let him bring the evil spirit staff. That will make it very inconvenient for us. What do you think?" Xiao Hai nodded. Quat, that's a good idea. We have so many ships in our hands now, but we won't be able to use them for a while. We can use them this time. Quat. Laura smiled. Quat, if you send all our ships out, it might scare the navy of the Arcas Empire. They will think that the princess of the Rosen Empire has gone to the Arcas Empire. Quat. Xiao Hai couldn't help but laugh out loud. He couldn't blame them for this. They now had 15 ships in their hands, 11 of which were 3-masted ships and 4 were 5-masted armored cargo ships. This number was indeed shocking. Although a 3-masted warship was only one of the most common warships in a country, it was still a warship. A 5-masted ironclad merchant ship was not so easy to use. The cost of making a metal armored ship was very high, and it needed to be repaired every year. If there was a battle, it would have to be repaired immediately after the battle. Because of this, the metal armored ship was not something that ordinary people could afford. After the metal armored ship was built, even if you didn't use it, you would still need to spend a lot of repair fees every year. Due to these reasons, most five-masted ironclad cargo ships were controlled by large families. Even Xiao Hai's peach essence used to belong to the large family from Greenwave Dynasty, but Xiao Hai had seized it. If he really sent all the ships in his hands to escort Ryan, then the Arcas Empire might really think that it was the princess of that country. This was not an exaggeration at all. Xiao Hai immediately called Zhu Ying back and released him to the ship that Ryan was on. The Flying Eagle was very fast. Before dark, they had already found the ship of the Ryan Association. Although Ryan had already boarded the ship, it was just an ordinary three-masted cargo ship. There was nothing special about it. Other than Ryan, there were also some guards and maids sent by the Versailles family. Xiao Hai took a look and saw 3 consecrated members of the Versailles family. They were all at grade 8, but they were all warriors. In BSP, this kind of strength was already not bad. A grade 8 warrior would be considered an expert on the continent. There was no such thing as Xiao Hai. Now that Ryan's group had been discovered, things were much easier. Xiao Hai and the others weren't in a hurry. He planned to wait until the sky turned dark before letting the swordfish follow Ryan's ship. That way, no one would notice. Seeing that it was getting late, Xiao Hai and the others came out of the medium. Not long after they came out, Charlie also came out from his room. It was obvious that he had a good rest. Xiao Hai immediately ordered his men to move the chairs to the deck. The few of them sat on the deck and chatted while looking at the sea view. It was really a different kind of atmosphere. After dinner, Charlie returned to his room to rest. Xiao Hai also returned to his room. The sky was getting dark and they had to find time to release the swordfish to follow Ryan. The sky quickly darkened, but Xiao Hai was not in a hurry. He was only watching Ryan's situation on the screen. Perhaps it was because of the many things that had happened recently. Ryan had matured and was not as ostentatious as before. The servants who came to pick her up could feel the changes in her. She was much quieter than before, more understanding and more polite to the servants. This made the servants feel flattered. However, Xiao Hai didn't care about that. He was only concerned about Ryan's safety. As long as nothing happened to Ryan, everything would be fine. When the sky was completely dark, Xiao Hai found a place not far away from Ryan and released the swordfish. Then she called Bloodeagle back and sent him back to the Versailles Duchy. In a few days, Laura's subordinates would arrive, and they would have to rely on the evil spirit staff to bring him back. After doing all this, Xiao Hai didn't know what to do. To be honest, although it was already dark and it was time for him to sleep, he didn't feel sleepy at all today. Laura and the other girls felt the same way because they knew that the antidote would be completed at dawn and Xiao Hai's poison would be cured. At the thought of this, the few of them no longer had the mood to sleep. They sat in the living room and looked at each other. Suddenly, they could not help but laugh. "Quite all right," Xiao Hai said with a smile. "Quite, let's not wait here. Let's go back to our rooms and rest. When we wake up, we'll be cured of the poison tomorrow morning." Quite. Lola nodded, stood up and said, "Quite, we can't sit here for the whole night. Go and rest. By the way, Brother Hai, when you're going to detoxify tomorrow, you must call Grandpa Green and the others. Otherwise, they won't let you off." Quite. Xiao Hai nodded with a smile. He knew that Laura was right. If he didn't call Green and the others, they would blame him for the rest of their lives. The group returned to their room and the space quieted down. Xiao Hai lay quietly on his bed, thinking about what had happened after he arrived on the Arc continent. He fell asleep without realizing it. After an unknown amount of time, Xiao Hai suddenly woke up. He opened his eyes and looked out the window. It was still bright outside the space, but he couldn't see anything. Xiao Hai got up and went to the living room. He turned on the screen and saw that the sky was already bright. It was just a little bright earlier, so it was still early. Xiao Hai immediately walked outside. When he arrived at the processing plant, he saw Shunny standing there, quietly looking at the jumping numbers. It was obvious that the medicine was not ready yet. When Shunny saw that Xiao Hai had arrived, he immediately bowed slightly to Xiao Hai and said, "Young master, you haven't been sleeping." Xiao Hai smiled. Xiao looked at the numbers. There were still more than 2 hours. Shunny laughed in embarrassment. "Quite, I couldn't sleep, so I came out to take a look. I hope I didn't disturb you, young master." Xiao Hai shook his head with a smile. At this moment, he heard footsteps approaching. Xiao Hai turned around and saw that Laura and the others had arrived. When Xiao Hai saw them, he couldn't help but smile. When Laura and the others saw Xiao Hai standing there, they also smiled. Xiao Hai smiled. "Quite all right, there's still 2 more hours. Let's not gather here. We'll go to the Iron Mountain Fortress and wake up Grandpa Green and the others. We'll come back after that." Quite, they all answered. With a thought, Xiao Hai and his friends appeared in the parlor of Iron Mountain Castle. Xiao Hai was stunned when he arrived at the living room of the Iron Mountain Castle. Green and the others were all there, including Kellen. When Kellen and the others saw Xiao Hai and the others, they were stunned. Then Kellen smiled and said, "What took you so long? We've been waiting here the whole night." Xiao Hai looked at Green and the others and smiled. Quad, I'm fine. I just went to sleep. I woke up early today. Grandma Merlin, make something to eat. We'll go into the space after breakfast. Quad. Merlin responded with a smile and called Meg and Laura into the kitchen. Laura was also learning how to cook now, but she really didn't have much talent. The food she made was basically inedible, but he was learning very hard. Seeing that Merlin and the others had gone to cook, Xiao Hai turned to Green and the others and said, Grandpa Green, how's the beer? Grim smiled. Quad, it's still too short. It takes a while for the wine to ferment. We'll see after a while. We've done a lot of experiments this time. We used bamboo rice, barley, breadfruit, space water, ordinary water, cold water, and hot water. I believe one of them will succeed. Quad. That's good as long as it's a success. Xiao Hai smiled. By the way, have we prepared the things for the alcohol? You have to know that the things used to store beer must be sealed properly. Otherwise, the beer will lose its flavor, just like what Xiao and the others did. Xiao didn't come with Xiao Hai this time. However, because there was a teleportation point on Ape Head Island, Xiao Hai would know what Xiao wanted to do. Grim smiled. Quat, don't worry, there won't be any problems. We used to use wooden buckets for storing. There's only a problem with the lid. It'll be fine as long as we improve it. You don't have to worry. Quat. Xiao Hai nodded and sighed. As long as the beer is ready, our Buddha family will have the biggest source of income in the future. The sales of this thing in the future will definitely not be worse than that of food. Karen looked at Xiao Hai in confusion and said, will it really be like that? I've tasted it before. It's sour and not good to drink. You'll know when the beer is brewed. Not many people can resist the temptation of beer, Xiao Hai said with a smile. The group chatted for a while and soon dinner was ready. Xiao Hai and the others immediately went to the restaurant. After breakfast, they went to the space and gathered at the factory. At the universal processing machine, there were only 20 minutes left. Instead of resting in the living room, the group stood in the processing machine and waited quietly. They were waiting for that moment to come. 10,987,654,321. Everyone's heart was beating at the same frequency as the numbers. When the number reached 0, everyone felt as if their hearts had stopped. Then a white light flashed in the factory and a small bottle appeared on the ground. The bottle was very small, only the size of a palm. It was flat and transparent, and half of it was filled with a blue liquid. At this time, a notification came. Quat, the special antidote for the water of nothingness has been processed. It can be consumed orally. After consuming it, it can expel all the toxins and impurities in the body and improve the physical quality of the host. The effect is even better when used with the King Kong fruit. Quat. Xiao Hai was taken aback, but he quickly picked up the small bottle and looked at the blue liquid inside. Green and the others also looked at the small bottle of blue liquid. At the same time, they held their breath, as if they were afraid that if they breathed too hard, they would blow the small bottle to the ground. Xiao Hai looked at them and smiled. I don't think the realm would lie to me. I'm going to buy another King Kong fruit and eat it together. What do you think, Grandpa Green? Young master, are you going to learn magic or battle energy? Grim asked. Xiao Hai smiled. Quite of course I'm going to learn battle energy. The magic here has already reached the 8th rank, so why would I still need to learn magic? I remember you saying that our family's mad dragon battle energy can be very famous on the continent. I'll learn the mad head battle energy. Quat. Tears welled up in Grim's eyes as he laughed out loud. Good, young master is indeed a member of the Buddha family. I will now teach you the true version of the Berserk Dragon battle energy. This is the secret of our Buddha family. Grandpa Green, what did you say? Xiao Hai was stunned. You mean to say that there's another version of our Buddha family's Berserk Dragon battle energy that isn't the real one? Jerlin smiled. Quat, that's right. Our Buddha family's warrior power is the most famous all-elemental warrior power on the continent. Not only is the training speed not slower than those single elemental warrior power, but the attack power is also better than those single elemental warrior power. It is because of this that those people are jealous. However, our family's mad dragon warrior power is divided into 2 versions. One is the simplified version. It can't be compared to the true Berserk Dragon battle aura. That's great, but I think it won't be too late for you to teach me after the poison is cured, Xiao Hai said with a smile. Then he took the small bottle and walked into the living room of the villa in the interspace, with everyone following behind him. In the living room, Xiao Hai first placed the small bottle on the coffee table, then immediately opened the shop page and bought a King Kong fruit. Now that the King Kong fruit had been digitized by the space, it could be bought in the space store. However, it was not cheap. Currently, it was the most expensive seed, priced at 10,000 gold coins each. However, Xiao Hai wasn't interested in money. He immediately bought one with 10,000 gold coins and placed it on the coffee table. Then he picked up the small bottle and opened the small wooden stopper. After looking at it, he raised his head and drank the blue liquid in the bottle. He only put the bottle down after he had finished the contents. He opened his mouth but couldn't taste anything. Then he picked up the King Kong fruit and ate it in a few bites. Everyone in the room looked at Xiao Hai nervously. Even after he finished the King Kong fruit, everyone was still staring at him. Xiao Hai licked his lips. The King Kong fruit did taste pretty good. It was cool, sour, and sweet. Xiao Hai was really enticed by it. Xiao Hai raised his head and looked at the crowd. He couldn't help but laugh. I didn't expect this fruit to taste so good. As soon as he said that, he heard his stomach growling. Xiao Hai was stunned. Then his face changed. He held his stomach and ran to the toilet in the inner space. In the toilet, Xiao Hai immediately took off his pants and sat on the toilet. Then a pungent smell of feces came out of the toilet, almost causing Xiao Hai to faint. After about 10 minutes, Xiao Hai felt like he was about to collapse. He finally stopped using the toilet. He took out some toilet paper from his interspace, cleaned the place, and then flushed the toilet. When he saw what he pooped out of the toilet, he felt nauseated. The things he pooped out of were black, like asphalt, and emitted a foul smell. He could even see a few small worms inside. Xiao Hai quickly covered the toilet bowl and flushed it. He turned on the exhaust in the toilet. After a while, the air in the toilet became better and the stench was gone. Xiao Hai walked out of the toilet. Xiao Hai really felt like he was about to collapse, but his body felt more relaxed than ever. The strange feeling made him feel both pain and happiness. When he came out of the toilet, he found Green and the others standing at the door. Seeing Xiao Hai come out, Green immediately said, "Young master, how do you feel? Are you all right?" "Quat, I'm fine." "Quat." Xiao Hai shook his head. "Quat, I'm feeling pretty good. I'm just a little tired." Quat Meg immediately went up to Xiao Hai and helped him sit down in the living room. She then poured him a glass of water. Xiao Hai felt better after drinking a cup of water. No, he couldn't say that he was a little better. He felt much better. He felt that his body was full of energy. It was a feeling that he had never felt before. Green and the others looked at Xiao Hai. Xiao Hai put down his cup and smiled. "Quat, I'm much better now. I'm fine. Maybe it's the side effect of drinking the medicine. I feel full of energy now." Quat. Clint's heart skipped a beat and he immediately told Xiao Hai, "Young master, I believe that the things that are produced in the spatial ring would not be simple. I will immediately teach you the Mad Dragon Battle Energy Cultivation Method. You can cultivate it immediately and see what results you can get from it." Xiao Hai nodded his head. Green immediately told him the mental cultivation method of the Berserk Dragon Battle Aura. Xiao Hai was stunned when Green mentioned it. This mental cultivation method of the Berserk Dragon Battle Aura was actually similar to the Inner Force mental cultivation methods written in wuxia novels on Earth. It was cultivated in the body, and one had to go through every acupuncture point in the human body once. On the Arc continent, combat power was also dependent on the acupuncture points. However, most combat power required physical training first. Only when the body was strong enough could the combat power be cultivated. As long as the small circulation of combat power was established in the body, it was equivalent to basic mastery of combat power. At that time, one would have the strength of a level 5 master. However, the Berserk Dragon Battle Aura was different. It didn't need to train the body first. Anyone could train with it. Of course, those with good talent would improve faster, while those with bad talent would improve slower. Xiao Hai had been reading a lot of books on the basics of battle energy, so he had some understanding of it. At the same time, he had memorized all the acupuncture points on the human body because he knew that these things were very important to him. So now that Grimm had explained it, he immediately understood. After remembering the root of the Berserk Dragon Combat Aura, he immediately began to try to feel the aura. The most difficult step in training warrior power was not to break through, but to feel the flow of the warrior power. The flow of the warrior power was illusory, and you could only rely on your own feelings. After many years of experiments, it was discovered that only people with strong bodies could feel the flow of the warrior power more easily. This was also the reason why the training of warrior power required the training of the body first. Xiao Hai thought that it would be difficult to sense the qi, but he didn't expect to feel a mouse-like thing running in his meridians the moment he followed the path of the Berserk Dragon Combat Qi. The level 1 Berserk Dragon Combat Qi was almost completed. He quickly finished the second level, then the third, the fourth, the fifth, the sixth. When he reached the sixth level, Xiao Hai felt that it was extremely exhausting. He immediately stopped and continued to rush forward, continuing to practice the first 6 levels. With each circulation, he could feel that the combat energy in his body had increased by a little. Slowly, he felt as if there was a river in his body that was constantly surging in his meridians. This river was mostly golden, and a small part of it was made up of black, blue, green, and red. The speed of the river was getting faster and faster. Soon, Xiao Hai felt that the river was going to exceed the maximum capacity of his meridians. He immediately activated the 7th stage of the Mad Dragon Battle Energy. The river seemed to have found an exit and rushed straight to the 7th stage. Soon, the 7th stage was washed away by the river, and the river calmed down. However, Xiao Hai felt that he still had some energy left. He did not act rashly. He immediately let the river flow along the route of the 7th level and accumulated the amount of battle energy. After an unknown amount of time, The feeling of his meridians being unable to withstand the pressure came once more. Xiao Hai immediately followed the path to the 8th floor. It went very smoothly. The 8th level of the footline was completed very quickly. The river began to calm down. Xiao Hai felt that his veins were stronger, his bones were tighter, his muscles were more powerful, and his skin was tougher. However, no matter how long he traveled, the feeling of his meridians being unable to withstand it did not appear again. Xiao Hai was confused. He didn't know why, but he suddenly thought of spatial magic. Now his spatial magic had reached level 8, and his warrior power had also reached level 8. It seemed that everything was because of space. With that thought in mind, Xiao Hai immediately stopped and slowly opened his eyes. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Green and the others sitting in the living room, looking at him nervously. Xiao Hai could not help but smile. "What's wrong? It's fine. I just circulated my battle energy. Don't be nervous. Quat young master, you didn't just circulate your battle energy. You've been circulating it for an entire day and night. Young master, what level is your battle energy at now?" Xiao Hai was stunned. He did not expect himself to have been training for a day and a night. Hearing Green's question, he smiled and said, "Grandpa Grimm, my battle energy has already reached level 8. Xiao Hai's words stunned everyone in the room. They all stared at Xiao Hai in a daze. After a while, Green's eyes lit up. "Young master, has your battle energy really reached the 8th rank? Quickly, run it and let me see." Xiao Hai nodded. A rank 8 warrior could already release his warrior power. With a thought, a golden warrior power gushed out of his body, and the entire living room seemed to be illuminated by Xiao Hai's golden light. He was like a small sun, but this sun couldn't generate heat. This was not a battle. Xiao Hai had only traveled for a short while before retracting his combat energy. However, Green was already grinning from ear to ear. He had discovered that Xiao Hai's strength had truly reached rank 8. On the continent, he would be considered a master. A grade 8 warrior who could cast a grade 8 spell at any time, and one with all elements at that. Thinking of this, Grimm could not help but feel sorry for Xiao Hai's enemies. As soon as Xiao Hai retracted his combat energy, Green laughed and said, "Quad, it's really level 8. It's really level 8. That's great, young master. From now on, you can take 2 hours out every night and come to the medium. Kun and I will teach you how to use battle energy in battle." Quad. Xiao Hai felt bitter when he heard Green's words. However, he knew that Green was doing this for his own good. The space allowed him to build up his combat energy from nothing, from level 0 to level 8. However, he did not know any combat techniques. If he only knew combat energy and not combat techniques, Xiao Hai would never be able to become a master. In fact, if he only used his physical strength, any level 5 warrior could easily defeat Xiao Hai. Xiao Hai nodded. "Quad, okay, Grandpa Green, don't worry. I'll wake you up every night." "Oh right, Laura, did you explain anything to Charlie?" "Quat, don't worry, it's been settled," Laura said with a smile. "Quat, but Brother Hai, did you notice anything different about this living room?" Xiao Hai became shortly stunned. He glanced around the living room and found nothing different. He then looked at Laura with a puzzled look. "Quat, don't tell me you didn't notice that there's not a single metal object in this living room." Lola smiled. Xiao Hai took a closer look. As expected, there was not a single metal object in the living room. He looked at Laura in confusion and asked, "What's wrong? Why wasn't there any metal in the living room? Will it affect my cultivation?" Laura smiled and said, "We're afraid that you'll be crushed to death by those metal objects. You don't know this, but when you were cultivating your battle energy, all the metal objects in the living room were flying toward you. It was as if you were a huge magnet." "Big Brother Hai, I think that in addition to cultivating battle energy and martial arts, you should also practice your ability. I suspect that this is a special technique that specializes in controlling metal." Quat. Hearing Laura's words, Xiao Hai felt that he couldn't wrap his head around it. Suddenly, an old face appeared in front of him. His hair was a little white, and he was wearing a strange helmet and a cloak. This man was called Magneto. It couldn't be helped. Back on Earth, Xiao Hai had loved X-Men movies, and the big villain in them, Magneto, had left a deep impression on Xiao Hai. Now that Laura mentioned that he might have a special technique that could control metal, Xiao Hai couldn't help but think of Magneto. Xiao Hai was very envious of Magneto's ability. The thought of having the same ability as Magneto made Xiao Hai very excited. "Quite young master, I think it's best if you go outside to take a look. Yesterday, Laura and the others said that they were cultivating and didn't go out. If you don't go out today, Charlie might get suspicious." Quat. Xiao Hai immediately looked at the screen. As expected, it was already bright outside. It was time for breakfast. Xiao Hai nodded and said, "Quite okay, I'll practice my martial arts and metal control skills when I get back to the space at night." Quat. Grimm smiled and said, "There's no hurry. You're already a level 8 now. You're just like a Hercules. You just need to learn how to use your strength. There's no hurry for this. As for the ability to control metal, I hope that you'll practice it well, young master, and don't use it in front of others so that it can be your trump card." Quat. Xiao Hai nodded. "Quat, I already have a lot of methods at my disposal. It's good to have a backup plan. Grandpa Green, you guys should go back as well. We can't do without people at the Iron Mountain Fortress." Quat. Jerlin nodded. Xiao Hai sent them back to the Iron Mountain Castle. Then he led Laura and the others into the room. They then went to the living room. At this moment, Charlie had already entered the living room. The moment he saw Xiao Hai, he quickly said, "Sir, you've finished your cultivation. Is there anyone who wants to level up?" Xiao Hai smiled. "Quat, it's a small gain. I've neglected your highness yesterday. Please forgive me." Quat. Charlie smiled and said, "This is very normal. It's very normal for mages to go into seclusion for 1 or 2 days to train. Sir, you don't have to apologize. We will be reaching Jade Water City in a few days. I'm already very happy that you can come out of seclusion so quickly." Quat. Xiao Hai smiled and said, "I had a feeling. I've been in seclusion for a day. Your Highness, you should know that we can't stay in seclusion for too long on the sea. Hee, Your Highness, let's go have a meal. After that, how about we go fishing?" Charlie laughed heartily and said, "That's great. Now that we're talking about it, there's really nothing special here in the coastal waters other than these sea fish. I haven't gone fishing for a while. I wonder how good Sir's fishing." Xiao Hai smiled. "Quat, I don't know how to fish. I only do it to pass the time. Hee, please, Your Highness." Quat. Then he followed Charlie into the living room. After breakfast, Xiao Hai and Charlie sat at the stern of the boat, fishing. Laura and the rest were chatting on the side, while only Luri and Shunny were waiting on them. Now that the boat was moving, it was impossible for them to catch anything at this time. They were just killing time. Looking at the blue sky and white clouds, Xiao Hai couldn't help but let out a long sigh. He leaned back in his chair and said, "Quat, sometimes I really feel tired. I've been running around for this and that every day, and I don't know when it'll end. Your Highness, do you think people live for these things?" Charlie looked at Xiao Hai and smiled. "Quat, then what can you do? If you want to live better than others, you have to fight for it. This is the truth." Quat. Xiao Hai smiled and didn't say anything. Suddenly, Xiao Hai noticed a few ships approaching from the distance. Xiao Hai didn't pay much attention to them at first. They were in the coastal waters, so it was normal for ships to come and go. However, these few ships were not normal. They were heading straight for Xiao Hai and his group without slowing down. Xiao Hai kept looking at the ships. He felt that there was something wrong with them. At that moment, the alarm sounded on the ship. The target of the alarm was the ships. Xiao Hai helplessly turned to Charlie and said, "Quat, Your Highness, it seems that our trip has been quite lively. Let's go to the living room. I want to see who has come this time." Quat. Charlie did not say anything. He only smiled and followed Xiao Hai into the cabin. Soon, the sound of magic cannons firing and bed frames firing could be heard. Fortunately, Xiao Hai's ship was an armored ship, so it was very resistant to attacks. They would be fine for a while. However, Jinan walked in from outside after a while and said to Xiao Hai, "Young master, those boats seem to be trying to hit us. What do you think?" Xiao Hai was taken aback. Then his expression darkened. "You want to hit us? It seems that they want to fight us to the death. Your Highness, please sit down first. I'll go and see who it is." Charlie smiled. "Quat, let's go and take a look. We're almost at the territory of the Jade Water City. I also want to see who is so arrogant." Quat. Xiao Hai didn't try to persuade them. He followed Charlie to the deck outside. Suddenly, the ship seemed to be coming for Xiao Hai. One of the 5 masted ironclad ships was heading straight for the stern of Xiao Hai's group. Perhaps to deal with the collision, the bow of the ship had a large cone-shaped spike. The spike glinted with a cold light. It was obvious that it was made of metal. There might be wind mages on the ship who were using wind magic to speed up the ship, which was why the ships were so fast. Seeing this situation, Xiao Hai waved his staff. Immediately, a strong gust of wind blew across the ship, and the speed of the ship increased by a lot. Charlie was stunned. He did not expect Xiao Hai to know wind magic, and it did not seem to be a low-level one. That was not all. After using wind magic, Xiao Hai immediately cast a water magic to freeze a large area of the sea behind his ship. This would slow down the speed of the ships. The ships were not far from Xiao Hai's ship. It was impossible for them to change the trade now. Xiao Hai's water magic was very timely. At this moment, 2 water dragons suddenly appeared on both sides of the other party's ship, and they crashed straight into the frozen sea. With a boom, the frozen sea was knocked open, and broken ice flew all over the sky. Xiao Hai could not help but frown. It seemed that the other party had come prepared. Other than the wind magician, there was also a water magician. The enemy seemed to have noticed Xiao Hai and the others as well. The magic cannons and the bed guards immediately shot at them. Xiao Hai did not panic. He waved his hand and created an aqua-blue barrier that protected them. The bed guards and magicians were useless against the barrier. The power of the magic released by the space was equivalent to that of a grade 8 mage. A grade 8 mage's magic shield was not so easy to break. After the barrier was cast, Xiao Hai immediately followed up with a mixed spell. A mixed spell was a combination of 2 elements. For example, the combination of wind and water elements could add ice blades to the whirlwind. This would greatly increase the damage. The offensive power of a mixed spell was extremely powerful. If 2 level 4 spells were used together, the offensive power would not be any weaker than a single element level 6 spell. However, a mixed spell was not that easy to use. It required the user to have at least 2 magic attributes and to have systematically learned these 2 spells. Of course, this wasn't a difficult situation for Xiao Hai. He could use all kinds of spells in the space, and he could combine them as he pleased. Xiao Hai had put in a lot of effort into learning magic. Of course, all he did was to understand the names of the spells and their effects. There were files in these spaces, so Xiao Hai only had to memorize them like he was reading a book. Xiao Hai knew that magic was his way of fighting now, so he was very careful with this spell. He carefully memorized the names and effects of the spells, and then came up with many ways to use them together. This time, Xiao Hai cast a spell that combined wind and water elements. A tornado rose into the sky, and the wind carried ice blades, which attacked the ships. Xiao Hai did not use these spells to kill the people on the ship, but to deal with the sails. As long as the sails were broken, their speed would naturally decrease. They would not be able to catch up with them, let alone hit them. The enemy clearly didn't notice that Xiao Hai had used a dual element spell. They thought it was just a simple whirlwind spell to stop them from moving forward. However, when the spell actually hit their ship, they realized that something was wrong. The spell was too powerful. The boatmen on the ship were caught off guard, and many of them were killed by the ice blades. What annoyed them the most was that their sails were cut into pieces by the ice blades in the wind, and the speed of the ship was reduced. Charlie had been watching Xiao Hai's battle. Now, he realized that Xiao Hai's combat power was still very strong even without the undead creatures. This time, he didn't use the undead creatures, but the few ships still didn't pose any threat to them. However, Xiao Hai had no intention of letting the people on those ships go. He still wanted to know who they were and why they attacked them and damaged his paradise. He even had to spend a large sum of money to repair it. After the ship slowed down, Xiao Hai immediately cast another water spell to freeze the surface of the sea. While Charlie was still confused about what Xiao Hai was doing, Xiao Hai waved his hand, and a large number of undead creatures appeared on the ice surface and charged towards the ships. Xiao Hai did this on purpose. He could have placed the undead creatures on the ships with his current distance, but he used this method to hide his ability. Seeing this, Charlie broke out in a cold sweat. Xiao Hai's series of attacks had truly shocked him. If he were to fight Xiao Hai at sea, Xiao Hai's attacks would be very useful. At the same time, Charlie also thought of the fact that they were still at sea. If they were on land, Xiao Hai would definitely have more means of attack. It would be too terrifying to make an enemy of such a person. Charlie was now very impressed with his foresight. He had formed a good relationship with Xiao Hai early on. With the help of such a person, it would be of great help to him. The people on the other ship had also noticed Xiao Hai's movements. They didn't expect Xiao Hai to have so many attacks. From what they had learned, Xiao Hai was only a black magician. However, after fighting today, they found out that Xiao Hai was a multi-elemental magician. However, it was clear that the other party was also a veteran. As soon as they noticed Xiao Hai's movements, they immediately reacted. The two water dragons that they had used to deal with the ice surface rushed out again and headed straight for the ice. However, they didn't expect the undead creatures that Xiao Hai sent out this time to be of such a high level that ordinary attacks wouldn't have any effect on them. As soon as the undead creatures realized that the enemies were going to attack them with magic, two of the undead creatures flashed with green light and waved their weapons. Two sword auras flew towards the two water dragons. When the water dragons encountered the sword auras, they were like snakes that were cut by knives and fell into the sea. Standing on the peach origin, Charlie was dumbfounded. He didn't know what to say. This was the first time he had seen an undead creature that could release combat energy. The people on the enemy's ship didn't expect such an outcome and forgot to attack. The undead creatures took advantage of this opportunity and quickly climbed onto their ship. As soon as the undead creatures boarded the ship, the enemies couldn't attack them anymore because they realized that the undead creatures were as powerful as level 8 warriors. It wasn't over yet. Xiao Hai was still releasing an endless stream of undead creatures. In the end, he even released the Jackal race cavalry. The Jackal tribe's cavalrymen were very small, but they were extremely fast. Before the people on the ship could react, they had already rushed onto the other party's ship. Xiao Hai did a quick calculation. The enemy had sent out 6 5-masted ironclad warships, and he had released about 12,000 undead creatures. 2,000 per ship should be enough to deal with the enemy. Xiao Hai also stopped and looked at the ships quietly. Although there was still resistance on the ships, it was very weak and could not do anything. Seeing this, Xiao Hai heaved a sigh of relief. He turned to Charlie and smiled. "Your Highness, it seems that the number of my fleet is going to increase. Does your Highness want 2 boats to play with? Why don't you change to a boat like mine and go fishing on the sea when you're free?" Charlie returned to his senses and looked at the ships that were attacking them with a complicated expression. He shook his head and said, "Quat, forget it. I don't have that much time to go out to sea. Sir, you should keep these ships for your use. However, I'm afraid that the identity of the people who attacked us this time is not simple. 6 5-masted ironclad ships. This number is not something that an ordinary family can afford. Quat." Xiao Hai nodded. "Quat, that's right. I don't think these people are after your Highness this time. They're after me. I'm afraid your Highness has been implicated by me. Quat." Charlie smiled and said, "What do you mean by burden? Now that Sir has helped me, your enemies are naturally my enemies as well. If they attack Sir, it's naturally equivalent to them attacking me. There's no such thing as burden." Xiao Hai smiled and didn't say anything else. He knew that Charlie was trying to rope him in, but this kind of rope-in really made him feel good. At that moment, the ship across from them had almost calmed down. Xiao Hai turned to Charlie and said, "Your Highness, we did it. We'll know who's coming to attack us soon." Then he waved his hand and 6 balls of black smoke flew out, surrounding the 6 ships. Soon the people on the 6 ships got busy and Charlie discovered that some undead creatures were changing the sails. Generally, large ships would carry spare sails. They were on the sea all year round. If they suddenly encountered a storm, what would they do if the storm damaged the sails or blew them away? They couldn't just wait for death on the ship, so when a big ship went out to sea, it would usually bring a spare sail. The undead creatures that Xiao Hai had sent out earlier had returned to the ice surface. Xiao Hai put them back into his origin space, leaving only the 3 mages behind. Charlie knew immediately that the 3 mages were from the ships that attacked them earlier. From their looks, they had been turned into undead creatures by Xiao Hai. Charlie was a little numb now. Although he wasn't a black mage, he knew that it wasn't easy for a black mage to turn a dead person into a high-level undead creature. However, this law didn't seem to be suitable for Xiao Hai. Xiao Hai seemed to be able to turn a person into an undead creature with a wave of his hand, and a high-level undead at that. Xiao Hai looked at the undead creatures. They were all mages. One of them had the wind element, another had the water element, and the last one was a light mage. Xiao Hai smiled. It seemed that the people who came to deal with him this time had thought it through. They used wind magicians to speed up the ship, water magicians had strong offensive power on the sea, and light magicians were specialized in countering black magicians like him. It was obvious that the other party was here to fight him. However, to Xiao Hai's surprise, these people did not have any badges on them. It was obvious that they did not want anyone to know their identities. Xiao Hai looked at the light magician and said, "You're from the Church of Light." The light-style magician bowed and said, "Quat yes, young master. I'm from the Church of Light and I'm currently a priest." Quat. "Did the Church of Light send you to deal with me?" Xiao Hai nodded. Father Xiao Hai knew that it was a position in the Church of Light that was 1 rank lower than the white-robed bishop. The priest shook his head. "Quat no, this time I was invited by the magicians to deal with you, young master. It was not an order from the Church of Light." Quat. Xiao Hai was taken aback. He then frowned and said, "Quat, it's actually the Magedal family. I really didn't expect it. Are you two the same?" Quat yes, young master. The 2 men nodded and said, "We are the Maladera family sinecures. We have received orders from the family to deal with you." Quat. Quat yes, Quat. Xiao Hai nodded and said, "Other than dealing with me, do the magicians have any other orders?" The 2 mages shook their heads and said, "Quat, we don't know about that. The family only told us what we had to do and nothing else." Quat. "Other than you two, who else has the final say on the ship?" Xiao Hai looked at the 2 men. The 2 mages immediately said, "There's also Captain Gothel. He's the family's confidant. He's in charge of everything on the ship. We all have to listen to him." Quat. Xiao Hai nodded. With a thought, a man ran down from the boat that was about to hit them. This man was quite skilled. The ice on the sea was about to melt, but he could not run on the slippery ice like he was on the ground. He arrived in front of Xiao Hai in a few leaps and bowed to Xiao Hai. "Greetings, young master. What can I do for you?" he asked. Xiao Hai looked at the man, who looked to be in his 40s. He had very ordinary looks and dark skin. One look and one could tell that he was a boatman. Xiao Hai said, "Quat, besides sending you guys to deal with me, did the magicians have any other actions?" Godel shook his head and said, "No, young master. In order to deal with you, the family has already gone all out. Not only did they send 6 5-masted ironclad ships, but they also sent 2 grade 8 mages, a priest, and 5 grade 8 warriors. The order they gave us was that even if they had to pay the price of 6 ships, they must kill you. There are no other actions." Quat. Quat. "All right," Xiao Hai nodded. "Quat, go back and fix the sails as soon as possible. Then follow us." Quat. Quat yes, Gothel replied and turned back to the ship. Xiao Hai waved his hand and sent the 3 magicians into his space. Charlie stood quietly at the side and didn't say a word from the beginning to the end. Now he knew what the best way of interrogation in the world was, to turn a person into a high-level undead creature. This way, even if you asked him when he wet his bed, he would tell you. Xiao Hai turned to look at Charlie. "Quat, your highness, let's go back. Don't worry about them. They'll come back in a while." Quat. Charlie nodded and followed Xiao Hai and the others back to the living room on the ship. After they sat down, Xiao turned to Laura and said, "Quat, Laura, it seems like the Magedera family is going to cause a ruckus again. What do you think we should do?" Lola smiled and said, "Quat, don't worry. They sent 6 ships and so many masters to eliminate us in one fell swoop. Now that their ships and people are all ours, I believe this will be a huge blow to the Mackel family. They should be well behaved for a while. If they still dare to deal with us, we don't have to be polite. We'll just clean them up. I'll see how many things and people they can give us." Quat. Xiao Hai and Charlie laughed out loud. Charlie knew Laura's identity, but he had never thought that Laura would be so impolite when dealing with the issue of the magicians. This was truly out of his expectations. Xiao Hai wasn't surprised. He was very clear about Laura's attitude towards the magicians. It was normal for Laura to have such a reaction. Even if Xiao Hai were to ask Kellen this question, Kellen would probably give the same answer. This father and daughter duo had almost no feelings for the magicians. Jinan walked in and bowed to Xiao Hai. "Quite young master, the ship has been checked. We have lost grade 5 mages, 20 bed mages, and the armor on the ship is slightly damaged, but it will not affect the voyage. We can set off immediately. Quat." "Quat, all right," Xiao Hai nodded. "Quat will set off immediately once Gothel's sails are changed." Quat Jinan responded and turned to leave. After dinner, Xiao Hai entered the medium and brought Grim and Kunzhang into the medium. Grim and Kunzhang were there to teach Xiao Hai martial arts. However, Xiao Hai still told Green and Kunzhang about what had happened today. The two old men were not too worried. Although the magicians were very powerful, they were a business family after all, just like the Sheila family. If they wanted to deal with someone, they had to first inform the country that the person was from, and they had to pay a certain price. In BSB this time, the Majdel family was a little careless. They did not investigate properly and did not discover that Charlie was also on Xiao Hai's ship. Regardless of whether they were intentional or not, this mistake had already been made. As the third prince of the most powerful country on the continent, there were not many people who would dare to touch him easily, let alone a business family. No matter how strong and rich a business family was, they were nothing in the eyes of the Rosen Empire, the strongest country on the continent. If the Rosen Empire wanted to deal with that business family, it would be too easy. As long as they communicated with all the countries on the continent and everyone joined forces to split the money of that business family, all the countries on the continent would respond immediately and join forces to destroy that business family. The reason why a big business family like the Mackle family was feared by people was because they were rich, but sometimes, being too rich would bring trouble instead. Seeing that the two old men did not take it seriously, Xiao Hai did not care and began to learn martial arts from Green and Kunzhang. The first thing he wanted to learn was, of course, swordsmanship. Xiao Hai was like a person with an infinite amount of money. What he needed to do now was to spend the money in a reasonable way and in a good way. For a poor person, making money might be very difficult, but for a rich person, it was relatively easy to teach him how to spend money. Xiao Hai's warrior power had reached level 8, and his body had been cleansed by the antidote and King Kong fruit. He had reached a very strong state. As long as he learned how to use sword techniques and warrior power, his combat strength would increase by several times. The first sword technique that Xiao Hai practiced was also the most basic of sword techniques. Stab, cut, point, swipe, lock, crack, and stick were the most basic things in sword techniques. Any powerful sword technique was executed through the changes of these ordinary moves. After practicing for over 2 hours, Clint let Xiao Hai take a rest. Xiao Hai suddenly thought that if he could improve his strength by drinking antidotes and King Kong fruit, could Laura and the others do the same? If Laura could also eat King Kong fruit to increase her strength, it would definitely be good news for them. Thinking up to this point, Xiao Heima immediately said, "Kai, you've come." "Yes, master," Kai replied as he flew over to Xiao Hai. Xiao Hai looked at her and laughed. "Kai, take a look at Laura and see if you can find out what kind of medicine she needs to take to quickly increase her strength. Meg and the others are the same. Can they just eat King Kong fruits?" Kai replied. Then he waved his hand, and a few white lights surrounded Green, Kunzhang, Laura, Meg, Near, Shunny, Su Wanying, and the wood and stone. However, the white lights disappeared very quickly. Kai turned to Xiao Hai and said, "Quite young master, Grandpa Green and Grandpa Kunzhang's levels are not below the realm, so the realm can't help them level up. The realm's level is not high enough now. Miss Laura can take King Kong fruit, but she has to take it twice, half a fruit each, with a 10-day interval. After 10 days, she will have your current strength. Miss Meg's condition is very good, but her attributes are not suitable for taking King Kong fruit. She needs to make potions, but young master, your level is not high enough. You can't buy the seeds of the herbs used to make the medicine yet. Shunny and Su Wanying are in the same situation. Wood and stone can be directly consumed by King Kong fruit and can be raised to your level, young master. However, because they're not the master of the realm, they can only raise their level after consuming King Kong fruit, but can't have special abilities like young master." Xiao Hai was stunned for a moment, then he said happily, "Great, that's great. I'll buy 3 King Kong fruits for Laura and the others to eat. We'll talk about Shunny and Meg's situation later." "Oh right, where's Near?" Kai said. "Nai's situation is the most special. She's not suitable for all the potions in the space. She needs a very special fruit food that can allow her to communicate with animals better. This is her special ability." Quat. Xiao Hai frowned and asked, "Then what kind of fruit do you want? Did you know?" Kai shook his head and said, "I don't know. I didn't have any information about this in the past, but I have collected some information about the Arc continent. According to the calculations of the realm, there is a 90 chance that there will be fruit food suitable for Nicole here. Quat. Xiao Hai nodded. Quat, that's good. All right, let's buy the King Kong fruit first. Quat. Kai said, young master, Kai Er's suggestion is to buy a King Kong fruit and plant it in the ground. This way, when it ripens, we can keep a lot of King Kong fruits. Although we have to wait a few days, we can save 20,000 gold coins. Quat. Xiao Hai patted his head and said, that's true. All right, we'll do as you say. Anyway, your calculation ability is very strong now. You can think of a way yourself. Quat. Xiao Hai then turned to Laura, Wood, and Stone. Looks like you'll have to wait for a few more days. Lola smiled and said, we're not in a hurry. We've been waiting for so long. What's a few more days to wait for? But Brother Hai, I think we should upgrade the space as soon as possible. This way, not only can we upgrade, but also let Meg and the others upgrade as soon as possible. Maybe there will be a way to help Grandpa Grimm and the others upgrade. Quat. Zhao Mingliang nodded and sighed. Quat, it's not that easy. The realm has already reached rank 30 and it'll be extremely difficult to advance another rank. It seems that we can only take it slowly. Meg, don't be discouraged. You have to work hard and cultivate. When the time comes, you might be able to advance to rank 8. Megger looked at Xiao Hai and smiled sweetly. Quat, it's okay, young master. I'm not in a hurry. Let big sister Lola level up first. Her current level is too low. Quat. Quat, how dare you laugh at me, little girl? Laura scolded with a smile. After that, he ran over to beat Meg up, but she ran away with a smile, and the two of them continued to play on the side. Green looked at the two of them and smiled. He did not say anything, but turned to Xiao Hai. Young master, get up and practice for a while more. Then go and rest. Quat, yes, Xiao Hai replied. He stood up and began his boring practice. What Xiao Hai didn't know was that Ryan was extremely nervous at this moment. Ryan and the others had noticed a three-masted warship following them. It was neither fast nor slow, neither far nor close. It didn't attack them nor contact them. They didn't know if it was a friend or foe. This time, the captain of the Versailles family's sailing ship, Hart, who was in charge of commanding the cargo ship to pick up Ryan, was a little nervous. He didn't know what the ship meant or why it was following them. It didn't look like a pirate ship, because experienced pirates wouldn't touch their ship. It was not because of anything else, but because an experienced pirate could tell at a glance that there was nothing valuable on this ship. People who had been sailing at sea all year round could tell how many things were in the ship and whether it was worth it by looking at the depth of the water. Because their ship was here to pick up Ryan, they didn't carry too much cargo, so the ship's draft was very shallow. An experienced person could tell at a glance that there was nothing good on the ship, so they wouldn't touch him. In addition, in order to ensure Ryan's safety, Hart and the others took the offshore route. They would rather pay a little tax to ensure their own safety. Ordinary pirates would not move to the offshore ships, as they would be surrounded and annihilated by the navies of various countries. However, the other party was following them at a steady pace, which made them very uncomfortable. In the end, Hart had no choice but to tell Ryan about the situation. Ryan frowned after listening to Hart's words and said, "You're saying that there's a three-masted warship not far from us, but it's not attacking us or showing any goodwill, am I right?" Hart replied, "Yes, miss. I don't know what they're up to, but they're following us so slowly. I'm really worried because there's a sea between the Rossan Empire and our Arcas Empire. It's a place that no one cares about. Pirates have always been rampant there. I'm afraid they'll make a move on us there." Quat. After taking a closer look at the ship, Ryan suddenly smiled and turned to Hart. Quat, all right, Hart, don't worry, just go. That ship doesn't have any ill intentions towards us. If I'm not wrong, they might be here to protect us. Quat, after saying that, he turned around and entered the cabin, leaving the confused Hart behind. Hart really didn't understand why Ryan was so sure that the other party was here to protect them, but since Ryan had said so, he couldn't say anything. He could only order the people on the ship to be on guard. Ryan could relax, but he couldn't. He could only let the people on the ship be on guard. No matter what, he couldn't let anything happen to Ryan. Ryan returned to his room, and Jilly immediately said, "Your Highness, why did you tell Hart not to worry? Do you recognize that ship?" Ryan shook his head. Quat, I don't know what that ship is, but I do know the style of the ship. Don't you think that ship looks like a standard warship of the Rosen Empire? It's just that there's a slight change in appearance. Think about what we encountered on the Law River. When Jai yesterday heard Ryan's words, he was slightly stunned. Then his eyes lit up and said, "Your Highness, you're saying that the ship was sent by Mr. Xiao Hai to protect us." Ryan smiled and said, "That's possible. Forget it. No matter what I say, Hart will still be on guard. It's best if he's a friend. If he's an enemy, we don't have to be afraid." Quat. I see it would only take about 7 days to travel from the Rossan Empire to the Arcas Empire. Once they reached the Arcas Empire, it would take about 3 days to reach the port city of Pudding, which was the closest to the Duchy of Versailles. When they arrived, Ryan and the others would have to get off the ship and change to a carriage. After about 7 days on land, they would reach Carsai city. As for the 3 in charge generation that Hart mentioned, they would encounter it on the 5th day of the sea journey. It would take a total of 2 days to sail, and these 2 days of sea journey were the so-called three-in-charge generation. The warships of both the Arcas and the Rosen Empire rarely came here, because this was equivalent to the buffer area between the Rosen Empire and the Arcas Empire. If the fleets of either country entered this place, the other party would be very nervous and afraid that they would attack them. So after a long time, no warships came here, and it eventually became the most rampant place for pirates. Almost everyone who sailed on the sea knew that when it came to the three states, you had to be prepared to be robbed at any time, and the battle could start at any time. After a few days on the sea, the smooth sailing was finally about to enter a no-man's land. Hart became even more nervous because that ship had been following them all this time. In order to allow the crew to have a good rest in order to prepare for the battle that could happen at any time, Hart had deliberately stopped the ship for a good rest for a day before he went into a state of non-interference. At the same time, he also wanted to see if the ship was really following them or just following them. In the end, Hart found out that the other party had followed them here. They were resting and the other party was also resting, but they had always maintained a relatively safe distance from them. After Hart asked Ryan, he also understood that it was useless to talk to Ryan. He could only order the people on the ship to be ready for battle at any time. After a day's rest, Hart and the others officially entered the Lawless Lands the next day. Once the Lawless Lands was in effect, all the ships would consciously keep a relatively safe distance from ships that were not part of their own fleet to avoid any misunderstandings. This was because some merchant ships could turn into pirates at any time here. Hart also paid special attention to the ship that had been following him. That ship still maintained a relatively safe distance from them and didn't attack them. This made Hart somewhat believe Ryan's words. The first day passed peacefully. At night, Hart and the others dropped their anchor and released a sentry post before going to rest. However, everyone placed their weapons in a place that was within reach. The next day, Hart and the others set off early in the morning. Everyone's nerves were tense, afraid that something would happen. Perhaps it was God's help, but they didn't encounter any attacks. This made Hart feel relieved. By night, they had already entered the waters of the Arcas Empire, and Hart finally felt relieved. However, what Upper Hart did not expect was that on the second day after they entered the waters of the Arcas Empire, they were attacked. This attack did not come from the ship that had been following behind them, but from the Arcas Empire's warship. 3 Arcas warships were sailing on the sea. At first, Hart and the others thought that the other party was just a patrol ship and did not pay much attention to it. However, what they did not expect was that as soon as they entered the other party's shooting range, the other party immediately launched a fierce bombardment on them. This caused Hart and the others to suffer a great loss. A few people on the ship were killed and a few beddings were destroyed. Fortunately, Hart and the others were also experienced in battle, so they immediately reacted. No matter why the other party attacked them, they immediately began to fight back. However, this was just a general-class merchant ship, while the other side had 3 warships. Their firepower was not as good as the other side's, and they were also not as good as the other side's spells, so they were constantly being beaten. At this moment, the ship that had been following them came over and attacked the 3 military ships. The attack from the ship was also very fierce, and it was not something that their small ship could compare with. Most importantly, the other party's attack was not afraid of death. They charged fiercely at the 3 warships as if they were going to crash into the other party. At this time, Hart finally believed that the other party was here to protect them, but Hart felt strange. Who was it that was protecting them? If it was someone from the family, then they should have contacted them. If it wasn't someone from the family, who could it be? The 3 warships did not expect someone to suddenly appear out of nowhere. They had been caught off guard. At the same time, they also realized that the other party did not seem to care about their own lives at all. It was as if he wanted to die with them. The 3 warships were afraid and immediately retreated slowly. The ship did not pursue, but only maintained a certain distance from the sail and followed behind him. Now that Hart had sent out a flag signal to the other party, there was no response. In the end, Hart had no choice but to drive forward. 3 days later, they arrived at the city of Pudding, and the ship that had been following them had disappeared without a trace. That ship was, of course, the swordfish that Xiao Hai had sent to protect Ryan. The swordfish was full of undead creatures, and they were not afraid of death. If it weren't for the fact that they were protecting Ryan, they would have really wanted to take the 3 Arcas warships. Of course, the moment Ryan was attacked, Xiao Hai received the news immediately. When he heard that it was a warship that attacked Ryan and his team, Xiao Hai did not know who was attacking them. The king of the south, Borch, it had to be him. There was no one else. Borch had suffered a huge loss at Xiao Hai's hands. At the same time, he hated the Versailles family. When Hart and the others first entered the waters of the Arcas Empire, it was the territory of the king of the south. He had the ability to mobilize a warship to attack Hart and the others. Therefore, Xiao Hai was almost certain that this matter was definitely done by Borch. However, Xiao Hai was not in the mood to deal with Borch. They had already arrived at Jade Water City. The size of Jade Water City was similar to Outwater City, and the way it was operated was similar. The only difference was that the duchy's pier was larger and cleaner. Of course, Xiao Hai would not park his boat at the public pier. No matter what, Charlie was on the boat and he had his own private pier. Under Charlie's guidance, Xiao Hai steered the boat to Charlie's personal dock. It was obvious that the people there already knew that Charlie was on the boat, so they did not stop him. On the contrary, the shore was filled with people waiting to welcome him. After the Paradise was docked, they immediately put down the gangplank. Charlie led Xiao Hai and the rest off the ship and told Li Rui to arrange for Paradise to be sent to the repair factory for repair. After all, Paradise had suffered some damage in the previous battle. Xiao Hai did not reject Charlie's good intentions. After informing Jinen, he followed Charlie into the carriage and rushed to the City Lord's mansion with the City Lord of Jade Water City. The City Lord of Jade Water City was called Trezeb. He was Charlie's right-hand man and helped Charlie manage the money bag. Trezeb was very thin and looked dry, but Xiao Hai did not underestimate him. Although there was no du-chi fluctuation on this person, Xiao Hai could feel the same temperament as Shun-Yi. What was a straight one? Death Warrior, what would a person with the same temperament as Shun-Yi be? The answer was positive. He was also a Death Warrior. This surprised Xiao Hai. He never thought that Charlie would send a Death Warrior to manage Jade Water City. As the carriage headed into the mayor's residence, the curtains on both sides of the windows were opened. Charlie pointed out some of the famous buildings in the Jade Water City to Xiao Hai. What surprised Xiao Hai the most was that the land of Jade Water was different from Celestial Water City and Water Out City. In the city of Jade Water, people who sold the same things were concentrated in various areas of the city. If this area sold food, then it was all food. If this area sold daily necessities, then it was all daily necessities. This way, you would never find the wrong place. Xiao Hai had not expected Charlie to manage the Jade Water City this way, but he had to admit that this was a good way to manage the city. Seeing Xiao Hai's approval of this management method, Charlie was also very proud, because he was the one who suggested this management method. The carriage soon arrived at the City Lord's mansion. This mansion was very magnificent, but it was still a little inferior to the Smith Mansion in Celestial Water City. After entering the mayor's mansion, they went straight through 3 doors. Trezeb arranged for Xiao Hai and Charlie to stay in a purple bamboo house. This was the largest, most beautiful, and most elegant courtyard in the mayor's mansion. It was also a courtyard specially reserved for Charlie. Xiao Hai didn't want to stay here at first, but he had no choice. Charlie was too friendly and insisted that he stay in the purple bamboo house. Xiao Hai had no choice but to agree. To be honest, Xiao Hai really liked the environment here. It was really beautiful, and Xiao Hai really liked bamboo. The purple bamboo house was filled with purple bamboo, which was very beautiful. Bamboo rice was actually a type of bamboo, but that kind of bamboo was too common and mainly produced grain, so its ornamental value was ignored. The purple bamboo was not just for show. It was a very good material for weapons on the continent. Thin bamboo could be used as the shaft of a spear or used to make bows. In addition, the toughness of this bamboo was very strong, so weapons made of this bamboo were very popular on the continent. However, this bamboo was like a breadfruit tree. It had very high requirements for the environment. There were very strict requirements for temperature, humidity, and climate. Otherwise, it would not survive. Therefore, the production on the mainland was not very high. The Jade Water City was the largest production area of purple bamboo. The mountains here were full of purple bamboo, and it had become the main export product here. When they arrived at the purple bamboo thicket, Trezeb took his leave. He had to prepare a banquet to welcome Charlie. He did not arrange for too many people to wait on Charlie in the courtyard because he knew that Charlie disliked this the most. Therefore, before Charlie arrived, he had ordered people to clean the courtyard well and only left 4 maids behind. This was just what Charlie and Xiao Hai wanted. Because everything was well prepared, Xiao Hai and the others didn't need to prepare anything, so they quickly packed up. There were a total of 27 rooms in the purple bamboo house. Charlie stayed in the main room, while Xiao Hai stayed in a relatively independent building at the back. After Xiao Hai and the others had finished packing, Trezeb appeared once more. This time he was here to invite Charlie and the others to dinner. While Trezeb was away, he had asked him to do some research on Xiao Hai. Although he had some information on Xiao Hai before, he had not placed much importance on him at the time. However, now that he saw how much Charlie valued Xiao Hai, even inviting him to live in the purple bamboo wan, Trezeb understood. Xiao Hai had probably become Charlie's man. As Charlie's trusted aide, he naturally had to share his burden and investigate Xiao Hai's background. After they sat down in the dining room, the maids immediately served the food. It was very good. The things that Trezeb had prepared were not particularly luxurious, but they were all special. They were all seasonal and fresh. Charlie was also very satisfied with this arrangement. During the meal, he specially introduced Trezeb and Xiao Hai to each other. After the meal, they went to the living room and sat down. Charlie took a sip of Kia and turned to look at Trezwu. Quat Tele, give Mr. Xiao Hai my badge tomorrow. From now on, all of his taxes in Jade Water City will be waived. His ship can use my special dock. Oh, and find a good shop for Mr. Xiao Hai. After you're done packing, send it to him. It'll be my gift to him. Charlie was stunned. Ironware. What does Sir want ironware for? A weapon. Even if I want to mass-produce weapons, I have to report it at home. And you know my identity is very complicated. Sometimes it's not as convenient as other people to do these things. Xiao Hai nodded and said, I know. Don't worry, Your Highness. I don't need too many ironware, but I need a lot of daily necessities. Most importantly, I need a lot of pottery. Your Highness, can you help me? I also want too much. One ship is enough. Hearing Xiao Hai's words, Charlie nodded. Quite, if that's the case, then there's no problem. Don't worry, sir. Terry, you have to prepare a pool and transportation tool for you in the shortest time possible. How many days do you need? Quite, Your Highness, Trezeb said after some thought. Sirs, things can be prepared by tomorrow, but the pit of fire and transportation will take at least 10 days. Quat. Charlie nodded and said, all right, prepare the things that Mr. wants first. You can take your time to prepare the Hulkfish Pond. Also, you have to make some preparations. This time, Mr. Xiao Hai might bring a lot of sea magic beasts and sea specialties. You must make sure to arrange those things well. Quat. Hearing Charlie's words, Trezeb could not help but be stunned. Then he looked at Xiao Hai with shining eyes. He knew very well what the marine specialties represented. On the continent, these marine specialties represented money, gold coins. If Xiao Hai could get a large amount of marine products, it would be hard for them not to make a fortune. This was definitely good news for them. Xiao Hai smiled. Quat, I don't know what the result will be. This is all up to fate. If I really get something good, then it'll be over. Quat. Sir will definitely succeed. I have confidence in you, Charlie said with a smile. Rather than saying that Charlie was confident in Xiao Hai, it was more like he was confident in Xiao Hai's undead creatures. Through the past few battles, Charlie had discovered the power of Xiao Hai's undead creatures. Xiao Hai smiled and said, Your Highness, you flatter me. However, I think I have to wait until paradise is repaired before I can set off. By the way, the ships that attacked us didn't suffer too much damage. After some simple maintenance, we can set off. I think Sir and the others will be the first to act. I will set off after paradise is repaired. Quat. Sir, your undead creatures can be that far away from you? Charlie asked, stunned. Xiao Hai smiled and said, Your Highness, you've forgotten that they are high-level undead creatures. Of course, they can stay away from me. Now that you mention it, I'm reminded of something. A while ago, I sent a 3-masted warship to escort a friend. I didn't expect it to be attacked in the no man's control area. The ship is slightly damaged. I'll have to send it to Your Highness for repair after a while. Your Highness, what do you think? Charlie waved his hand and said, These are all small matters. You don't have to worry about it. Just get your ship to come here. All right, sir, you should go and rest first. I'll get them to fix your ship as soon as possible and prepare the things for you so that you can set off. Quat. Xiao Hai nodded. After thanking Charlie, he returned to the house that they were staying in. It could be said that the cooperation with Charlie was very successful, which made Xiao Hai very happy. After returning to the building behind the purple bamboo ridge, Xiao Hai did not immediately rest. Instead, he followed Laura and the others into the bamboo forest. Of course, Xiao Hai and the others did not go to the bamboo forest to watch the wind's shadow. They wanted to get 2 bamboo whips in the bamboo forest. The bamboo whips were the bamboo roots. They had to bury the bamboo whips in the ground so that they would slowly grow bamboo. The bamboo whips would also grow longer and longer until it became a sea of bamboo. Although the purple bamboo had strict requirements for its growth environment, the space had the best growth environment. Xiao Hai was absolutely confident in raising the purple bamboo there. Xiao Hai loved to have children. He was fantasizing about how beautiful it would be if there was a bamboo forest in front and behind his house. China people had a particular liking for bamboo. There were many poems about bamboo in ancient times. Xiao Hai used to be a writer. Although there were all kinds of online writers, Xiao Hai had a preference for ancient Chinese. As a result, he naturally liked bamboo-related poems. He always fantasized about having bamboo in front and behind his house. Unfortunately, he lived in the north, which was not suitable for bamboo to grow. In the end, he had never managed to plant bamboo. Apart from liking the purple bamboo, Xiao Hai was also in a hurry for the future. First of all, the purple bamboo could add another variety of plants in the boundless space, which could more or less give him some experience. Secondly, the bamboo had a wide range of uses. Although the rice bamboo produced good rice, the quality of the bamboo was not very satisfactory. However, the purple bamboo was different. It was very tough. If Xiao Hai really wanted to establish a kingdom in the Black Dirt Wastelands in the future, he would need soldiers. In this way, a large number of weapons were needed, and purple bamboo was a good material for making weapons. After collecting 2 3-meter-long bamboo whips with earth magic in the bamboo forest, Xiao Hai stopped and threw them into the space. As expected, a notification came from the space. The purple bamboo was rated level 35 by the space. It was an 8-season plant, but the space had not leveled up. This was within Xiao Hai's expectations. It was normal that the space couldn't be upgraded. After all, how could a purple bamboo upgrade the space? Xiao Hai asked Kai to plant the 2 whips at the back of the villa and take care of them carefully. Then, they walked around the bamboo forest to see if there were any other things in the forest. The bamboo forest had not been cut down for a long time, so there must be something good in it. Whether it was animals or plants, they were all things Xiao Hai needed. Although Xiao Hai had created a few small vibroburrows in his inner space, most of them came from the river or the sea. They could change the water a lot, but the interspace still lacked things from the people on land. That was why Xiao Hai wanted to see if there were any good things in the bamboo forest. Xiao Hai wanted to level up so much that he was almost crazy. Although his poison had been detoxified and he had also trained his combat energy, he realized that the benefits of leveling up were too great. In addition, he could help Meg and the others level up, and Green and the others could become level 9 powerhouses. This was too tempting for Xiao Hai. If Grim and the others could become level 9 powerhouses, that would be great. The Buta family would have a few more level 9 powerhouses. At that time, even if they showed their name as the Buta family, no one would dare to say anything. Xiao Hai and the others did find some good stuff in the bamboo forest. They found some fungi and something that looked like bamboo rats. Xiao Hai had heard that bamboo rats were a delicacy on Earth. He wondered if the bamboo rats had changed their taste on the Arc continent. Xiao Hai was dumbfounded when he put the fungi into the origin space. The origin space's evaluation of the fungi was even higher than that of the purple bamboo. It said that the fungi were one of the 8 rare species of herbs. They were delicious and full of nutrients. They were all above level 40, which surprised Xiao Hai. The bamboo rat was even more impressive. It was rated level 50 as a mutated plant-type rat. Not only did it taste delicious, but after training, it could also help its owner grow crops and eliminate pests. Only in places with plants, its attack power was not weak. If it was an adult, its attack power would be around level 7 to 8. The one that Xiao Hai caught was just an immature phantom. Surprise, it was definitely a surprise. Xiao Hai had never expected to encounter such a thing. He had got such a high evaluation of a small thing that he had randomly found in the bamboo forest. Lauren was even more surprised than Xiao Hai. This was because people on the Arc continent did not have the habit of eating fungi. Therefore, when they saw Xiao Hai put so many fungi in his space, they were very confused. When they heard the level of the fungi, they were dumbfounded. When Xiao Hai heard Laura and the others say that they did not have the habit of eating mushrooms, he could not help but pat his head. In the past, when Green went into the forest to look for plants, he probably did not find these mushrooms. No wonder he felt that something was missing from his space. It was because of this. However, it wasn't too late to realize it now. He could just change it in the future. He wandered around the bamboo forest for a while, but he didn't find anything good. He did find some insect-like things, which he put into his space. Although these insects were not eye-catching, they were the most important part of the biosphere. Therefore, Xiao Hai didn't hold back and kept them into the realm. However, they were just ordinary insects, and the realm didn't even rank them. If it was before, they would have been killed by the realm, but now the realm had become a small world, so the insects were kept. He left them at the farm and let them grow on their own. After walking around the bamboo forest for half a day, Xiao Hai and the others returned to the small building. Laura was quite interested in today's harvest. Although it wasn't much, she had gotten a few more things. Xiao Hai looked at them and smiled. He led them into the space. The space had changed again. 10 acres of land had been cleared out in the red soil land, which was used to grow King Kong fruits. The King Kong fruits had sprouted and grown into trees, but they had not borne fruit yet. There was only one tree on 10 acres of land, which looked a little strange. However, Laura and the others all looked at the diamond fruit tree with hope. They were very clear that as long as this tree bore fruit, they would be able to advance in level. After resting for a while, they came out of the boundless space. Xiao Hai did not call Green. It was still daytime and Green was very busy. It would be useless to call him in. Xiao Hai did not practice martial arts either. He had already learned some basic sword moves. He had also practiced with Blockhead and the others for the past few days, so he had gained a lot of experience in fighting. With his current strength, if he were to face a grade 6 warrior, he could guarantee that he would not lose. Xiao Hai didn't do anything else in the space. He was fiddling with a small metal ball in his hand, trying to feel the properties of the metal. Xiao Hai was now sure that he had the same ability as Magneto, which allowed him to control metal. However, his current ability was far inferior to Magneto's. For example, Magneto could control an airplane or a huge bridge in the sky, but Xiao Hai could only control a piece of metal the size of a small iron ball in his hand. However, Xiao Hai was already very satisfied. He could change the shape of such a large piece of metal at will. Moreover, he could attack and defend the piece of metal as he wished within the surveillance camera's range. It would be impossible if it went beyond the surveillance camera's range. Through this incident, Xiao Hai finally understood that the host had such an advantage. The surveillance range of the realm was now 10,000 meters. 10,000 meters. Although this metal ball was not big, if it was made into a thin little sword, it would be quite lethal. Wouldn't that be equivalent to him having a flying sword? Thinking of this, Xiao Hai couldn't help but get excited. However, he usually only fiddled with the metal ball in the boundless space. He stopped fiddling with it when he was outside the boundless space. There were no metal fitness balls like those in China on the Arc continent. If you were to play with 2 metal balls, you would be regarded as a lunatic. When Xiao Hai came out of the medium in the afternoon, he didn't see Charlie either. Xiao Hai knew that the Jade Water City was Charlie's territory. He had just arrived here and had a lot of things to deal with. He wasn't in a hurry, so he didn't go out and wander around. He just stayed in the purple bamboo cabin and chatted with Laura and the others while drinking Kia. In the evening, Charlie invited Xiao Hai to dinner and apologized to him repeatedly, saying that he was too busy and had neglected Xiao Hai. For a prince, being able to do this was already giving him a lot of face. Of course, Xiao Hai would not be angry. He repeatedly said that he did not dare to do so. He had a few drinks with Charlie, and then it was over. Charlie's translation shocked Trezeb even more. Although Charlie was considered talented among the princes, it was also because of this that he was still very arrogant. Although he usually seemed to have a good relationship with everyone and was polite to everyone, as Charlie's confidant, Trezeb still knew Charlie very well. The prince was actually very arrogant and did not care about ordinary people. He was polite to people because he had been educated since he was young, not because he thought highly of you. However, Trezeb could feel that Charlie's courtesies towards Xiao Hai were sincere. Charlie really thought highly of Xiao Hai, which surprised Trezeb. Xiao Hai's business could make money, but that was just business. Compared to the taxes in Jade Water City, it was far worse. Charlie would not think highly of Xiao Hai because of this. If it was because of Xiao Hai's strength, even if he was a level 8 expert, he would not have been treated so politely by Charlie. However, the fact that Charlie was treating Xiao Hai with such respect left Trezeb a little confused. After dinner, Xiao Hai returned to the origin space to rest. At this time, Trezeb and Charlie were standing in the living room. In the afternoon, they didn't have much time to chat. They were all dealing with some official business. Trezeb mainly reported to Charlie about the recent income from Jade Water City and some matters that needed to be handled. Now, he was done with his work. After Trezeb delivered Kia to Charlie, he asked in confusion, "Your Highness, why do you value Xiao Hai so much? Is he very strong?" Charlie looked at Trezor and smiled. "Quat, what's wrong? You're not convinced?" Trezeb shook his head. "Quat, that's not it. I've been with His Highness for so many years. Why would I be unconvinced by something like this? I just don't understand. I don't know what ability this Mr. Xiao Hai has to make His Highness so interested in him." Quat. Charlie smiled. Quat, his business, his connections, and his strength are all things that I've taken a fancy to. Lurui, have a good talk with Terry. Quat, yes. Lily replied and told him everything that had happened with Xiao Hai. Trezeb did not expect this to happen. He knew that Xiao Hai was related to the Sheila family and the Carsai family. He also knew that Xiao Hai had some conflicts with the Carsai family recently. However, he did not expect that Xiao Hai was the one who dealt with Duke Ryan. He also did not expect Xiao Hai to be an advanced magician with multiple elements. It was very difficult for a magician with multiple elements to have high achievements because it was not easy to master every single magic. Xiao Hai was actually an advanced magician with multiple elements. This was already very shocking. At the same time, this identity was worth Charlie's effort. On the continent, powerhouses of the 9th rank rarely got into action. In a battle, the ones who were truly decisive were usually powerhouses of the 8th rank. It was precisely because of this that a high-level magus with multiple elements was extremely important. High-level mages with multiple elements could use mixed magic, and the offensive power of mixed magic was very strong. The chemical reaction caused by the superposition of 2 kinds of magic would increase the offensive power of the magic by several times. If Charlie really had a multi-elemental high-level magician like Xiao Hai, his strength would increase by several times. Moreover, this magician was a child of fortune and had a lot of business that could make him a fortune. With Xiao Hai's current status, he was worthy of Charlie's respect. Trezeb nodded and said, "His Highness did the right thing. Such a person is indeed worthy of respect, but why did the people of the Carsai family have a falling out with such a person? Are they crazy?" Charlie smiled and said, "Quat Telai, you've forgotten that the current leader of the Carsai family is still the older generation. The most favored one in the family is the number 5 Zhuwan. Xiao Hai has so many profitable businesses, it would be strange if Zhuwan isn't jealous. Moreover, Xiao Hai offended the 5th in the south in the Arcas Empire, so he came to our Rasen Empire. He also offended the Church of Light, so he went directly to Tianshui City. Naturally, that Zhuwan thinks that he has Xiao Hai in the palm of his hand. Therefore, I believe that this matter was all his doing." "Quat, your Highness is right," said Trezeb, nodding. "Quat Smith and his brothers would never do something like that. Only Zhuwan could do it. I didn't expect that the Carsai family's smart head would fall in love with a good-for-nothing. If Xiao Hai is forced to be their enemy because of this, he will regret it." Charlie smiled and said, "Quite, it won't be that easy. Xiao Hai is a smart and nostalgic person. He doesn't want to have a conflict with the Carsai family so soon. In addition, although the real power of the Carsai family is still in the hands of the old family members, Smith and his brothers have grown up and can stand on their own. Their abilities are not small now. These brothers are smart people. They won't give up on Xiao Hai, if I'm not wrong." What, Xiao Hai must have gotten some sort of guarantee from Smith. That's why he would give the Calchai family so much face. Quat, that's possible, Trezeb said, nodding. Quat, it seems that this Mr. Xiao Hai is not as simple as he looks. Are you confident, Your Highness? Trezeb's "Are you confident" was obviously asking if Charlie was confident he could control Xiao Hai. This was also the most common method they used. Charlie shook his head and laughed. Quat, don't try to control someone like Xiao Hai. Just maintain our current relationship. When something happens to us, he won't just stand by and watch. Do you remember what he said today about a ship that went out to protect a friend and was damaged by an attack? Trezeb nodded. Quat, of course I remember. He's going to fix it here. What's wrong, Your Highness? Is there a problem? Haven't you noticed a problem? Charlie asked with a smile. Xiao Hai had a close relationship with the Versailles family. Grand Duke Versailles was kind to Xiao Hai, so Xiao Hai had been protecting Ivan's daughter. Her name was Ryan, right? I heard that Ryan had caused trouble for Xiao Hai, but Xiao Hai didn't do anything to him. I also heard that Ryan recently returned to the country and took the sea route, so he had to go through a no-man's land. If I'm not wrong, Xiao Hai must have sent a ship to protect Ryan. If Xiao Hai can treat someone who has offended him like this, it shows what kind of person he is. Therefore, you must not try to control such a person. Otherwise, you will only offend him. Do you understand? Quat, don't worry, Your Highness, Trezeb said. Quat, I know what to do. I've already prepared the shop for Mr. Xiao Hai. It's not far from the East Gate. It's a big shop, and even though it's a little remote, it has a few large warehouses. There are 2 floors underground, too. It's a pretty good shop. I've already had the things he wants transported to the warehouse. He can go and get them if he needs them. Quat. Charlie looked at Trezeb approvingly and said, Quat, well done, Telai. I've been really at ease with you in charge of Jade Water City all these years. If it wasn't for the family's rule that Jade Water City can't be given to others as a fief, I really wanted to give this place to you. But don't worry, if I really sit in that position, I'll definitely give you a good fief. Quat. Quat, I wouldn't dare, Your Highness, Trezeb quickly said. Quat, I've been following you since I was a child. I've been serving you my entire life. Your Highness, even if you don't give me a fief, I'll still follow you for the rest of my life. Quat. Charlie smiled and said, Quat, of course I know that, but you've done so much for me, so I have to reward you. Otherwise, I'll be too sorry for you, and my followers will think that I'm not rewarding you properly. Take what I've given you. Don't be polite. I've already prepared the other fiefs for you. With the fall of Grand Duke Ryan, his fief has become ownerless. It's a dukedom, and father can't let it become a dukedom anymore. So he has divided the fiefs. I want one. I prepared it for you. Trezeb's heart was filled with excitement. He knew very well that Grand Duke Ryan's fief was a good one, and many people were envious of it. Now that Charlie had left a piece for him, it was a great reward for him. Charlie looked at Trezeb's expression and laughed. Quat, that piece of land is just what I've prepared for now. If I really ascend to the throne in the future, it's fine if I give you all of Duke Ryan's territory. By then, you can become the new Duke. Quat. Early the next morning, Xiao Hai was invited by Charlie to the dining room for a meal. After the meal, Charlie invited Xiao Hai to the living room for a drink. At this moment, Trezeb walked in and bowed to Charlie. Quat, Your Highness, the shop and goods for sir have been prepared. Do you want to go and take a look now or wait? What do you think, sir? Charlie turned to Xiao Hai. I don't have anything to do now, so let's go, Xiao Hai said with a smile. Charlie smiled and said, that's good. Let's go and take a look. Your new ships are almost done with their repairs. They can officially set sail tomorrow. Paradise is a little more troublesome. We still have to wait a few days. Quat. Quat, this is beyond my expectations, Xiao Hai said with a smile. Quat, let's go. Let's take a look at the shop first. Quat, as they spoke, they walked out of the room. A carriage had already been prepared outside. They got on the carriage and went straight to the place that Trezeb had mentioned. Today, they were riding in Trezeb's carriage. His carriage was very useful in the Jade Water City. Once he came out, everyone on the street made way for him. It couldn't be helped. This was the carriage of the city lord. It soon stopped near the east gate of the Jade Water City. It was a little remote, and there were fewer people on the street. However, the shop was very big. In front was a 3-story front house, which was well decorated. Behind it was a very large courtyard, and there was a side door next to the courtyard. The side door was very large, and it could accommodate 3 carriages side by side. The door was made of thick wood and looked very strong. At this time, 2 guards were standing in front of the courtyard. As soon as they saw Trezeb's carriage, they immediately opened the courtyard door. Trezeb directly let the carriage in. The yard was very large, but there were no plants in it. It was obviously a place where merchants stored their goods. The ground was paved with stone slabs, and the backyard was a livestock shed and warehouse. In front of it were the master's room and the servant's room. The design was very simple, and one could tell at a glance that it was specially used for business. Quat, you're too kind, Mr. Xiao Hai, Trezeb said with a smile. Quat, come with me. Let's go take a look at that warehouse. There's another surprise there. Quat, he then led Xiao Hai and the rest to the warehouse in the backyard. There were also people guarding the warehouse. When they saw Trezeb, they immediately bowed to him. Trezeb waved his hand and they immediately opened the warehouse door. Only then did Xiao Hai realize that the warehouse was filled with the items he had requested. The lonely pottery was packed in wooden boxes, along with some other daily necessities. Most importantly, there was a staircase leading down. Trezeb brought Xiao Hai to the basement of the warehouse. The basement was divided into 2 floors, and it was filled with the items Xiao Hai wanted. The stairs were wide enough for 2 carriages to walk halfway. They were not steps but slanted so that the carriage could go in and out more conveniently. The slope was very gentle, so ordinary carriages could go in and out. Xiao Hai also realized that the underground warehouse was even bigger than the one on the ground. The entire courtyard's underground had probably been excavated. However, the design of this underground warehouse was very reasonable. There were pillars supporting it, and it was an all-stone structure, which was very strong. Xiao Hai was very satisfied with the house. Although he had no use for such a large warehouse, it was better than nothing. It could be used as a cover. Looking at Xiao Hai's satisfied expression, Trezeb relaxed. He turned to Xiao Hai and said, "Sir, are you satisfied? His Highness has instructed that this courtyard and the things in the courtyard are a gift to teacher. Teacher, please don't be polite." Xiao Hai was stunned for a moment. Then he nodded and smiled. "All right, I won't stand on ceremony then. I'll also give a gift to His Highness and the city lord today." With a flip of his hand, 2 small cloth bags appeared in his hand. These 2 small cloth bags were, of course, interspatial bags. Charlie had treated him very well. Xiao Hai also wanted to let Charlie know some things about him. The interspatial bag was one of them. Charlie and Trezeb looked at Xiao Hai in confusion, not knowing what he was going to do with the 2 cloth bags. Xiao Hai handed them one each and smiled. "Quat, these 2 bags are dimension bags. They have 10 cubic meters of space inside, which can be used to store some things. With your Highness's ability, of course you won't care about these small things. Just take them as toys. Quat." Charlie and Trezeb were both stunned. Although invisible storage equipment was not something that was completely unowned, it was still very precious. Even Charlie only had one, so he naturally would not give it out to anyone. However, he did not expect Xiao Hai to give 2 away so casually, as if they were not worth much. Charlie looked at Xiao Hai in shock. "I really didn't think that sir would have such a good thing. If we count it this way, sir, you've really suffered a loss." Xiao Hai laughed heartily. "Quat, your Highness, you're too polite. There's no need to be so calculative. We're just exchanging gifts. Your Highness, you don't have to take it to heart. Quat." Hearing Xiao Hai's words, Charlie also laughed out loud. "Quat, we've made a fool of ourselves. All right, we'll take it. It's good that you're satisfied with this place. When will you send someone to take it?" Xiao Hai smiled. "Quat, my men have to follow the injured boat that was protecting their friend, but it should be here soon. In 2 days, Quat." Charlie nodded. "Quat, that's good. I'll get Teli to help you look after this place for the next 2 days. We'll wait for your people to come and take over." Quat. Xiao Hai smiled and nodded in agreement. The few of them returned to the city lord's mansion by car. Xiao Hai went to rest. The equipment in the warehouse today could not be carried out by a single ship. Xiao Hai had also thought about it. Tomorrow, he would release the armed merchant ships that he had seized from the magicians. He would put these items on and have them wait for him near Ape's Island. When paradise was ready, he would go to the shrimp tribe to trade with them. He could also use these days to bring Laura's subordinates here and arrange for them to take over this shop. No matter what, he had to open this shop first. Xiao Hai had also thought it through. He would only buy some daily necessities in the shop and not buy anything too good. It would not attract attention. After a period of time, when everything had settled down, he would renovate the shop. Laura's subordinates are all talents. Their arrival would definitely supplement the management of Iron Mountain Castle. Additionally, it would be more convenient for me to open a store on the continent. Therefore, I have to deal with this thing well. Fortunately, they were almost there. When they were picked up from the medium, they would send those who were to be sent to the Iron Mountain Castle first, and those who were to be locked up in the Jade Water City would be sent to the Swordfish. The next day, the 5 masted ironclads that had been stolen from the Magedal family were ready to set sail. Xiao Hai had also told Charlie to take away all the items in the warehouse. Charlie had agreed and sent people to deliver the items to the 5 ships. Although there were many items in the warehouse, it was not enough to fit all 5 ships. The 5 ships were released when they were half full. Xiao Hai naturally would not tell Charlie that they were to be used to make a deal with the merfolk. He only said that these things were not for them to bring and that they should send the things over first. Charlie didn't think too much about it. These things were common on the continent and not treasures, so he didn't care. After sending off the 5 ships, Xiao Hai waited for the Swordfish to arrive. However, on the second day after releasing the 5 ships, Laura's subordinates were already ready. There were more than 400 people, including more than 80 store managers and their family members. These people were absolutely loyal to Laura, so he could use them without any worries. Xiao Hai and Laura immediately entered the medium and brought those people in. Then they sent them to the Iron Mountain Castle, leaving only one family behind. This family was prepared to go to the Jade Water City. These store managers were very excited to see Laura. They had received great kindness from Laura and were loyal to her. There would definitely be no problems. They could trust them completely. Of course, Xiao Hai trusted them. After these people were brought to the Iron Mountain Fortress, he handed them over to Kun Zheng and had him arrange for them to familiarize themselves with the environment. Most of these people had been in contact with Kun Zheng before and were under Kun Zheng's direct management. Now that Kun Zheng was arranging for them, they were all very happy. After all, they were acquaintances. Although Mu En was in his 40s, he looked very stylish and energetic. His wife was also very smart. In addition to the couple, they also had 2 children who were in their 20s and were learning how to do business from them. With such a shrewd family in charge of Jade Water City, Xiao Hai could rest assured. He had full trust in Lola's choice of people. After settling the family on the swordfish, Xiao Hai and the others returned to the city lord's mansion. The swordfish would arrive in 2 days. By then, Paradise would be almost done with its repairs. Xiao Hai and the others could then go and trade with the shrimp tribe. After returning to the mayor's mansion, Xiao Hai had nothing to do. He didn't go out every day and just practiced martial arts in the inner space. He learned how to control metal. He realized that the more he practiced, the more metal he could control. Now he could control 2 fist-sized iron balls, and his attack power was much stronger than before. Xiao Hai did not interfere too much in Charlie's matters. Even if he wanted to help Charlie, Charlie would have to take the initiative to ask. After all, he had not known Charlie for a long time. If he was too eager to understand Charlie's matters, he might be misunderstood by Charlie. Hence, Xiao Hai did not ask too much. He just lived his own life leisurely. It was quite good. Charlie didn't have any negative feelings towards Xiao Hai's actions. On the contrary, he admired him. Although he had high hopes for Xiao Hai's mysterious background still made him feel uneasy. If Xiao Hai wanted to interfere in his matters immediately, he would have to think about it carefully. 2 days passed by quickly and the swordfish had arrived at Jade Water City. Xiao Hai had already informed Charlie, so when the swordfish arrived, Xiao Hai and Lola went to the dock to welcome them. Of course, Charlie would not follow. Even if he really liked Xiao Hai, he would not do so. After all, he was a prince. It would be too much for him to personally welcome Xiao Hai's men at the dock. After bringing Moan and his family to the city lord's mansion, Xiao Hai drove the swordfish straight into Charlie's repair yard for maintenance. At the same time, Xiao Hai introduced Moan to Trezeb. After all, Xiao Hai wouldn't be in the Jade Water City for long, so he would have to leave the matter of dealing with Trezeb to Moan. This was a good opportunity for him to build a good relationship with Trezeb. Moan was quite straightforward. He was a natural-born businessman, and he was very tactful in his words and actions. Although he might not become friends with you immediately, at least you would not hate him. Trezeb was also very friendly to Mu En. He knew very well that Charlie had high hopes for Xiao Hai. Since Mu En was sent here by Xiao Hai, it meant that he had absolute trust in Mu En. Naturally, he wanted to build a good relationship with Mu En. During dinner, Charlie went to see Moan, which made him feel flattered. He had never even seen the Prince of Versailles Duchy before, let alone the Prince of the Rossan Empire. From this, it could be seen that Charlie valued Xiao Hai very much. Mu En was not an idiot. He knew that Xiao Hai had a high position in Charlie's heart when he saw Xiao Hai and Charlie talking and laughing. He was very happy because it meant that Laura didn't choose the wrong person. The next morning, Xiao Hai brought Mu En to the shop that Charlie had arranged for him. The shop would be handed over to Mu En to manage. Xiao Hai had given the shop a name, but he still used the old name, Taoyuan. In addition to the store, Xiao Hai also gave Mu En an interspatial bag and 100,000 gold coins. At the same time, he also left him the grains, vegetables, and war food from the interspatial bag. These would be the main business of their store in the future. Xiao Hai had told Mu En that he didn't expect the shop to make much money. He just wanted to stay here so that it would be easier to contact Trezeb, so he didn't need to be so nervous. Of course, it would be best if the shop could be run well. When Xiao Hai first opened his shop in Jade Water City, he wanted to get in touch with more merchants and aristocrats to form his own network. However, there was no need for that now. He had already contacted Charlie. Who was Charlie? A prince, a man who had the potential to become king, would be more reliable to establish a relationship with than with such a person. Even if Charlie did not become the king in the future, he would still be a prince, a powerful prince. Even the king would not dare to do anything to him. This was because there were too many interests behind this prince. Even if the king wanted to touch him, he would have to think carefully. Just like the king of the south of the Arcas Empire, although he was only a prince, his strength was no less than the king's in the south of the Arcas Empire. Even the king's decrees could not be implemented in the southern back of the Arcas Empire because people there only knew the king of the south. The reason why the Southern King had such strength was because he was surrounded by a large group of nobles. The interests of these people were intertwined with the interests of the Southern King. Even if the Southern King did not become king, he had to protect his power. Only in this way would their interests not be harmed. However, on the mainland, the Southern King was also an exception. In the future, when the Southern King and the old king of the Arcas Empire fought for the throne, their father suddenly passed away. Although the old king ascended the throne, the Southern King's power was not damaged. He had no choice but to let him be the Southern King. In the case of the Rossen Empire, the old king was in good health. When Charlie and the others fought for the throne, if the old king was determined to pass the throne to his son, he would suppress the other kings and greatly reduce their power. It would be impossible for a second king of the south to appear. However, the old nobles on the Arc continent were too powerful. Sometimes, even the old king would not dare to touch him easily. The kings all wanted to make friends with the old nobles, so that even if they failed to win the throne, at least they would be fine. Xiao Hai also knew that with Charlie's help, it would be difficult for him to cooperate with the other old nobles. The old nobles would not participate in the prince's fight for the throne. If the person they supported failed, they might be suppressed by the new king. Although the old nobles had a deep foundation, if they were constantly suppressed, their strength would slowly decrease. This was definitely not a good thing for them. If they did not participate in the prince's fight for the throne, no matter which prince became the new king, they would be treated with respect. Under such circumstances, why would they help those princes fight for the throne? Therefore, the princes of various countries would fight for the throne from time to time, but the old nobles would rarely participate. Now that Xiao Hai had established a connection with Charlie, he was basically on Charlie's side. Under such circumstances, most of the older generation of aristocrats would not have too much contact with Xiao Hai. This was because they were afraid that if they did, it would give the impression that they were on Charlie's side. If that happened, it would be the same as choosing a side, which was not in line with the principles of the older generation of aristocrats. Xiao Hai also knew about this situation, so he didn't let Meljin contact the old nobles, but just told him to keep an eye on the shop. However, Xiao Hai believed that the business of his shop would not be bad. The old-school aristocrats did not participate in the war for the throne, but that did not mean that others would not. In fact, there were many aristocrats who liked to participate, especially those of medium and small scale. They wanted to place a bet. As long as they placed the right bet, their families would rise to fame. Now, Xiao Hai was considered one of Charlie's subordinates. Although he was not famous yet, Charlie would explain Xiao Hai's identity to the nobles under him. Those people were getting some information from Trezeb and would probably come to him for cooperation soon. Xiao Hai was still very confident. Charlie's attitude towards him these past few days had already explained the problem. If the nobles that followed Charlie knew of Charlie's attitude towards Xiao Hai, they would definitely come to Xiao Hai to work with him. Xiao Hai believed that Trezeb would also tell the nobles about Charlie's attitude towards him, because Trezeb was Charlie's closest confidant. Trezeb would do something that would benefit Charlie the most. He wanted to unite all of Charlie's followers as one, as that was the only way to increase their strength. Therefore, Trezeb would definitely tell Charlie's subordinates about Charlie's attitude towards Xiao Hai, so that they would respect Xiao Hai. After settling the matters in Jade Water City, Xiao Hai was about to leave. He had given Meljin a special storage bag, an eagle, and 100 undead creatures in the second basement of the warehouse in case of an emergency. Now, he didn't have to worry about the safety of the Jade Water City at all. Paradise had been repaired, so Xiao Hai was ready to set off to trade with the Shrimp Tribe. He was afraid that the Shrimp Tribe would forget about this matter if he didn't go for a long time. After greeting Charlie, Charlie personally escorted Xiao Hai to the Peach Garden. This made Xiao Hai very touched, and some of Charlie's subordinates were also very surprised. Charlie was a prince, so it was very surprising for him to be so close to Xiao Hai in such a high-profile way. Most importantly, not only did Charlie act close to Xiao Hai, he did not act as if he was very respectful to Xiao Hai, which surprised them even more. However, they did not expect that while they wanted to observe Xiao Hai for a while longer, others, especially Zhu Wan, did not want to. Zhu Wan had never suffered such a big loss since he was young. This time, Xiao Hai had robbed his ship and thrown him into the sea. He even asked Smith to save him. This was an unprecedented humiliation to him, so he wanted to take revenge. After returning to his family, he told them about the meeting with Xiao Hai. Of course, he could not avoid adding some details, saying how Xiao Hai could not see the Carsai family, and how he described himself as a good man and a punching bag. As a result, the impression of Xiao Hai was naturally much worse in the eyes of the people in the Carsai family. Although Smith had written down all the good things about Xiao Hai in his letter, the effect of a letter with one person crying and complaining was incomparable. Plus, the Carsai family really wanted the thing in Xiao Hai's hand. Therefore, they wanted to force Xiao Hai to see if he could commit the crime. However, at this time, news came that Xiao Hai had arrived at Jade Water City and was living in the city lord's mansion. He had a very good relationship with Charlie, and most importantly, Charlie also treated him very highly because he had a conflict with the second prince. When the news reached the Carl family, Smith felt extremely regretful. He even wrote a letter to his family. This letter was no longer about Xiao Hai, but about his grievances. At the same time, it was to tell the family that if they really forced Xiao Hai to become their enemy, they would not have a good life. However, the Carsai family didn't think so now. In their eyes, Xiao Hai was an ungrateful person. Therefore, they were very angry. Not only did they not listen to Smith to restore the relationship with Xiao Hai, but on the contrary, they wanted to teach Xiao Hai a lesson. Therefore, they had sent out their secret agents to collect information about Xiao Hai in Jade Water City. However, to their disappointment, Xiao Hai was very low-key in Jade Water City. He rarely went out, just like he was in Heavenly Water City. Xiao Hai's character made the people from the Carsai family somewhat at a loss. Even if they were an old noble family, even if they were powerful, they would not dare to attack the Lord's mansion of the Jade Water City because Charlie was living there now. However, they soon found out that Xiao Hai had a shop in the Jade Water City, which made the Carsai family happy. They wanted to destroy Xiao Hai's shop in the Jade Water City to teach him a lesson. However, they gave up after asking around. This was because the shop was a gift from Charlie to Xiao Hai. If it was only Xiao Hai's shop, they could have just destroyed it. However, since it was a gift from Charlie, it was a different matter. Even if the big families could ignore Charlie, they had to give him face. Otherwise, they would not only be targeting Charlie, but also the Rosen royal family. The old nobles were not the only ones who valued their reputation. The royal family valued their reputation even more than the old nobles. In any case, the Rosen Empire belonged to the Carsai family. If they were forced into a corner, they would not be polite. If the royal family went against the old nobles would be the ones who suffered. When the Carsai family realized that they could not touch the shop in the Jade Water City, they could only lay their hands on Xiao Hai. They did not believe that Xiao Hai would stay in the Jade Water City forever. Sure enough, the time came soon. Xiao Hai was going to leave the Jade Water City. However, what the Carsai family didn't expect was that Charlie would personally send Xiao Hai off at the dock. The people of the Carsai family were very clear about what this meant. For such a situation, the people of the Carsai family were obviously not prepared enough. They hesitated for a while, not knowing whether they should deal with Xiao Hai. Finally, the head of the Carsai family in Jade Water City could only tell the family about this situation and let the family make a decision. However, he soon got to know that on the second day after Xiao Hai left Jade Water City, he received a letter from Smith via an eagle. The letter told Xiao Hai about the recent situation in the Carsai family. Of course, Smith didn't advise Xiao Hai to be patient. On the contrary, he wanted Xiao Hai to teach the Carsai family a lesson. Didn't mean that Smith wanted to betray the Carsai family, but he wanted to teach those old fogies in the family a lesson through Xiao Hai and let them understand that some people in this world were not afraid of the old and noble brand. At the same time, he wanted to let the family know Xiao Hai's real power. Xiao Hai didn't expect Smith to say that. He passed the letter to Laura and smiled. "Quat, let's see. I didn't expect Brother Smith to be such a radical person." Laura took the letter, read it, and snorted. Quat, there's nothing amazing about it. I think Brother Smith did the right thing. If the magicians had a few people like Brother Smith, things wouldn't have come to this. What do you think, Brother Hai? Xiao Hai smiled. Why not? What do we have to do with the Carsai family? We only have a good relationship with Brother Smith. It's better to teach the people of the Carsai family a lesson now and let them understand that what Brother Smith said is right. Besides, you can take the King Kong fruit in these 2 days. By then, your strength will be improved, and we can also take this opportunity to test our skills. Hearing Xiao Hai's words, Laura was stunned for a moment. Then she immediately showed a face of joy. It was just as Xiao Hai had said. The King Kong fruits had already ripened. It was just that they had yet to harvest the last season. As long as they could harvest this season's King Kong fruits, Xiao Hai would be able to get 80 King Kong fruits. King Kong fruit was a LV60 crop. In 8 seasons, it could only produce 10 fruits in each season. From this, one could see how precious it was. For the sake of safety, although Xiao Hai had already collected King Kong fruits these days, he didn't let Laura and the others take it instead. He let them drink the life fluid from the space every day. After that, they would intensify their practice and make the final consolidation before taking King Kong fruit. For this, Xiao Hai had spent a lot of gold coins to get some low-grade medicinal liquid from the universal processing machine for Laura and the others. Although it couldn't improve their strength, it could strengthen their physical strength. As the last season of King Kong fruits would be harvested tomorrow, Xiao Hai was prepared to let Laura and the others eat it. Xiao Hai turned to look at Laura and said, "Laura, have you thought of what kind of mount you want to use? Now that Grandpa Kun Zheng has taught me how to ride, how about we each get a better mount in the future?" Lola shook her head and said, "I don't want to get a mount so soon. I saw it in the space store. There are many strange magical beasts in the space. When we can raise them, we'll take them out as mounts. Forget it for now." Quat. Xiao Hai didn't object. Some of the mythical beasts recorded in ancient China had already appeared behind the realm. These mythical beasts were the offspring of the dragon, and they were all extremely powerful. Their combat power was much stronger than the level 9 powerhouses in this world. They were considered god-level figures. If they were used as mounts, it would be cool and safe. Xiao Hai had just started learning how to ride a horse. He could ride a horse, but he was still far from being able to fight. However, his martial arts had improved very quickly. He could basically defeat a level 6 master now. A day passed by quickly. The next day, Xiao Hai and the others entered the inner space early in the morning, waiting for the King Kong fruits of the last season to be served. Very quickly, Kai had harvested the last batch of King Kong fruits and planted other plants. Xiao Hai took out 3 King Kong fruits. One of them was for Laura, while the other 2 were for Wood and Stone. Wood and Stone's strength wasn't bad, but they just couldn't level up, which made them very distressed. Now that they finally found something that could help them level up, they were of course happy. According to Njian, only half of Laura's King Kong fruit could be eaten. However, the Wood and Stone could be eaten completely. Xiao Hai gave 2 King Kong fruits to the Wood and Stone, cut half of the remaining King Kong fruit and gave it to Laura, and put the other half in the warehouse. The 3 of them looked at the King Kong fruits in their hands excitedly. Meg and the others were a little envious, but they also knew that King Kong fruits weren't suitable for them, so they all felt that it was a pity. Xiao Hai looked at the 3 of them and smiled. Quat, hurry up and eat. After you're done, you can familiarize yourself with your own situation. Don't forget that we might have to fight in the next few days. Quat. The 3 of them nodded and suppressed the excitement in their hearts. They ate the King Kong fruits. As soon as Wood and Stone ate the fruits, they immediately had a reaction. The 2 of them felt that their warrior power began to increase rapidly. Although it was a happy thing, if they didn't deal with it immediately, they might go crazy. The 2 of them didn't have time to say anything. They sat down cross-legged and began to use their warrior power to break through their ranks. Laura's situation was similar, but her situation was much gentler. She only ate half a King Kong fruit, but she immediately began to channel her energy. Xiao Hai and the others looked at Laura and the others nervously. They knew that this was extremely important for Laura and the others. Although the realm had said that they could handle the King Kong fruit, Xiao Hai was still very worried and looked at them nervously. However, Laura and the others did not wake up immediately. Instead, they continued to channel their energy for 8 hours before they woke up one after another. At this time, Kun, Green, and the others had also entered the space, and they were looking at them nervously. Laura was the first to wake up. She looked at the people around her and smiled. Everyone's here, sorry for making you worry. Let's not talk about that for now, Xiao Hai said. Tell me, how do you feel right now? How was it? Did you level up? Looking at the nervous Xiao Hai, Laura's heart warmed. She smiled and said, Quad, I'm fine. I feel great. I'm already at the peak of level 6. I believe that I'll be able to reach level 8 after eating that half King Kong fruit. Quad. Xiao Hai and the others heaved a sigh of relief, then their faces lit up. Kun Zheng even laughed out loud. Quat, that's great, miss. You've finally leveled up. Quat. Everyone on the continent trained hard, not only for their own safety, but also for their own lives. An ordinary person could live for about 100 years, but a powerhouse of the 8th rank could live for more than 200 years. In order to live longer, everyone trained hard, especially the nobles. They did not have to worry about their own livelihood, so they spent a large amount of time every day training. At this time, Blockhead and Rockhead had also woken up. Both of them were very happy because they had reached level 8 without any accidents. The sudden addition of 2 level 8 powerhouses was a good thing for them. Grim immediately pulled the 2 of them out and said that he wanted to see how strong they were. Perhaps they had not fully adapted to their own strength, so when Wood and Stone were fighting with Grim, they were a little hesitant at first. But slowly, the 2 began to adapt and began to block Grim's attacks. It should be known that Grim was a great master at the peak of level 8. Even an ordinary level 8 master could be instantly killed by him. Now, Wood and Stone could actually block it, although it was only practice. However, from this, one could also see the strength of Wood and Stone. After a while, Jerlin laughed and put away his spirit wind sword. He looked at the 2 of them and said with relief, Good, you 2 brats. Your combined attacks are already at the peak of the 8th rank. If an ordinary expert of the 8th rank were to encounter the 2 of you, they'd only be out of luck. Hahaha, I can finally be at ease now. You 2 brats, listen up. From now on, you must protect the young master well. If the young master loses even a single hair, you'll see how I'll deal with you 2. Wood and Stone had been orphans since they were young. Although they were raised by the Buta family, it was Grim who had really taken care of them. Therefore, their feelings for Grim were very complicated. They respected him like a son to his father, so they would definitely listen to Grim's words. Grandpa Green, forget it. Let them help you. I don't need their protection right now. Xiao Hai laughed bitterly. Quite, you're right, but it's fine to send them to the Iron Mountain Fortress. The teachers there are all undead creatures. They won't be of much help. Just let them train with you, young master. Ji Lin and the others burst into laughter. Xiao Hai then remembered that he had not left the realm for a day. He was about to arrive on the Peach Source. Fortunately, nothing happened on the ship, so Xiao Hai was relieved. When Xiao Hai returned to the origin space, he found that Laura was already sparring with Kun Zheng. It seemed like Kun Zheng wanted to test Laura's strength. Xiao Hai didn't say anything, but he immediately started his own practice. He had never practiced martial arts before, and although his warrior power was strong, there were still many unreasonable aspects in the use of moves. Compared to the training that Laura and the others had received since they were young, Xiao Hai was much worse. Therefore, he practiced even harder, not afraid that he would be left behind by Laura and the others. While Xiao Hai and the others were practicing martial arts in the boundless space, Paradise was sailing peacefully on the sea. Although there was only one ship, as long as there was no enmity between them, ordinary people would not touch the armored warship. The armored warship was very powerful. Unlike Xiao Hai's leisurely life, Smith was so worried that his hair was almost white. He couldn't help but worry. Although he told Xiao Hai that his family wanted to deal with Xiao Hai, he didn't know how Xiao Hai would react. Would he still cooperate with his family like before? If Xiao Hai stopped working with his family, it would be a huge loss for them. However, no one in the family would listen to him. He wondered if the elders in the family had stone in their heads. Why were they so stubborn? He already knew that his family had sent people to deal with Xiao Hai, and they were all experts. There were a total of 10 level 8 experts who led 20 armed merchant ships. This was already very strong, but Smith knew that this kind of strength wouldn't do Xiao Hai any good. He was very clear that although Xiao Hai usually didn't show his strength, he actually had goods in his hands. His combat strength couldn't be underestimated. However, it was useless to say that now. The family would not listen to him. What Smith was worried about was whether the family would attack Xiao Hai again despite his advice if they suffered a loss at the hands of Xiao Hai. The last 2 times he had attacked Xiao Hai, he could still maintain his friendship with Xiao Hai so that Xiao Hai wouldn't be too angry. However, if his family members attacked Xiao Hai again, would Xiao Hai start to go all out against them? The more he thought about it, the more his head ached. Smith sighed and sat on the sofa. He looked at the ceiling, but he could not say anything. At this moment, a gentle voice was heard. "Dad, what's wrong? Are you not happy?" Smith raised his head and saw Meljin. Although Smith was upset, he still put on a happy expression when he faced his most beloved, most sensible, and most obedient daughter. "Meljin, why didn't you go out to play today?" "I'm fine, you don't have to worry about me. Go out and play with your friends." Meljin shook her head and said, "I don't want to go out and play with them. It's too boring. Laura and the others are better. Although Laura and the others have been playing with me, they have taught me a lot of things. As for my friends, they don't seem to have any goals. Besides eating, drinking, and having fun every day, they have nothing else to do. It's too boring." Quat. Smith looked at Meljin in shock. He never thought that Meljin would say something like that. Meljin was young and the only girl in the family. She had always lived like a princess. Everyone doted on her. She had never suffered any setbacks. All the dark things were almost far away from her, and they had been blocked by them long ago. Therefore, in Smith's world, it was almost all sunshine, and there was not a trace of dark things. It was precisely because of this that the last time Meljin and the others were attacked, the Carsai family was so angry, and Meljin was so bewildered. Besides, Smith had already prepared the inheritance rights for Meljin. Even if Meljin got married in the future, her dowry would be very rich. She did not need to worry about money at all. It could be said that she had nothing to do other than eating, drinking, and having fun. Now Meljin suddenly told him that eating, drinking, and having fun were the most boring things. This made Smith unable to think straight. He did not know what was going on. Smith looked at Meljin in confusion. "Quat, Meljin, why did you suddenly have such an idea? Did someone say something?" "Don't worry, baby, our family is different from others. Our family is the Carsai family. With our family's current strength, you don't need to worry about these things." Meljin shook her head and said, "I'm not talking about how much money I want to make. I just want to do something for my family. I don't want to be like my friends who have nothing to do every day and just eat and wait for death. Look at Sister Lola, Sister Meg, and the others. They follow Mr. Xiao Hai everywhere. They're so good." Quat. Smith looked at Meljin in a daze. He really did not expect Meljin to say that. It really surprised him. Smith looked at Meljin and could not help but sigh in his heart. He only realized now that the daughter he had always doted on had finally grown up. NBSP. Smith looked at Meljin and said, "Meljin, why do you have such an idea? You have to know that Laura and the others did that because they had to do it, but you don't have to do it at all. Dealing with those things is very tiring." Meljin pouted. "Quat, I know it's tiring to deal with that matter, but that kind of woman is particularly beautiful. Otherwise, I'll feel useless." Quat. Smith shook his head and sighed. He really did not know what to say. As he looked at Meljin, who stood tall and straight, Smith once again sighed about the passing of time. Meljin had reached the marriageable age in the blink of an eye. Was there anyone on this continent who was worthy of Meljin? As a father, he always doted on his daughter. Smith had always thought that his daughter was the best, and no man was worthy of her. That was why Meljin had never been engaged, even though she was already an adult. NBSB. A big family like the Carsai family no longer needed a marriage alliance. In addition, their family had fewer girls and more boys. A marriage alliance was fine and the boys would go. Meljin would not do anyway. It was precisely because of this that Meljin was not engaged. However, when Smith thought about who could be a good match for Laura today, Xiao Hai's face appeared in front of his eyes. This surprised Smith. He quickly shook his head to get rid of this boring fantasy. However, the thought was like a demon, circling in his head and he couldn't get rid of it. He couldn't help but sit there and think about Xiao Hai. He had to admit that Xiao Hai was a very outstanding young man. He valued relationships, knew when to advance and when to retreat, and was very powerful. Although he had 2 fiancées on the continent, not every noble had more than 1 wife. Moreover, seeing how Laura and Meg were getting along so well, Smith was very surprised. Seeing that Smith didn't speak for a long time, Meljin couldn't help but ask, Dad, what's wrong? What are you thinking about? Smith must have snapped back to his senses. He glanced at Meljin and said with a smile, I'm not thinking about anything. It's fine if you want to do something. I'll ask Phil to make arrangements for you tomorrow. Go and tell your mother first. If you're not here, your mother will blame me. Quat. Meljin answered excitedly and turned to leave. NBSB looking at Meljin's back, Smith sighed impatiently and mumbled, maybe it's not a bad idea to let her marry Xiao Hai. Of course, Xiao Hai did not know that Smith had the idea of marrying Meljin to him. To be honest, he did not have much contact with Meljin, and he had never thought about what would happen between them. He was very satisfied with his life now. To be honest, he was already very satisfied to have 2 fiancées like Laura and Meg. Xiao Hai was a man who was easily satisfied. When he was on Earth, he had received very little royalties and lived a poor life, but he was very content. He was content with enough food, warm clothes, a place to live, and doing what he liked, so he was very content. He was very content after coming to the Arc continent. He had a space to grow crops, 2 beautiful fiancées, a large number of loyal subordinates, and many undead creatures. He was content with his life. However, even when he was content, he was still not content. What he was not satisfied with was that he could do better now. It was just like what he had heard from Professor Q Fazu, the famous father of Chinese surgery in China, on Earth. As a person, one must know one's shortcomings when doing things, and one must not be content when doing literature. This famous saying had always been Xiao Hai's motto. He was very content with what he did, but when he did things, he always wanted to do it perfectly. He always wanted to find his own shortcomings. When he did what he liked to do, he always wanted to do it to the best of his ability. Just like now, he was very satisfied with his current life. However, he knew that he was no longer an otaku writer. He was already the lord of a territory. He was doing business, so he had to do it well and develop the territory well. Although the territory was developing well now, he always thought that he could do better. This was what he was not satisfied with. For his goal, he could overcome any difficulty, so he was not afraid of any challenge. When the difficulty came, he would always face it head-on. It was because he knew that difficulties were like enemies. If you turned around and ran away when facing an enemy, it was equivalent to selling your back to the enemy. Your life and death were no longer in your control. On the contrary, if you faced the enemy, you might be able to defeat him. Even if you were not sure, at least you could fight to the death and not put your orders in the hands of others. That was why he chose to face the King of the South. That was why he chose to face the Church of Light. Although he eventually hid in the grasslands, it was because he had repelled the pursuit of the Church of Light. He could leave calmly. Leaving did not mean running away. Right now, Xiao Hai was practicing martial arts in the boundless space. He wanted to improve his strength, and at the same time, he liked to practice martial arts. As long as he was a China person, he would dream of martial arts. Xiao Hai was a novel fan, so of course it was not difficult for him. Now that there was finally a chance for him to become a master, of course he would seize it. In fact, Xiao Hai was also waiting. He was waiting for the arrival of the Carsai family. Smith had said that he would teach the Carsai family a lesson. Of course, Xiao Hai would do it. Even if Smith didn't say so, Xiao Hai would still do it. He believed that Smith also understood this. The reason why Smith sent that letter was actually to maintain their relationship and leave a way out for the future. Xiao Hai didn't object. He was disgusted with the Carsai family, but to be honest, he was really good to Smith. He also wanted to maintain this kind of relationship with Smith, so he also replied to Smith's letter. Although the content of the letter was very ordinary, he believed that Smith had already understood his meaning. Xiao Hai didn't care about the Carsai family's attack. He knew that the Carsai family would not send out a level 9 expert. Otherwise, Smith would not have asked him to teach those people a lesson, but to run away. NBSB Xiao Hai was more concerned about the situation with the marine race. To be honest, this was his first time doing business with them, and it was also the first time in the history of the continent. He didn't know how they would react. There was only one thing that he did not understand. The continent and the sea race had been living in peace for so many years. Could it be that they had never negotiated with each other? This was simply too unbelievable in Xiao Hai's eyes. Xiao Hai didn't know that most of the ships in the distant sea were pirate ships. These pirate ships didn't have any strong masters. If they were attacked by the Sea Tribe, the ship would be destroyed and the people would die. How could they do business with the Sea Tribe? If he wasn't strong enough, he would have been dragged into the sea by the Shrimp Tribe to eat meat. Why would he do business with the Shrimp Tribe? Moreover, the humans on the continent looked down on the ordinary demi-humans. In addition, the Sea Tribe was too mysterious and lived in the sea, so the human race had no contact with them at all. Naturally, they couldn't do business like the humans and orcs. The main reason why Xiao Hai was welcomed by the orcs and could even talk to the merfolk was that he saw the two races as equals and did not look down on them as aliens. NBSB, if a human expert had encountered the situation that Xiao Hai had encountered, he would have killed the prawn race immediately. He wouldn't have talked to them. Why would he have talked business with them? Now Xiao Hai was worried about how the marine race would view this cooperation. Would they really treat him as a business partner, or would they want to trick him into their territory and then pay him? Although the operation this time was very risky, Xiao Hai still did it. He knew very well that if he really succeeded in doing business with the people of the sea, it would be difficult for the Buda family not to prosper in the future. On the 5th day after leaving the Jade Water City, Xiao Hai had already left the protection of the Rosen Empire's navy and officially entered the international waters. However, this also meant trouble. Xiao Hai knew that the Carsai family wanted to deal with him and would soon make their move. Just as Xiao Hai had expected, the 2nd day after he entered the open sea, the people of the Carsai family arrived. They had 20 armed merchant ships, 15 3-masted wooden sailboats, and 5 5-masted ironclad ships. Such a force was already very strong. Only a big family like the Carsai family would have such a large amount of money. Xiao Hai looked at the monitor calmly, waiting for the arrival of the other party. He saw a person on the monitor. It was none other than Zhu Wan. Xiao Hai did not expect Zhu Wan to show up. However, he understood why Zhu Wan dared to show up after seeing the contents of the surveillance camera. He was accompanied by 5 people. 2 of them were mages, while the other 2 were warriors. From their auras, Xiao Hai could tell that they were all LV8 experts. Xiao Hai looked at the other ships and found 2 mages and 3 warriors. They were all LV8 experts. At the sight of these people, Xiao Hai's eyes couldn't help but narrow. What 10 level 8 powerhouses? The Carsai family is really willing to spend a lot of money, but will it work on me? Xiao Hai took a closer look at the ships. They were all high-quality armed merchant ships and the people on board were not weak. One look and he could tell that they were elite soldiers. Xiao Hai could not help but sneer. Laura and the others were also looking at the ships. When they heard Xiao Hai's snort, Laura said, "Big brother Hai, what should we do? Kill all these people?" Xiao Hai said in a deep voice, "If we don't beat them up, they will never remember. We will only keep the 8 experts, Zhu Wan and the people around him, but we will cripple them. We will take their ships. Pass on my order, all the artillery soldiers are not to make any moves. Lower the sails. We are going to play big today." Jinan immediately went to deliver the order. Laura and the others didn't object. They only had 1 ship now, the Peach Origin. Although the other ships were stored in their space, it was obviously not the time to take them out. Among the 20 ships under Xiao Hai's control, except for the Peach Source which was on the sea and the Swordfish which was under construction in Jade Water City, all the other ships were stored in the medium, including the 5 ships that were taken from the magician's family. However, if he released those ships at this time and started a fight with the Carsai family, many of his secrets would be exposed. He didn't want that to happen. Therefore, he asked Jinan to lower the sail and the cannoneers were not allowed to fire. This way, the other party would not fire at them when they saw what they were doing. They would only fight them on board. Xiao Hai would not be afraid then. There was a reason why Xiao Hai didn't want to engage in artillery battle. He had already regarded the 20 ships of the Carsai family as his property. If they were damaged, he would feel heartache. Laura looked at the 20 battleships that were slowly approaching with an eager expression. Her strength had stabilized at level 8. In addition, she had been trained since she was young. Xiao Hai was no match for her if they were to fight only. Although Laura was a knight, her spear and sword techniques were very powerful. She would not lose even if she were to fight against wood or stone. Naturally, Xiao Hai, who had become a knight halfway through his training, was not her opponent. Laura's confidence had been greatly boosted. Sparring with Kun Zheng and the others had already become boring. Xiao Hai had no choice but to take out some metal from the warehouse and use the universal machine to make a tang sword for Laura. The weapons on the Arc continent were well developed, but Xiao Hai had a preference for products from Earth. Moreover, the tang sword was the ancestor of Japan's samurai swords. Not only was it powerful, but it was also more powerful when used. Therefore, Xiao Hai had made a tang sword for Lola. He did not expect Kun Zheng to take a fancy to the tang sword the moment it was completed. Kun Zheng was insistent on getting one, so Xiao Hai had no choice but to make another one for Kun Zheng. Now, Laura and Kun Zheng had their blades with them all the time, so Xiao Hai was getting impatient. However, he did not expect that Kun Zheng would insist on having wood and stone after he had finished crafting his sabers. However, Tang Dao was not considered heavy, and wood and stone were both made with 2-handed epi, Such weapons were not suitable for them. Xiao Hai had no choice but to craft a thick-backed machete for each of them. He even lengthened the handle to make it more suitable for them. The two of them were overjoyed. Although the sword and knife techniques were different, on the Arc continent, martial artists generally focused on power and strength. Even if they used a sword, they would usually use a heavy sword. Only women would use lighter swords. In China martial arts, the sword was light and agile, while the knife was hard and fierce. Obviously, heavy swords were not easy to use. Therefore, Xiao Hai saw more of the sword techniques on the Arc continent used slashing and slashing. There were very few piercing techniques. That was why Xiao Hai asked them to switch to using sabers, because sabers were obviously more suitable for hacking than swords. After getting the new weapon and familiarizing themselves with it for a few days, they all discovered the benefits of this weapon and became even happier. They practiced with each other every day in the inner space, and now that they finally saw that there was going to be a battle, of course they were happy. The armed merchant ships of the Couch family slowly surrounded Xiao Hai's paradise. Zhu Wan's flagship even approached Xiao Hai's ship. The other armed merchant ships kept a distance from Xiao Hai's ship and even aimed their cannons at paradise. Xiao Hai looked at the armed merchant ships that did not approach and smiled. Not bad, you become smarter. Hee hee, but you're still not that smart. Laura smiled and said, it's not that he's not smart. He just wanted to see how frightened people are. This is the problem of noble children. In his opinion, he lost face at your place last time. This time he must come back in glory and see you lose face again. Only then will he feel better. Quat. Xiao Hai smiled. Quat, what an idiot. If it were me, I would have fired the cannon long ago and cleaned up the place. I have to remember this. I can't make such a mistake in the future. Quat. After hearing Xiao Hai's words, Laura and the other guys burst out into laughter. At this moment, Zhu Wan's ship had already parked beside Xiao Hai's ship. The gangplank had been set up. Zhu Wan was walking towards the peach source with an arrogant look, followed by some LV-8 warriors and the steward assigned by his family. In addition to these 6 people, there were more than 20 people behind Zhu Wan. They were all at level 6 or 7. They were all looking at Xiao Hai and his team with judgmental eyes. Xiao Hai calmly looked at Zhu Wan and the rest. However, Zhu Wan looked at Xiao Hai triumphantly. Then he turned around and glared at Laura and the rest with a pair of fiery eyes. When Xiao Hai saw Zhu Wan's expression, he could not help but frown. He snorted coldly and said, Zhu Wan, why are you here again? Is there a reason for you to stop me? Zhu Wan was taken aback by Xiao Hai's question. He stared at Xiao Hai blankly, not knowing why Xiao Hai would say something like that. Xiao Hai had taken more than 10 ships from him the first time. Was he going to just pretend that nothing had happened? After a long while, Zhu Wan finally regained his senses. He looked at Xiao Hai with an ashen face and said, Xiao Hai, stop pretending. You really don't know why I'm here today. I really don't know why you're here, Xiao Hai said with a smile. Tell me. Zhu Wan's face had already turned black, and the blood vessels on his head were bulging. He panted as he looked at Xiao Hai and said, don't play dumb. The last time you snatched my boat, you threw me onto a small boat. Do you want to pretend that nothing happened? I'm telling you, stop dreaming. Today we'll settle all the old and new debts together. Today you'll have to return all the ships you robbed from me, compensate me with the place where you keep your cuttlefish, and let these beauties beside you accompany me. Otherwise, I'll feed you to the fish in the sea today. Xiao Hai looked at Zhu Wan coldly and said, Zhu Wan, is this what you wanted to say? Is this what you, a member of the Carsai family, want to say? Aren't you afraid of losing face for the Karch family? Zhu Wan's expression changed. Quat, don't waste your breath, just do as I say. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Quat. Xiao Hai looked at Zhu Wan and suddenly burst into laughter. Zhu Wan, the Carsai clan, you really think that you can defeat me with some LV-8 powerhouses? Hearing Xiao Hai's words, Zhu Wan's expression changed. The few LV-8 experts behind him were also shocked. However, Xiao Hai did not do anything. He just looked at Zhu Wan and smiled. You're too naive. You think you can come to my ship and show off with a few experts? Today, I'll let you know my methods. With a wave of his hand, a large number of undead creatures appeared on the sea. Only then did Zhu Wan and the rest realize that the sea had been frozen. Just as their faces turned pale, Laura and the rest had already pounced on them and entangled them. Zhu Wan did not expect Xiao Hai to have such an expert under him. The most infuriating thing was that Xiao Hai was actually holding a sword and fighting with one of his subordinates. He was not any weaker than a martial warrior. Although none of Xiao Hai's underlings would attack Zhu Wan's face turned pale. He knew that Xiao Hai's underlings didn't attack him not because they were afraid of him, but because they were giving face to the Carsai family. If Xiao Hai's underlings really wanted to attack him, they might have been killed long ago. Of course, his idea was right. Just when he was thinking about it, those ships that he brought had been broken by Xiao Hai one after another. The experts on those ships had been captured by Xiao Hai. Xiao Hai didn't want to become the mortal enemy of the Carsai family and wanted to teach them a lesson. Therefore, he ordered his undead creatures to capture those people of the Carsai family. Zhu Wan's expression changed when he saw those people being captured. He knew that he would never be able to turn the tables. At the same time, the level 8 experts who were fighting with Xiao Hai were also captured. Only the one who was fighting with Xiao Hai was still alive. However, Zhu could tell that Xiao Hai's martial technique was not very high. He was only a 6 states warrior at most. However, Zhu did not dare to underestimate Xiao Hai. He knew that Xiao Hai was not a martial artist. He was a magician. When a mage fought with a weapon, he was not much weaker than a warrior. Zhu suddenly felt that the world had gone crazy. Everyone knew that cultivating both magic and martial arts would not lead to a good result. In the end, one would be crippled of both. However, Xiao Hai's current strength was not any weaker than a grade 6 warrior. On the contrary, he was much stronger than a grade 6 warrior. If it was not for the fact that he had been using magic all this time, Zhu would have thought that Xiao Hai was a pure warrior. Zhu had already noticed Xiao Hai's age. In his eyes, it was already very remarkable for Xiao Hai to become a LV6 warrior at such a young age. However, he soon realized that he was wrong. Xiao Hai was only using a sword in his hand, and his sword moves were very ordinary. However, one of his grade 6 warriors had the upper hand at the beginning, but he was slowly losing. Although Zhu did not know much about martial techniques, he was still able to see through them. He knew that Xiao Hai was at a disadvantage at the beginning because he did not have enough experience. It was not because of his low level. Zhu was so angry that he didn't know what to say. He wasn't an idiot. One look at Xiao Hai's face and he knew that Xiao Hai was using his underlings to train him. However, he couldn't do anything about it because a large group of undead creatures were staring at him. The undead creatures were all armed with high-level warriors, and they were very close to him. It was too late for him to cast spells. All of a sudden, Xiao Hai and the others retreated. Zhu didn't have any experts, but his expression changed. He wanted to order his underlings to stop Xiao Hai and the others, but it was too late. Xiao Hai and the others had already left the attack range of his underlings, and his underlings were surrounded by the undead creatures. With a sword in his hand, Zhao Xiangdong looked at Zhu calmly and said coldly, "Quat Zhu, don't think that I'm afraid of you. Your strength is not enough to make me afraid. I stopped because I want to give face to Brother Smith. I hope you understand that I, Xiao Hai, am not a dog of the Carrick family that you can order around. If you want to cooperate with me, show some sincerity. I will accept these ships you brought. They will be my ships in the future. I hope to cooperate with the Carrick family, but I hope you don't touch my bottom line. Quat." As he spoke, Zhu realized that Xiao Hai had already taken down all the level 8 experts who had come with him. The only ones left in front of him were him and the butler that his family had sent. Of course, Zhu did not dare to move. Xiao Hai looked at him and smiled, "I won't kill you. Don't worry, I won't even touch your level 8 experts. However, I'll take your ships. You know the rules last time, so it's the same this time." Zhu's face turned even uglier. He knew very well that the last time they attacked Xiao Hai, they were in the coastal waters. They were cooperating with the navy of the Rosen Empire and were only 3 days away from Tianshui City. This time they were not cooperating with the navy of the Rosen Empire. The nearest port was a 7-day journey. If they were to be thrown into the sea with such a journey, they would be in serious trouble. Xiao Hai didn't care much about that. He put a lifeboat at the bottom of the ship and then drove Zhu and the others to the lifeboat. However, Zhu could tell that the 10 level 8 experts who followed them here had been killed by Xiao Hai. However, to his surprise, Xiao Hai didn't kill them but threw them onto the lifeboat. Zhu's expression changed when he saw Xiao Hai's attack. He knew very well that a level 8 master would feel worse than being killed if they were disabled and could no longer use their warrior energy and magic. Xiao Hai's attack was really vicious. After watching Xiao Hai's ship leave, Zhu's face darkened. He looked at the few crippled level 8 experts and turned to his butler. "Quat, throw them into the sea and tell the family that they were killed by Xiao Hai." Quat. His butler was stunned when he heard Zhu's words. His expression changed and he said, "Fifth young master, this isn't good. According to the clan's rules, an injured powerhouse of the 8th rank has to be provided for by the clan. If the young master does this, then he'll be going against the clan's rules." "NBSB cut the crap," Zhu snorted. "Quat, killing them will only enrage the family. Bringing them home like this will only make the old guys in the family fear Xiao Hai." Quat. As soon as he finished, Xiao Hai's voice was heard. "Quat, 5th young master's methods are really ruthless. Ha, but you forgot that there's also a kind of memory magic among mages, and there's also a kind of voice recording magic. I've already memorized everything you've said and done. Ha, it's fine if you don't touch these people, but if you do, don't blame me for giving these things to your family." Quat. Zhu face changed when he heard Xiao Hai's voice. He was in a difficult position. He knew that the visual and audio recording magic was a very difficult magic to learn. It was a mixed magic that could only be done by a magician with 3 elements: wind, water, earth, and water. If Xiao Hai really knew this magic, it meant that either he or his subordinate knew these 3 magic. He was an advanced magician with 3 elements. Zhu was very clear about what this meant to clan. However, Zhuan was also very clear that although the recording magic and the recording magic were not offensive magic, they were known as honest magic because they could not be faked. They were usually the best magic to be used as evidence. If Xiao Hai really used this magic, his actions and actions today would be recorded by Xiao Hai, and he would be in deep trouble. Don't underestimate these level 8 powerhouses. Although the death of these level 8 powerhouses was nothing for the Carsai family, if Xiao Hai really let his family members know what he had done, it would definitely be a big deal for him. Level 8 experts were generally considered venerated figures in the clan, and these venerated figures all had one common characteristic. The missions they were assigned to were all very important to the clan. It could be said that the chances of survival were very high, and the mission was very dangerous. Therefore, all the 8th grade consecrated experts shared a common characteristic. They would inevitably suffer some casualties while carrying out their missions. Those 8th grade experts also had relatives. If they were killed or injured, what would happen to their relatives? Without a source of income, what would they do? The level 8 metahumans knew this as well. Hence, they came to an agreement with the other nobles. The agreement was that no matter if the level 8 metahumans died in battle, their families had to be taken care of. If they died, it would be fine. However, if they were injured, their families would have to take care of them for the rest of their lives. If he did not take good care of them, the other rank 8s would oppose the clan, which would be a fatal blow to the clan. If the members of the Carsai clan knew Zhuan's behaviors, those consecrated members of their clan would never let him go. If those consecrated members of their clan really knew Zhuan's behaviors today, Zhuan would not even think about his position as the head of the clan. Although those consecrators usually seem to not care about anything, once they joined forces, their power could not be underestimated. Zhuan didn't feel any heartache at losing 20 ships. Compared to a big family like the Carsai family, 20 ships were not a big deal. It was a big deal even if Xiao Hai got what he had just said. In the future, he would not be unreasonable to Xiao Hai anymore. If he did anything bad to Xiao Hai would hand over the information recorded in the magic to his family, and he would be finished. At the sight of Zhuan's look, the steward sent by the Carsai family knew that Zhuan was finished. Although he was sent by the family to monitor Zhuan, his fate was closely related to Zhuan. Therefore, he didn't report what Zhuan had done to the family too much, hoping that Zhuan could still compete for that position so that he could also make a meteoric rise. However, it seemed impossible now. Of course, Xiao Hai couldn't just leave Zhuan at sea. He immediately gave Smith a position. Smith had already expected this outcome. These days, he had sent his men to patrol the sea. As soon as he received Xiao Hai's letter, he would immediately go to save Zhuan. Even though Zhuan was disappointing, he was still his brother. Hence, Smith would protect him. At the same time, he knew that Xiao Hai would not kill him. When Smith received Xiao Hai's letter, he immediately sent a letter to his family's ships, asking them to pick up Zhuan as soon as possible. Smith knew that Zhuan's safety was guaranteed when he was in the patrol area of the Rosin Empire's navy. However, this time, Zhuan would not take action within the patrol area of the navy. If Xiao Hai threw them out to sea again, they would be in danger. In fact, Smith was overthinking things. Although Xiao Hai looked down on Zhuan and Zhuan had targeted him many times, Xiao Hai would not be afraid of Zhuan for Smith's sake. He would also protect Zhuan's safety. Otherwise, he would have made a big enemy of Carl family. A large family had many descendants. Some large families also had many direct descendants. Some of these direct descendants were close and some were distant. Some could become the inheritor while some could not. Zhuan was very favored in the Carsai family. His position in the hearts of the elders in the family was even higher than Smith's. Because of this, when Zhuan said he wanted to deal with Xiao Hai, the elders in the Carsai family agreed. Big clans like the Carsai clan didn't show too much respect to consecrators. Therefore, Zhuan wanted to throw those LV8 consecrators into the sea. As long as they were not seen by others and paid some money to their family members, the trouble would be solved. Nobody would care about the life or death of those consecrators. Because of this, when Xiao Hai killed those consecrators, it was just to teach the Carsai family a lesson so that they wouldn't dare to mess with him anymore. The enmity with the Carsai family wasn't very deep. However, if he really made a move on Zhuan, then the enmity between him and the Carsai family would be huge. It could be said that they would not rest until one of them was dead. No family would resolve the hatred after their direct descendants were attacked, especially the old family like them who especially cared about their face. It was because of this that Xiao Hai let Zhuan go and even sent people to protect him. Xiao Hai knew very well that once he got the video of what Zhuan was going to do to the level 8 powerhouses, he would lose the right to compete for the position of the head of the family. However, Xiao Hai didn't want to say that now. He ordered the undead creatures to sail Zhuan's ships to the open sea and put them into the origin space when there was no one around. Then, he ordered Paradise to sail directly to the place where they met the shrimp tribe last time. In BSB, it wasn't that Xiao Hai didn't want to enter the deep sea from other places. He could just find a place and enter the deep sea. However, he didn't know how vast the territory of the shrimp tribe was. If the territory of the shrimp tribe was small, he would easily enter their territory once he entered the open sea. That would be troublesome. Soon, Xiao Hai arrived at the territory of the shrimp tribe. However, he did not stop. Instead, he headed straight into the deep sea. At the same time, he was more careful and was ready to receive attacks from the sea tribe. There was not a clear line between the offshore and deep sea. However, those who often went to the sea knew that the row of islands like Ape Head Island was the line between the offshore and deep sea. As long as they crossed this row of islands, they would enter the territory of the sea tribe. Even if the people of the sea killed you, it would be for nothing. The powerhouses of the 9th rank on the continent wouldn't go to war with the people of the sea for the sake of you. Xiao Hai's ship slowly sailed into the deep sea. However, to Xiao Hai's surprise, they were not attacked at all. Everything seemed normal, as if they were just sailing in the coastal waters. NBSB Xiao Hai looked at the monitor and frowned. He didn't see a single shrimp or merman on the monitor, which made him very confused. At that moment, Xiao Hai suddenly noticed something moving in the sand. He took a closer look and realized that there was a fish in the sand. It was a very strange fish. The fish was the same color as the sand, so Xiao Hai did not notice it at first. However, the fish wasn't a member of the sea tribe. Xiao Hai was worried about the sea tribe, so he didn't have the mood to catch it, even though the fish didn't exist in the dimension. However, to Xiao Hai's surprise, a group of shrimp tribe members suddenly appeared in the monitor. These shrimp tribe members looked aggressive, as if they were going to sink paradise. NBSB Xiao Hai immediately cast an ice spell to freeze the water around his ship. The shrimp tribe members were stunned. They didn't expect Xiao Hai to notice them. NBSB, the prawn people, knew that if Xiao Hai had not discovered them, he would not have used his ice magic. They immediately stopped and looked at the ice wall in confusion. Xiao Hai noticed that their mouths were moving, but he did not hear any sound. This made Xiao Hai very confused, but he immediately said in a deep voice, "Quat friends from the sea race, how are you? I was invited by a shrimp friend Yan Hui to do business with you. Please come out and meet me, Quat." As Xiao Hai spoke, he looked at the other members of the shrimp tribe. The other members of the shrimp tribe had obviously heard what Xiao Hai said. They were stunned for a moment, then came out of the water with a delighted look on their faces. NBSB, the leader of the prawn race, emerged from the sea and looked at Xiao Hai. "Are you really here to do business with us?" NBSB Xiao Hai smiled. "Friends from the shrimp race, how are you? I have an agreement with Yan Hui to do business with you. If you don't believe me, you can ask him." Quat. That prawn race man said with a happy expression, "Wait here for a moment. Although I've heard about this from Yan Hui, I don't know if it was you. I'll immediately call him over." After he finished speaking, he sank into the sea and disappeared. Xiao Hai could not help but laugh when he saw the expressions of these sea tribe people. He found these people, who were called aliens by the human race, to be really cute. They were not as sophisticated as the human race. In their eyes, friends were friends and enemies were enemies. There was nothing messy about it. To be honest, Xiao Hai felt very good to be with such people. NBSB very quickly, another group of shrimp tribe members appeared in front of Xiao Hai. Yan Hui might be one of them. Why did Xiao Hai say that it was possible? It was because in Xiao Hai's eyes, the shrimp tribe members all looked the same. It was just like how foreigners looked the same in the eyes of the China. In the eyes of the foreigners, the Chinese looked the same. NBSB, one of the prawn race members, appeared on the surface of the ocean. He looked at Xiao Hai and laughed. "My human friend, you finally appeared. Hahaha, I've almost become a joke in the tribe these days. They say I'm lying. My friend, come with me to the tribe to see my patriarch." Xiao Hai smiled. "Quite all right, but my friend, you have to lead the way. You have to do it on the sea. Otherwise, I won't be able to find your clansmen." Quat. That shrimp tribe member was obviously Yan Hui. When Yan Hui heard Xiao Hai's words, he smiled and said, "Quat, no problem, my friend. You just need to follow my mount." Quat. After saying that, he sank into the ocean. Then a giant prawn appeared on the surface of the ocean. It was as big as the ones Xiao Hai had kept in his space. After emerging from the surface of the water, the prawn sank back into the water, and a whisker appeared on the surface of the sea. Xiao Hai chuckled. He had now discovered that the sea tribe was indeed smarter than the orcs. He followed the big prawn's whiskers and drove forward. Although he could see the situation in the sea now, he didn't want to let the people of the sea know. Xiao Hai didn't expect that the place Yan Hui mentioned was so far away from them. The ship sailed for 3 days before the big prawn stopped. Xiao Hai, who was sunbathing on the deck, didn't look at the monitor. When he saw the ship stop, he immediately walked to the side. Sure enough, Yan Hui appeared. He smiled and said, "My friend, our clan leader will come to see you in a moment. Please wait a moment." Xiao Hai quickly returned the gesture. He didn't dare to be rude to the marine race in the sea. At the same time, Xiao Hai took 2 steps forward and turned on the surveillance camera. The moment he did so, he was stunned. Laura, who was following behind them, was also stunned. They had never expected to see such a scene. In BSB, there was a large coral reef in the ocean. It was like a city in the ocean. The prawn people were swimming in it. They could also see other marine businesses and all kinds of fish, which surprised Xiao Hai. After a while, Xiao Hai saw a shrimp man with his back bent in the monitor. This shrimp man didn't bow because he was from the shrimp tribe. He was old and had wrinkles on his face. His feelers drooped weakly on both sides of his head. He was holding a wooden cane in his hand, which made Xiao Hai want to laugh. The seawater had buoyancy, but this shrimp tribe member was holding a cane. This really surprised him. What was the use of a cane in the sea? However, he still went to the ship and waited for the arrival of the shrimp tribe. After a while, Yan Hui and the old shrimp tribe member appeared on the sea. The old shrimp tribe member looked at Xiao Hai and coughed twice. Quat, hello, my young human friend. I am Long Yan Liban of the Rock Shrimp Tribe. Quat. Quat Patriarch. Quat Xiao Hai bowed immediately. Quat, greetings, Patriarch. I am Xiao Hai, a human merchant. It is my pleasure to meet you. Quat. Yan Li was obviously very satisfied with Xiao Hai's attitude. He looked at Xiao Hai and nodded with a smile. Young man, you've surprised me. Among all the humans I've seen, you're the first one to speak to me with such an attitude. Patriarch, you've seen other humans. Xiao Hai asked, stunned. I really didn't expect this. I thought I was the first human to come into contact with the shrimp tribe. Yan Liban laughed. Quat, I've tried to contact other humans, but I failed in the end. They all shout when they see us, which makes me very annoyed. Young human friend, I heard that you want to make a deal with us. What do you want? When Xiao Hai heard Yan Liban's words, he immediately said, Quat, respected Patriarch, I am a merchant. Naturally, I am here to trade. I just want some special marine products, such as sea magic beasts, sea plants, pearls, corals, and so on. I also want the sea-specific ores and sea-specific products. I will give you the special products of our human race, such as grain production, pottery, ironware, daily use, and so on. Quat. Quat, my young human friend, Yan Liban said, looking at Xiao Hai. Quat, take a look at how much my things are worth. Quat. Yan Liban then took out a small shell and threw it to Xiao Hai. Xiao Hai took the shell and opened it gently. There was no meat in the shell, but something like a human's bag. However, what was inside the shell surprised Xiao Hai. He found a huge pearl inside the shell. The pearl was the size of Xiao Hai's fist. Xiao Hai had never seen such a big pearl before. The pearl had a light yellow luster and was very beautiful. Laura, who was standing behind Xiao Hai, exclaimed. She took the pearl from Xiao Hai's hand and said with joy, Big brother Hai, we've got a treasure. This pearl is worth as much as the things Charlie gave us. Xiao Hai nodded and said to Yan Liban, Quat, respected clan leader, your pearl is extremely precious. It is worth 4 ships worth of resources. I wonder if you're willing to trade. Yan Li looked at Xiao Hai and suddenly laughed. Quat, honest young man, I agree to the exchange. You are an interesting young man. You may not know this, but I was able to become the leader of the Rock Shrimp Tribe because I roughly understand a person's mind. I just realized that you did not lie. All right, young man, take out my things. Quat. When Xiao Hai heard Yan Liban's words, he was shocked. He didn't expect Yan Liban to have such an ability. He couldn't help but wipe his sweat. He really didn't have any shrimp tribe members. Although the pearl was very precious, he could only exchange it for 4 ships of items, and 4 ships of items at that. It wasn't anything good. Xiao Hai wanted to have a long-term cooperation with the shrimp tribe, so he didn't think of lying to them. He was very clear that if the shrimp tribe knew the value of those things, they would no longer cooperate with him. Xiao Hai wouldn't do such a thing where the loss outweighed the gain. NBSB. Xiao Hai waved his hand, and 4 5-masted ships suddenly appeared on the surface of the sea. This gave the shrimp tribe members a fright. They did not expect Xiao Hai to be able to release so many ships at once. The sea tribe did not have a spatial magician, so they naturally did not have any spatial equipment. As soon as they saw Xiao Hai's actions, the shrimp tribe members became nervous. However, Yan Li didn't look nervous at all. He glanced at his clansmen and snorted, Quat, what are you panicking for? This is the magic of the human race. It's very magical. All right, young human friend, throw your things into the sea. My people will take them away. Quat. Very well, respected Patriarch, Xiao Hai replied with a smile. Then, he waved his hand and the undead creatures on the ships immediately threw the things on the ships into the sea. NBSB. Xiao Hai noticed that as soon as the things on the boat were thrown into the sea, the prawn tribe members would immediately catch them and transport them to the coral reef. Many of the shrimp tribe's people's eyes turned red when they saw those things. They knew that these things belonged to the human tribe and were definitely rare in the sea. The sea race also had a very strict hierarchy. They were like orcs, and everything was based on strength. The shrimp race was almost the same as the orcs among the sea race, just like the pig race and the barbarian cow race. They were at the bottom of the hierarchy and were about to become slaves. Otherwise, they wouldn't live so close to the human race. A race like them had to provide a large amount of resources to the larger sea clans every year. Otherwise, they would be demoted to slaves and become food for the larger sea clans. In terms of barbarism, the orcs were not as good as the sea tribe. At least the orcs did not eat humans, but the sea tribe was different. Once a race became a slave, then whether it was a human or a beast, they would become food for the high-level sea tribe. This kind of race had a name among the sea race. They were not called the slave race, but the vegetable race. Other people were their food. Although the shrimp tribe was busy all year round, and although there were countless treasures in the ocean, they had to pay a lot of taxes every year. Sometimes they simply couldn't collect enough taxes. In the end, they had no choice but to come out and rob the human tribe. When they fought with the human tribe in the sea, they naturally had an advantage in naval battles. In the sea race, human race's products were very rare. For a race like the shrimp race, as long as they handed in a small amount of human race's products, they could pay a year's tax. Therefore, if their harvest was not good, they would rob the human race and hand over some human race's products. However, this kind of thing couldn't be done for a long time. After all, the sea race and the human race had an agreement. If a war broke out between the two races because of the robbery of the human race, their small shrimp tribe would immediately become a vegetable tribe. It was precisely because he had some contact with the human race that Jan Liebing had some understanding of the prices of goods there. The pearl he had just given Xiao Hai was the one with the best fortune. This was something that could not be helped. Among the sea race, the shell race was the best at producing pearls. Ordinary pearls were controlled by the shell race. Jan Liebing had obtained this pearl by accident when he was young. He had taken out the pearl to see if Xiao Hai was honest in his business. If the price Xiao Hai offered was reasonable, they would let Xiao Hai become their businessman. If the price Xiao Hai offered was not reasonable, they would sink Xiao Hai's ship. They would rather only do this one deal than be cheated. It had to be said that these alien races were sometimes so direct. In their world, good and evil seemed so simple. Enemies and friends could be decided with a single sentence. Jan Liebing was very satisfied with Xiao Hai's performance. He was prepared to have a long-term cooperation with Xiao Hai. He immediately gave some instructions to his clansmen and floated to the surface. Xiao Hai kept the pearl. After a while, the things on the boat were unloaded. Xiao Hai turned to Jan Liebing and said, "Respected clan leader, I still have some human food here. Do you want it?" Jan Liebing smiled. "Quite yes, of course I want it. I'll use these things to exchange for it." Quite after saying that, he waved his hand and his clan leader immediately took out a large pile of things. Xiao Hai laughed when he saw these things. They were all common food-eating magic beasts in the sea. There were also some aquatic plants and, of course, corals. Xiao Hai laughed at the demonic beasts in the sea and said, "These things are pretty good. I can exchange them. Clan leader, I'll be taking these things first." After saying that, he waved his hand, and the things in the hands of the shrimp tribe members were lifted by the water and carried onto Xiao Hai's ship. Xiao Hai then waved his hand, and a large amount of food was sent into the sea. After the shrimp tribe had carried the food away, Xiao Hai turned to Jan Liebing and said, "Clan leader, today's business will end here. I wonder when clan leader will be able to trade with others again." Jan Liebing smiled. "Quat will carry out the transaction with you whenever." "Please rest assured, Quat." "That's good, I'll take my leave then." Xiao Hai nodded. After saying that, Xiao Hai bowed to Jan Liebing and led the fleet away. At this time, Yan Hui walked to Jan Liebing's side, his face filled with excitement as he said, "Chief, these items are enough to pay our taxes today. It seems that this human really did not lie to us." "Why, clan leader?" Yan Hui asked, puzzled. "Wouldn't that be letting them off too easily?" Jan Liebing sighed and said, "Little Hui, you are still too naive. Although these human goods are good, if we are the only ones who can get them, it will be too obvious. The benefits are too great for us to take. Only by pulling in the surrounding races can we really unite and not be exterminated by others. In that way, we can exchange more things, and our cooperation with that merchant will last." Quat. Yan Hui nodded his head as if he understood, but Yan Li didn't want to say anything more. He waved his hand and led the shrimp tribe members back to the coral reef. Xiao Hai was currently in his own space. The aquatic plants that the shrimp tribe had given him were not ordinary ones. They were all edible. Xiao Hai even saw kelp in them. The magical beasts in the sea were all kinds of magical beasts from the shrimp tribe. It seemed that the shrimp tribe was very good at raising shrimps. Xiao Hai kept all these things in the origin space. As expected, the origin space didn't level up. The level of these things was still too low. But this time, Xiao Hai really made a profit. He got a pearl the size of a fist, which was not something that could be exchanged with his ships. Now, he also got a dozen beautiful corals. These things were very popular on the mainland. This time, he made a big profit. Although his trade with the people of the sea was fair, they were in short supply on the continent, so they could sell these things for a lot of money. Looking at those beautiful corals in the medium, Laura couldn't bear to part with them. They were so beautiful. Xiao Hai looked at Laura's expression and smiled. "Quat, all right, if you like it, then you can keep it. If there are other things, we won't lose out this time." Quat. Hearing Xiao Hai's words, Lola was first happy, but then she shook her head and said, "Forget it, we'll give these things to Charlie. Although we're not short of money now, we must maintain a good relationship with Charlie." "Oh right, big brother Hai, what are you going to do with those magic beasts in the sea? The heads of those prawns aren't small, and they're rare even on the continent." Xiao Hai smiled. "Quat, let's keep them in the space and let them reproduce. When we go back, we can take them out of the space and freeze them. That'll do, Quat. Lola nodded and said, we can't go back now. We've only been out for a few days. If we go back, Charlie will be suspicious. I think we should go to the island and mine some stones. We wanted to do that last time, but because of the shrimp tribe, we didn't succeed. Quat. Quat, sure, Xiao Hai said with a smile. Quat, let's find a small island and let them mine for stones. We'll go see Xiao Jin. The kids in this family are really living a good life now. Quat. Xiao Jin was still on Ape Head Island, but his life was much better than before. Because he had a good relationship with Heir, he had left a piece of red soil in his inner space for Xiao Jin and the others to plant all kinds of fruits they loved. Xiao Hai didn't object to this situation, as he liked Xiao Jin very much. Xiao Hai didn't want Xiao Jin to be away from his clan for a long time. No matter what, his clan needed him as the clan leader. Now that a teleportation point had been built on Ape Head Island, they could go there at any time. Over the next few days, Xiao Hai found an uninhabited island just as they had discussed. There was nothing on the island except for some rocks and grass, which was perfect for Xiao Hai's mining requirements. Xiao Hai stopped the ship beside the island and released the undead creatures to mine for stones. He then headed to Ape Head Island with Laura and the others. Although the gorillas on Ape Head Island were quite scary and not as cute as Xiao Jin, after spending time with them, Xiao Hai and the others realized that the gorillas were very friendly. They had the intelligence of a 5 or 6-year-old child, and they were happy to be with them. Xiao Hai still wanted to build a base on Ape Head Island. These days, they had been touring the island. They really found a good place. On the island, besides the water cave that connected the boat and the cave where the diamond fruit tree was located, there was another cave. This cave was very hidden, even Xiao Jin and the others didn't know because the entrance of this cave was actually a tree hole on top of a big tree. This breadfruit tree was really big. That breadfruit tree was on the periphery of the island, so Xiao Jin and the others rarely went there to pick fruits. The diameter of the tree was more than 50 meters. The tree hole in the middle was over 30 million in diameter. After going down, they would enter a huge mountain cave. Besides the tree hole, there was another entrance in the water, which was connected to the huge mountain cave outside where the ship could enter. However, as this entrance was underwater, they didn't find it when they went there. Although there was an entrance to the cave that required water, the inside of the cave was very dry. Coupled with the large area, it would not be a problem for hundreds of people to live in it. It was the best place to hide treasures. However, the cave wasn't very useful to Xiao Hai. There was a better place to hide things than space. However, it was useful to little Jin and the others because the cave could be used to store some breadfruits. To be honest, there weren't many things on Ape Head Island. Other than Xiao Jin and the others, there were only breadfruit trees. It was strange that there was nothing else on the island other than breadfruit trees. This made Xiao Hai very curious. Although he was curious, Xiao Hai didn't have the ability to investigate the reason. In the end, he concluded that it might be because of the Jinggang fruit tree. Although Xiao Hai was on Ape Head Island, he was still very concerned about the situation on Quarry Island. However, Xiao Hai soon realized that his worries were unnecessary. It was a good choice to let the undead creatures mine the stones because they could turn him into a skeleton. They didn't need any tools to mine the stones, especially after Xiao Hai sent the stone spirits due to the island. Rock Spirit Yaoji's best magic was to summon stone golems. They summoned a few stone golems on the island, which was equivalent to directly mining the stones. Xiao Hai had never thought that they could also mine stones like this. This time, Xiao Hai and the others stayed on Ape Head Island for more than a month. Of course, they didn't stay on the island every day. Sometimes they would return to the Iron Mountain Fortress to take a look and practice martial arts in the medium. Xiao Hai had spent most of his time practicing martial arts. After more than a month of training, he was now very strong. He should be able to become a grade 7 warrior without a problem. These days, Xiao Hai had found some good sparring partners, such as Xiao Jin and the others. These large families were very powerful and very flexible. Xiao Hai used them as sparring partners, and the results were quite good. Besides practicing martial arts, Xiao Hai was also learning how to control metal. Now he could already control a metal as big as a football and change its shape at will. In order to communicate with the metal at will, Xiao Hai spent one day to turn the football-sized metal into an inner armor and put it on. The inner armor looked like a chain armor, which was why he had to use it for a long time. He also found that the more he wanted to control the metal, the more difficult it was. The more he wanted to use metal or other complicated things, the more difficult it was. However, Xiao Hai also realized that after the armor was completed, it would not be so difficult to make another armor. This made Xiao Hai heave a sigh of relief. A month's time flew by. Now, Xiao Hai and the others were very familiar with the gorillas on Ape Head Island. Xiao Hai and the others had even given each of the gorillas a name. The gorillas also liked to be with Xiao Hai. In a month's time, their quarry team had almost flattened the island under the efforts of the undead creatures. The island had been excavated into a fire-shaped mountain with a large hole in the middle of the island that went deep into the sea. Only the rocks around the island remained because the island would be submerged by the sea if all the rocks were dug out. Although it had only been a little more than a month, they had already obtained a lot of stones. Although it was not enough to expand the Iron Mountain Castle, it was almost enough to build houses for 10,000 people. Xiao Hai also knew that it was time to reverse the voyage. He put the undead creatures back into the origin space and immediately took the ship to Jade Water City. During this period, Xiao Hai did not receive any letter from Smith. He did not know what the Carsai family would think about him robbing another 20 ships. Would they want to deal with him or negotiate with him? To be honest, Xiao Hai still wanted to cooperate with the Carsai family. No matter what, they had a common enemy. However, what Zhu Wan did really made Xiao Hai feel sad. That was why he attacked Zhu Wan several times. Now, he only hoped that the Carsai family could put him in an equal position and cooperate with him. There was one more thing that Xiao Hai was worried about, and that was the king of the south, Boric. He must have been the one who sent the fleet to attack Ryan, which meant that he was going to attack the Versailles family. Although Xiao Hai had already written a letter to warn Ivan, he was still worried. No matter what, Grand Duke Ivan had been a great help to him, and he had a good relationship with the Buda family. Xiao Hai was also the one who had been dragged into this mess, so he really didn't want anything to happen to the Versailles family. When the boat was sailing on the sea, Xiao Hai was fiddling with the two small iron balls like playing with fitness balls. It was a habit that he had formed recently, which could better exercise his control over metal. The Peach Origin's days on the sea were peaceful. He had kept the other ships in his storage space but did not release them. He did not want Charlie and the others to know how many ships he had. He believed that most people did not know how many ships he had. Looking at the approaching Jade Water City, Xiao Hai was really a little excited. No wonder people said that humans were social animals. Indeed, it was better to be in contact with more people. The ship slowly approached Charlie's dock. The people on the dock recognized the Peach source and Xiao Hai's identity, so they were all very respectful. The people on the dock knew that when Xiao Hai went out to sea, Charlie and the prince had personally come to send him off. It was clear that Xiao Hai's status was not ordinary. How could they not be careful when receiving him? Moreover, what kind of place was this dock? It was Charlie's exclusive dock. Those who could use this dock were all Charlie's trusted subordinates. How could they afford to offend them? Xiao Hai and the others got off the boat and took the carriage to their shop in Jade Water City. The shop was not far from the dock, so Xiao Hai had to go there first. When they were still quite a distance away from the main store, Xiao Hai noticed that the Paradise store was bustling with people and cars. Xiao Hai was stunned when he saw the scene. He had not expected to see such a scene. He had thought that the shop here would be a contact point, and it didn't matter whether the business was good or bad. But now, it seemed that the business here was very good. Xiao Hai walked around and soon arrived at a small door at the back of the shop. It was specially for family members to walk through. Ordinary people would not come there, so there were not many people there. After they got off the car, they entered the courtyard and found that it was very busy. They could see many people with the mark of a slave on their heads moving things in the courtyard. This surprised Xiao Hai, but Xiao Hai immediately understood that these slaves must have been bought by Meljin. This place really needed people. It seemed that Meljin was doing a good job. At this moment, the slaves also noticed Xiao Hai. However, they were all shocked as they knew that there were only 3 doors in this courtyard. One led to the front door, the other was the side door for loading and unloading vehicles, and the last door was the back door, which was guarded by undead creatures. Except for Moan's family, ordinary people were not allowed to enter and exit. These people obviously didn't come in from the front door or the side door. They must have come in from the back door. They didn't look like they were here to cause trouble. Could they be familiar with the store manager? At this time, Shunny had already led Meljin to the backyard. As soon as they entered the courtyard, Shunny went to find Meljin. When Meljin saw Xiao Hai and Laura, he immediately went forward and saluted. "Young miss, young master, you're back." Xiao Hai nodded and said, "Meljin, go and make the necessary arrangements. There are a lot of seafood on the Peach source. Send someone to pick him up. Remember, many of the seafood are frozen in ice. Be careful when you move them. Don't hurt anyone. Quat." "Quat, yes, young master," Moan replied. "Quat, Prince Charlie is not in Jade Water City recently. I think he has returned to Carson City. Are you still going to the Castellan's mansion?" Xiao Hai thought for a moment and said, "We still have to go. The sea products we brought back this time will be handed over to Prince Charlie to deal with. All right, clean up a few rooms for us. We'll come back to rest at night. It's not a good idea to stay in the city lord's mansion all the time." "Quat, quat, yes, master." Quat Meljin answered, and Xiao Hai said a few more words before they got on the car and went in the direction of the city lord's mansion. Just as he was halfway there, he was met with a group of guards from the city lord's mansion. When the guards saw Xiao Hai's special carriage, they immediately stopped. The leader of the guards jumped off the back of his horse and hid in front of Xiao Hai's carriage. "Is it Mr. Xiao Hai's car?" Xiao Hai opened the front door and walked out. He looked at the man and said, I'm Xiao Hai, and you are? Sir, I'm the commander of the guards in the city lord's mansion. I'm here today on the city lord's orders to pick you up. The city lord has already prepared a welcome banquet at home to welcome you, sir, the man quickly said. All right, lead the way, Xiao Hai nodded. Quite yes, the man replied and jumped onto the horse. He protected Xiao Hai's carriage and drove it in the direction of the city lord's mansion. At this time, the people on the road also noticed Xiao Hai. Many of them from Jade Water City already knew who was in the car, because Xiao Hai's car was too easy to recognize. They knew that this was someone they could not afford to offend. The prince was very polite to this person, so they did not dare to offend him. Soon, they arrived at the city lord's mansion. Xiao Hai noticed that Trezeb was actually standing in front of the gate to welcome him. As soon as the carriage stopped, Trezeb walked out and laughed at Xiao Hai, who had just alighted from the carriage. Mr. Xiao Hai, you're really fast. Why didn't you inform me in advance? I could have sent someone to pick you up at the dock. Xiao Hai quickly got out of the car and said with a smile, then I dare to trouble City Lord. City Lord is too polite. How can I trouble you to personally come out to welcome me? This is really too much. Trezeb laughed heartily. Quat, you're the one who's being polite, sir. This is no trouble at all. Please, sir, I've already prepared some wine and food. We're just waiting for you to return. Quat then, he pulled Xiao Hai and walked into the mansion. After they entered the city lord's mansion, Trezeb immediately said to the butler beside him, take sir's luggage to Zizhuan. Xiao Hai quickly replied, Quat city lord, you don't have to be so polite. I can be considered to have property in the city now. How can I still live in the purple bamboo ridge? That's His Highness' residence. It's not good for me to live there for a long time. Quat. Quat, don't worry, sir, Trezeb laughed. Quat, His Highness can't stay there for too long a year. He's already given the order that you'll be living in the purple bamboo house. Don't worry, Quat. Xiao Hai had no choice but to let Shunyi and the others settle down at the purple bamboo ridge. At the same time, he also sent someone back to tell Mu-En that it was impossible for them to return to the shop. When Xiao Hai arrived at the restaurant, he found that there was only space for 2 people. Xiao Hai was stunned and looked at Trezeb in confusion. Trezeb smiled and said, let my wives accompany Laura and the others. We'll be here today, and we can discuss something. Xiao Hai nodded and didn't say anything. After the 2 of them sat down, the butler immediately came over and poured wine for them. At this time, the dishes were already on the table. After the 2 sat down, Trezeb held his glass and said, Quat, come, I'll toast you with this glass of wine. You've had a hard time on the road. You've been exposed to the wind and the sun on the sea. I'm really worried about you, Quat. Quat, you're too kind, city lord. I didn't do much. I just gave some instructions. It's not a big deal. Quat. Xiao Hai smiled as he raised his glass. After that, the 2 of them clinked their glasses and drank the wine in one go. After a glass of wine, Trezeb looked at Xiao Hai and said, looking at Sir's appearance, the harvest this time should not be small, right? Do you have anything good? That's the most noble thing, Xiao Hai smiled. With a wave of his hand, a dozen giant corals appeared in the dining room, and a shell appeared on the table. Xiao Hai gently opened the shell, revealing the huge pearl inside. Trezeb stared at the pearl in a daze. Although he had seen many good things before, he had never seen a pearl this big. On the Arc continent, pearls and corals were valuable not because they were beautiful, but because they could be used as magic materials, and they were very precious. Of course, things like pearls were also women's favorite. As for corals, few people used them as magic materials now. They were generally collected by some big nobles and put at home for fun. Trezeb had seen his fair share of big events. He took a deep breath to calm himself down before turning to Xiao Hai. I didn't think that Xingsheng would have such a great harvest. This is truly unexpected. Xiao Hai smiled. Quat, these are the most valuable things. There are also some sea magic beasts, most of which are prawns. I've frozen them and I think they've been moved to the warehouse in my store. The rest are just some seaweed and other things. They're not worth much. Quat. Trezeb nodded. Quat, that's good. There are fewer and fewer things on the mainland and in the sea. The water mages fought too hard before. They almost wiped out the entire coastal area. Even for people like us who live by the sea, it's not easy to eat seafood. Your things must be very popular. Xiao Hai smiled and said, that's good. As long as we can sell these things, it's fine. I'm just afraid that we can't sell them. By the way, you can take those things away in 2 days. Anyway, I've already talked to His Highness. I'm only in charge of fishing out the things. How to deal with them after fishing them out is His Highness's business. Quat. Quat, don't worry, Trezeb laughed. Quat, His Highness has already prepared it. He's just waiting for you. By the way, when will you send over the hunchback? That's good stuff and I'm ready to receive it. Xiao Hai smiled. Quat, don't worry. It'll be here in 2 days. Just wait to receive it. By the way, how is His Highness? Why are you in such a hurry to return to Carson City? Did something happen? Quat, even if nothing happens, Your Highness can't leave for too long, said Trezeb with a bitter smile. Quat, Carson City is the center of the Rasen Empire. Almost all the major powers are gathered there. If Your Highness leaves for too long, someone will get in your way. Quat. Xiao Hai nodded and sighed. Quat, Your Highness, you're really working hard. By the way, did your highness assign you any tasks? Quat, don't worry, Trezeb said with a smile. Quat, people like us usually don't have much to do. We just have to do our own things. Quat. Xiao Hai nodded and said, my things will arrive in 2 days. You just need to find someone to receive them. I think his highness must be in need of money now. All we can do is to earn more money for his highness. Quat. Trezeb also sighed and said in a deep voice, Quat, that's the only thing we can do now. After all, the old king is still in good health, and his highness can't draw too many people to his side, so all we can do now is to increase our own strength. Quat. Xiao Hai nodded and said, tell his highness that if there's anything you need me to do, don't stand on ceremony with me, just ask me directly. Money, this is all I have now. There's no way I can earn more. However, if there's anything else that you need me for, don't stand on ceremony with me. Quat. Quat, don't worry, sir, Trezeb said with a smile. Quat, if there's anything, his highness won't be polite. By the way, you're going to stay for a while, right? It's almost God's Grace Day and the entire continent is going to celebrate. That's right, the entire continent is going to celebrate. But isn't this a great business opportunity? Xiao Hai said with a smile. I'm going to go out to sea in 2 days and bring back some sea products. I believe that sea products will sell well on the continent at this time. Trezeb smiled bitterly and said, Quat, you are really a businessman. It's God's Grace Day and you still think about business. Hee, people like you would be strange if you didn't get rich. Quat. Xiao Hai smiled bitterly. Quat, there's no other way. I have to feed my family. If I don't think of ways to earn money, I won't be able to survive. Quat. Trezeb's eyes brightened as he looked at Xiao Hai. He didn't say anything and only smiled. That's right, who doesn't have a large family to raise? Xiao Hai smiled bitterly and said nothing. He took a sip of wine. Seeing that Xiao Hai didn't want to talk about it, Trezeb didn't ask. Instead, he kept urging Xiao Hai to drink and eat. At the same time, he told Xiao Hai about the forces under Charlie. Xiao Hai carefully listened to Trezeb's words. He was now considered to be on Charlie's side, so he naturally had to pay more attention to Charlie's forces. The two of them spent their meal chatting casually. After eating, Xiao Hai returned to the purple bamboo ridge. Laura and the others had already returned. Seeing Xiao Hai return, they immediately came forward to welcome him. Laura quickly said, Brother Hai, what did Trezeb say to you? Xiao Hai shook his head and said, nothing much. We just chatted for a while. Laura, it's almost God's Grace Day. I'm afraid we won't be able to spend this day in peace. I'm planning to go out to sea in 2 days. Quat. Laura was stunned. Quat, it's less than a month before God's Grace Day. We should leave now. Then we can go back to Iron Mountain Castle. Why did we go out to sea this time? Xiao Hai smiled and said, of course we are going to trade with the shrimp tribe. It's God's Grace Day. Everyone on the continent is celebrating. Everyone wants to eat something good. If we trade with the shrimp tribe, we can get a lot of sea products. These things are very popular on the continent. Quat. Quat, that's a good idea, Laura said after some thought. Quat, it'll be a good thing if we can really get something in exchange, but we'll have to ask Trezeb to prepare more things for us. Quat. Quat, that's good. Quat. Xiao Hai nodded and continued. Let's exchange for some more items and bring them to Iron Mountain Fortress. We'll also send Blood Eagle to deliver some to Brother Wares and the others. Quat. Laura smiled. Quat, Big Brother Hai, have you forgotten? Brother Wares and the others don't celebrate Grace Day. They're celebrating the 10,000 Beast Festival. Hee. Quat. Xiao Hai was stunned. He patted his head and said, Quat, right, I forgot about that. Brother Wares and the others are from the Beastman race and they live a life of slaughtering all beasts. We're just celebrating God's Day. Hee, I think it'll be interesting. After God's Day, we'll have known each other for almost a year. Quat. It was winter now. When Xiao Hai woke up, it was early spring. As soon as Grace Day passed, spring would come. Thinking about it, the days passed by really quickly. Laura looked at Xiao Hai and smiled. Quat, yet time really flies. We've known each other for almost a year. Quat, it was spring when she first met Xiao Hai, but it was winter now. It was almost a year. NBSB. Xiao Hai smiled. Quat, after a while, if we're not so busy anymore, we'll talk to Grandpa Green and get our things done. What do you guys think? Laura's and Meg's faces turned red. Of course, they knew what Xiao Hai was going to do. It was their wedding, so they didn't have any objections. Looking at the two of them, Xiao Hai smiled and said, don't be shy. The reason why I only want to hold the wedding now is because I was poisoned by the void water in the past. The second reason is that I don't want you to marry me without a sound. I want everyone on the continent to know who you are married to. I want everyone on the continent to know that our Buda family has stood up again and that you are the maidens of the Buda family. I want everyone on the continent to not dare to look down on you. Laura and Meg both looked at Xiao Hai with a gentle expression. Laura said softly, Big Brother Hai, we don't care. As long as our Buda family is strong, it doesn't matter even if they don't know when our wedding is going to be held. We don't care. Xiao Hai looked at the two of them and said, you can't say that. Marriage is a lifetime event. We can't be careless about it. Forget it. We have to discuss this with Grandpa Green and the others before we can decide. Now, we should find a time to let everyone on the continent know our identity. Quat. Lola frowned and said, "Young master, this isn't good. If they find out our identity, will the Iron Mountain Fortress be in trouble? If they were to discover the secret of the Iron Mountain Fortress, it would be very disadvantageous to us." Xiao Hai said in a deep voice, "Quat, so what if I know? The 7-colored poisonous fog in the Iron Mountain Fortress is no less poisonous than the one in the Rotten Corpse Swamp. Even a level 9 expert will be poisoned if he enters the Black Soil Wasteland. Moreover, the poisonous fog has been strengthened by the space. Level 8 experts will have no way to survive if they go in, and level 9 experts will be greatly weakened if they go in. They will only be food for us if they go in. I will release the undead creatures, Fei Ying, Kai and Zhao Wen. I'd like to see who else would dare to enter the territory of our Black Soil Wasteland so easily." Laura thought for a moment and agreed. They had always underestimated their strength. Now that they were not weak, and the Black Earth Wilderness had become similar to the Rotten Corpse Swamp, if anyone dared to go in, they would have the ability to make sure that those people would not be able to return. Meg chuckled. "Quat, Big Brother Hai, you forgot to mention one thing, those spirit-devouring blood mosquitoes. Don't forget, we have a large number of them in our space. You can release as many as you want. No master can withstand the attack of so many spirit-devouring blood mosquitoes. If they really dare to start a war with us, Big Brother Hai, you can release bugs on their territory like you did with the Versailles family. I'll see what they can do then." Quat. Xiao Hai couldn't help but laugh when he heard what Meiji said. "Quat, I say, Meg, when did you learn to be so bad? Ha ha ha, but you're really good. I used to be in poor health, so I couldn't do anything, but I'm in good health now. I also want to take revenge on those guys in the Arcas Empire. I hope they don't come to provoke me." Quat. Laura also laughed. After hearing what Meg had said, Laura and the others really felt that they were really strong enough to deal with any enemy. In fact, Xiao Hai and the others had always been aware of the combat strength of the undead creatures. Xiao Hai had nearly 700,000 undead creatures in his hands, and all of them were at level 8. If Xiao Hai released all of them, the Arcas Empire would probably be turned upside down. Although Xiao Hai was aware of this, he intentionally neglected it because he didn't want to mobilize too many undead creatures to fight against humans. If he didn't handle the situation well, he would become the public enemy of the entire continent. Xiao Hai didn't want that to happen. He wasn't a lunatic who wanted to rule the world. He was just an ordinary person, and he wasn't anti-human, so he naturally didn't like war. However, the heavens didn't think so. The more you wanted to keep a low profile, the more you wanted to keep a high profile. Just as Xiao Hai and Laura were chatting and laughing, an eagle's cry came from the sky. Following that, a blood eagle landed on the purple bamboo ridge. Going back to a few days ago, Smith was sitting in his study room in a daze. Phil stood beside him and looked at him with a pained expression. Phil knew what Smith was feeling because he had just received a letter from the Carsai family. They still had to deal with Xiao Hai, and this time they were going to send out a level 9 expert. Smith couldn't understand why his wise and powerful clansmen were so stupid when it came to Xiao Hai. They were so stupid that he thought they were talking about love with a cow. Moreover, because of Smith's words, the family was already somewhat dissatisfied with him, which made Smith's head hurt even more. He was now very clear that Xiao Hai was no longer alone. There was Prince Charlie standing behind him. Moreover, he heard that Xiao Hai was very valued by Charlie. If his family members really killed Xiao Hai this time, it would be equivalent to making an enemy of Charlie. If Charlie really came to power, then the Carsai family would not have a good end. He also knew that the family did not take Charlie seriously. Charlie was only the 3rd prince and not the 1st prince. Although he had the right to inherit, he had always been very low-key. This was also the reason why the family did not take Charlie seriously. However, Smith knew that it wasn't that Charlie wasn't valued. On the contrary, he was very valued. This could be seen from the fact that the old king of the Rossan Empire had given him control of Jade Water City. Although the power of the Rossan Empire's royal family was great, there were only a few cities that could be considered to have high income. Jade Water City, Outwater City, and Carson City were all included. Carson City, the capital of the empire, was the center of the empire. The 1st prince had always lived there, helping the old king with some government affairs. It could be said that the 1st prince had the most power in Carson City. However, Carson City was like a dragon and a tiger. The eldest prince's power was only relative to the other princes. There were many forces that were more powerful than him in Carson City. Even the Carsai family's power in Carson City was no less than the eldest prince's. In addition, it was under the eyes of the old king, so it would be very difficult for the eldest prince to do anything. Therefore, Smith didn't have a very high opinion of the eldest prince. The 2nd prince had control of Outflowing City, which was a good place. It was similar to Tianshui City's geographical crime. However, Smith didn't think highly of the 2nd prince. This person was too short-sighted. He managed Outflowing City to make money. He wanted to enter and make money by any means possible. Now, many merchants no longer went to Outflowing City to do business. If it wasn't for the good geographical location, Outflowing City would have been in ruins. third Prince Charlie was in charge of Jade Water City. The various major forces of the Rosin Empire did not seem to pay much attention to this third prince. This was very strange in itself. The third-in-line successor of the strongest country on the continent did not seem to be noticed by many people. This was too strange. This could only mean that he was usually low-key, very low-key, so no one paid attention to him. However, Smith knew that the more such a person was, the scarier he was. If you didn't pay attention to him, you wouldn't know how many cards he had in his hands. This kind of person was the scariest. This time, he had personally poached Xiao Hai from Water Out City to Jade Water City, and he had almost gotten into a conflict with the second prince. A low-key person like Xiao Hai was willing to get into a conflict with the second prince for the sake of Xiao Hai. This in itself showed how important Xiao Hai was to him. Was this not enough to attract the attention of the family? However, those people in the family seemed to turn a blind eye to these things. They did not think in that direction at all. They only wanted to deal with Xiao Hai. Not only did they offend the third prince, but it was also a blow to the reputation of the Karch family. Xiao Hai's identity was now known by the entire continent. He was a black magician. The reason he came to Tianshui City was also guessed by the people of the continent. It was because he had offended Borich and the Church of Light, so he had no choice but to come to Tianshui City to seek refuge with the Carsai family. Even if the other forces on the continent did not know about the existence of the Black Magician Alliance, they knew that the Carsai family had always been the leader of the Black Magicians on the continent. The reason why those Black Magicians were willing to join the Black Magician Alliance was that the Alliance could provide them with help and manage the lax management. Under such circumstances, the Carsai family still treated Xiao Hai with such an attitude. This in itself was very inappropriate. What do you want those black mages to do? Would they join the Alliance? Would he still help the Alliance? In the future, even if there were black magicians in trouble, they would not dare to take refuge in the Carsai family. This was because they were afraid that they would be like Xiao Hai, having good things in their hands that would be taken by the Carsai family and robbed. From an outsider's point of view, this was the situation. Xiao Hai had a hot, spicy diced fish, and the Carsai family wanted it by force, but Xiao Hai didn't give it to them, which led to this situation. Smith was distressed about this matter. The impression of the Carsai family in the hearts of the Black Mages was not very good. If this continued, the Black Mage Alliance might fall apart. What Smith didn't understand was that Peter, his big brother, knew the Black Magician Alliance the best. He should know this, so why didn't he stop it? Not only did he not stop him, but he also wrote a letter asking for his help. He didn't agree, which was what Smith was most puzzled about. As Smith's chief steward, Phil naturally understood what was going on, but he didn't have any good ideas now. Smith was only the second heir of the family. There was still the patriarch, the elder council, and a few other heirs eyeing him covetously. What he could do was really limited. At first, Phil thought that the family would not go too far with Xiao Hai. After all, the Carsai family was in the wrong in this matter. It was equivalent to daylight robbery. Moreover, it was a magician who came to seek refuge with them. However, he did not expect things to turn out this way. By now, Xiao Hai had taken more than 30 battleships from the Carsai family. Although he did not kill those level 8 powerhouses, he had crippled them. To be honest, when he heard the news, Phil was very angry. He did not expect Xiao Hai to be so ruthless. He had paid for 10 level 8 powerhouses. However, he also knew that Xiao Hai was already giving face to the Carsai family. Otherwise, Zhu Wan would have been dead long ago. What surprised Phil the most was that the family had actually sent a rank 9 expert to deal with Xiao Hai. It was not a wise decision for the family. Could a warrior of the 9th rank move so easily? Furthermore, it was for such a reason to deal with a black magician. If the family were to hire a grade 9 expert to take action, they would probably have to pay a huge price. Most importantly, what would the Black Magicians in the Black Magician Alliance think if they were to deal with Xiao Hai? Could they still count on the Black Mages to help them in the future? Just as Phil was racking his brain over this matter, Smith suddenly said to him, "Uncle Phil, what do you think those people in the family are thinking? Why did they have to deal with Xiao Hai?" Now that things have come to this, I'm afraid that little 5 can't control it. Phil nodded. "Quat, that's right. Hiring a 9th rank combatant is a huge matter. It's not something that the 5th young master can change. It seems like it's the decision of the patriarch or the elders. But why did they make such a decision? I don't understand. Could it be because of what happened a while ago that they're so confident that Xiao Hai has disgraced the family? This doesn't seem like the clan leader's style of doing things." Smith's eyes lit up when he heard Phil. "Uncle Phil, do you think it's because the people in the family are afraid of Xiao Hai?" Phil was stunned and looked at Smith in confusion. "Quite afraid? What was there to be afraid of? No matter how powerful he is, he can't possibly defeat a combatant of the 9th rank. Why should the clan be afraid of him? The family is not afraid of Xiao Hai's power. They are afraid of Xiao Hai's head. Wasn't Xiao Hai the one who came up with the plan to suppress the Church of Light a while ago? They're afraid that if Xiao Hai's understanding of the Black Magician Alliance is deeper, the family's control over the Black Magician Alliance will slowly weaken. so they want to use this incident to get rid of Xiao Hai and remove this hidden danger. Black magicians are people who only care about themselves. They don't care about Xiao Hai's life or death. That's why the family dared to make such a decision. They're not afraid of the black magicians leaving the alliance. Phil was stunned, then muttered, "Is that so?" Even if the black mages don't leave the alliance, I'm afraid they won't let the alliance know too much about them. This is a huge blow to the alliance. Smith snorted. "Quad, I'm afraid it's not that simple." Xiao Hai's idea made the entire empire start to officially have black magicians. The family has a huge influence in the empire. In the future, those who want to learn black magic will probably become the family's disciples. Now, the family no longer has to worry about the inheritance of the black magicians. To them, the Black Magician Alliance is no longer important. That's why they want to deal with Xiao Hai. Quat. Phil looked at Smith in a daze and said, "Will it be like this? Would the family really do that?" Although he was doubtful, he actually agreed with Smith's words. His family might really go against Xiao Hai for this reason. Phil had served the Carsai family for his whole life. He knew those people in the family very well. Although the Carsai family was considered to be low-key now, they had not changed the bad habits of the big aristocrats in their bones: greed for wealth, and greed for power. A few years ago, due to the suppression of the Church of Light, the power of the Carsai family was weak. They had to set up the Black Magician Alliance and unite all the black magicians, so they were very good to those black magicians. However, before that, the Carsai family looked down on those black magicians. Even some small families that were founded by black magicians were not destroyed by the Church of Light, but by the Carsai family. It was to maintain the position of the Carsai family in the hearts of the black mages. Because of Xiao Hai's plan, they were no longer afraid of the Church of Light's suppression. Thus, they turned their attention to the internal department of the black mages. They wanted to eliminate anyone who threatened their family's status, and Xiao Hai was undoubtedly such a person. Yes, in the eyes of the Carsai family, Xiao Hai was only at level 7 or 8 and could not pose too much of a threat to them. However, the idea that Xiao Hai gave them before was too brilliant. It was also because of that brilliant idea that they were afraid of Xiao Hai. The fact that Xiao Hai could give them such an idea showed that he was very allied with them. If he was given the chance, he might be able to build a big family. At that time, the Carsai family would no longer be the most successful black mage family in the hearts of the black mages. Additionally, in their eyes, Xiao Hai already had all the conditions to establish a family. He was young, powerful, had a commodity that could be used to buy a lot of money, and was smart. All of these together were enough for the Carsai family to deal with him. Phil didn't quite agree with the family's approach. In the past, because of the family's approach, the black mages suffered heavy losses and couldn't form any power. Only the cults were dominant. In the end, the Church of Light suppressed them, and the entire black mage profession was facing danger. Now the situation was just a little better, and the family did this again. This was really a short-sighted act. Smith didn't answer Phil's question. He only said in a deep voice, "The family is starting to get dizzy again. Are they going to help the Church of Light do what they have failed to do? No, we have to keep Xiao Hai alive." Phil had also woken up by now. He looked at Smith and sighed. "Young master, I'm afraid this won't be easy. How are you going to protect Xiao Hai? If the clan is going to use a combatant of the 9th rank, let alone Xiao Hai, even the 3rd prince doesn't have any of them, right?" Smith's face was calm, but his mind was spinning quickly. He was thinking of a way to protect Xiao Hai. In his opinion, Xiao Hai was a talent, a great talent. With such a talent, it would be of immeasurable use to the development of the entire Black Magician Alliance. Moreover, the essence of the Black Magician Alliance couldn't change. It had to maintain its current state of serving the black magicians and not managing them. It would only cause the black mages to become a pile of loose sand. It was precisely because the family's management of the black mages was too strict in the past. It seemed that those black mages who didn't listen to them were sinners and had to be killed. So, although the black mages respected the Carsai family very much, they were more afraid and disgusted. So when the Black Mage Alliance was first established, the Carsai family only helped and didn't directly stand up and say that the Carsai family wanted to establish the Black Mage Alliance because they all knew. If that happened, there would not be many black mages who would attend. The family's current approach was really inappropriate. If those black mages of Zero Exhibition were to be concentrated in the family to manage, it would not be beneficial to the development of the black mages. It would only benefit the Church of Light. By then, the Church of Light would only need to deal with the Carsai family. They would not need to look for black mages all over the world. Although Xiao Hai's idea allowed the black mages to develop in the Rasen Empire, it would take time. It would take at least 20 years for a child to start learning and become a talent. 20 years. Who knew what would happen in 20 years? If the Rasen Empire was afraid that the black mages would develop too quickly and started to suppress them, then the Carsai family would be in big trouble. Therefore, the Black Magician Alliance couldn't disappear. It had to grow. Xiao Hai couldn't die. He had to live. Otherwise, once the Black Magician's heart scattered, the Black Magician Alliance would only exist in name. However, it wasn't easy to protect Xiao Hai. The family was determined to deal with Xiao Hai this time. With Xiao Hai's personality, he probably wouldn't make any compromises. This matter was really troublesome. At this moment, a demon in Smith's head suddenly woke up and began to occupy his head, and the territory it occupied grew larger and larger. This demon was none other than one of Smith's ideas from a few days ago. He wanted to marry Meljin to Xiao Hai. This idea had always been in Smith's head, and at this moment, it popped up again. It was not easy to protect Xiao Hai, but if Meljin married Xiao Hai, then Xiao Hai would be a member of the Carsai family. In this way, if the people in the family wanted to touch Xiao Hai, they would have to think about it carefully. Moreover, he would have more reason to stand up for Xiao Hai. The thought became more and more intense, and Smith couldn't help but stand up. Phil looked at Smith's expression and realized that he seemed to have thought of a solution, but he was still a little hesitant. He couldn't help but say, "City Lord, have you thought of a way?" Smith turned to look at Phil and nodded. Quat, I do have a way, but I need to get the approval of one person. If she doesn't agree, then this method will be useless. Quat. Phil looked at Smith in confusion and said, "Who is it? Was it the young master?" But it seems like the young master has already agreed to the family's plan. "It's not Big Brother, it's Meljin," Smith said, shaking his head. As soon as he heard Smith's words, Phil immediately understood what he was thinking. His expression changed drastically. He had been with Smith for a few years and watched Meljin grow up. Phil had always treated this family's little princess, who was as pure as a plum blossom, as his own granddaughter and loved her dearly. Now that he heard what Smith said, Phil's first thought was to disagree. Phil quietly listened to Smith's words. From Smith's words, Phil could tell that Smith had this idea for a long time. He had already considered it very thoroughly. Phil had a good impression of Xiao Hai. He kept a low profile, but he was very down to earth. He was also someone who did business. Although he did not know his background, it was undeniable that he had a bright future. If Meljin could marry Xiao Hai, it would be a good choice. However, Phil still said, "It doesn't matter what we think. What's important is Meljin's opinion. If Meljin doesn't agree, then I will not agree to let Meljin marry Xiao Hai." Quat. As soon as Smith heard what Phil said, he knew that the Emperor had already agreed. However, just as Phil had said, Meljin's opinion was the most important. As long as Meljin agreed, everything would be easy to handle. If Meljin did not agree, he would not force her. Smith still loved this daughter very much. Smith nodded. "Quat, don't worry, Uncle Phil. If Meljin doesn't agree, we'll think of other ways. However, we have to think of other ways to ask her about this. If we ask her directly, even if Meljin agrees in her heart, she won't agree. That little girl is very thin-skinned." Quat. Phil smiled slightly and said, "Yes, Sai, time passes so quickly. In the blink of an eye, Meljin is already at the marriageable age. City Lord, I think the madam should be the one to ask about this matter. The effect might be better this way." Quat. Smith nodded. "Quat, okay, I'll go to the madams now. I have to make this matter clear to the madam first. Otherwise, I'm afraid she won't agree." Quat. After saying that, he walked towards the back of the house. Phil shook his head gently and followed. Smith's wife was also a lady from a big family. Because of the Carsai family's family rules, girls were not allowed to be married, so only boys could be married. Therefore, the status of the Carsai family's men who married women would not be too low. Although Smith's wife came from a prestigious family, she had been supporting her husband and raising her children ever since she married Smith. She never asked about the matters of the two families. Usually when she was at home, she would grow flowers and plants. Moreover, she was a pharmacist and spent most of her time studying potions, so she rarely cared about the family affairs. However, it was precisely because of this that Smith loved his wife very much. Their feelings for each other had not changed for decades, and Smith had never had a lover. Their relationship was so good that it really made others envious. Smith walked around the courtyard he lived in, but he couldn't find his wife. He immediately went to his wife's herb garden. There were medicinal herbs planted by his wife there, as well as a medicinal laboratory. Usually, very few people came here. Even the servants usually didn't enter the herb garden because of his wife's rules. The moment he arrived at the herbal garden, he saw his wife watering the herbs. She was only wearing cotton clothes and holding a kettle. She was carefully watering the herbs. Her serious look was very charming. Smith was stunned for a while. After a while, the madam put down the kettle and looked up to see Smith standing in front of the courtyard. She couldn't help but be surprised, then she smiled. "Old master, why are you here? Is there something you need?" Smith came back to his senses and nodded. "Quite yes, there's something important I need to discuss with you. Come back to the courtyard with me." The madam knew that he really had something to do, so she nodded slightly, put down the kettle, and followed Smith to the courtyard where they lived. After the two of them entered their room and sat down, a maidservant immediately brought them their kia. Smith waved his hand and chased the maidservants out, leaving only the two of them in the room. When the madam saw the situation, she was stunned. She turned to Smith and asked, "City Lord, what's the matter? Why are you being so mysterious?" Smith's face darkened. He glanced at his wife and said, "This matter is too important. Today I received a letter from the clan. The clan is preparing to send experts of the 9th rank to deal with Xiao Hai. The madam was stunned and frowned. She didn't care much about her family's affairs, but she knew a little about Xiao Hai because she had a good impression of him. In her opinion, Xiao Hai was an honest and reliable young man with strong abilities. It was hard to find such a young man nowadays. Previously, the madam had not taken the matter that the family had done to Xiao Hai seriously. In her opinion, it was just something that Zhu Wan had caused. She believed that Smith could settle it. However, she did not expect Smith to say that the family would send a 9th rank expert to deal with Xiao Hai. This was too terrifying. Sending a 9th rank expert meant that they would not rest until one of them was dead. How did things end up like this? Smith saw that his wife didn't say anything, so he continued, What I mean is, we have to protect Xiao Hai. If Xiao Hai is really killed by the family, then no black magician will trust us anymore. It will be a big blow to the family. Quat. But Master, didn't you say that the clan was going to send a 9th grade combatant? The madam asked with a frown. It's up to Father and the Council of Elders to send combatants of the 9th rank. How are we supposed to protect Xiao Hai? Smith looked at his wife and said, Madam, Meljin is not young anymore. It's time for her to get engaged. I want you to ask her and see what her impression of Xiao Hai is. Quat. The madam's expression changed when she heard Smith's words. However, she didn't jump up to object like other women. Instead, she sat there quietly and thought about it. Smith was very happy with his wife's reaction. He looked at his wife and continued, I think you already know what kind of person Xiao Hai is, madam. You've met Laura and Meg. I think if Meljin marries Xiao Hai, she won't have to suffer in the future. In this way, Meljin will have a good home to return to, and we can also protect Xiao Hai. Of course, this matter mainly depends on Meljin. If she doesn't agree, I will think of other ways. Now I just want to ask for your opinion, madam. Do you agree? The madam thought for a moment, then nodded. Xiao Hai is a good young man, but I have a condition. Even if Meljin agrees, Xiao Hai must tell her his family background. Otherwise, I will not let Meljin marry him. Quat. Smith nodded. Xiao Hai's background had always been a mystery. No one on the continent knew about it, and that was Smith's only concern. However, now that his wife had agreed, he could proceed to the next step. Smith said to his wife, It'll be easy if you agree. I want you to help me ask Meljin what she thinks. After all, it's not easy for me to ask Meljin about this kind of thing as her father. You don't have to ask her directly either. You should first ask about Meljin's impression of Xiao Hai. After all, they haven't been in contact for a long time. Then you can slowly ask about him. But remember, you only need a few days. I want to send a letter to Xiao Hai in the shortest time possible and ask him to come to Tianshui City. In this way, even if Meljin doesn't agree in the future, the 9th grade powerhouses of the family will come. We can also help him deal with it. All right, leave this to me. Master, do you really like Xiao Hai that much? The madam nodded. The decision to use a combatant of the 9th rank was made by the majority of the clan. If you were to really protect Xiao Hai, you would have offended the majority of the clan. Smith sighed. We can't care so much anymore. The family has been muddled by the last victory this time. If they do this, it will only make the Carsai family suffer 1,000 disasters. Then Smith told his wife about the family's plans that he and Phil had guessed. The madam frowned. Although she didn't care about the matter, it didn't mean that she didn't understand the twists and turns. She had grown up in a big family and was very clear about the things going on. She agreed with Smith's guess. After Smith finished, the madam couldn't help but sigh. Perhaps the Church of Light has been suppressing the family too much, so after winning a battle, they feel like the whole world belongs to us. Xiao Hai is a good young man, but he is now with the 3rd prince. This is very dangerous. Master, have you thought about this problem? Smith smiled bitterly. How could I not have thought about it? But this result was forced by the people in the family. Do you think Xiao Hai is a fool? He's smart. When he saw that there were changes in the family, he immediately prepared a way out for himself. But this is actually nothing. Although big families like us don't participate in the struggle of the princes, Xiao Hai is not part of our family yet. Even if he agrees to Meljin's marriage, he is still an outsider. There should be no problem. If the 3rd prince really succeeds in the fight for the throne, there will be a lot of benefits for our family. The danger and the benefits are equal. The madam nodded and said, All right, I'll ask Meljin about it in the next 2 days. What about you? When are you going to send the letter to Xiao Hai? Use the blood eagle he gave you, and you have to do it as soon as possible. It'll be too late by the time the clan sends out a 9th grade expert. Smith nodded. Let's wait and see. I've recently received news that Xiao Hai isn't in Jade Water City. He's out at sea. This way, it'll be difficult for us to find him, and it'll be difficult for his family to find him as well. Even if he comes back, he'll go directly to Jade Water City. He should be safe there, so I want to wait for Xiao Hai to return to Jade Water City and immediately send him a letter to Tianshui City. Will Xiao Hai come? The madam asked with a frown. He'll definitely come, Smith said in a deep voice. Judging from the way he's done things these 2 times, he doesn't want to fall out with the family too much, but he's not one to suffer losses either. He should have a good impression of us, though. I'll send him a letter. He'll definitely come. Quat. Quat, all right, the madam nodded and said, I'll ask Meljin's opinion as soon as possible. Quat Smith nodded and sighed. His wife looked at him and knew that he was in a difficult position. She comforted him. Quat, it's okay, master. The Carsai family has been through so many ups and downs for so many years. They still stand firm and won't collapse so easily. Quat. Smith sighed and said, it's precisely because the Carsai family has existed for so many years that father and the rest have always thought that nothing would happen. Last time, if it wasn't for the Church of Light almost putting a knife to their neck, I'm afraid the family wouldn't have reacted. Now, although we have won one round, the overall strength of the Church of Light has not been affected much. The biggest enemy is still there, but the family can't wait to clean up the internal affairs. How sad. Quat. The madam also sighed. She knew how much effort her husband had put in for the family all these years. Now that the family had done such a thing, it was no wonder Smith would feel sad. That afternoon, the madam found Meljin, who was reading in the study. Meljin rarely went out to play recently. In her opinion, it was meaningless to go out and play. She had gone to all the places that she could play in the past, and she had eaten all the delicious food in the city. There was nothing new to her. NBSB. Of course, the madam knew Meljin's thoughts. She stood quietly in front of the door of the study and looked at her daughter, who was concentrating on reading. She could not help but sigh in her heart. Her daughter had finally grown up. She was at the age where she could get married. NBSB. Meljin was stunned for a moment. Then the lady coughed softly and Meljin was jolted awake. She looked up and saw the lady. She immediately put down the book in her hand and stood up. Mom, what are you doing in the study? You didn't go to the herb garden today. The madam said with a smile, you can't just stay in the herb garden every day. Meljin, I don't think you went out to play these days. NBSB, what's wrong? Are you not happy? Meljin shook her head. Quat, no, I just feel that it's boring. When I go out, I just eat and drink. It's very boring. Sometimes I'd rather stay at home and read. Quat. The lady walked to Meljin's side and touched her hair gently. She smiled and said, Quat, my little Meljin has grown up and is sensible now. Hee, your father must be very happy. Quat. Meljin pouted and said, no way. I've already told my father to find something for me to do, but up until now he has not arranged anything for me. I can only read in the study every day. It's so boring. Quat. Madam couldn't help but laugh and said to Meljin, silly girl, do you think that dealing with those things is so fun? That's even more boring than reading books. Otherwise, why do you think I hide in the yard every day to plant herbs? I don't want to care about the family affairs. You silly girl, you want to care about it yourself, really. Meljin stuck out her tongue and giggled. The lady looked at Meljin and sighed in her heart. However, she still said softly, Meljin, do you miss Laura and the others? Meljin's expression darkened when she heard what her mistress said. She nodded and said, Quat, I do. Sister Lola and the others are my best friends. They even saved my life before, but now the family is forcing them. Mom, Dad, can't you stop them? The madam sighed and said, silly girl, do you think your father is the clan leader? Sometimes your father can be very impatient and has to listen to the family. Meljin did not say anything. Although she had never been concerned about her family's affairs, she was a child who grew up in such a big family. She had been influenced by what she saw and heard, and she had a certain understanding of these things. She also knew that her father could be very impatient sometimes. NBSB. The lady looked at Meljin and knew what her daughter was thinking. She said softly to Meljin, Quat, this time, it was the family's fault. Say, I wonder how Xiao Hai and the others are doing. Oh right, Meljin, what do you think of Xiao Hai as a person? However, she was a girl, so she didn't take the initiative to thank Xiao Hai. However, when Xiao Hai was living in Tianshui City, she had some contact with him. In her impression, Xiao Hai was a person who always had a gentle smile on his face and doted on Laura and Meg very much. That kind of love made her a little jealous. The most important thing was that Xiao Hai respected them very much. He let Laura do whatever she wanted. He trusted and relied on Laura and Meg very much. There was something strange about such a man that attracted her. When Meljin asked about Xiao Hai, she could not help but think of him, and her heart beat wildly. Her face turned slightly red. The madam was an experienced person. When she saw Meljin's expression, she almost knew Meljin's thoughts. She sighed in her heart, a grown woman can't stay forever. Quat, Mr. Xiao Hai beat up your fifth uncle again recently. Your fifth uncle led a 20-year-old ship to rob Mr. Xiao Hai, but it was robbed by Xiao Hai instead. I heard that he is still at sea. Quat. Meljin was stunned. Then she looked at the lady and said, Mom, what happened to fifth uncle? Why does he always find trouble with teacher? The madam sighed. Quat, that's not all. Today your father received a notice from the clan. They're preparing to send a 9th-rank combatant to kill Mr. Xiao Hai. I'm afraid he won't be able to escape this time. Quat. Meljin's face was pale. She looked at her lady and said, Mom, is what you said true? Is the family really going to send a level 9 master to kill sir? How could the clan be like this? No, I have to go find my father. I have to save sir. The madam quickly stopped Meljin and said, Meljin, wait, don't be anxious. Your father has already discussed it with me. This time, the family has sent a level 9 expert to kill Mr. Xiao Hai. It is not a decision that can be made by one person. This is also the intention of your grandfather and the Elders' Council. It will be very difficult to save Mr. Xiao Hai. At least, your father's status is not enough. Quat. Meljin's face was filled with panic, and she said anxiously, Mom, what should we do? Are we just going to watch as a warrior of the 9th rank of the clan kills you, sir? The lady looked at Meljin's expression, and she completely understood Meljin's feelings. The lady patted Meljin's hand twice and said, Quat to save, sir. Your father has thought of a way, and it is in progress now. Meljin, you are not young anymore. It is time for you to find a family to be in-laws. I have told your father that I am preparing to arrange a marriage for you soon. Which family's young man did you like? Talk to Mom. Mom will help you. When Meljin heard what the lady said, her pale face turned red again. She pouted and said, Quat, Mom, we're talking about Mr. Xiao Hai. Why are you bringing me into this? The madam smiled and said, You're not young anymore. When I was your age, I was already engaged to your father. Just tell me, we're mother and son. What's there to be embarrassed about? Meljin looked at her mother's expression and knew that she had to say it today. However, she really did not like that person. Meljin did not like any of the people in Tensui City, and this put her in a difficult position. NBSB. This moment, a figure slowly appeared in her mind. It was getting clearer and clearer. He had a gentle smile on his face, was dressed in an appropriate robe that she had never seen before, and had a relaxed conversation. All of these slowly formed a person, Xiao Hai. Meljin's face turned red when she thought of Xiao Hai. When she thought of Xiao Hai's current situation, her face turned pale again. However, Meljin was much better than before. In the past, whenever she encountered something, she would be at a loss. However, after being attacked the last time, she had learned to think. NBSB. There was no doubt that she was concerned about Xiao Hai. That was why she was so anxious when her mother mentioned Xiao Hai's current situation. Right now, her mind was constantly stirred by two things. One was Xiao Hai's matter, and the other was her marriage. However, when Xiao Hai's figure appeared in her mind, these two things became one in a short period of time. Meljin seemed to have opened her eyes and suddenly combined the two things in her mind. When the lady saw that Meljin did not speak for a long time and her expression kept changing, she felt very strange. She looked at Meljin in confusion and said, Meljin, what's wrong? What are you thinking about? Meljin turned her head and glanced at the lady before she continued, Mom, how can Dad save Mr. Xiao Hai? Can you please tell me? The madam glanced at Meljin and said, Meljin, you don't have to worry about this. It's not something you should worry about. You should just talk about your own matters. Quat. Meljin looked at her mother and said, Mom, if I marry Mr. Xiao Hai, will father be able to save Mr. Xiao Hai? Meljin's question was very sudden. At first, the madam told Meljin about Xiao Hai's situation because she wanted to see Meljin's reaction and see if she had any feelings for Xiao Hai. If she had feelings for Xiao Hai, she would slowly tell her about Xiao Hai's situation over the next few days and slowly persuade Meljin to marry Xiao Hai. As long as Meljin agreed, things would be much easier. The madam didn't think that Meljin would say that because there were too many things involved. She didn't think that Meljin would think of these things. Now that Meljin said that, the madam was stunned for a moment. Then she immediately understood that her daughter did not just have a good impression of Xiao Hai. She was afraid that she had already fallen for him. Meljin saw that her lady did not speak and thought that this would not work. She quickly said, Quat, Mom, if I marry Mr. Xiao Hai, he will be considered a member of our family. Does that mean that our family won't send people to kill him? The madam returned to her senses and glanced at Meljin. She sighed and said, Meljin, have you thought about it? If you really do that, you'll have to marry Xiao Hai with Laura and Meg. Meljin's face turned red, but she still nodded firmly. Quat, yes, Mom, I've thought about it. I want to marry Mr. Xiao Hai, not only because I like him, but also because of the Karch family. Quat. The madam was stunned. She looked at Meljin in shock and said, Meljin, why do you say that? Meljin said, Quat, Mom, although I don't care about the family, I know about the recent situation in the family. Mr. Xiao Hai is capable and powerful. If he really becomes a member of our family, it will be a great help to the family. I know that our family has an ancestral rule that we won't allow girls to marry. But Mom, I really like Mr. Xiao Hai. Now that the family is going to use a level 9 powerhouse, I'm afraid it won't be easy for Dad to save him. Mr. Xiao Hai is one of us now, and Father has a reason to ask Mr. Xiao Hai for help, right? The lady looked at Meljin in a daze. She really did not expect Meljin to say such words. The lady hugged Meljin and said softly, My woman has grown up, Meljin. Is what you said true? Do you really like Xiao Hai? If not, your father and I would never agree to let him marry Xiao Hai. Mom, I've decided, Meljin said softly. The madam could not describe what she was feeling now. She understood that Meljin had feelings for Xiao Hai, but she was afraid that it was not to the point where she would not marry anyone else. Meljin had decided to marry Xiao Hai for the sake of her family. This made the madam feel really bad. However, the good thing was that Meljin still had feelings for Xiao Hai. This was better than anything else. The madam said softly, Quat, it's been hard on you, Meljin. Don't worry, if Xiao Hai dares to treat you badly in the future, I'll ask your father to deal with him. Now that you've said this, your father will have a way to save Xiao Hai. I'll go and tell your father now. It's best if we can send a letter to Xiao Hai as soon as possible. He will be safer. Quat. Meljin nodded. The lady then stood up and left the study. Meljin, on the other hand, sat in the study in a daze. She thought about what she had just said. Now, when she thought about what she had just said, Meljin felt her face burning. She did not know what had happened to her just now. She had said those words without realizing it. Now that she thought about it, her face was still red and her heart was beating fast. But no matter what, now that things had been settled, it was impossible to change it. Meljin had never thought of changing it. She just felt very strange that she was going to get engaged just like that. The madam, on the other hand, was in a very complicated mood. She returned to her own courtyard, found Smith, and told him about Meljin's situation. NBSB. Smith didn't expect Meljin to make a decision so quickly. He was relieved, but at the same time he was angry with Xiao Hai. He really didn't know when Xiao Hai had won over his precious daughter's heart. Although Smith had high hopes for Xiao Hai, no father would have a good impression of a man who had stolen his daughter's heart. After the madam finished, she looked at Smith and said, "Master, are you writing to Xiao Hai now?" Smith shook his head after some thought. "Quat, we can't do it now. Let's wait until Xiao Hai returns to Jade Water City. We have the blood eagle he left behind anyway. He'll be the first to receive the news." Quat. The madam nodded and sighed. "I hope nothing goes wrong. Otherwise, Xiao Hai will be in danger. I'm sure the family will send people to deal with Xiao Hai in the shortest time possible." "Yeah," Smith nodded. "We can only see how fast Xiao Hai is moving." The moment Xiao Hai saw the blood eagle, he knew that it was the one he had left for Smith. He immediately walked out of the room and took the letter from Smith. When Xiao Hai read the contents of the letter, his expression changed. Of course, Smith wouldn't mention marrying his daughter to Xiao Hai in the letter. He only said that his family didn't agree to his plan of reconciliation and was preparing to send a level 9 expert to deal with him. However, he already had a way to deal with it and asked Xiao Hai to come to Tianshui City as soon as possible to discuss it with him. Xiao Hai really didn't expect that the Carsai family would send a level 9 powerhouse to deal with him. Although he was not afraid of the other party's level 9 powerhouse, he didn't want to be too stiff with the Carsai family. If he made an unresolvable enemy with the Carsai family, it would be very unfavorable to his plan. The Carsai family might put pressure on Charlie, and Charlie would not offend the Carsai family for him alone. At that time, he would not be able to establish himself in the Rossen Empire. Xiao Hai returned to his room and gave the letter to Laura and the others. When Laura saw Xiao Hai's expression, she knew that something big must have happened. She immediately took the letter and read it carefully. Her expression also changed. Then she handed the letter to Meg and turned to Xiao Hai, saying, "Big brother Hai, what do you think?" Xiao Hai said in a deep voice, "It seems that we have no choice but to go to Tianshui City. We can only see what Smith can do. Otherwise, we can only destroy the 9th level powerhouses of the Carsai family. I hope that the Carsai family will not deal with us when the time comes." Quat. Laura felt that this was unlikely. If they had really exterminated the Carsai family's level 9 powerhouses, the Carsai family would not let them off. Level 9 powerhouses were too important to a family. After reading Xiao Hai's letter, Meg and the others' expressions changed. They knew very well what it meant to send a level 9 powerhouse to deal with them. It meant that the Carsai family had made up their mind to destroy them. "Then when are we leaving?" Lola asked. Xiao Hai said in a deep voice, "I'll say goodbye to Trezeb now. We'll set off immediately. Let Paradise go to Ape Head Island first. Leave the rest of the ships here and let Moan load them. We'll let Blood Eagle leave first with the evil spirit staff. When we reach Tianshui City, we'll go directly through the dimension. The sea is no longer safe for us." Quat. Laura understood Xiao Hai's meaning. If the Carsai family really wanted to send LV9 powerhouses to deal with Xiao Hai, the sea would no longer be safe. LV9 powerhouses would not even need to use ships to go out to sea. They could just fly. Quat. "All right," Lola nodded. "Quat will inform Moan and the others. You go find Trezeb." Quat. Xiao Hai nodded and walked out of the room. He gave the staff to Blood Eagle and went to look for Trezeb while Laura and the others went to Moan. Although he might expose some secrets if he used this method to rush to Tianshui City, Xiao Hai couldn't care so much now. If he couldn't handle the affairs of the Carsai family well, they would have another strong enemy, which was not what he wanted to see. Trezeb was currently resting in his room. He had drunk quite a bit today. When a servant suddenly came to report that Xiao Hai wanted to see him, he was stunned for a moment. However, he immediately invited Xiao Hai in. However, as soon as Xiao Hai entered, Trezeb was stunned. He noticed that Xiao Hai's expression was extremely ugly. He quickly said, "Mr. Xiao Hai, what's wrong with you?" "NBSB City Lord," Xiao Hai said, "I have some matters to attend to and need to leave Jade Water City for a few days. I'll be back as soon as I'm done." Quat. Looking at Xiao Hai in confusion, Trezeb asked, "Teacher has something to deal with, so he'll be last. What's the matter? Do you need my help?" NBSB Xiao Hai shook his head. Quat, just let us handle this. I'm only here to inform the city lord. We'll be leaving soon. Quat. Seeing Xiao Hai's expression, Trezeb knew that he couldn't say anything. He quickly nodded and said, Quat, okay, then please leave quickly, sir. By the way, if there's anything you need, please tell me. I'll definitely help if I can. Quat. All right, if there's anything I can help you with, I won't hold back. I'll be taking my leave then, city lord. Xiao Hai smiled. Trezeb hurriedly sent Xiao Hai out. When Xiao Hai left the mayor's mansion, Su Weiniang and Shunny were waiting for him outside. The three of them got into the carriage that Trezeb had prepared and immediately headed for the dock. They boarded the Peach Source as soon as they arrived at the dock. This was also a show to let others know that they had left the Jade Water City by boat. Not long after they boarded the Paradise, Laura and the others arrived. Xiao Hai knew that Moan had already made arrangements, so he left behind the 5 masted ironclad ships that he had snatched from the magicians and left the Jade Water City on the Paradise. What Xiao Hai did not know was that as soon as he left Jade Water City, Trezeb had immediately sent his manager to investigate what had happened to Xiao Hai that made him leave in such a hurry. At the same time, he had also written a letter to Charlie. Trezeb was very clear about how much Charlie valued Xiao Hai. Seeing Xiao Hai leave in such a hurry, he knew that Xiao Hai must have encountered a very troublesome matter. Otherwise, he would not be in such a hurry. Thus, Trezeb was very concerned about him. Xiao Hai was now sitting in the cabin, watching the image on the monitor. He was actually still very angry. He really wanted to give up looking for Smith, but to have a good fight with the Carsai family and deal a blow to their momentum. However, his rationality told him that it was not possible. In the end, Xiao Hai held back his anger. He wanted to see what Smith had up his sleeve. Laura and the others were also calmly looking at the pattern on the monitor. To be honest, they were not very worried about the attack of the Karch family this time. They believed that with Zhao Wen and Kai around, even if the other party had 3 or 4 level 9 experts, they would still have a way to kill them. On the other hand, the Karch family might not be able to afford to lose so many level 9 experts. Of course, it was impossible for them to send that many level 9 experts to deal with Xiao Hai's group. It was just that, although they were not worried about their own safety, they had to consider the impact of this matter. After all, they had no influence on the continent now, and could not pose any threat to the Carsai family. The Flying Eagle was very fast. After a few hours, it had already reached the boundary of Tianshui City. Tianshui City didn't have a curfew, so it was very lively at night. Xiao Hai asked Fei Ying to place the staff outside the city. Then they immediately went to the city lord's mansion from the inner space. However, Xiao Hai didn't take his eye-catching ox cart this time. Instead, he took out a few horses from the interspace and headed straight to the city lord's mansion. Xiao Hai, Laura, and the others had already changed into their warriors' clothes. Only Meg was still wearing her magic robe. When people saw people dressed like this walking together, they would only think that they were the children of nobles who were out for fun, and no one would pay attention to them. Xiao Hai and the others soon arrived at the city lord's mansion. The mansion was still the same, but Xiao Hai had already sent an eagle to Smith. He would be waiting for Smith at the side door. As expected, once Xiao Hai reached the side door of the city lord's mansion, Phil opened the door and let Xiao Hai and the others in. Xiao Hai jumped down from his horse and looked at Phil. Quad Uncle Phil, this matter is very troublesome. How does Brother Smith plan to solve it? Phil gave Xiao Hai a strange look and said, I'll let the city lord tell you, please. After saying that, he brought Xiao Hai to the living room in the backyard of the city lord's mansion. Smith was already waiting for Xiao Hai. He didn't expect Xiao Hai to arrive so quickly. When he saw Xiao Hai appear outside the living room, he reacted and immediately invited Xiao Hai into the living room. Phil sent Kia off, and Smith said, Buhai, I really didn't expect you to come so quickly. How did you do it? Let's not talk about this for now, Xiao Hai said in a deep voice. Tell me, how did this happen? Could it be that the Carsai family wants me to die so much? You're actually going to send experts of the 9th rank to deal with me? Smith smiled bitterly. Quad, I didn't expect the family to react like this either, but it's a pity. The family has already informed me. They're ready to make a move. Quad. Xiao Hai looked at Smith and asked, how do you plan to solve this problem? If I can't solve it, I'll do it. Smith was stunned and looked at Xiao Hai in confusion. Quad, you solve it. How are you going to solve this? Quad, I'll kill the level 9 experts they sent out. Quad, Xiao Hai's eyes gleamed coldly. Quad, I'd like to see how many level 9 experts your Calche family has for me to kill. Quad. Smith stood up and looked at Xiao Hai. He understood what Xiao Hai was trying to say. Xiao Hai was telling him that he had the power to kill a level 9 expert. This was too shocking for Smith. A 9th rank combatant was not someone ordinary people could invite. Even small families did not have a 9th rank combatant in charge. Smith looked at Xiao Hai and said, You're serious. That's an expert of the 9th rank, not the 8th. Quad, I'll be honest with you, said Xiao Hai. Quad, if the Carl family only sends 1 level 9 expert to deal with me, he'll die for sure. If you send 2, they'll die as well. Let's put it this way, as long as they don't send 5 level 9 experts, they won't even be able to keep their lives. If they send more than 5, I can guarantee that I'll be safe. However, I can't guarantee the safety of the Carsai family in the future. Quat. Smith was taken aback, and then he said with an ugly expression, "What's wrong? Are you threatening me? All of you want my life, so I'll just threaten you a little, all right." Xiao Hai's eyes flickered with a cold light. "Why, are you afraid?" Smith looked at Xiao Hai and suddenly laughed. "Good boy, you're good. Ha ha ha, good, very good. Then I'll tell you my method." Seeing Xiao Hai's gaze on him, Smith's face couldn't help but calm down. "Quat, looking at you, I'm afraid you don't want to fall out with our Karch family, am I right?" Xiao Hai nodded. "Quat, I don't want to. To be honest, I'm not afraid of the hands of your Carsai family. I'm not even afraid of your Carsai family, but I don't want to be too stiff with the Rossen Empire. I have a lot of things in my hands now, but these things need to be exchanged for money and things that I need. Now, on the continent, except for the Rossen Empire, the Church of Light is too powerful in other empires. I'm the mortal enemy of the Church of Light when I go to other countries. Quat, therefore, I don't want to lose my ability to move in the Rossen Empire. If I really start a war with your Karch family, I won't be able to turn my items into money, which will have a great impact on me." Smith nodded. "Quat, it seems that it's as I guessed. Then I'll talk about my method. My method will not only stop our Karch family from dealing with you, but it will also make my family value you, train you, and help you." Quat. Xiao Hai was stunned. He looked at Smith in confusion and asked, "What is it?" "Get engaged to Meljin," Smith said with a smile. Xiao Hai was stunned. He looked at Smith in shock. "You're joking, right? Meljin, are you crazy?" Xiao Hai shook his head and said, "This won't do. Meljin will never like me. We don't have any feelings for each other. You will be letting Meljin down if you do this. You can't do this." Quat. At that moment, Meljin's voice was heard. "Quat, quat, brother Xiao Hai, I know about this matter. I agreed to it. I like people, and I don't want to see anything happen to you. I don't want to see you in conflict with the Carsai family." Quat. Xiao Hai and the others followed the voice. It was Meljin. She was standing at the door of the living room, looking at Xiao Hai with a calm expression. Xiao Hai looked at Meljin in a daze. He smiled bitterly and said, "Meljin, why do you have to do this? We don't have any feelings for each other yet. You know too little about me. This is too unfair to you." Meljin shook her head. "Quat, there's no reason to like someone, and there's no fairness. I just like you. I don't know when it started. We haven't been together for long, and I also know that you don't treat me as the woman you like, but I fell in love with you without knowing it." Quat. Xiao Hai smiled bitterly. He really did not know what to say. Just as Meljin had said, they did not spend a long time together. Even when they were together, Xiao Hai did not have a long chat with Meljin. He really did not know what attracted Meljin, who looked so ordinary and was so boring. NBSP. At this time, Laura laughed and ran quickly to Meljin's side. She said with a smile, "Meljin, that's great. We can be sisters forever, right, Meljin?" "Yeah, we'll be sisters from now on," said Meg, smiling. Xiao Hai looked at the two crazy women and was speechless. Didn't they know that another woman wanted to share her husband with them? And he was so happy. Smith looked at Xiao Hai and snorted, "Brat, you're lucky. I don't know what kind of luck you have to abduct my most precious daughter, but shouldn't you tell me your identity now? What's your background?" Xiao Hai looked at Smith. When he heard how Smith addressed him, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. It seemed that his identity was really going to be exposed. Identity. At this time, Laura and the others had pulled Meljin to the side to talk. Meanwhile, Phil had invited the madam into the living room. She was sitting there and looking at Xiao Hai. Xiao Hai smiled bitterly. "Quat, actually, my identity isn't a secret. It's just that very few people think in that direction. My surname is Buddha, and Xiao Hai is my first name." Quat. Hearing Xiao Hai say his surname was Buddha, Smith was stunned for a moment. Then his expression changed and he shouted, "You're really surnamed Buddha. So you're the Buddha family's heir who was sent to the Black Dirt Wastelands by the Arcas Empire, Adam Buddha." Xiao Hai nodded. "That's right. I'm Adam Buddha. However, I've changed my name. I'm now Xiao Hai, the previous Adam. You can just treat him as dead." Quat. Smith looked at Xiao Hai and said, "Didn't you drink the void water? Then why do you still know how to use magic? By the way, Iber said you didn't use magic, but a special spell. Does that mean you can't use magic?" Xiao Hai shook his head and said, "No, I can use magic. The poison of the water of nothingness in my body has been cured. I am now a dual cultivator of magic and martial arts. My battle energy has reached the 8th rank, and my magic is also at the 8th rank." Quat. Smith looked at Xiao Hai in shock. "The poison of the water of nothingness has been cured. How was this possible? You're lying to me." Xiao Hai shook his head and said, "No, I'm not lying to you. The poison of the water of the void has indeed been cured. However, there is only one antidote, and it took me a long time to get it. Otherwise, why do you think Laura and the others are still my fiancées and not my wives?" Xiao Hai understood the reason behind Smith's shock. It was because the water of nothingness was a poison that would cause harm to his descendants. If the poison in Xiao Hai's body had not been cured, Smith might not let Meljin marry Xiao Hai anymore. If that happened, it would mean that even if they had children in the future, they would not be able to learn magic and battle aura. NBSP. It was because he had guessed Smith's thoughts that Xiao Hai had said that. He wanted to tell Smith that the poison in his body had been cured. Hearing Xiao Hai's words, Smith couldn't help but turn to Laura and the others. Laura smiled at Smith and said, "Quat, that's right. The poison in Big Brother Hai's body has indeed been cured. If you didn't tell us today, he would have held his wedding with us in 2 days." Quat. Smith heaved a sigh of relief. "Quat, good, it's good that you're cured. No wonder no one could find out your background. You're from the Buda family. Ha ha ha, no one on the continent thought that there was an antidote for the water of the void." Quat. Xiao Hai smiled. "Quat, there's nothing strange about it. If there's poison, there must be an antidote. However, are you not going to consider the engagement you mentioned?" "What?" Smith glared at him. "You're still not willing. Which part of our Meljin is not worthy of you? If you dare to object, I'll really have the experts of the 9th rank of the clan hunt you down." "All right then, I'll discuss with the elders in my family and decide when to announce our engagement," Xiao Hai said with a bitter smile. "Quat, don't even think about it," Smith snorted. "Quat, release it tomorrow. The earlier the better. Otherwise, it'll be troublesome when the family sends out a grade 9 expert." Quat. Xiao Hai could not help frowning, but why would the Karch family attack me, a level 9 powerhouse? Wasn't this too strange? Did I offend the Karch family in any way? Smith shook his head and sighed. He then told Xiao Hai about his and Phil's guess. After Xiao Hai heard it, he looked at Smith in shock. "Just because of this, just because I'm capable, you want to kill me? If this continued, then the Black Mages would really be finished. If a stronger and smarter one appeared, they would have to kill him. Then wouldn't the Black Mages be left with a group of idiots? How are we going to develop then?" Smith smiled bitterly. "Quat, I know, but what can we do? That's how the family does things. I can't stop them even if I wanted to." Quat. Xiao Hai smiled wryly. "Quat, back then, I found it very strange. Why did the Church of Light not dare to provoke the other types of sorcerers on the continent? Only the black sorcerers were constantly suppressed by the Church of Light. It turns out that the root of Yuinan's existence was here. The Carsai family is trying to destroy the black sorcerer profession." Quat. Smith laughed bitterly, not knowing what to say. He sighed. "Quat, forget it. You guys can go back and rest. Tomorrow I will announce the news of your engagement with Meljin. Not only will I tell my family, but I will also tell everyone on the continent." Xiao Hai frowned and said, "What about Prince Charlie? If the news of my engagement to Meljin gets out, what kind of impact will it have on the Carsai family? Have you ever thought about this? Didn't the big families on the continent not participate in the fight for the throne? Will this cause the outsiders to misunderstand the Carsai family? I can't care about that now, but it doesn't matter. Prince Charlie will be very happy. What about the others?" Smith smiled bitterly. "That's a matter for the future. We'll talk about it later. Right now, the most important thing is to keep you alive." Xiao Hai nodded impatiently. Smith looked at him and said, "Quat, it's getting late now. You should go and rest. There are still many things to do tomorrow." Quat. Xiao Hai nodded and led Laura and the others back to the plum courtyard. After entering the plum courtyard, he immediately entered the medium and returned to the Iron Mountain Castle. He woke up Green and the others and told them about the matter. Kun Zheng looked at Xiao Hai and sighed. "How can you be so lucky? First, it was Laura who fell in love with you, then it was Meljin. My God, the women in this world are really crazy. Is it possible that looks like yours are the trend now?" Xiao Hai smiled bitterly as he listened to the two of them. He didn't expect things to turn out this way. However, since it had already happened, there was nothing more to say. However, Merlin did not care so much. When she heard that Xiao Hai had another fiancé, she could not help but say happily, "Good, that's great. Young master, I think we should find a time to get married. The most important thing is to help the Buda family to spread its branches." Green nodded. "Quad, I didn't hold a wedding for you and Laura before because of the poison in your body. Now that the poison has been cured, it's time to hold your wedding." Quat. Xiao Hai smiled bitterly and said, "I want to do that too. I also told Laura about this today. Originally, I wanted to find a time to hold the wedding with Laura and Meg, but I always felt that I had let them down. Now our Buda family has not officially become famous on the continent. It would be too unfair for them to hold the wedding like this, but I didn't expect that something like Meljin would happen. What is Meljin's status? Even if she is engaged, it's impossible for her to get married immediately. If I were to get married to Laura and Meg now, the Carsai family would definitely not agree. It seems that this matter has to be delayed." Grim sighed. "Quad, it seems that's the only way. The Carsai family is one of the top aristocrats on the continent. I also heard that they have some very special rules. I heard that they love and attach special importance to girls. It seems that this marriage will take some time." Kun Zheng nodded and said, "Actually, it doesn't matter if it's a little later. Anyway, the poison in Little Hai's body has been detoxified. His body is much better than before. He won't be as good as before with such a short life. It doesn't matter if it's a little later. The key now is not to fall out with the Carsai family. Otherwise, there will be more trouble." "You're right, that's it then. Are you guys going to announce your engagement tomorrow? Does that mean I have to reveal your identity? Do I need to show up?" Xiao Hai shook his head and said, "I don't think it's the time to disclose my identity yet. Let's wait and see. Now, Smith and the others have agreed to my marriage with Meljin at the same time. It's hard to say what the Carsai family's attitude will be. I want to wait and see. Quat. Green nodded and said, that's good. It seems that Smith and the others want to simplify the engagement and just issue a public announcement. This is good too. Now is a special time, and we have to use special means. Let's settle the marriage first and make it more lively during the wedding. Quat. Xiao Hai nodded. Quat, that's right. My engagement with Laura is very simple. I don't want to be too special in Meljin. That would be letting Laura down. I'll talk to Smith about this. Quat. Jerlin nodded and continued, that's right, Little Hai. The beer was officially released yesterday. You don't have to say. It was really good stuff. The taste was really good. Quat. You're out? Xiao Hai's eyes lit up. That's great. How about it? How many are out? Grim smiled and said, there are a few. One is golden, one is gray, and one is black. The wine you asked us to try using grain is ready. It tastes good, very good. Quat. Xiao Hai's grain wine wasn't a grain wine, but a rice wine. The brewing method was much simpler, but the rice wine had its advantages. The alcohol content wasn't high and the taste was mellow. The rice wine was also very nourishing, and people of all ages could drink a little. It was a rare drink. Merlin immediately went to bring the few types of beer to Xiao Hai. Xiao Hai tried them and found that they tasted better than the beer he had drunk in his previous life. The rice wine tasted good as well. After all, the rice was produced in the space, so the wine was naturally good as well. Xiao Hai put down his glass and nodded. Quite good, very good. Grandpa Green, I think we can make wine on a large scale. What do you think? Green nodded. Quite yes, I think young master should leave some undead creatures behind and release all the stones that you have mined. I'm commanding the undead creatures to build the winery. You must know that the castle doesn't have enough space now. If you build another winery, there will be even less space. Quat. Xiao Hai nodded and said, all right, I'll leave 10,000 undead creatures and the stones. The rest is up to you. Oh, I'll leave the stone and spirit dew here as well. They're earth mages and can summon stone giants. Building a good house won't be a problem. Quat. Quat, that's good. Young master, you should go back and rest. Just release the undead creatures and stones yesterday. Quat. Xiao Hai nodded, then returned to his space to rest. Early the next morning, Xiao Hai and the others were called to the front yard by Smith for breakfast. After breakfast, Green asked Phil to spread the news of Xiao Hai and Meljin's engagement to the family. At the same time, he also announced it to the whole continent. Smith did this to put pressure on the family so that they could not break up the marriage. Naturally, they could not kill Xiao Hai. Xiao Hai had also told Smith that there would be no ceremony for the engagement. Smith didn't say anything. It was a critical time now, so those things could be omitted. However, after saying that, Smith still asked Xiao Hai to bring Meljin and the others out to play and recuperate their feelings. Meljin was a little embarrassed. She followed Xiao Hai and the others out of the Castellan's mansion with a red face. At this time, the news of Meljin's engagement had spread throughout Tianshui City. This was undoubtedly a bomb that had been dropped in the peaceful Tianshui City. In Tianshui City, there were many people who wanted to marry Meljin, but they did not expect Meljin to be engaged so suddenly. There was no ceremony or banquet for the engagement. In silence, Meljin no longer belonged to them. The people in Tianshui City were about to go crazy. When Xiao Hai and the others came out to play, they had already met no less than 20 young aristocrats who came to Meljin to save the witness. When they heard Meljin say that it was true, they all turned around and left with ashen faces. Seeing this, Xiao Hai could not help but smile bitterly. It was said that Maine was really popular in Tianshui City, but it seemed to be a troublesome matter. The more troublesome part was that Xiao Hai really didn't know what kind of resentment the Carsai family would have after knowing that he was engaged to Meljin. Smith had made the engagement with him at this time, which clearly showed that he wanted to protect him. The Carsai family had already issued a killing order on him. Smith's action was clearly a slap to the family's face. Now, the faces of the elders of the Carsai family must be ugly, right? When he thought of this, Xiao Hai could not help but turn his head and look at Meljin, who was chatting with Laura. When he saw Meljin's smile, Xiao Hai could not help but make up his mind. Quat, no matter how the Carsai family reacted Meljin, I'm definitely going to marry her. Quat. Meljin also felt Xiao Hai's gaze. She raised her head and glanced at Xiao Hai. Then she lowered her head with a blushing face. She no longer had the brave look she had yesterday, but Xiao Hai had to admit that Meljin was even more beautiful now. NBSP. Just as Xiao Hai had thought, when the Karch family received the news of Xiao Hai and Meljin's engagement, their first reaction was disbelief, and their second reaction was anger. These people from the Carsai family were people who had been scheming against others for their entire lives. Of course, they knew very well why Smith did this. Smith was protecting Xiao Hai to the death. Originally, he was prepared to not acknowledge this engagement even if he was beaten to death, but in the end, they found that if they didn't acknowledge it, it would be equivalent to having a complete fallout with Smith. Although Smith was also a member of the Karch family, He had a strong autonomy. If they really forced Smith into a corner, it would not be good for the family. Moreover, the members of the Carsai family also understood that once Xiao Hai was engaged to Meljin, it would be considered as the Carsai family letting their own people go. It was definitely a good thing for them to have such a force added to the family. Although the Carsai family had an ancestral rule that the family could not use women as a tool for marriage, for a big family like the Carsai family, no matter what kind of marriage, it would be related to politics in the end and would eventually become another form of marriage. Meljin was very favored in the Carsai family. She was the little princess of the family. Of course, the people in the family did not want to use her for marriage. However, at the same time, the family still had their own considerations about who Meljin was going to marry. At least they wanted someone of equal social status. From this point of view, Xiao Hai's identity was obviously not compatible with Meljin. However, if the family did not acknowledge the marriage now, it would cause the family to break their promise in front of others. They would become the laughing stock of the other great nobles. At the same time, Meljin's reputation would be ruined. However, they couldn't take it lying down. In the end, Randolph Carsai, the head of the Carsai family and Smith's father, couldn't sit still. He decided to go to Tianshui City to see Xiao Hai. Although Randolph was a patriarch, he was also a person. He loved Meljin very much, so he was going to see Xiao Hai in person to see what kind of person he was. Then he would decide how to deal with this matter. Ever since he had heard of Xiao Hai's name, he had not seen him in person. All his impressions of Xiao Hai came from the reports from his subordinates, from Ibel, Smith, and Zhu Wan. However, the three of them had the same opinion of Xiao Hai. Iber's evaluation was very simple. Xiao Hai was a very strong mystic and had many profitable businesses. Smith's evaluation of Xiao Hai was very high. After all, to Smith, Xiao Hai was a very smart person. He was also very capable and had many good things in his hands. Most importantly, his strength was unfathomable. Of course, Zhu Wan wouldn't say anything nice. In his eyes, Xiao Hai was a domineering and arrogant man who didn't know when to back down. Considering the three of them, Randolph saw Xiao Hai as an ambitious man, so he wanted to kill Xiao Hai. But now, Smith's move put Randolph in a difficult position. He had to stop his family's order to send level 9 experts to deal with Xiao Hai and prepare to personally go to Tianshui City to see Xiao Hai. At this time, Charlie also received the news. He was overjoyed when he first received the news, but then he felt that something was wrong. He was very clear that Xiao Hai had a conflict with Zhu Wan of the Carsai family some time ago. How could he be engaged to the little princess of the Carsai family now? Charlie was still very familiar with the matters of the Carsai family. He was a prince who wanted to fight for the throne. Of course, he would know more about those old-school nobles. As for Meljin, he also knew about her. There was no other way because Meljin was now equivalent to the little princess of the Carls. So when Grand Duke Ryan went to touch Meljin last time, Charlie knew that he would not live long. The Carls would not let him go. This time, Xiao Hai had suddenly gotten engaged to Meljin, which made Charlie feel very incredulous. He wanted to know what was going on, so he immediately sent a letter to Trezeb and asked him to investigate. Trezeb was still in a daze. Xiao Hai had left in a hurry that day, and he was trying to find out what had happened. The next day, Xiao Hai and Meljin's engagement was rumored. Trezeb was very surprised, because when Xiao Hai left that day, his expression did not seem like he was going to get engaged. On the 5th day after Xiao Hai and the others arrived at Tianshui City, Randolph arrived. He didn't come in secret, but he didn't make it too public. As soon as he got off the boat, Phil and Smith were already waiting for him at the dock. Randolph looked around the crowd, but he did not see Meljin, nor did he see anything that looked like Xiao Hai. He became even angrier. He looked at Smith with a gloomy face and said, "Where's Meljin?" Smith quickly said he went out to sea. He went out to sea 3 days ago. Little Hai had to go out to sea to do something. Meljin insisted on following him, so he went. Quat. Randolph snorted, looked at him and Phil, and said in a deep voice, "Let's go to the city lord's mansion first." After saying that, he got on the carriage and rushed to the city lord's mansion. When they arrived at the city lord's castle and entered the living room, Smith and the others invited Randolph to take a seat. They then waved their hands and chased everyone out of the living room except Smith and Phil. Smith and Phil had long expected this day to come, so they stood there very calmly, ready to receive Randolph's anger. Randolph was even angrier when he saw how fearless the two were, but he suppressed his anger and said to Smith and Phil, "Tell me what happened. Why did you let Meljin get engaged to Xiao Hai? Why did the two of them run away without waiting for me? Are you afraid to see me?" Smith said calmly, "Meljin likes Xiao Hai, so I let her get engaged to Xiao Hai. As for why they are going out to sea, it's because God's Grace Day is coming soon. Xiao Hai had made an agreement with King Charlie before this. On God's Grace Day, he would give Prince Charlie a batch of goods, so they had already agreed to go out to sea." Quat. Randolph looked at Smith and snorted. "What's wrong? You're old now and your wings have hardened. You don't even listen to my words anymore. I've already issued a must-kill order on Xiao Hai, but you actually want Xiao Hai to get engaged to Meljin at this time. What are you thinking? Are you still a member of the Carsai family? Why are you siding with an outsider? Smith looked at Randolph and calmly said, Quad, of course I'm a member of the Carsai family. I'm doing this for the sake of the Carsai family. Meljin is my daughter, my favorite daughter. Do you think I like her to be like this, getting engaged to Xiao Hai in a hurry without any ceremony? It's you who forced her to do it. Quat Smith almost roared at the end of his sentence. Randolph looked at Smith and snorted. Great, you dare to shout at me. Are you doing this for the good of the Carsai family? How are you doing this for the sake of the Carsai family? What do you say? Smith looked at Randolph and snorted. Quad, of course I'm doing this for the good of the Karachi family. You shouldn't have treated Xiao Hai like that in the first place. What are the other people in the Black Magician Alliance going to do if you treat Xiao Hai like that? Do you really want to disband the Black Magician Alliance? Let the Black Mages become a pile of loose sand once again, and then let the people of the Church of Light destroy them one by one. Quat, what do you know? Randolph snorted. Quat, I'm doing this to fight against the Church of Light. We only have the ability to fight against the Church of Light if all the Black Mages are under our family's rule. Quat. Smith didn't care, he snorted. Oh really? Before the Church of Light dealt with us, I remember that our family did the same thing, right? What happened in the end? Those black magicians are still black magicians. Did they listen to our Carsai family? On the contrary, there are fewer and fewer people in the black magician profession. In the end, as long as the Church of Light suppresses them, the black magician profession almost ends. Is this what you mean by unification? Randolph's face was also a little ugly. Of course, he knew what happened before, but he felt that the situation was different now. With Xiao Hai's plan, the Black Mages could develop boldly without any worries. The Carsai family could rule those Black Mages without any worries. By then, the Carsai family would be more glorious than they were now, and they would be as powerful as the Church of Light. Smith looked at Randolph. What are you thinking that if we use Hai's idea, the Black Magicians will have a great development? If that's the case, even if all the Black Magicians of Zero Exhibition die, it's no big deal. But have you ever thought about it? How long do you think it would take to train those Black Mages? 20 years, 30 years, 40 years. Do you know what happened in the past 20 years? Yes, with Little Hai's idea, the Black Mages can be developed, but there is a premise. All the schools in the Rasen Empire must have Black Mages as guests. If you really put all the Black Mages under our Karch family, then we can influence all the Black Mages. The influence of our Karch family will increase greatly, but in this way, what is the difference between us and the Church of Light? Why was the Church of Light being suppressed? Why was the Church of Light unable to develop in the Rasen Empire? Randolph felt a little embarrassed when he thought of this. He was relying on Xiao Hai's idea, and he was targeting Xiao Hai. Smith looked at Randolph. What are you thinking that if we use Hai's idea, the Black Magicians will have a great development? If that's the case, even if all the Black Magicians of Zero Exhibition die, it's no big deal. But have you ever thought about it? How long do you think it would take to train those Black Mages? 20 years, 30 years, 40 years. Do you know what happened in the past 20 years? Yes, with Little Hai's idea, the Black Mages can be developed, but there is a premise. All the schools in the Rasen Empire must have Black Mages as guests. If you really put all the Black Mages under our Karch family, then we can influence all the Black Mages. The influence of our Karch family will increase greatly, but in this way, what is the difference between us and the Church of Light? Why was the Church of Light being suppressed? Why was the Church of Light unable to develop in the Rasen Empire? Do you want the Carsai family to become the second Church of Light? The Church of Light is being suppressed by the Rasen Empire, but they can still develop in other countries because they are strong. If we were to be suppressed by all the nobles in the Rasen Empire one day, where could we go? Leave the Rasen Empire. Don't forget, outside the Rasen Empire, it's the territory of the Church of Light. Smith's words made Randolph sweat. He was indeed like what Smith said. He wanted to turn the Karch family into another Church of Light, but he forgot that in the Rasen Empire, his Karch family was just a big noble. There were several big nobles on the same level as him. Above them was the royal family. If they really became another Church of Light, it would seriously threaten the rule of the royal family. Would the royal family let them go? Would those great nobles let them go? If everyone joined forces to suppress them, what were they going to do? Outside of the Rasen Empire, the Church of Light had an absolute advantage. If they were to leave the Rasen Empire, they would definitely be crushed by the Church of Light. He had indeed been muddled by this victory, but he was the head of a large family after all. He had been through many ups and downs. After Smith's words, he came back to his senses. He weighed the pros and cons and had to admit that Smith was right. As a person in power, Randolph knew that the royal family of the Rasen Empire would not allow any power to threaten their rule. It was the same for the nobles. If he really developed as he wished, the first people to jump out and suppress them would be the royal family and the nobles. Smith looked at his father and knew that he had figured out the key point. He didn't say anything and just stood there quietly. He believed that his father would figure it out. If he couldn't figure it out, he wouldn't be worthy of being the patriarch of the Carsai family. After a long while, Randolph let out a long sigh. Even if you're right, you don't have to marry Meljin to Xiao Hai. What's so good about him? Smith heaved a sigh of relief when he heard Randolph's tone soften. He knew that Randolph had thought it through and immediately said, "Quat father, I'm doing this for the sake of the Carsai family. If we really send a level 9 expert to deal with Xiao Hai, it will only cause more trouble. That level 9 expert might not be able to return." Quat. Randolph was stunned and then his expression changed. He looked at Smith and said, "Do you know what you're saying? A combatant of the 9th rank. Do you really think Xiao Hai is that strong?" Smith smiled bitterly. "Quat, I don't know if he's really that strong. That's what Xiao Hai told me. He said that as long as you don't send out 5 level 9 experts, he can make sure that those level 9 experts won't be able to return. Even if you send out 5 level 9 experts, he can still escape unscathed." Quad. Quat, listen to him scare people, Randolph snorted. "Quat, you believe what he says?" "Yeah, I really believe it." Smith forced a smile and said, "Father, do you know how long it took him to travel from Jade Water City to Tianshui City? It had only taken him a few hours to fly so fast, even faster than an ordinary wind stream. Even an ordinary 9th grade powerhouse would not be able to reach such a speed. That's why I think he can really do what he said." Randolph looked at Smith in shock and said, "Is what you said true? Is he really that fast? If you don't believe me, you can ask Uncle Phil," Smith said with a bitter smile. Phil nodded and said, "Quat, yes, clan head. Xiao Hai is really fast. We've arranged people in the Jade Water City to keep an eye on him. As long as he appears in the Jade Water City, he will send us a letter immediately. Xiao Hai arrived in the morning 6 days ago. After he arrived, our people in the Jade Water City immediately sent us a letter by Wind Falcon. After receiving the letter, we immediately sent a letter to Xiao Hai by Bloody Eagle and asked him to come to Tianshui City as soon as possible. By the time Blood Eagle arrived at Tianshui City at night, Xiao Hai had already arrived." Hearing Phil's words, Randolph couldn't help but frown. Tianshui City wasn't close to Jade Water City. Even if a falcon flew, it would take a few hours. However, after Xiao Hai received the letter, he could arrive at the same time as Blood Eagle. This really surprised him. He had seen the Blood Eagle that Xiao Hai had given to Smith. It was extremely handsome, and it was much faster than an ordinary winged falcon in both combat power and speed. Xiao Hai was able to travel from Jade Water City to Celestial Water City at the same time as Zhu Ying. His speed must be extraordinary. Smith looked at Randolph and whispered, "Quat father, I've heard some news from Sheila's family. They said that Xiao Hai is a spatial magician. I'm not sure if it's true or not." Quat. Randolph couldn't sit still anymore. He stood up and said, "A spatial magician? Are you serious?" Smith nodded. "Quat, it's true. Sheila's family has issued a gag order. They're very tight-lipped. I only found out after asking around, but this news is still uncertain." Quat. Randolph turned 2 rounds on the ground and said, "If he's really a spatial magician, then he's worthy of Meljin. But what about your identity? We can't find out who I am. How can you trust Meljin to such a person? I already know his identity, father." Smith forced a smile. "Although it's beyond my expectations, I don't think I'm wrong." Randolph was stunned and asked, "You've investigated it. How was this possible?" "Almost all of the great clans on the continent are investigating this matter, but none of them have found anything yet." "Yet you found it?" Smith smiled bitterly. "Quat, we didn't find out. Xiao Hai told us. I asked about his identity before Meljin got engaged to him. He told us on his own." Randolph looked at Smith and frowned. "Quat, what's wrong? Was his identity very special? Is he really from a hidden clan or a powerful force?" Smith shook his head. "Quat, no, we've been looking in the wrong direction from the very beginning. He's not from some reclusive family or a powerful force. His last name is Buda. He used to be called Adam Buda, but now he's changed his name to Xiao Hai Buda." Quat. Randolph was taken aback. He then glared and said, "Buda, are you talking about the Lord of the Black Soul Wasteland? The Buda family?" Smith nodded. "Quat, that's right. It's the Lord of the Black Dirt Wastelands, the Buda family. That's why he first appeared in Black Dirt Fortress. That's why he first appeared in the Vansel Duchy." Randolph nodded, but then his expression changed. "Bastard, if he really is from the Buda family, then didn't he drink the void water? Then how could Meljin marry him? Are you crazy?" Smith looked at Randolph and sighed in his heart. When he saw Randolph, he felt like he was looking at himself. When he found out Xiao Hai's identity, his reaction should be similar to Randolph's. However, he had to answer Randolph's question. He smiled bitterly and said, "Quat, if Xiao Hai really had the water of nothingness, why would I let him have the Mejinga? The poison in his body has already been cured." Quat. Randolph was stunned and asked, "Solved? It's really cured?" Smith nodded. Quat, it's really dispelled. I asked him to demonstrate his magic and combat energy. Now his magic has reached the standard of a level 8, and his combat energy has also reached the standard of a level 8. However, he didn't study martial arts properly before, so if he only uses his combat energy to fight, he is at most equivalent to a level 7 warrior. However, he is an all-elemental mage, proficient in all kinds of magic, and can use mixed magic. I'm afraid that even a low-level combatant of the 9th rank wouldn't be a match for him. Are you serious? Randolph looked at Smith. Was he really an all-elemental magician, or a dual cultivator? Did he have some fortuitous encounter? Smith smiled bitterly. Quad, I think so too, but he refused to say. Maybe he will tell Meljin in the future, but I can tell that he won't easily tell people he doesn't trust. Quad. Randolph frowned and said, You're quite wary, but this is what you should do. Okay, you did the right thing this time. I didn't expect this kid to be so strong. If we really go against him, we'll really be at a disadvantage. But this kid actually took my granddaughter away. I won't forgive him. Quat. Smith smiled bitterly and continued, Father, as you know, Xiao Hai is now involved with Prince Charlie because of the previous incident. Will this affect our family? Randolph thought for a moment and shook his head. Quat, no, Xiao Hai is only engaged to Meljin. They are not married yet. Even if the marriage is cancelled, he is still a member of the Buda family, not our Carsai family. It will not affect us. In the future, we just have to pay attention and not get too close to Prince Charlie. Quat. Smith nodded and looked at the sky. Quat, Father, it's getting late. Let's go eat something. Right, Xiao Hai said he'd be back in a while. Why don't you stay in Tianshui City for a while? You'll be able to see Xiao Hai then. Randolph thought for a moment, then nodded. Quat, all right, I haven't seen Meljin this time. I'll leave then. I'll stay here for a while. Quat. Smith nodded and led Randolph to the restaurant with Phil. At this moment, Xiao Hai and the others were on their way to the shrimp tribe. After a few days of getting along, Xiao Hai and Meljin had become very comfortable with each other. Although they had reached the same level of success as Laura and Meg, it was already very good. However, Xiao Hai had not decided to tell Meljin the secret of the realm yet. Meljin's situation was different from that of Laura and Meg. Laura had a falling out with her family, and it was impossible for her to return to the Magedel family. On the other hand, Meg had never followed him, so there was no problem with her loyalty. Therefore, Xiao Hai could share the secret of the realm with them without any worries. But Meljin was different. Meljin had a huge family behind her. This big family was one of the few strong families on the mainland. Meljin had a very good relationship with the people in her family. She was very doted on in her family. This also made Meljin's feelings for the Carsai family very deep. If Xiao Hai told Meljin the secret of the space now, she would tell it as long as Smith asked. Xiao Hai's biggest secret would be exposed. This was not what Xiao Hai wanted to see. Meljin did not feel anything. The ship they were on now was the Peach Garden, and the few ships that they had taken from the Mangacollection family were right next to them. NBSP. This was Meljin's first time going out to sea since she was young. When Meljin returned to her family in the past, she would at most walk along the Lu River. She would not go out to sea. In addition, her family did not need her to do business, so she would at most take a boat to play in the coastal waters. This was her first time going on a long-distance voyage with a boat. Meljin was still very excited for the first 2 days after she came out, but on the third day she could not. Hainan Airlines was a very boring thing. Other than the seawater and the few people on the ship, one would not be able to see anyone else. NBSP. Xiao Hai and the others were already used to it. Since Meljin was on the boat, it was not convenient for them to enter the inner space during the day. They could only enter at night. During the day, they could only have some fun on the boat. In fact, the ship was only so big. There was nothing fun to be had. It was only because Xiao Hai and the others were used to the peace and quiet. The few of them chatted, drank, and made some food. Before they knew it, the day had passed. It was already the third day since they left Tianshui City, but Meljin felt a little bored. She stood on the deck and looked at the sea. She frowned and did not say anything. NBSB. At this time, Laura also noticed that Meljin was not happy. She immediately walked over and said with a smile, What's wrong, Meljin? Why are you unhappy? Do you miss home? Meljin turned her head and looked at Lola. Quad, I don't miss home. I just feel very bored. On the sea, we can only be trapped on this ship. It's so boring. Quad. Laura smiled. Quad, it can't be helped. It's like this when sailing on the sea. It's only been a few days. We'll have to walk for about 7 days to get there. Quat. Meljin rolled her eyes. Quat, God, I really don't know if I'll go crazy. This is too scary. I can't believe you guys can bear it. Quat. Laura laughed and said, What's there to hold back? Just find some fun for yourself. There are books on the boat. When we're free, we can chat or learn how to cook. If we really can't do it, we can go fishing. If you only think about being bored, you'll always be bored. Quat. Meljin smiled. Quat, sure, then you can teach me. I want to learn how to cook too. Quat. Laura smiled and said, It's not time to eat yet. Just wait a little longer. Actually, you don't have to feel so bored. Sometimes we will encounter pirates on the sea or be attacked. Those are the most exciting times. Arrows will fly all over the sky, and magic cannons will also be fired. Quat. Quat, I really can't see what's interesting about what you said, Meljin said with a bitter smile. Quat, I'd rather be bored than be attacked. Quat. Laura smiled. Quat, don't worry, I'm just saying. We might not necessarily meet them, especially now that we have 6 5-masted ironclads. Ordinary pirates don't dare to provoke us. Their ships are generally 3-masted, and 5-masted ships are very rare. Even if they have 5 masted ironclads, they usually won't come to us. Quat. At this moment, Xiao Hai also walked over. He looked at the two of them and smiled. Quat, what's wrong? What are you talking about? Xiao Hai also noticed that Meljin seemed unhappy. In fact, he did not plan to bring Meljin with him when he went out to sea this time. However, he had no choice. Meljin insisted on coming with him. Even Smith could not stop her. He could only bring Meljin along. When he went out to sea, he had already thought that Meljin might not be able to adapt to life at sea. As expected, it had only been 3 days, and she had shown it. Meljin looked at Xiao Hai and said, Brother Hai, aren't you bored? There's nothing on the ocean except for a few seabirds or a few boats. Besides, you've used the undead creatures on the boats. Isn't that even more boring? Xiao Hai smiled. Quite, it's a little boring, but there are benefits to using the undead creatures. They won't betray us and they won't need to pay us. They won't go crazy and won't disturb us. Isn't that good? Meljin pouted and said, How is it done? Anyway, Big Brother Hai, tell me about your past. What happened to the Buta family after they were banished to the Black Soil Wasteland? Xiao Hai smiled bitterly. Many things had happened to the Buta family after they arrived at the Black Soil Wilderness, but they were all related to the realm. If he told Meljin about these things, he would have to expose the secret of the realm. Xiao Hai did not want to lie to Meljin, so he really did not know what to say. Laura also saw Xiao Hai's dilemma. She quickly added, Quat, what's the point of saying that? Let's go, Meljin, we'll go cook. We'll let Brother Hai try the big meal we made this afternoon. By the way, ask Meg to come along, or I'm afraid Brother Hai will be poisoned to death by us. Quat. Meljin was amused by what she said, so she smiled and followed Lola. The 4 girls ran to the kitchen on the boat. Xiao Hai looked at the back of the 4 of them and said to Blockhead, who was standing beside him, Blockhead, do you think I'm good like this? Why don't I tell Meljin the secret of the space? Blockhead smiled and said, That will depend on you, young master. In fact, even if we reveal the secret of the realm now, how many people on the continent would dare to touch us? We have the realm and so many undead creatures. We are in an absolute advantage against any force. If we really can't do it, we can run to the Orc Prairie and these people can only watch helplessly. Quat. Xiao Hai smiled and said, You're quite ambitious, kid, but you're right. We don't have to be afraid of anyone now. Besides, I think we're letting Meljin down by hiding this from her. No matter what, if I didn't trust her that much, I wouldn't have agreed to get engaged to her in the first place. Quat. I don't know about these things, young master, said Blockhead with a smile. You can do as you see fit. Xiao Hai looked at Blockhead and suddenly laughed. Speaking of which, you and Shitio, you are quite young. You should be at the age to get married. I think I have to talk to Grandpa Green about this. I can't let you two be like this all the time. I need to find a woman to look after you. When Blockhead heard what Xiao Hai said, he couldn't help but blush and say, Quat, young master, stop making fun of me. Shitio, you and I are already very happy to be with you. Quat. After lunch, they all took an afternoon nap. In the afternoon, Xiao Hai practiced his combat energy and martial arts for a while on the ship. Meg also gave Meljin some guidance on how to use magic in battle. Meljin was a level 5 water mage, and her magic practice was not bad. However, she did not have much actual combat experience, so Meg would give her some guidance. In fact, Xiao Hai understood that this kind of guidance could only be of limited use. What Meljin lacked now was actual combat experience on the battlefield. The atmosphere was completely different in real life and in practice. Many people were good at martial arts, but on the battlefield, they were killed in a single move because they were not used to the atmosphere on the battlefield. They were frightened by the enemy's aura and could only use 1 or 2 levels of their 10th tier martial arts at most. This was the most fatal thing for them. After Meljin went to sleep, Xiao Hai and the rest went to the realm. Green and Kun were already waiting for them. After Xiao Hai practiced for a while, they went into the living room and sat down. Xiao said to Green, Quat, Grandpa Grim, I want to tell Meljin about the space. Quat. Jerlin was stunned for a moment, then he frowned and said, Why are you suddenly talking about this? You didn't want to tell her about the secret of the space a few days ago because you were afraid that she would tell Smith and the others, and the Carsai family would know about this secret. Xiao Hai nodded and said, Indeed, if I tell Meljin this secret, the Carsai family will know. But if I don't tell her, I feel sorry for her. If I didn't trust her, I shouldn't have agreed to the marriage. It's too unfair to Meljin. Quat. Clint nodded and did not say anything. Kun Zhang, on the other hand, frowned and said, Is this good? If we do this, the whole continent might know about this secret. Let's not talk about the reaction of the Carsai family. We have to think about the reaction of the other forces on the continent. There are too many greedy people. Xiao Hai nodded and said, I know. But with the current strength of our Carsai family, we don't need to be afraid of them. If we really can't do it, we will just fight with them. Quad. Hearing Xiao Hai's words, Jelin couldn't help but frown. If that's the case, we might become the public enemy of the continent, and we won't be able to establish ourselves on the continent. Xiao Hai sighed and said, I know, but in this continent, strength is the only thing that matters. We have the strength now, but others don't know about it. Therefore, some small troubles will always come to us. If we show them our strength that makes them afraid, those small troubles will not dare to come to us, right? Clint frowned. It was obvious that he did not agree with Xiao Hai's suggestion. However, he felt that Xiao Hai was right. If they had let the Carsai family know that they had a level 9 expert in their hands, the Carsai family might not have treated them with such an attitude. However, Grimm still felt that it was not too safe. They had too few level 9 powerhouses in their hands now. If they were to fight head-on with those people, they could only hide in the Black Earth wilderness and not dare to come out. At this moment, Kun Zheng said, "Quat Little Hai, have you ever thought about subduing all of the 9th rank magical beasts in the Rotten Corpse Swamp for our use? With Zhao Wen and Kai around, I think subduing those 9th rank magical beasts shouldn't be too difficult. Every one of them is a bit more powerful for us, and the Flower Protection Alliance in the swamp is a bit less powerful. In the end, they'll all be subdued by us. They're magical beasts, and they're different from humans. As long as those magical beasts enter the realm will automatically subdue them. You don't have to worry about them betraying us. If we have those 9th rank powerhouses, we can become a powerful force on the continent, just like the humans, beastmen, sea race, elves, and dwarves." Xiao Hai was taken aback. He had never thought of this. Back then, they had only thought of the power of the Flower Protection Alliance. They had never thought that these 9th rank experts had their own territories and rarely interacted with each other. If he could really subdue all these 9th rank experts, his strength would definitely rank among the top of the continent. Grimm's eyes lit up as well. "Quat, that's a good idea. I think it's feasible, but there's no time for that now. We'll talk about it later. By the way, young master, I think you can tell Meljin the secret of the space, but at the same time, you have to ask her to keep it a secret for us. Let's see how far she can go. Quat." Xiao Hai nodded and looked at Grandpa Green. "There's one more thing. It's about wood and stone. They're not young anymore. Don't you think it's time for them to start a family? And Thousand Shadows, I think it's time to find him a partner. They can't stay single forever just because they're with me. Wouldn't that be too unfair to them?" Before Grimm could say anything, Merlin, who was beside him, smiled and said, "Quat good, young master. That's a good idea. Mu Tou and Shi Tou should have a family by now. Thousand Shadows is even more so. They're not young anymore. They should have had a family long ago. Quat." Xiao Hai was stunned. He looked at Su Weiniang and nodded slightly without saying anything. He knew that Su Weiniang had his own reasons, and he was afraid that he would remind him of something sad. Merlin did not ask. He glanced at Su Weiniang and sighed. "Quat, well, let's leave it to fate. But young master, I think you should tell Meljin about what happened in the space tomorrow. As you said, since you are engaged to Meljin, you should trust her. Otherwise, it will be unfair to her. Quat." Xiao Hai nodded and turned to Laura and Meg. "Laura, Meg, you're not angry, are you? I just feel like I'm lying to Meljin if I don't tell her about the space." Laura smiled and said, "No, we won't be angry. Brother Hai, you don't know this, but we have wanted to tell you about this for a long time. If we are talking about feelings, our relationship with Meljin is better than yours. Quat." Xiao Hai couldn't help but laugh. "I'm relieved to hear you say that. In fact, I really feel very lucky to be able to receive the favor of you good girls. The heavens really take care of me, so the two of you have the same position in my heart. I don't want you to fight because of me. If that happens, not only will my life be difficult, but the Buddha family's life will also be difficult. Quat." Laura smiled and said, "Don't worry, we won't. What's there to fight about? If you dare to side with anyone, we won't agree. We're on the same side now. Quat." Xiao Hai couldn't help but laugh even louder. Green and the others also laughed. To be honest, Green was afraid that Laura would have some thoughts after Xiao Hai agreed to the marriage with Meljin. If Xiao Hai really made trouble in his backyard, it would not be a good thing for the Buddha family. Kun Zheng sighed inwardly. He knew that Laura truly loved Xiao Hai. Otherwise, she would not be so considerate of Xiao Hai. However, Kun Zheng had to admit that Xiao Hai really liked Laura. He would discuss everything with her. It was obvious that Xiao Hai's love for Laura was no less than the love she had for him. Meljin woke up early the next morning. Although she had been out at sea for 4 days, she was still not used to the life of sleeping on the ship. She did not sleep well every day. NBSP. This was also the reason Meljin had been in a bad mood for the past few days. If a person did not have a good rest, their temper would not be good. It was because of this that Meljin had been feeling depressed for the past few days. NBSP. Meljin came out of the cabin after she woke up and washed up. She wanted to enjoy the sea breeze outside. This time, she did not bring any servants with her when she came out of her house. She did not even bring her personal maid. However, Meljin did not regret it. Since she was going to marry Xiao Hai, she would have to get used to the way Xiao Hai and the others lived. She did not want Xiao Hai to think that she was a rich lady who had to be waited on for everything. As soon as Meljin appeared on the deck, she found that Xiao Hai and Laura had already gotten up. Meljin quickly walked over and said in embarrassment, "Quat, big brother Hai, big sister Laura, you're all up. I'm sorry I got up late." Quat. Xiao Hai turned around and looked at Meljin, who still had dark circles under her eyes. He could not help but feel even more apologetic. He smiled and said, "What's wrong? You didn't sleep well. People who have just come to the sea are like this. They always feel like they are sitting on a blue wave, constantly shaking and shaking, hee. Meljin smiled bitterly. "Quad, I don't know. I've long forgotten that I lived in Blue Rock when I was young. If I had lived in a place like this when I was young, I believe I wouldn't be able to sleep either." Quad, his words made Xiao Hai and Laura burst into laughter. Meljin also laughed. Although she had suffered a little over the past 2 days and her mood had been affected, she had also learned a lot from Xiao Hai and the others. She was able to endure hardships, persevere, and be optimistic. It was because of this that she could still joke in such a situation. NBSP. Now Meljin knew what attracted her to Xiao Hai. It was his optimistic spirit. No matter what happened, Xiao Hai seemed to be very optimistic. Most importantly, no matter what he did, Xiao Hai would follow the prescribed order and move forward step by step. This was something that attracted her. NBSP. Looking at Meljin's expression, Xiao Hai slowly calmed down. He looked at Meljin with a serious expression and said, "Quat Meljin, we are already engaged, so you will be a member of the Buddha family in the future. So I'm going to tell you the most important secret of the Buddha family today. I hope you can keep this secret, and don't tell anyone about it, even to your father. Can you do that?" Meljin blushed when she heard Xiao Hai's first 2 sentences. However, when she heard what Xiao Hai said after that, she was stunned. She looked at Xiao Hai with a serious expression, but she did not agree immediately. NBSP. She quietly thought about Xiao Hai's words. That's right, she was already engaged to Xiao Hai. Although they were not married yet, this matter was already set in stone. She was a member of the Buddha family. No matter what other people were like, he could not leave Xiao Hai. However, it was difficult for her to hide anything from her parents. Her feelings for Smith and his wife were too deep, so she was afraid that she couldn't hide anything from them. Xiao Hai was not angry when Meljin did not answer him immediately. On the contrary, he was very happy. Meljin did not answer him immediately. It was a sign that she valued friendship. At the same time, it also showed that her feelings for him were real. Otherwise, Meljin could have returned immediately. If she could have done it, it would have been the same if she had sold Xiao Hai out. NBSB. Xiao Hai looked at Meljin and said, "Meljin, you have to know that Laura knows this secret. Meg knows it, and everyone in the Buddha family knows it. Now that you are engaged to me, I hope that you can have the same status as Laura. Otherwise, it will be too unfair to you. At the same time, I completely trust you. If I don't trust you, but I am engaged to you and will marry you in the future, it will be too unfair to you. So I hope you can think about what I said." Quat. Meljin listened to Xiao Hai's words and understood what he meant. Xiao Hai hoped that she could have the same status as Laura. This also meant that in Xiao Hai's heart, she had the same status as Laura. This made Meljin very happy. She looked at Xiao Hai and said, "Big brother Hai, don't worry. You trust me so much. I won't let you down. I'll definitely keep the Buddha family's secret. Even if my parents ask me, I won't tell them." Xiao Hai looked at Meljin's expression and suddenly laughed. "All right, I'm relieved to hear that. Are you ready? You're about to know the biggest secret of the Buddha family." Meljin took a deep breath and firmly nodded. "Quad, I'm ready," Xiao Hai smiled. With a thought, Meljin felt a white light flash before her eyes. Then she appeared in front of a villa. Meljin looked at everything in front of her in a daze. This was obviously a grassland covered with grass. Not far from the villa was a cultivated land with all kinds of plants, but these were not important. The important thing was that she didn't know why she was here. Weren't they on the boat just now? At this time, Meg pushed open the door of the villa and walked out. When she saw Meljin, she smiled and said, "Meljin, you're here. Come on in, dinner is ready. We'll talk while we eat." Meljin was dragged into the house by Megger in a daze. They entered the dining room, and Megger soon brought out breakfast. At the same time, Su Weiniang and the others also came in and sat down. This was also one of Xiao Hai's rules. When there was nothing special, Su Weiniang and the others would have dinner with him and chat at the table to strengthen their relationship. With the blood oath, Su Weiniang and the others would not betray Xiao Hai. However, Xiao Hai did not want them to be restricted only by blood oaths. He hoped that they would work for him sincerely. Meljin sat down in a daze, but she looked at everything in the place with puzzlement. For Meljin, who was used to seeing big houses, she really did not care about anything. However, the environment in the villa made Meljin very puzzled. NBSP. At that moment, Xiao Hai also sat down. He smiled at Meljin and said, "Quat, this is actually the biggest secret of the Buddha family. Well, Laura, you will tell Meljin." Quat. Laura did not object. She smiled and told Meljin about the space. At the same time, she also told her about the magic of the space. Meljin had forgotten to eat a long time ago. She was listening to Laura in a daze. There were so many magical things about the space. It took more than an hour for Laura to give a simple explanation. At this time, Xiao Hai and the others had already finished their breakfast. Only Laura's Meljin had not eaten. After Laura finished speaking, Meljin looked out of the window in disbelief and said to Laura, "Are you saying that this is a subspace that belongs to Brother Hai? Big Brother Hai is the god here." Laura smiled and said, "You can think of it that way. This place is indeed a subspace that belongs to Brother Hai. Brother Hai is the god here, but he is a little miserable. He has to pay the realm and upgrade himself. Otherwise, he can't do anything. Quat. Meljin did not care so much. She just mumbled, this place actually belongs to Big Brother Hai. This place actually belongs to Big Brother Hai. This is too magical, too magical. Laura looked at him and smiled. She didn't say anything and just ran to the kitchen to heat up the dishes. She had to heat up their food. No matter what, they could not eat. After a while, Meljin woke up and realized that she was the only one left in the dining room. Laura was busy in the kitchen, while Xiao Hai and the others had returned to the living room. Meljin did not go to the living room. Instead, she went to the kitchen and asked Laura about the situation in the interspace. Laura told her everything. After a while, the food was ready. The two of them returned to the dining room. After a simple bite, they returned to the living room. Xiao Hai and the others were staring at the screen, which was showing the situation at sea. Meljin looked at the various images on the screen and felt that this space was really magical. Xiao Hai looked at her and smiled. Meljin, did Laura tell you about the situation in the space? This is the secret of our Buddha family. You should know why I have so many good things now, right? Those are all produced by the space. Hee, it can be said that without this space, you wouldn't even be able to see me. Meljin nodded seriously. Quat, Brother Hai, don't worry. I won't tell anyone about the situation in the space. Don't worry, Quat. Xiao Hai smiled and said, okay, I believe you, Meljin. You haven't had a good rest for the past few days. You can rest in the space later. I'll let Laura and Meg accompany you. We'll go outside. Although we can drive normally without anyone for a long time, I'm still worried. Quat. Laura also said, that's right. We haven't had a good rest these days. It's a good time to have a good sleep in the space. Let's go, Meljin. Let's go to sleep. Quat. After he finished speaking, he pulled Meljin and left. NBSB. Xiao Hai also led Wood and the others out of the interspace, leaving the whole place to the girls. Laura did not go to sleep immediately, but followed Meljin to take a good bath. There was a hot spring in the interspace, so they could enjoy the hot spring and relax. The hot spring was located in the basement of the villa. It was originally Clean's laboratory, but after Clean moved his laboratory to the Iron Mountain Castle, this basement was left empty. At Laura's suggestion, Heir made it into a hot spring. This hot spring had running water, and there was a small hot spring mouth below the basement. Similarly, there was a small water outlet beside the basement. It just happened to disrupt the balance of the water in the basement. Not only were there a few stone tables in the basement, but Heir could also send fruits and wine to the basement at any time for Laura and the others to enjoy. After the basement was built, it was well received by everyone. Under Xiao Hai's suggestion, the basement was divided into two rooms. One was the ladies' room for Laura and the others, while the other was the men's room for Xiao Hai and the others. Meljin sat in the hot spring pool. She had never felt so comfortable before. She had never been in a hot spring before. Tianshui City was a coastal city, so there were no hot springs there. This was her first time in a hot spring, NBSB. Only after soaking in the hot spring did she feel that this hot spring was really good. It was really comfortable to soak in it. She picked up the fruits on the wooden plate floating above the hot spring and took a bite. It was simply a god-level enjoyment. Meljin picked up the red wine and took a sip. She then sighed and turned to look at Laura and Meg, who were also drinking red wine in the hot spring. Meljin pouted into satisfaction. The two of you actually said that you're good sisters. To think that you would secretly enjoy such a good thing and only tell me about it today. HMPH. Laura and Meg both laughed. After that, Laura said, it's not that we don't want to tell you, but this space is too important to the Buddha family. If this secret is known to others, then the Buddha family's last card will be gone. That's why we don't dare to tell you. This time, it's Brother Hai's idea to tell you. Although Laura also wanted to tell Xiao Hai to tell Meljin about the space, she would not say it at this time. No matter what, this was Xiao Hai's suggestion. Moreover, if she said it, it would make Meljin's impression of Xiao Hai better, and Meljin's heart would be more on Xiao Hai's side. He had to admit that Laura really cared about Xiao Hai. She had even considered such a small detail. She understood that she would spend the rest of her life with this man. Therefore, she had to do her best to help him solve all his problems. Meljin snorted when she heard Laura's words. She said, I've forgiven you. Don't worry. I won't tell anyone about what happened here. It's so comfortable. You guys really know how to enjoy life. Laura smiled and said, it's okay. In fact, some of the suggestions here were suggested by Brother Hai. However, he rarely comes here to enjoy himself. He has too many things to do and is too busy. Quat. Meljin also sighed. She had seen what Xiao Hai had to do in the past few days. Although Xiao Hai would not sign one document after another like her father, he had many things to think about and deal with regarding the development of the Buddha family. It was just as Laura had said, Xiao Hai was really busy. The few of them soaked in the hot spring for a while before they went upstairs to rest in their rooms. There were more than 20 rooms in the space villa, so there were still some empty rooms. Meljin had not had a good rest for a few days. On top of that, she had just soaked in the hot spring, so she fell asleep not long after she lay on the bed. NBSP. She didn't wake up until the afternoon. When she got up, she realized that there was no one in her space. As soon as she put on her clothes, she found herself on the peach source. She was stunned for a moment, but she immediately understood. This must have been Kai Er's doing. Xiao Hai had already introduced Kai Er to her yesterday, but he did not tell Meljin that Kai Er was a powerhouse beyond level 9. As soon as Meljin got on the boat, Lola and the others saw Meljin. Lola immediately went up to her. When she saw Meljin's face, she smiled and said, "Quat, you just woke up. You slept so much during the day. Let's see if you can still sleep at night. Quat." Meljin stuck out her tongue. "Quat, I haven't slept well these days. I finally got a good night's sleep. I didn't expect to oversleep. Hee hee. Quat." Xiao Hai also smiled and said nonchalantly, "Let's go to the interspace at night. It's quiet and the air is fresh. It's very comfortable to rest there." Meljin nodded and looked at the scenery on the sea. She smiled and said, "Quat, I can look at the grass in the space, and once I'm on the boat, I can also look at the sea. This kind of life is really not bad." Quat. Xiao Hai and the others laughed again. Meljin only spoke to Xiao Hai after a while. "Big brother Hai, what are we going to do at sea this time? Why do I feel like we've been walking into the deep sea? Are we going to the deep sea?" Xiao Hai smiled. "Quat, that's right. We're going to the deep sea. We're going to Ape Head Island. That's one of our bases." Quat. Meljin had been reading a book a few days ago, and she had really seen something about Ape Head Island. When she heard Xiao Hai say that, she could not help but be stunned for a moment. Ape Head Island. Is it the Ape Head Island that is written in the book, the one with submerged reefs outside and magical beasts inside? Xiao Hai smiled and said, "Yes, it's that Ape Head Island. We've subdued the demonic beast on the island. It's called Xiao Jin. You'll definitely like it when you see it. Also, that island is rich in breadfruit." Quat. Meljin certainly knew about breadfruit. She had eaten a few of them. She really did not expect that the breadfruit would be produced on the notorious Ape Head Island. A few days later, Xiao Hai and the others finally arrived at Ape Head Island. As soon as they arrived, Xiao Jin and the others came to pick them up. However, Xiao Hai didn't intend to stay for long this time. He left the island after staying for 2 days. However, Xiao Jin insisted on following him. Xiao Hai didn't object to it. There was a teleportation point on Ape Head Island anyway. Xiao Jin could come back at any time, so he just followed them. Meljin also liked Little Jin very much. Although Xiao Hai and the others had told her that Little Jin was very scary, looking at Little Jin's appearance, Meljin, who had not seen Little Jin's transformation, did not believe that Little Jin could be that scary. After leaving Ape Head Island, Xiao Hai and the others, of course, had to trade with the shrimp tribe. Xiao Hai also told Meljin about her purpose this time. This time, Meljin was really shocked. She really did not expect Xiao Hai to trade with the people of the sea. Xiao Hai also asked Meljin to keep this matter a secret. Of course, he also told Meljin that the Sea Tribe's business here would cooperate with the Carsai family in the future. However, they could not tell the Carsai family about the deal with the Shrimp Tribe. Meljin did not object. Since Xiao Hai told Meljin about the space, Meljin had already regarded herself as a member of the Buddha family. What she had to do now was to help the Buddha family with all her might. Moreover, what Xiao Hai was doing now did not harm the interests of the Carsai family. On the contrary, if he cooperated with the Carsai family would still get a lot of benefits. The change in Meljin's thinking was not entirely due to Xiao Hai. The realm also had a part to play in it. Although the influence of the realm on intelligent creatures like humans was not great, it was not completely zero. Moreover, Meljin now rested in the realm every night, so her thinking was slowly changing. NBSP. Of course, this room had a limited effect on people, so Xiao Hai and the others did not notice this. Soon, they arrived at the sea area controlled by the Shrimp Tribe. Those Shrimp Tribe members immediately came to welcome them and took them to the coral reef where the Shrimp Tribe lived. However, Xiao Hai was stunned when he came this time. He realized that it was not only the shrimp race that was trading with him. There were also the crab race and the shell race. The things that these two races traded with Xiao Hai were also very unique. The shell race had many pearls, while the crab race had traded many crab-shaped magical beasts. These crab-shaped magical beasts were huge. They were all lying on the ground, and their claws were about 10 meters wide. There was a huge number of them. This time, Xiao Hai had obtained a total of 50 kilograms of pearls, 100 corals, 200 giant crabs, 100 shrimp-like magical beasts, and even some marine magical beasts and marine plants. It could be said that Xiao Hai's harvest this time was huge. NBSB Yanli also told Xiao Hai that he was contacting other members of the sea race, hoping that more of them would trade with him. Xiao Hai was naturally happy, so he gave the shrimp race many breadfruit and milk wine. As for how they were going to drink the wine, that was not something Xiao Hai could control. When Xiao Hai left the territory of the shrimp tribe and returned to the inland sea, Meljin could not help but let out a long sigh. She looked at the territory of the shrimp tribe and turned to Xiao Hai. "Quat, big brother Hai, aren't you afraid when you see those strange-looking shrimp and crab people? Xiao Hai had seen the shrimp tribe before, but it was his first time seeing the crab tribe. Their upper bodies were similar to the shrimp tribe, but they did not have as many legs as the shrimp tribe. Their heads looked like humans, but their eyes were different. Their eyes were like tentacles that extended above their heads. They could turn their heads 360 degrees and see their surroundings. Their arms looked like human arms, but they had a pair of huge pincers. The lower half of its body was a crab's leg, and it had a hard shell. It looked like a crab with half a human body. On the other hand, the shell race looked very similar to humans. The only difference was that they had a pair of hard shells that looked like wings on their backs. The shells were huge. As long as the shell race members shrunk their bodies and the shells closed, they could be completely wrapped inside. When Xiao Hai saw the shell race members, he could not help but think of the shell lady. However, the shell race members were not very pretty. Meljin asked Xiao Hai that question because she saw the people of the sea tribe with strange appearances. Xiao Hai smiled and said, "What's there to be afraid of? They are also a race with intelligence that is not inferior to us. They just look a little strange, just like how we humans look. In their eyes, we are the ones who look strange. Meljin, you have to remember, just treat them as humans. Our Buddha family will be in contact with all the other races in the future." Some of the other races hate it the most when humans look down on their looks. So once you show any fear or disgust on your face, you will be killed. You'll enrage them and they might fight you to the death. Meljin was stunned. She then turned to look at Laura. Laura smiled and said, "Yes, I will take you back to the Iron Mountain Fortress in a few days. There is a giant horned wild ox tribe living in the Iron Mountain. They all have huge ox heads. When we first saw them, we were not used to them. But as time passes, you will find that it is easier to deal with them than with the human race." Although he had told Meljin the secret of the dimension and the function of the teleportation point, Xiao Hai had not brought Meljin back to Iron Mountain Castle to have a look. He had only invited Green and the others to the dimension to meet Meljin. NBSP. Meljin was very nervous when she saw Green and the others. She had heard from Laura that Green was Meg's grandfather, the general manager of the Buddha family. He had watched Xiao Hai grow up since he was a child. Now, he was no different from Xiao Hai's grandfather. Although Green still called Xiao Hai young master, Xiao Hai respected Green very much. If he wanted to get the Buddha family's approval, he had to get past Green. This made Meljin very nervous. When she saw Grim, she did not know what to say, but it made Grim and Merlin laugh. Meljin naturally knew that Lola was teasing her. In the end, she chased and hit Lola for a long time. However, this way, Meljin's relationship with them became better, and she also got the approval of Green and the others. However, Xiao Hai and the others had been sailing on the sea all this time, so Xiao Hai did not bring Meljin back to Iron Mountain Fortress. He was prepared to wait for an opportunity in the future. Now Meljin became curious when she heard what Laura said. She had been famous for Iron Mountain Castle for a long time. Laura and the others had mentioned Iron Mountain Castle a lot. She also knew that the milk, wine, and other things that were in short supply on the continent were all produced there, so she had long wanted to go and have a look. However, Xiao Hai really didn't have much time to return to Iron Mountain Castle these few days, so she could only wait. However, now that they were about to return, they had more time to go back and take a look. Just as Meljin was about to ask Xiao Hai when he would take her to Iron Mountain Castle, the cry of an eagle suddenly came from the sky. Xiao Hai was stunned. He could tell that it was the voice of a blood eagle, but he did not know which blood eagle it was. He immediately called the blood eagle down and took the letter from its body. Xiao Hai's face darkened when he read the letter. NBSP. Laura knew that something big had happened when she saw Xiao Hai's expression. He quickly said, "What's wrong, big brother Hai? What happened?" Xiao Hai passed the letter to Laura. After looking at it, Laura frowned and muttered, "It's Uncle Ivan. 200,000 mercenaries. How is this possible? Are all the people in the world fools?" Meg looked at Lola in confusion and asked, "What's wrong with Sister Lola? What's happening?" Laura passed the letter to Meg and said, "This is a letter from Uncle Ivan." He said that Carson City was suddenly besieged by a large number of mercenaries. Other than the 100,000 mercenaries who attacked Carson City, there were also 100,000 mercenaries who were blocking the Versailles family's reinforcements. Now, Carson City can't hold on much longer. It will be broken in 5 days at most. Quat. Although Meljin did not see the information, she was still stunned when she heard what Laura said. Although she did not know anything about military affairs, she still felt it was ridiculous when she heard that there were 200,000 mercenaries. Were those mercenaries crazy? 200,000 mercenaries joining forces to attack a duchy. This must be an army in disguise. Meljin looked at Xiao Hai in confusion. Big brother Hai, did the Versailles clan offend some incredible figure? Otherwise, why would there be so many troops attacking them? Even those who don't understand military affairs would know that 200,000 mercenaries are definitely soldiers in disguise. Xiao Hai nodded. "Quat, it's the king of the south, Boric. The last time we escorted Ryan home, the king of the south wanted to attack him. But in the end, with the swordfish's protection, Ryan returned home safely. It looks like Boric is really ready to destroy the Versailles family." Quat. Big brother Hai, what are you going to do? Laura turned to Xiao Hai. Xiao Hai thought for a moment and said, let's discuss with Grandpa Green first, then with Uncle Smith. They are all veterans in politics, so they should be able to give us some advice. I think we should let them go directly to Jade Water City for the fleet and let Moan arrange things there. Quat. Lola nodded and said, just let Moan handle it. He's just handing the things to Trezeb, and the money can only be collected later. He should be able to handle it easily. We should ask Grandpa Green for his opinion on the Duchy of Versailles, but he hasn't been in contact with the people on the continent recently. He might not be clear about the situation on the continent. It's right for us to listen to Uncle Smith's opinion on this. Quat. Xiao Hai nodded and immediately handed the evil spirit staff to Blood Eagle, ordering him to fly in the direction of Tianshui City. At the same time, he ordered the few 5-masted ironclad ships that he had stolen from the magicians to sail in the direction of Tianshui City. He also placed all the items he had obtained from the trade on the ship, including an undead water-type mage, who was asked to freeze the sea creatures on the ship from time to time. He then entered the medium with Laura and the others, and returned to the Iron Mountain Fortress. Meljin really did not expect to return to Iron Mountain Castle under such circumstances. As soon as they arrived at Iron Mountain Castle, Xiao Hai asked Meg to show her around, but he brought Green and the others to the living room and told Green about the things in Ivan's letter. Quat, we have to save them. Grim frowned and said, but won't our identity be exposed if we do this? Xiao Hai snorted coldly. Quat, so what if we're exposed? We can use this opportunity to let everyone on the continent know that the Buda family has returned. Grandpa Green, it's been a long time since the mad dragon flag of the Buda family has appeared on the continent. It's time to take it out, right?